Chapter 421. Do it for nothing? Uncle San. Don't be sad. The spaceship and other things are insured. Zhang Buizhen refused to leave, and wanted to sprinkle salt on the side. Looking at his uncle's slightly deformed face, Zhang Buizhen felt very comfortable for no reason. Zhang Lishan's face almost turned green when he heard this. The spaceship and the collection were indeed insured. But he had transferred nearly 30 billion. This money is very likely not to be returned. Because first of all, he had to prove that he transferred the money to the charity under duress. And if this case is not closed, the Environmental Protection Association and the anti-government group will definitely not return the money. Even if it goes to court. The court orders the two groups to return the money. How can they return the money as they are charities? Go and get busy. Zhang Letian looked at his nephew. He ran around when he was in trouble. And he found a lawyer to see him as soon as he landed. Uncle San. Don't worry. I will try my best to get you some cigars later. Although they are not as good as your old products. They are not much different. How could Zhang Buizhen leave? He continued to sprinkle salt. Go ahead. I have something else to discuss with others. Zhang Lishan's heart was bleeding when he thought of the robber stepping hard on his beloved cigar. Facing Zhang Lishan's concern, he had to wave his hand and said, It's a pity that the products on Uncle San's spaceship, especially the oil painting. Zhang Buizhen mentioned the oil painting again in a very blind way. When Zhang Letian heard this, his face changed and the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Because he had spent a lot of effort to get this oil painting. And it made him look good. Zhang Buizhen saw that his uncle really couldn't stand it. So he didn't continue to talk. Anyway, there was still time to continue to rub salt in the future. So he said, Do you want me to call the third uncle's female secretary? The female secretary Zhang Buizhen mentioned was actually the young woman kept by his third uncle. But now his third uncle might go bankrupt. And these female secretaries, who only have money in their eyes, might have to find another sponsor. Sure enough, when he said this, Zhang Letian took a deep breath, thinking that the female secretaries he collected might end up in the arms of his former opponent in a few days. And he felt uncomfortable. Not for the time being. I want to be quiet for a while. Think about this matter clearly, and communicate with the exclusive lawyer. No one else on the spacecraft is allowed to leave. You help me keep an eye on it. Zhang Letian forced himself to calm down and continued. No problem. Third uncle. Don't worry. Zhang Buizhen smiled in his heart. His third uncle was in big trouble this time. And lost tens of billions. It depends on whether his elders will help his third uncle. Zhang Letian didn't realize that his nephew was the culprit. And he really thought that his nephew cared about him. When Zhang Letian saw Zhang Buizhen leaving, he quickly picked up the watch and explained the matter to his eldest brother first. If his two brothers took action, his loss would not be a big deal. Zhang Buizhen looked serious after leaving the house. When he returned to his room, Zhang Buizhen couldn't help laughing. When Zhang Buizhen heard that his uncle was robbed and his private spacecraft was destroyed, he couldn't wait to run to the airport to see his uncle's joke. Of course, on the surface, he said he brought a lawyer to help his uncle. With tens of billions of losses and so many private collections, Mr. Zhou is simply too cruel. After laughing, Zhang Buizhen was also very happy. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful free mercenary. No wonder he became an ace mercenary. Zhang Buizhen also knew why the other party could become an ace mercenary. At this time, Nyobo came in. Master, the people on Zhang Lishan's spaceship have been arranged. And Mr. Zhou has also sent news. So fast? Zhang Buizhen asked when he heard this. They should have their own private spaceships. Some free mercenaries are said to have warships. After all, there is no problem hiding a few warships or some bases in the vast starry sky. Nyobo said. What did the other party say? Zhang Buizhen now thinks that Mr. Zhou is a very good partner. The other party said that your intelligence is wrong and must be compensated. He wants rare energy metals. Nyobo answered respectfully. Hearing this, Zhang Buizhen had a headache. Energy metals are controlled materials in the alliance. Small quantities of energy metals can be obtained. But large quantities of energy metals are difficult to escape the control of the alliance. In addition, Zhang Buizhen himself does not have much influence in Ping and Technology Company. If he has a management position in Ping and Technology Company, it would be easy to get energy metals. Promise him. I will think of a way here. Is there any exploration company to contact us? Zhang Buizhen decided to agree to Yang Bo directly. After all, Yang Bo showed stronger strength this time. If the last Bomb Brothers matter was still a little unclear, then this time it was very clear. A mecha actually robbed a private armed spacecraft. This is probably going to break the historical record. After all, no mecha in history has been able to rob a private armed spaceship. And the mecha involved in the robbery was made of energy metal, which also broke the historical record. Zhang Buizhen suspected that there were some accidents in history, which were caused by these people. But outsiders didn't know. Only a few small companies contacted us, and other large companies bypassed us to contact the family. And I heard that the second young master might come to March Star to work. Nyobo continued to report. Zhang Buizhen heard this and slammed the table hard. It's too much. You should contact those small companies immediately. Let them come to March Star to explore and sign an exclusive agreement. And my second brother is really shameless. They handed over the mess of March Star to me. Now that they know that March Star is going to develop, they can't wait to grab the credit. Nyobo, please work harder and pay close attention to my second brother and the movements of my family. When the time comes, let Mr. Zhou rob them again. Zhang Buizhen continued. Master, if we simply rob our family's spaceship, isn't that a bit too deliberate? Nyobo raised his own question. Ask Mr. Zhou if there is any good way. Zhang Buizhen also thought it made sense when he heard this. If people from his family had problems on the way to March Star, then others would suspect him. Yang Bo waited for more than 10 minutes and received a message from Master Zhang. Seeing that Master Zhang was willing to give him energy metal, he was relieved. Facing the questions raised by Master Zhang later, Yang Bo certainly liked that Master Zhang was the insider, so it would be too easy for him to rob. As for the question raised by young Master Zhang, Yang Bo quickly replied. Young Master, Mr. Zhou asked us to watch the video. This time, he pretended to be a person from Golden Shield Technology Company and came to take revenge. But the clues are relatively hidden. Nyobo was also shocked when he received the news. He didn't expect that Mr. Zhou would do things so secretly. Really? Why didn't I see it? Zhang Buizhen had already obtained the video of his uncle's report. What could Nyobo say? Because Nyobo was also watching the video at the time and found that his young master was watching Zhang Letian being grabbed by the head and slammed against the wall by Mr. Zhou, laughing so hard that his back teeth came out. You know, these disciples of the big family have etiquette and are not allowed to laugh like this. So the two watched the video from beginning to end again. They watched it with their eyes wide open, but they didn't see anything. The two were unwilling to watch the video from beginning to end again. Let's ask Mr. Zhou. Zhang Buizhen also felt a headache. Yang Bo saw the message Zhang Buizhen replied, and then sent out the clues he left behind. Zhang Buizhen quickly followed the clues pointed out by Yang Bo, and he found it. Yang Bo's pure black armor helmet has a slight bulge on the back. If you look closely, you can see that it is a shield with an S on it. This is the brand logo of the Golden Shield Company at that time. S means providing the highest level of service. This is too inconspicuous, because Yang Bo's armor is all black in the video, and the helmet is also all black. In addition, the back of his head appears in the video for a very short time, and it only hits Zhang Lishan's head against the wall for a short 2 seconds. However, in this video, everyone was watching the super rich being ravaged, so they ignored the things on the black helmet. Master, this is the right thing to do. If it is too conspicuous, it will be easily questioned. Nyobo heard his master say this and hurried to explain. However, Zhang Buizhen's heart jumped again. Nyobo, do you think this Mr. Zhou has anything to do with the Golden Shield Company? Could it be that the heir of the Golden Shield Company has come back for revenge? Master, Ping and Technology Company is not our Zhang family. Our Zhang family is just one of the major shareholders. Nyobo found that his master's worries were unnecessary. And there are so many people in our Zhang family. It is impossible that all of them are dead. Our Zhang family not only has people in the alliance, but also in other countries. Unless all the people in our Zhang family are killed in the 3 countries. And even if all the people in our Zhang family are dead, the company's shares have nothing to do with him. Nyobo continued to explain. Zhang Buizhen heard this and knew that his thoughts were a bit redundant. In this case, we will purchase a batch of energy metals privately, and then let Mr. Zhou rob them. After all, Uncle Sen has been robbed of so many things, so it makes sense for me to be robbed as well. After all, Mr. Zhou is active in the star field of March Star. Zhang Buizhen thought of another method. Master, do you mean that we smuggle a batch of energy metals? Nyobo found that he could not understand what his master meant. So he asked, Uncle Nyo, to make a successful transaction, we need to have evidence to call it smuggling. We bought energy metals from abroad. And then someone robbed us in the middle. There is no evidence that we smuggled. I will drag Uncle San into it and trick him again. Our March star is booming now. And there are many places that need energy metals. The price of smuggled energy metals is low. Even if third uncle has the support of a few old guys, he will still have a lot of funding gaps. It's just the right opportunity to cheat him again. I don't mind losing some money. Zhang Buizhen quickly thought of another way to cheat Zhang Letian. Niu Bo gave a thumbs up to his young master's reaction. Young master, you are so smart. Zhang Letian must be like a hungry dog now. This way we can deliver more energy metals to Mr. Jiu. Hee hee. Niu Bo, do you want to notify third uncle's several mortal enemies? Especially those female secretaries, who help these mortal enemies contact third uncle? I think these mortal enemies of third uncle are very happy to hug third uncle's female secretaries, and show off in front of third uncle. Zhang Buizhen smiled. Niu Bo said with some worry, I'm afraid that Mr. Jiu will be dissatisfied. After all, the energy metal is delivered in this way. Hearing this, Zhang Buizhen also had a headache, and then said, you communicate with him and see what he thinks. Yang Bo received the message from young Master Zhang, and was definitely dissatisfied. It is natural to get paid for work. But now I have done the work for you. And you want me to go to the bank to rob money to pay myself. Yang Bo righteously accused young Master Zhang of doing this. And the Free Mercenary Union did not have such a transaction method. Zhang Buizhen rubbed his forehead after hearing Niu Bo's report. Please tell Mr. Jiu that I can't actually deliver anything to him. He can ask for information about any person or any other text or other things. Zhang Buizhen was willing to trade with Yang Bo, because Yang Bo did not want Zhang Buizhen to give him anything. Just provide information. However, Yang Bo did not gain anything from targeting Zhang Letian this time. Although Zhang Buizhen felt that this was Yang Bo's own problem, he did not dare to say it, because Yang Bo's approach was the wisest. If such a large amount of funds were transferred to other accounts, it would be easy to be traced, and it would be very difficult to transfer such a large amount of funds abroad. Such a large amount of funds, intensively transferred in a short period of time, is likely to be frozen by the intelligent supervision system. It doesn't matter if it is transferred to a charity. The accounts of charities are basically unlimited in the supervision system, because charities occasionally hold some big activities and earn a lot of money. And the influence of people who can work in charities can change the bank's supervision rules at any time. The reason why Zhang Buizhen did not directly participate in the communication with Yang Bo was entirely for safety. If something happens in the future, Niu Bo will stand up and take responsibility. After receiving the information, Yang Bo sent a message to Zhang Buizhen, asking for technical information about forging, and all relevant technical information about forging, because forging is also classified. Yang Bo didn't know what the specific classification was, so he could only ask for all relevant technical information. Forging information? What does this guy want to do? Zhang Buizhen was a little curious after hearing Niu Bo's report. Maybe it's to train their own forgers, or to see the development of our forging technology now? Or is it to test us? Niu Bo guessed uncertainly. Give it to him. Zhang Buizhen had no idea, but he still had to make the deal, because forging technical information was not that important to Zhang Buizhen. And forging also depends on personal talent. It is not that you can become a forger just by getting the learning information. And at this time, Zhang Buizhen had no other choice but to agree to Yang Bo's deal. After all, Yang Bo did a great job this time, which made Zhang Buizhen feel very comfortable. So what if they are all Zhang family members? It was because they knew each other well that these uncles bullied him so hard before. It is the most cruel when your own people bully you, because they know your weaknesses and your details. Zhang Buizhen was bullied too hard by these uncles in the family, because these uncles all supported his brothers. There was no way Zhang Buizhen was the youngest. When his brothers hooked up with his uncles, he was not yet an adult. So happy. Yang Bo was so happy that he almost jumped up when he saw the message that Master Zhang agreed. Then Yang Bo's smart terminal received a lot of information, which was directly transmitted to him by Niu Bo. After receiving the information, Yang Bo immediately moved his position, and he found a place to throw the smart terminal that received the information into the dimensional box. Master, do you want to track Mr. Jiu's location? Niu Bo asked after transmitting the information. Zhang Buizhen was a little speechless. Uncle Niu, If we want to track Mr. Zhou, there will be traces. Even if we find Mr. Zhou, what should we do? Am I wrong? Or are you smart? Master? Niu Bo only realized after hearing his young master say this that Mr. Zhou was now in the same group with his young master. Not only can we not track him, but we have to help him cover up his tracks. Zhang Buizhen didn't want Mr. Zhou's knife to be exposed. After all, he was now in March Star, and someone would definitely come to pick peaches. And he needed an enemy to come forward and continue to target his uncles and brothers. Understood. Give me some good wine for supper tonight. Thinking of the distorted face of Uncle San just now, I want to get drunk. In 2 days, I will find Uncle San to make a fortune together. Niu Bo, you should prepare. Zhang Buizhen is very happy now. Yes, young master. Niu Bo nodded quickly. In addition, things in the stock market should be sold when they should be sold. This incident will definitely be defined as an exception by the Alliance. Now there are still people taking this opportunity to stir up trouble. I believe that after the Supreme Court announces that it is an exception, the stock market will rise again, and they will make a lot of money. But this time we also made a lot of money because we knew the news in advance. Please help me arrange a dinner with Adrian. Zhang Buizhen talked about another thing. The incident of Jean Letian caused a lot of chaos in the entire alliance. Yang Bo returned to the villa smoothly, but he still watched the news first. After all, as a criminal suspect, he must always pay attention to the relevant reports on the case. I didn't expect it to be so serious. The spacecraft has fallen into the star. All the evidence has been destroyed. And only those guys who secretly filmed it have video materials. After reading the news, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The main thing is the performance of cutting the safety cabin. If someone gets the evidence and analyzes it carefully, there will be some differences. Perverted brother. Good guy brother. Yang Bo found that his reputation on the internet was at two extremes. One side thought he was very perverted. The other side was a bit anti-rich, thinking that robbing the rich was a good thing. Moreover, the robber himself did not get anything, but donated to charity. This kind of robbery was applauded by many people. After all, Jean Letian had tens of billions of assets, and cigars were more than 1 million credit points. It was seriously inconsistent with the democratic, free and equal social atmosphere of the alliance. Some members even proposed to impose a 99% tax on these super rich people. Rich taxes should also be imposed on the houses, collections, and private spacecrafts of the super rich. Yang Bo was no longer surprised by these weird remarks. The politicians on the alliance side were shameless, unreasonable, and fact-free, and opposed for the sake of opposition. Yang Bo looked at the news and found that no one had discovered the hidden mark on his helmet, and was very satisfied with his plan. Then Yang Bo came to the basement, which was shielded from the outside signal, and Yang Bo came to a double-shielded room. Then take out the smart terminal system and start learning forging. Forging, according to the purpose of the finished product. It can be divided into attack equipment, defense equipment, and auxiliary equipment. Forging is to use materials to forge various equipment suitable for everyone. Forging is divided into metal forging and non-metal forging according to different materials. Metal forging is further divided into energy metal forging and non-energy metal forging. Non-metal forging is further divided into artificial material forging and natural material forging. Artificial energy stones are actually forged. Yang Bo only then discovered that artificial energy stones are actually forged. Artificial energy stones are artificial materials, a branch product under forging. The first time Yang Bo saw these things, he felt a little dizzy, as if he understood them, but also as if he didn't. So Yang Bo put aside the theory and looked at the actual behind. It's like the structure of a chip. Yang Bo found that forging first requires learning energy circuits, which are simpler to say, like the various uses of electricity. For example, electricity can generate magnetic force through copper coils, and can generate heat and light through other materials, can be calculated through chips, can be illuminated through lights, and can make sounds through speakers. Forging is to convert energy into the products you need. It's just that the energy conversion system has been miniaturized. It turns out that the protection theory of armor is the same as the principle of the energy protection system of a battleship. The more Yang Bo read, the more he understood. Once the composite energy metal is successfully cast, there is almost no other use for it later. Doesn't it mean that all the energy metal parts one dismantled are scrap and worthless? Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded. It turns out that the energy metal parts used on the mecha are called composite energy metal, which is a part made of energy and metal of different properties. Because the entire energy property has undergone subtle changes, there is no way to recast these parts. Because the entire part is a complete structure. Once the structure changes, the entire part will be useless. Isn't it so unlucky? In other words, according to what is said above, my trip out is basically in vain? Yang Bo quickly prepared to test it. Yang Bo picked up a part of the mecha that was made of energy metal. Under the control of the metal superpower, the whole part slowly deformed. As the part slowly deformed, Yang Bo found that the energy of the part itself was being released. When the whole part reached the result of Yang Bo's deformation, the energy color of the whole part had changed, and it was very uneven. Oh my! Yang Bo looked at the part in his hand, not knowing that the performance was very different from the original. Try it again? Yang Bo looked at the part in front of him and felt that he was a little bit unskilled, because he didn't have enough testing equipment in his hand, and he didn't know how much the metal performance of the part itself had changed. Chapter 422 Dissatisfied. Yang Bo felt something was wrong, so he conducted another test. During this test, Yang Bo finally found a clue. The energy in the parts, made of composite energy metal, has reached a balanced state. When he changed the shape of the metal parts, this energy balance would be broken. Then why can my armor change its appearance, as well as my mecha and energy weapons? But Yang Bo felt something was wrong. So Yang Bo took out his armor and put it on, and then began to transform. Then Yang Bo took out another part and used his metal superpower to transform a part. Then Yang Bo estimated the volume of his armor and the volume of the parts, and understood a little. My armor consumes more energy when it transforms, which means that my energy supplements the energy changes in the energy metal inside when the armor transforms. So there is no problem with the deformation of my armor, because this armor and I have the same energy source. Thinking of this, Yang Bo thought of another point. That is, an energy attribute problem mentioned in the forging technical information. To forge energy metal items, different energies are needed, because some energies will conflict with the energy of the energy metal itself, which will not only increase the difficulty of forging, but also reduce the quality of the forged product. Yang Bo understands this a little, because some heat treatment processes on Earth cannot use high-frequency heat treatment methods, and some can only use primitive heating methods. Some heat treatments cannot use carbon, and some heat treatments cannot use electricity. To put it simply, a simple roast duck, using fruit with charcoal, machine-made charcoal, coke, or electric roasting will taste completely different. Although they are all used for heating, each tastes different. Thinking of this, Yang Bo understood that these composite metal parts he got had no energy replenishment when they were deformed. So after the deformation, the internal energy balance was broken, resulting in the damage of the parts. Composite energy metal is a bit difficult. Composite energy metal is a material that combines several energy metals into one material, which means that there is more than one energy inside. How to replenish this? As for armor and energy weapons, they are basically single energy attributes, because most people have a single energy attribute. Yang Bo continued to look at the information related to forging. As a result, no relevant technical information was found in it. Master Zhang is a bit unkind? Yang Bo did not find relevant technical information in it, and wondered if Master Zhang had kept something. For the time being, it seems that there is no way. Yang Bo was not prepared to conduct blind experiments, because it is very likely that I will not be able to find the correct answer no matter how hard I try. So I might as well find a chance to ask Master Zhang. Anyway, the modification of the mecha cannot be completed in a day or two, and I don't have a complete plan yet. Yang Bo counted the gains this time, mainly some energy metal parts. Then the most important thing is the space quantum communication module. There must be a positioning or anti-theft device in it. Yang Bo knew that the space quantum communication module has positioning capabilities, because when I play mecha games, I can accurately locate more than 1,000 meters underground on the Green Devil Star. So Yang Bo first needs to figure out what the inside of the quantum communication module looks like, then change its permissions and block his positioning system. However, Yang Bo still plans to look online first to see if he can find relevant information. Yang Bo can now see a lot of information online, thanks to his IP address. Although Yang Bo is still the lowest level F-level citizen in the entire Alliance. In the Alliance's intelligence system, Yang Bo is no longer considered the lowest level citizen. After all, The location of Yang Bo's IP address is a private plot, and it is still very large. Therefore, the Alliance has a higher network permission for these vested interests. You can find a lot of things. Unlike when you lived in welfare housing before. You saw everything was thriving. Good. And everyone was friendly and kind. And the development of the Alliance was fair. Just and free. It will not push too many things that can hurt the self-esteem of people living in welfare housing. For example, movies such as love and family harmony cannot be seen in welfare housing. There are also some videos or things showing off wealth, which can't be seen in the welfare housing. The Alliance does this to improve the happiness of these citizens. Which is why the Alliance likes to report on various things in the Blue Water Empire and the Crimson Federation. In a word, it's for your own good. Not letting you see other people showing off their wealth is for your own good, so that you don't feel uncomfortable after seeing it. What Blue Water Empire nobles killed their servants at will. There is also the Crimson Federation. The two states are fighting each other, and they will not report any discord within the Alliance. As a vested class, they can clearly know what this society is like. The benefited class will definitely not stand up against the Alliance because they are the party that benefits. Yang Bo came to the room upstairs to surf the internet and found that Annie and Xia sent him messages again. The two said they wanted to see mechas. Yang Bo did not reply to their messages for the time being, but searched for information about space quantum communication. However, there were a lot of search results, such as quantum entanglement, quantum speed, and invisible quantum. Yang Bo was overwhelmed by this. This kind of professional answer made Yang Bo, a rookie, feel like reading a book of heaven. In other words, there were hundreds of words in the virtual projection, but Yang Bo looked blank. Yang Bo changed the search method, which was to search for the structure of the space quantum communication module. Now Yang Bo could understand it better. The space quantum communication module is actually what people found that when a spacecraft is making a space jump, it only needs to start the space jump on the other side of the space channel. Energy fluctuations can be detected on the other side of the space channel. So on this basis, we studied the transmission of quantum signals through space energy resonance. Unlike space jumps, which require huge amounts of energy, this method only releases space energy vibrations, consumes less energy, and has a fast transmission speed. The specific structure includes an energy supply system, a space energy resonator, a quantum signal converter, and an energy frequency coordinator. The energy frequency coordinator transmits quantum signals through an energy resonator to other space quantum communicators of the same frequency. Of course, the received signal is also converted into a quantum signal. Of course, the network only shows a rough structure, and there is no physical display of specific things in this regard. In other words, this theory already existed when space jumps were first carried out, but it was continuously studied by people from generation to generation, and now it is applied. As for the frequency of space energy, some people say that this is actually a kind of resonance, and if you can reach the same resonance frequency in this space, you can enter the space jump. And some people say that space jump is entirely due to the existence of wormholes. Anyway, Yang Bo can't understand the theory of space channels and wormholes because it is too profound. Expecting someone who has not passed the English test of 60 to learn such high-tech things, Yang Bo thinks it is better to kidnap a top scientist to help him study. It is enough to know the general structure. Yang Bo returned to the basement and began to study the quantum communication module he brought back. The strong mental power played a decisive role at this time, because the mental power can penetrate any substance. But it takes different time to penetrate different substances. Different substances have different viewing speeds. Now you can also find the guy in the SSS laboratory who is being hunted through vision sharing. This guy is still free and easy in the Crimson Federation. You know, the Crimson Federation is too far away from March Star. Soon Yang Bo figured out the internal structure of the space quantum communication module. In the middle is a space energy frequency releaser, and the outer part of the releaser is the energy frequency coordinator, and the outermost circle is the quantum communication signal. Yang Bo didn't understand the specific principle, so even after he figured out the structure, he didn't know the specific frequency of the quantum communication module. As long as the frequency was changed, the original user would not be able to locate it. Too difficult. Yang Bo finally locked the quantum communication module, because Yang Bo only knew the general structure and wanted to modify it, which was too difficult. I wonder if I can ask Master Zhang to help customize the mecha, or get a bionic man with a space quantum communication module from the military? Yang Bo decided to take a look. At least in the current situation. He couldn't do anything. I'm really not good at scientific research. So it's better to just take what's ready. Yang Bo decided to face reality. Feeling a little depressed, Yang Bo decided to go to Annie and Xia to relax. After all, what he gained this time seemed useless now. Yang Bo came to the suburban park invisibly. Then put on a sweater, glasses and a mask. There are many people dressed like this in this world. Because people living in welfare housing are very homebodies. Basically dressed like this. And they are all more socially anxious. Yang Bo came to his small villa. In a short period of time, the price of the 2 small villas has increased by 40%. March Star has become a popular place for gold panning. Because as long as primitive mutants are found on the planet, then the planet is likely to have energy stone veins or energy metal veins and more mutants. Of course, not every energy stone vein or every energy metal vein is valuable, mainly depending on the cost of mining and the quality of the mining. The same is true for mutants. Some mutants are useless, while some are more useful. Dear, why are you here? Yang Bo came to Annie and found that Annie was fiddling with flowers and plants in the basement. I miss you. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't say that he wanted to do experiments, wanted to transform the mecha, and now failed, or that he couldn't continue. So he came here. Yang Bo still has some emotional intelligence. Annie rolled her eyes because she didn't believe what Yang Bo said. But Yang Bo was still happy to say so. These plants are all taken care of by you. Yang Bo looked at the flowers and plants in the basement and praised them. It feels wonderful. When I touch them with my hands, I seem to know what they need. But these plants don't seem to express themselves very clearly, and they need to be adjusted constantly. The position where I adjust these flowers and plants is the position they are most satisfied with. The basement also uses equipment such as plant fill lights. When Yang Bo entered the basement, he found that the positions of these plants were different. Some plants were close to these fill lights, and some were far away. So that's how it is. Yang Bo was not surprised at all. Because in the current technological age, it is said that some scientists can use a series of methods to determine the state of plants. Of course, this state refers to the current state. That is, some lack water, some have too much water, some have high temperatures, and some have sufficient light. When Yang Bo saw this, he felt it was a bit ridiculous. Because any experienced botanist can judge the current state of plants by their various performances. Just like a farmer can tell by looking at his seedlings whether they lack fertilizer, have too much fertilizer in water, or have insects. However, Annie's instant communication still surprised Yang Bo a little. Can we communicate with plants further? Yang Bo asked curiously again. Not yet. The information expressed by these plants is too vague. Annie shook her head. Annie wore a 3/4 sleeve pink t-shirt on her upper body, a pair of white straight-leg casual pants on her lower body, and a pair of slippers on her feet. The whole person is not only youthful and beautiful, but also full of moisture. Yang Bo keenly discovered that when Annie passed by these plants, his mental power could slightly feel some differences. It was as if these plants were greeting Annie. Yang Bo wondered if this was his illusion, because Yang Bo scanned these plants with mental power, and there was no abnormality. Huh? Yang Bo was a little surprised. Yang Bo came to Xia again, and found that Xia was practicing her superpowers. The simplest way is to boil water. Xia found a metal cup, which was 10 meters away. Then Xia used fire energy rays to burn the cup. And Yang Bo could sense the energy fluctuations brought by the fire energy rays. The fire energy ray must be strong to play an unexpected role. In Yang Bo's opinion, the fire energy ray must be able to penetrate the cup instantly to have a certain combat power. Because the superpowers are not fools. They will take action first once they feel danger. Once the fire energy ray continues to output, the energy fluctuation can be sensed, although not much. So although the fire energy ray of Xia is very rare now, it is not very effective. It's just boiling a cup of water. Of course, this is just the initial state. It depends on Xia's growth later. If there is no way to continue to grow, it will be useless. This is why when it comes to superpowers, most of them can only do ordinary work, and they are not as good as those with superpowers. That night, Yang Bo enjoyed it here. Then Yang Bo went downstairs to watch the news. After all, this matter seemed to be a big deal. A robbery that broke the historical record. According to official statistics, The direct loss of Zhang Lishan's robbery this time reached more than 56 billion credit points. First of all, nearly 30 billion credit points were directly robbed. And the customized private armed spacecraft was worth 10 billion credit points, which was still the insurance appraisal price, which was 80% of the original price. Then, there are many collections on the spacecraft. Jean Letian has held many parties and charity auctions on this spacecraft. So many people have seen the things on it. And these collections are also worth more than 10 billion. In addition, the most valuable are dozens of modified and customized 14th generation mechas. According to preliminary estimates, the value has reached 10 billion. The indirect loss is even greater. Ping An Technology's stock price fell because of this incident. Because the public questioned that Ping An Technology delivered the latest mecha of the Alliance to private use, which was a serious violation of the law. Some people also speculated that the robbers were targeting these new mechas, which means that Ping An Technology's 14th generation mechas are facing the possibility of leaks. Alas, Yang Bo saw the news that someone actually offered a reward of 10 billion to get the 14th generation mecha of Ping An Company. It is said that this is a reward on the black market. Yang Bo saw this and realized how much good things he had missed. After all, there are too many high-tech things in such private spaceships. If you give them to the opponents who make these spaceships or mechas, you can easily get a lot of money. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. It's better to plan ahead for the next robbery. I didn't see any other information. It seems that these people have a hard time finding my trace. Even the clues I left were not discovered by anyone. As a criminal suspect, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason is that Yang Bo flew in the channel with a mecha this time, fearing that someone would catch his trace. The Union Parliament is holding an emergency vote on the cutting of the spacecraft safety cabin this time. Most members of the Union Parliament believe that the cutting of the safety cabin this time is a special case. After the Parliament votes, the Alliance Chief Justice needs to sign together. Yang Bo saw the Union Parliament again, and it dealt with the matter urgently. This matter is definitely not so easy to achieve. After all, the stock market is so chaotic now. The guys behind these members must be targeting each other in the stock market. Yang Bo knew that even the most normal and correct things would have unimaginable results once they reached the parliament, because the opposition members will oppose for the sake of opposition, and the members who have not received benefits will also oppose. After all, not every member is within the scope of influence of the spacecraft safety technical standards and has their own interests. The legislators who have no interests in this regard cannot get any benefits. So why should they agree with you? Of course, if the benefits are negotiated, then support is not important. This is killing people and hurting their hearts. Yang Bo saw another news media, which reported Zhang Lishan's losses in detail, including various pictures of the spacecraft, various collections, and the origins of these collections. Of course, these are not surprising. But the interesting thing is that these news media accompanied the video of Yang Bo destroying these things. For example, the box of cigars was stepped on by Yang Bo, and then kicked away. For example, the oil painting, and some antiques. The comments below are full of gloating. Yang Bo looked at the local news again, and then he found that the mutant animal he found, that is, the strange fish, has been confirmed to be able to be used as the evolutionary material of genetic medicine. And the compatibility rate with the human genetic system has reached more than 99%. In other words, the genetic medicine made with this genetic medicine material can theoretically achieve a 99% success rate. Of course, due to pharmaceutical and other reasons, the specific success rate depends on the situation. In addition, the mutant plant is still under research, and it seems very optimistic at present. In addition, March Star has issued immigration restrictions. That is, the citizen level must reach a certain level, or have certain technology, and then have a certain amount of investment to immigrate to March Star. I remember when we immigrated here, it seemed like they gave us money. It used to be Mrs. Nyo, and now it's Xiao Tiantian. But this is also normal. Who let March Star discover these things? The price of tradable land has skyrocketed 5 times, and the price of real estate has doubled. Yang Bo was very happy to see that March Star was developing so well, because he had profited from it. After all, he had a lot of land. I didn't expect the fat boss to be so decent. Zhou Rui's outfit feels a bit. Yang Bo watched the fat boss appear in the news. The two are now members of the March Star Council, and Zhou Rui's current outfit is quite attractive. Yang Bo stayed here for another night. and then promised to take the two to see the Mecca in a week. Is Zhou Rui's father back? Yang Bo returned to his big villa and found that Zhou Rui had sent him a message yesterday, saying that he could customize his own armor, and that he had to try it out to see if the energy metal matched his energy frequency. It's a pity that I can't steal her skills. But Zhou Rui's father is a master of forging. How could he force Zhou Rui's father to live in seclusion here? Could it be that Zhou Rui's father has a powerful enemy, and he might be a forger? But Yang Bo then thought of something. It's just the right opportunity to find out. If there are those scum forgers, I will get rid of them for the people. Yang Bo always fulfilled his promise. That is, he is a good person who likes to get rid of harm for the people and likes to rob the rich to help the poor. Although the gains from the last incident against Jean Letian were not very satisfactory, the skills gained still made Yang Bo feel okay. The main thing is that the energy metal promised by Master Zhang. I don't know how long it will take to arrive. Let's go get a set of armor for free first. At least I will be a person with armor in the future. Yang Bo mainly wants to clean up his equipment. He couldn't use the armor before, but now Zhou Rui has customized armor for him. In the future, he can use his superpowers to make his original armor look exactly the same. Chapter 423 Test. Yang Bo had seen Zhou Rui's father before. His name was Zhou Sen, but he was not sure if it was his real name. Zhou Rui was able to become a counselor of March Star, which was beyond Zhou Sen's expectation. Even though March Star was an undeveloped planet before, being able to become a counselor here was a great thing. Although people always say that such undeveloped planets are relatively backward, there are not many planets in the entire Interstellar that are suitable for human habitation. Moreover, many planets restrict the immigration of citizens of the planet. Even within the Alliance, there are many local protection policies. Yang Bo first sent a message to Zhou Rui, and then dressed up and went out. My father is waiting for you. Yang Bo came to Zhou Rui's small villa, and was stopped by Zhou Rui before he entered the door. Uncle doesn't live here? Yang Bo thought Zhou Sen lived here, but he didn't expect Zhou Rui to pull him out. No. My father has his own residence and his own life. Zhou Rui shook her head and answered. Is uncle the president of the Bounty Hunter Union? Yang Bo asked knowingly. No. Zhou Rui shook her head and refused. The image of the bald man was just a disguise. Zhou Rui was still having a headache when Yang Bo met the president of the Bounty Hunters Union. How could she split herself? It seemed that she had to find a way to make both of them absent, or find someone else to pretend to be the bald man. Anyway, they used a disguise potion. When they arrived at the community where Zhou Rui's father lived, Yang Bo was surprised to find that the villa where Zhou Rui's father lived was next to a small villa he had bought. But this is also normal. After all, Oma City is so small. Don't run into Annie and Xia in the future. Yang Bo felt that in this city, he would meet Annie and Xia one day. Of course, here he was talking about meeting with other people. But then he thought it didn't matter. He didn't ask for help. He wasn't a bootlicker, and his skills were great. Of course, he was talking about pharmaceutical technology, not other technologies. Yang Bo, nice to meet you. As soon as he arrived at the door of the villa, Zhou Sen came out from inside and greeted Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo also nodded and responded, Uncle Zhou. I'm also very happy to see you. Thank you for your help this time. Come in and talk. Zhou Sen looked at Yang Bo's young appearance, and it was hard to believe that this young man would be a genius pharmacist. And how to say his luck. It was also very good. Although Yang Bo encountered some bad luck in the early stage, his luck has been very good since he came to March Star. Moreover, Zhou Rui became a counselor of March Star because of Yang Bo. With such an official status, it can be said that she has a great guarantee. In terms of position, the status of the planet counselors of March Star is the same as that of the planet counselors of other developed planets. It's just that there is a big gap in income and influence. But now March Star is about to take off. It can be said that her family will be able to gain a foothold on this planet in the future. The Alliance has developed to the point where there are no counselors who serve the Alliance purely. They are all spokespersons for various major forces and others. Because now, the Alliance is no longer the Alliance at the beginning, but has been firmly bound by countless capitals. Therefore, these members have many immunities. After all, they make their own laws and submit their own bills. They will definitely not submit anything that is not in their favor. To put it bluntly, these people are the privileged class. They are both referees and players. How can they make rules that are not good for them? Of course, the most important thing for a member of parliament is the vote in his hand. As long as there is this vote, there will be a steady stream of income and a steady stream of influence. The villa is very simple, and it doesn't look like a forging master lives here. Yang Bo seriously suspected that Zhou Sen did not live here, but only appeared here to see him this time. I usually don't live here. I live in other places. But I only have this villa in Oma City. If I knew that the housing prices in Oma City would skyrocket, I would buy a few more villas, Zhou Sen said as he asked Yang Bo to sit down. Yang Bo certainly knew that Zhou Rui also had a large farm over there, which covered a large area. And Zhou Rui and the fat boss seemed to have shares in the real estate company. It seems that I have no income during this period. When Yang Bo thought of this, he realized that he had earned a lot of money during this period. But he had no credit points at all. It seems that I have to think of a way to continue making money. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo, I found some light energy metal this time. Please prepare to make a set of armor for you personally. In theory, to make a set of armor for you, I need to sign a long-term service contract with you. But now you are working with Zhou Rui and others, so I won't sign a service contract with you. Zhou Sen spoke again. Signing a service term is something other superpowers often do, because most superpowers don't have much money or good equipment in the early stage. Then as Party A, you can provide various support to superpowers, including money and equipment. But superpowers must sign a service term with Party A. That is, how many years they have to work for Party A. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. We have a pleasant cooperation. Yang Bo just thanked him verbally, and felt that Zhou Rui and others took advantage of him. Of course, as a good person, Yang Bo, others respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 10 feet. That's good. I don't know what level you have reached as a superpower now. Is it convenient to show it to me, an elder? It's not that I want to spy on your superpowers, but when I build a battle armor for you, I have to consider the direction of your battle armor. Some battle armors are more defensive, and some battle armors are more offensive. Zhou Sen further explained. Yang Bo asked curiously after hearing this, can the armor attack in a biased way? Of course, the armor's biased attack is more inclined to assist, such as the armor can increase speed, and even the armor can release high temperature or release extreme cold. And of course, it can also release energy shields. Zhou Sen heard Yang Bo's words and began to explain. Yang Bo understood it now and immediately said, of course, no problem. Where do you want to demonstrate it? Let's go to the basement. There are various shielding facilities there. Zhou Sen looked at Yang Bo while saying this, fearing that Yang Bo would misunderstand. Yang Bo is also a skilled and bold person, and he is not afraid of Zhou Rui's father doing anything weird. If anyone dares to plot against him in front of him, he can be slapped to death at most. Maybe Zhou Rui's father will give him forging skills. Let's go! Zhou Rui had been silent on the side. When she heard Yang Bo say this, she took the lead to go to the basement. The layout of the basement is similar to the basement under Yang Bo's big villa. The walls are made of battleship armor. Let me see you release your superpower once. Arriving at an empty basement, Zhou Sen pointed to something like a crystal ball in the distance and said to Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this, then stretched out his hand and pointed, and a laser shot at the crystal ball. The laser penetrated the crystal ball, and the whole crystal ball lit up instantly, and then emitted a red light in the next second. Not bad, Zhou Sen blurted out when he saw the red light. Zhou Rui rolled her eyes slightly when she heard her father say these 3 words. But Zhou Rui also understood that now is the time to show goodwill to Yang Bo. If Yang Bo is praised too much, it may make this young man feel proud. Zhou Sen was actually very surprised, because the red color displayed this time represented danger. That is to say, Yang Bo's light superpower was already threatening to a certain extent. I practiced for a long time before I learned this laser, but I can only release it a few times a day, and I have to accumulate energy after releasing it. Yang Bo tried his best to make himself sound weaker, so that people who knew him would think less of him, so that when others wanted to target him, he would give them a surprise. Because if his secrets were leaked, it would definitely be leaked by someone he knew. You are already in a very good state. After all, you have awakened your superpowers for too short a time. What Zhou Sen said was true. In this short period of time, Yang Bo's superpowers has such attack power, which can be said to be a genius among geniuses. And he also has such a perverted ability to make medicine. It can be said that it has exceeded Zhou Sen's expectations. Zhou Sen originally thought that Yang Bo's light superpowers were just average. Of course, it is precisely because Yang Bo has such a genius ability that Zhou Sen will find a way to get materials for Yang Bo, and then personally build a set of armor. You know, a set of armor is worth a lot of money. Not to mention customized master forging. Such armor cannot be measured by money at all, because customized armor can save lives at critical moments. Don't think that the difference between ordinary armor and customized armor is only a few percent of energy utilization. But at critical moments, these few percent of energy can save lives. The battle between superpowers is a competition of energy. Even if the opponent has 0.1% more energy, the opponent is the winner. These are the energy metals I found. Try to stimulate them with your energy. If the test results are not satisfactory, I will find a way to help you find them again. Zhou Sen brought Yang Bo to another room. This room has a lot of modern equipment, many of which Yang Bo can only see from the forging video given to him by Master Zhang. Forging was indeed an ancient technology in the past, just like the pharmaceutical industry in the past. However, with the development of science and technology, more and more equipment can help people improve their technology and make better products. Of course, Yang Bo pretended not to recognize these equipment and glanced at them and didn't look at them. In fact, he was thinking about whether he should not show Rui's father unconscious and take these things back to his laboratory. The equipment in the laboratory here is worth at least 1 billion yuan. And all the equipment used for forging needs to be customized, because such expensive equipment is not affordable for every forger. Only high-level forgers can use it. So the number of these devices is relatively small, with a small number. The R&D, design, manufacturing and operation costs are high, and the price is naturally inflated. Yang Bo saw Zhou Sen holding a piece of metal. The strange thing is that this piece of metal is like an egg, and the whole is silvery white. There are some wrinkles on the surface, which looks a bit strange. Yang Bo picked up this piece of silvery white metal the size of an egg and input energy. Of course, Yang Bo used the light superpower at this time. The next second, a magical scene happened. This egg-sized silvery white metal gave off a faint light, but there was a layer of halo outside this faint light. Two uncivilized voices came out in succession. One from Zhou Sen's mouth, and the other was of course Zhou Rui. Isn't it right? Yang Bo didn't have anything to hide in this regard, because it was just a test of the compatibility between his own energy and the energy metal. That is, how much the energy frequency was the same. I've only seen your state in the information. The two of them are indeed superpowers, and they are top superpowers. Zhou Sen quickly reacted and spoke. Then Zhou Sen opened a safe that isolated various detection equipment and energy fluctuations, and took out a piece of silver white metal from it. This piece of silver white metal is like a cluster of crystals, but it is a triangular columnar structure. What is this? Yang Bo felt that this thing didn't seem to be a naturally generated energy metal. It wouldn't exist in nature, right? This is the ore of light energy metal. Try it. The sphere I gave you just now is a piece of each ore I peeled off and then fused into a sphere, because even the energy metals in the same vein will have certain frequency differences. Normally, there should be pieces of light spots on the sphere in your hand, and this piece of light spot is a light energy metal ore. But you are in this full attribute state now. I have only heard of it, but never seen it. After Zhou Sen explained, Yang Bo understood. The full attribute state that my father said means that you can use all the light energy metals to build any armor and weapons in the future, and there will be no frequency difference problem at all. Zhou Rui also reacted and quickly explained to Yang Bo. Is this good? Yang Bo heard such a statement for the first time, and asked quickly. Of course. This way, forging armor and various weapons and equipment for you does not require any testing or screening. According to my plan, if you can use 1/10 of the light attribute energy metal I chose this time, it will be great, because each piece of energy metal or has a different energy frequency. That means you can use other people's light attribute energy armor and energy weapons at will in the future. But to be safe, let's test it again, Zhou Sen said as he took out 2 more pieces of ore from the box under the safe. How is this energy metal formed? It is completely energy metal, and it does not need to be smelted? Yang Bo looked at the light attribute energy metal, and the ore felt a little strange. The forging of energy metal has nothing to do with smelting. Zhou Sen explained patiently. I heard that there is a composite energy metal. Is this good? Compound energy metal is a scam for laymen. We experts call it garbage. Zhou Sen's words made Yang Bo a little confused. Chapter 424 Explanation. Single attribute energy metals can self-repair as long as there is sufficient energy. Compound energy metals cannot self-repair due to internal energy. Compound energy metals are generally used to make consumables, such as mechas or certain consumables for warships. Zhou Sen continued to explain. Yang Bo suddenly realized that the mecha in his mecha space has the ability to self-repair. Of course, it consumes energy. So where does the compound energy metal come from? Yang Bo asked again with great curiosity. Composite energy metals are generally man-made products. That is, people first cast the product, and then let the energy slowly blend into the product in the energy furnace. However, the finished product rate in the energy furnace is very low, because the energy distribution is uneven, which can easily lead to unqualified products. So the parts of composite energy metal are expensive. Of course, compared with real energy metals, composite energy metals are more cost-effective. And composite energy metals are generally used on sensitive equipment, which will prevent others from disassembling their products. Just like many key parts of mechas are made of composite energy metals. These energy metals also have certain energy frequencies. Even if they are the same model of mechas, the energy frequencies of key parts may be different. This is actually a monopoly of mecha companies. If a mecha is broken, it can only be sent back to the original factory for repair. If you disassemble and replace it without authorization, it is likely to cause damage to the mecha. Of course, this is also to prevent the mecha from being obtained and disassembled by the other company. Each mecha company has a professional energy ratio on this, which mainly depends on the energy furnace. Zhou Sen introduced a lot in one breath. Yang Bo didn't expect that there was so much knowledge in a mecha, and the mecha company would make so many restrictions in order to protect its own interests and technology. Uncle Zhou knows so much. Yang Bo couldn't help but praise Zhou Sen. Zhou Sen laughed when he heard Yang Bo's words. Mechas are not difficult in our eyes, but the control system of mechas is more complicated. But now that mechas are open, I believe that one day, in the future, we will be allowed to manufacture some relatively low-level mechas. We can solve the hardware equipment of mechas, but more software systems are still unsolvable because their application scenarios are too complicated. Every time a mecha company launches a new mecha, it needs countless tests, because once there are some defects, these mechas are likely to become scrap when war comes. And with the current science becoming more and more advanced, the situation of mechas is becoming more and more dangerous. And I heard that some research institutions have developed mechas that can perform space jumps. But they are probably still experimental. When Yang Bo heard Zhou Sen's words, he wanted to pinch the neck of the middle-aged man in front of him and force him to ask about this matter clearly. A mecha that can perform space jumps? Isn't this prepared for me? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. It would be too convenient for such a mecha to run away. However, the energy required for space jumps is too great for a single mecha to bear. In addition, the cost of manufacturing a mecha capable of space jumps is too high. According to my estimation, it is worth at least tens of billions of credit points. Because the mecha must form an energy field to protect the people inside the mecha during space jumps. Zhou Sen was not surprised to see Yang Bo like to hear about mechas. Because no one in the Alliance doesn't like mechas. People here have been brainwashed by the Alliance since childhood. And the cannon fodder profession is extremely noble. So Zhou Sen told Yang Bo more news, but in my opinion, this kind of mecha has no application scenario. First of all, the price is too expensive. People who really have tens of billions of credit points might as well buy a spaceship. Moreover, these people have many bodyguards around them. So there will be no safety problems. Father, Jean Letian. Zhou Rui couldn't help reminding beside him. Jean Letian should have been targeted by his enemies for a long time this time. Otherwise it would be impossible to get on his spaceship so easily and find his hiding place easily. Zhou Sen shook his head when he heard this. Yang Bo was also curious when he heard this. Is Zhang Daoyu being sought for revenge by his enemies? Jean Letian is now called Zhang Daoyu on the internet, because others talk about Jean Letian. Zhang Lishan's lawyer team sued others and asked others for compensation. And there is a high probability that Jean Letian will get compensation. Many people scold Jean Letian on the internet. Jean Letian was robbed. And now he is robbing the majority of netizens. If each person is compensated for 1,000 credit points, as long as 100 million people are compensated, then the investment will be recovered. There is a mark on the back of the robber's energy armor helmet. Anyone who is a forger can see this mark at first glance. Zhou Sen nodded when he heard this. Zhou Rui heard this and thought about the video she watched but still couldn't think of it. So she asked, "Father, why don't I remember it? What is the mark?" "It's the part where Jean Letian was hit against the wall by the robber. You can see a mark on the back of the robber's helmet. The color of the helmet is black, and the mark on the back is slightly raised." You all watched the fun, watching these billionaires being hit against the wall, while we forgers saw more of this guy's armor. So we were able to find the difference at the first time. Zhou Sen explained to Zhou Rui after hearing this. "Uncle Zhou, just tell me." Yang Bo didn't expect someone to notice it so quickly. But what the other party said was true. Different people focus on different things. As a forger, he would definitely observe what armor and energy weapons the robber used at the first time. It should be the Golden Shield Company. The bulge on the back of the robber's helmet is the Golden Shield Company's logo. But there is no evidence to show that the robber has a direct relationship with the Golden Shield Company. But I personally guess that this person should be from the Golden Shield Company. The people of Ping and Technology Company may be retaliated again next. Why do you say that? Zhou Rui still didn't remember what her father said. But she couldn't help asking after hearing such words. Because the robber's armor is very special. Zhou Sen just said this and stopped talking. Zhou Sen saw that Yang Bo and Zhou Rui were looking at him. So he explained, "This is related to the style of the armor and the forging technology. You won't understand even if I tell you. Let me tell you this. The person who can forge this set of armor must have the strength of a forging master. Or even a forging grandmaster." Zhou Rui took a breath after hearing this. It seems that there are only 4 masters in the Forging Master Guild. Right? It's like this. It is said that the collapse of the Golden Shield Company was due to the discovery of some material that could change the world. As forgers, we used to scoff at this statement. But after watching the video this time, we found that this statement is very likely to be true. First of all, the energy weapon in the hands of the robbers is too bright. It looks like an energy body, and an energy body of extremely high purity. And the material of the safety cabin can only be cut open by energy of extremely high purity. The material of the spacecraft safety cabin can only be destroyed by energy. And any physical damage has little effect. We estimated that the power of the energy weapon in the hands of the robbers can be equivalent to the power of the entire spacecraft. Zhou Rui asked in disbelief when she heard this. "Father, do you mean that the energy power of that small energy weapon is equivalent to the energy power of a spacecraft? How else to explain it?" "The only explanation now is this." Zhou Sen shrugged his shoulders and replied. Yang Bo didn't expect that his casual trick would be studied by these people, and a truth was found. Moreover, Yang Bo found that Zhou Sen's statement was very beneficial to him. When he dealt with the Zhang family again in the future, others would not think of young Master Zhang, but would just think that they were people from the Golden Shield Company, and were seeking revenge against the shareholders of the Ping and Company. "Uncle Zhou, you know a lot." Yang Bo praised Zhou Sen, but felt a little disgusted by this flattering remark. However, in order to learn more from Zhou Sen in the future, it didn't matter if he flattered him a little. It's not good to know too much. People living in the world have many problems. Zhou Sen didn't know what he was thinking about. And he spoke. "Your talent is excellent. Your all-attribute talent is rare. You will have a good way to go in the future, and a wide range of growth." Zhou Sen talked about Yang Bo's talent again. "Uncle Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Although Yang Bo had a guess, Zhou Sen didn't give a definite answer, and Yang Bo didn't dare to be sure. So he took the opportunity to speak now. "It's very simple. You can use anyone's light attribute armor or energy weapon in the future. And you can also use any light attribute energy stone to replenish your energy. That means your light attribute energy frequency is full frequency. The biggest limitation of superpowers in their growth process is equipment. Many people cannot collect energy metals for customized armor in their lifetime, because the energy frequencies of the same attribute are different. The Alliance recommends that superpowers should not use energy stones to restore energy when there is no threat to their lives. This is because any energy stone has a different energy frequency from their own energy. None of them is 100% suitable, or very rare. A simpler example is like the power supply of electrical appliances. If the electrical equipment and the power supply do not match each other, one of them will be damaged. Using energy stones of the same attribute to replenish your own energy, the greater the frequency difference, the greater the damage to the body. The most critical is the damage to the nerves and brain. You don't exist. As long as you encounter danger. As long as it is a light attribute energy stone. You can replenish energy without causing any damage to your body. So you have a bright future ahead of you. But I suggest that only the three of us know about this. And it's best not to let the fourth person know. Zhou Sen's explanation confirmed Yang Bo's guess. And Yang Bo became even more curious about whether his other superpowers were all attribute. So how did he get this all attribute talent? I know that any superpower user must keep their superpower secret. Yang Bo nodded affirmatively. Zhou Sen chuckled. You are wrong. What I mean is that your all attribute talent is very rare. Once others know about it, you will become the best test subject in many people's minds. You must have grown up in society for so many years, and know that the alliance is not as bright as it seems. There is still a lot of darkness. The incident of Sihai Pharmaceutical Company some time ago. Such a large company went bankrupt. Everyone in it was arrested. And then the executives disappeared and committed suicide. All in a very short time. And most people seemed to have disordered memories, and did not realize that the company suddenly disappeared. Sihai Company used ordinary citizens to conduct genetic drug experiments, and colluded with other illegal organizations. And maybe even sold citizens biological samples. Zhou Sen further explained in detail. Don't worry, Yang Bo. I am a member of parliament now. And our bounty hunter union has enough strength to protect you. It is to avoid trouble if you don't let others know about this matter. Zhou Rui saw Yang Bo next to him, and thought that Yang Bo was scared. So she quickly patted Yang Bo's hand and said, Yang Bo was not afraid at all. He just wished someone would catch him to do experiments and take him to the laboratory. There were so many talented people in those laboratories. Maybe he could gain several thousand points of pharmaceutical skills. However, after hearing Zhou Rui comforting him like this, he nodded. Thank you, Sister Rui. This is the style of the armor. Take it back and have a look. Each armor has its special properties. But I suggest you take the attack route. Because your superpower attack is very strong. Whether it is the penetration of the laser or the purity of the laser, it has reached the highest level at the same stage as you. Zhou Sen took out a book and handed it to Yang Bo. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Yang Bo nodded quickly. In the future, he can adjust the appearance of the armor more when he goes out to do bad things. But let me tell you first, forging armor is not a day or two. It takes at least 2 or 3 years, maybe 5 or 6 years, because I don't have professional design equipment here. Zhou Sen spoke again. Yang Bo nodded, but muttered in his heart, isn't Zhou Sen stalling for time? Let's go up first. Zhou Sen said when he saw that today's task was completed. And at the same time he thought to himself that he must let Zhou Rui catch this guy in front of him. He has all the attributes of light superpowers. He is a super genius with full buffs. And he is also a super pharmacist. More importantly, the laser released by this guy has reached a rare level of purity and penetration. And his talent is also very good. After all, he has mastered the ability to release lasers at a low level. If he is a little higher, this guy will be a human laser cannon. The three of them just came up from the basement. And suddenly the atmosphere was wrong. Old Joe, you still like this simple decoration? There were actually 3 people in armor in the room above. And all 3 of them were holding laser guns in their hands. Not laser pistols. Chapter 425 Error. Yang Bo was a little confused. How could these people break into someone else's house so blatantly? In addition, Yang Bo thought again. Could this be another conspiracy of Zhou Rui and others? So Yang Bo hid behind Zhou Sen and Zhou Rui at the first time. Zhou Sen's face was very ugly. He didn't expect these guys to break into his house. Zhou Rui's face was also very ugly. She said, how did you get in? Thank you for this. Your villa has no intelligent system. We just opened the door and came in. The 3 people wearing armor can only see the armor wrapped in it, but can't see who is inside. One of the 3 people is a circle bigger, and the other 2 are of normal size. Judging from the appearance of the armor, they should be males. And the armor of these 3 people seems to be tailor-made and fits the body very well. The armor of the 3 people is gray, but one of them has a ball of blue flame on his chest. And the one who is a circle bigger has white stripes on his chest. Another person has a golden shield on his chest. The one who spoke had a blue flame on his chest. Zhou Sen's face was a little gloomy. If he was alone in this situation, he could still escape at all costs. Now he not only had his daughter, but also Yang Bo. Please retreat to the basement below. Otherwise the laser guns in our hands will open fire. Old Zhou will know how we got in when he sees our armor. Even if we open fire, we can still leave this planet smoothly. The guy with the blue flame on his chest spoke threateningly, and shook the laser gun in his hand. You can see the laser gun, which is fully charged, which means it can be activated at any time. You, Zhou Rui just said a word. She was immediately interrupted by the other party. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you don't go in, we will beat you three into a ball of fire. You retreat? Zhou Sen heard this, and asked Zhou Rui and Yang Bo to retreat. Yang Bo hurriedly retreated a long way after hearing this, almost retreating to the basement below. After seeing Yang Bo retreat, Zhou Rui also felt a headache. She was careless this time. She should have sent someone to follow her secretly. And this time she was mainly here to see her father. So she did it in a more secretive way. Zhou Rui looked at the other party's 3 laser guns, measured her own strength, and had to retreat. Old Zhou, we have been looking for you for more than 30 years, and we didn't expect to find you. The 3 people on the opposite side saw Yang Bo and Zhou Rui retreat to the basement, and they also pressed forward step by step. The guy with the blue flame on his chest said proudly, because the basement has a strong shielding function, the 3 people can use their means to get anything they want from Zhou Sen. Zhou Sen sneered when he heard this. But the next second, he saw the armor of the 3 people glowing slightly. Old Zhou, we won't give you a chance. Your strength is indeed very strong. But that was 30 years ago. I guess the injury you suffered 30 years ago has not been fully recovered. How did you find me? Zhou Sen's face was not good, because he had just returned and his enemies followed him. Obviously, someone betrayed him this time. Old Zhou, I didn't expect that after living for decades, you still don't want to admit some things. Some of your old friends betrayed you. Now I tell you the truth. Do you feel sad? The man in the blue flame armor said with a little teasing tone, more with sarcasm. It's been more than 30 years. I thought I would never find you again in this life. But I didn't expect you to appear by yourself. The man in the blue flame armor was in a very happy mood, because after decades of tracking, there was finally a result. And now he is sure to win. Zhou Sen, a disabled man, has a daughter with some strength, and a passerby. Decades of wishes are finally coming true. So the man in the blue flame armor is in a very happy mood. Do you know why we hate you to the core but didn't kill you? Zhou Sen's face became even worse when he heard this. And he answered with gritted teeth, because I'm young? The man in the blue flame armor laughed. It's good to deal with smart people. Because you're young. And it's because you're young that your old friend betrayed you. Your old friend doesn't have many years left to live. And you're younger. It looks like you used the life energy stone. The only condition of your old friend is to get the life energy stone from you. And of course, this is what we want. Zhou Sen sighed in his heart when he heard this. When they were young, everyone was not afraid of death. But when they got older, everyone was more afraid of death. Zhou Sen looked at the 3 fully armed people who wanted to take action. And there was no possibility at all. The light of the other party's armor meant that the other party had made defenses. Zhou Sen looked back at the bottom of the stairs, and found that Zhou Rui was signaling to him to hurry down. Zhou Sen didn't have any good ideas now. So he looked at the 3 people again and said, I can tell you about the energy stone. But you have to let my daughter go. The 3 people on the opposite side heard Zhou Sen say this, although they were a little suspicious. But they were more happy because the guy on the opposite side had reached the end of the road. Before the 3 people had time to say anything, they saw Zhou Sen's figure flash and disappear in an instant. The 3 people were startled and quickly stepped back. The armor on their bodies became brighter. But they saw that the other party actually retreated to the bottom of the stairs. The 3 people also rushed forward. But at this time a laser shot up. This laser almost hit one of them. The armor on the 3 people was so scared that they became brighter and retreated quickly. How is it possible that they also have laser weapons? The 3 people were shocked. And at this time, another laser shot up from the bottom of the stairs. Old friends outside, come in if you have the guts. Zhou Sen shouted loudly in the basement under the stairs. There are no laser weapons in this basement. And these 2 lasers were released by Yang Bo to bluff. However, Zhou Sen also knew that the other party dared not come in easily. And as long as he delayed time, the final victory would be on his side. Zhou Sen was a little regretful while shouting, and he would prepare some laser weapons in the basement if he had known earlier. However, when Zhou Sen left before, the Bounty Hunter Union had almost no influence on March Star, and it was still an illegal organization, so it did not dare to stockpile laser weapons and other things. As for the base in the mountain, that is of course another matter. After all, this is a formal and open foothold. Zhou Sen, Don't be complacent. The man in the blue flame armor was furious. The man in the blue flame armor had confirmed through various information channels that there were no powerful weapons in the basement of this house. So the three of them came several days after Zhou Sen came back. I didn't expect Zhou Sen to have energy weapons prepared in the basement. Zhou Sen didn't dare to show his head because he was not sure if the other party had any other weapons. Zhou Rui was anxiously looking at the watch on her hand. But it was a pity that this place not only blocked energy fluctuations, but also blocked any means of communication. Isn't there an emergency communication facility in the basement? Yang Bo was also a little anxious. If three guys came in wearing armor, would he take action or not? Once he took action, would he expose himself? And would he kill everyone? No. No matter what communication facilities, they can be invaded. Even external circuits can be invaded. Zhou Rui said when she heard this. Generally, people prepare basements with independent energy systems and independent survival systems. We are different from you. The energy we use is provided by the municipal government. Zhou Rui thought of Yang Bo's villa, which has an independent energy supply system. So she explained, not everyone has as much money as you do and can build a fortress with an independent system. Yang Bo asked curiously, weren't you in a legal organization before? Why didn't you put some self-defense equipment at home? Zhou Sen was speechless when he heard this. It is precisely because we are an illegal organization that we have a thorough understanding of the laws of March Star. And our illegal organizations all have other competitors. Hiding weapons and equipment for self-defense at home is equivalent to giving the other party a handle or seeking death. Yang Bo found that what Zhou Sen said made sense. And he forgot that Zhou Sen and his people did not have anything like dimensional boxes. And there was no way to hoard various weapons and equipment. Otherwise, they might have been destroyed by the authorities long ago. After all, the authorities would not allow an organization that hoarded various dangerous weapons to exist. The authorities have a tolerance for these illegal organizations. What should we do? The other party is fully armed. Not only with laser guns, but also with energy armor? Yang Bo was a little worried, but also a little looking forward to seeing what Zhou Rui and his father could do. I just came back here a few days ago and haven't contacted others yet. Zhou Sen heard this and answered while looking at Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was also a little distressed. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are holidays, and I won't have a work appointment until Monday at the latest. And this is not my registered address. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard this. In these residential areas of the Alliance, the households basically don't interact with each other. And this planet is originally a tourist planet. Some people who bought a house may not come here for several years. Of course, there are also people who died at home for 10 or 8 years, and were discovered by the authorities because of various arrears. Because in these residential areas, every citizen's house is an absolute private space. Zhou Sen, hand over your things. Otherwise we will never stop. At this moment, a voice sounded at the staircase. The man in the blue flame armor raised his arm. There was a transparent energy shield on his arm, but it was a little small, with a diameter of only about 30 centimeters. Through the transparent energy shield, the man in the blue armor shouted to the basement. Impossible. The things were originally mine, and you shameless guys wanted to steal my things. Zhou Sen heard this, and answered next to the door of the basement below. What a joke. That thing was originally entrusted to you to find. The man in the blue flame armor argued. You gave us wrong information at the beginning, causing heavy losses to our team members. And you wanted to kill us afterwards. In our team, I was the only one who survived. Zhou Sen said this very calmly. But Yang Bo saw the hatred in Zhou Sen's eyes. We didn't have the idea of killing you to silence you at all. Some of you wanted to leak this thing. The man in the blue flame armor spoke again. Yang Bo was getting more and more curious. What could be worth Zhou Sen leaving his family and coming to March Star to hide? And then, he was pursued by someone for decades. It must be something very valuable. Zhou Rui was always on high alert. Yang Bo could slightly feel the energy fluctuations on her body. Don't you have anything useful in your basement? Yang Bo didn't know what to do next, because he didn't expect to be blocked in the basement in the city, and with other people. Yang Bo couldn't help cursing in his heart. These bastards are really capable of fighting alone. But they have to wait for the crowd to block him. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui in front of him, and Zhou Sen next to him, wondering if he should find a chance to knock them out later. Otherwise, what should he do in this situation? He can't be conspicuous. Otherwise, many things will be exposed. At the same time, Yang Bo also regretted it. If he does anything in the future, he must think of the worst. I just wanted to guard against Zhou Rui and Zhou Senator. I didn't expect that these two people would be so troublesome. These three people outside seem to be quite powerful. I don't know what kind of organization this is, and whether they have done anything illegal or criminal. In Yang Bo's mind, the three people on the opposite side are not necessarily bad people. They may also be Zhou Rui's father, who did something wrong to others first. Everyone's idea of good and bad is not exactly the same. Yang Bo's idea of good and bad is not to measure by the laws of the Alliance. The Alliance's shitty laws are not justice or injustice. They are just tools used by capitalists and dignitaries to restrain others. So if someone comes to settle accounts with him and involves himself because of Zhou Sen, Yang Bo does not think that the other party is a bad person. Of course, this is the current situation. If three people rush in to deal with him later, he will definitely fight back. The attitude of being a person should be more flexible. It's just some materials. But it takes a long time to make these materials into armor. Zhou Sen shook his head with a wry smile. What about the shield? Or other bombs? Yang Bo asked hurriedly after hearing this. Hey, Yang Bo. You are still quick to react. I can make some things. As long as abnormal energy fluctuations are emitted, it will attract the attention of the Alliance police. Zhou Sen said hurriedly after hearing this. Lock the door of the basement. When I make something good to attract the Alliance police, the three outside will definitely run away. Chapter 426, the whole story. Yang Bo was also very curious when he heard this. What kind of fun stuff could Zhou Sen make? Is the door to the basement okay? Yang Bo was a little worried about the defense of the basement door. The main reason was that the Alliance attached great importance to personal privacy. When they came, they did not notify other people. It was not until Monday that someone discovered that Zhou Rui did not go to the meeting. And then someone came to check. No one knew what would happen in the next 2 days, because these three guys could blatantly enter other people's villas. And they must have some tricks. It shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Sen heard this and looked at the door of the basement carefully, because he was not sure whether the other party had any other equipment. He was not sure. They just blatantly broke into other people's homes. And this is a high-end community? Yang Bo heard this and was unsure. Although he was not afraid, he asked the question he wanted to ask for a long time. This is a camouflage ability that their armor has. Their armor is currently the highest quality armor in the Interstellar, with many incredible abilities. Zhou Sen explained when he heard this. Yang Bo was instantly interested when he heard this. There was actually such a battle armor. Is this kind of battle armor expensive? Yang Bo asked quickly when he heard this. Subconsciously, he wanted Zhou Sen to forge such a battle armor for him. Such a battle armor is of course very expensive. The three of them have different abilities in their battle armor. The blue flame one should be the main attacker. The golden shield one should be the defense. And the other one should be the auxiliary. This auxiliary has a certain ability to affect the alarm system of this community. I don't come here often. Otherwise, I can get some things to defend this place. Zhou Sen said this with some regret. Zhou Sen has always lived in a farm far away, which has very strict defenses and is not easy for people to approach. Because private territories can make any regulations as long as they do not violate the laws of the Alliance and do not infringe on the rights of neighbors next door. This place was originally prepared to temporarily receive Yang Bo, and most of the subsequent armor forging will still be done on the farm, destroying the alarm system. Is it an intrusion system? Yang Bo was very curious about this, because he also liked to do some illegal things. But he was always afraid of being discovered. All detection equipment is related to energy. Even the kind of video surveillance equipment uses the refraction of light to form an image. As long as you know the energy frequency of the detection equipment and the monitoring equipment, it is easy to avoid the detection equipment and the monitoring equipment. Although the detection frequency of the official alarm system and monitoring equipment is random, they all have a rule because they are all controlled by programs. People who use camouflage armor must have high mental power, which is equivalent to the computing power of the human brain to reach the computing power of the optical brain. These guys have also spent a lot of money to target me. Zhou Sen shook his head and controlled the mechanical equipment next to him while speaking, and closed the door of the basement. Many basements use mechanical control because this is to prepare for super wars. Without energy support, the equipment controlled by the energy system becomes a decoration. When people first built this kind of basement, they also made various intelligent systems. As a result, when testing, they found that once they were attacked with high intensity, The intelligence system was also unreliable. Regardless of any intelligent system, it relies on energy to transmit data. Whether it is an optical signal, an electrical signal, or a quantum signal. Once it is hit by a huge energy impact, these things will be destroyed. That is, the related equipment will also be destroyed. So many basements use full mechanical control. Although it is a little troublesome and tiring, it has the highest safety factor. Yang Bo didn't expect Zhou Rui's father to know so much, and felt like he had dug up a treasure. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that he was rubbish, so he didn't expect to learn any abilities from Zhou Rui's father. But it was good to gain experience. Just like what I heard today was not mentioned in the information given by Master Zhang. Of course, it may also be that Master Zhang's forger level is not enough, so he is not clear about these situations. Yang Bo knows that there is a strict hierarchy in both the Forger Union and the Pharmacist Union. Even in terms of knowledge, it is difficult for a senior forger to obtain the knowledge of a master-level forger, and it requires a great price. The alliance has developed to this point. Although it is free and equal on the surface, there has long been a huge class in the dark. Uncle Zhou, what kind of weapons are you going to make to alert the police? Yang Bo thought Zhou Sen was going to prepare some powerful weapons, so he asked, I didn't say I was going to make weapons. I'll need your help when I make them later. Zhou Sen shook his head. Uncle Zhou can't make weapons. Yang Bo was a little unconvinced by this answer. It's not that I can't make weapons, but it's illegal to make weapons by myself. And it's not cost-effective to make weapons by myself. If I make weapons by myself, I might as well buy them on the black market. If I make a laser gun with the same power, it will cost about 20 times more than the purchase price. And it may take a year. While if I buy it, it will arrive in 3 months at the latest. With the development of technology at this time, many weapons and equipment are very cheap. Of course, this does not include the equipment investment, Zhou Sen said as he walked to the other side of the basement. At this time, the red light in the basement came on. These guys are attacking the door of the basement. We have to act quickly. Zhou Sen saw this scene and said, but I don't know anything. Yang Bo pretended that he didn't know anything. I'll make this myself. This time I'm actually making a simple explosive device. The principle is very simple. Just like when a laser cannon hits a person who is using superpowers, it will explode. To put it bluntly, it's energy conflict. Fortunately, I bought a lot of energy metal ores this time. I just need to make an energy conflict structure with several metal ores with different properties. When the time comes, as long as your laser hits this prop, there will be a huge explosion. Zhou Sen said what he wanted to make, but Yang Bo didn't understand what it was specifically. Then, Zhou Sen came to a door in the basement and said, it's very dangerous to forge this kind of device. You wait outside. It will take me about 10 hours. Then, without waiting for Yang Bo and Zhou Rui to speak, he closed the door of this house, which was also made of battleship armor. Let's guard the gate. I hope those guys outside don't have equipment that can break the basement door. Then I'll have to trouble you to release the laser to scare them. Zhou Rui spoke only now. No problem. Yang Bo was not worried at all that the 3 people on the other side would come in and kill him. He was just worried about how to kill the other side without being exposed. Of course, the best result is that Zhou Sen successfully made the equipment and detonated it to attract the police. Otherwise, he would have to take action. After all, the 3 guys outside were so arrogant. If the door of the basement was open this time, they would probably kill him. I'm sorry. I brought you to such a dangerous place this time. I was careless. I didn't expect that my father's mortal enemy would follow my father to March Star. Zhou Rui now felt a little regretful. It was mainly the Bounty Hunter Union. There were too many changes during this period of time this year. Zhou Rui had few people available. Some of the Bounty Hunter Union members joined Wang Mushua's fleet. Some assisted the official in doing things. And some even changed their identities and directly entered certain government departments. So the Bounty Hunter Union's control over the foreign illegal organizations on March Star was reduced. Zhou Rui secretly vowed in her heart that after this time, she must expand the personnel of the Bounty Hunter Guild again and monitor the gray area of March Star again. Sister Rui, this is not your fault. I was too excited. What can Yang Bo say? The 3 little Karami outside are not enough for him to slap. Zhou Rui came to the monitoring room and saw 3 people in armor outside, violently destroying the door of the basement. I was too careless. And I was too busy recently. I grew up too fast recently. With the identity of a counselor. I am a little dull in my perception of danger. Zhou Rui watched three guys outside using laser guns to destroy the door of the basement. It's a pity that the structure of the basement here is not as solid as mine. Yang Bo had just seen it. And the structure of this basement was like a paper shell compared to his own. This can't be compared with yours. Zhou Rui certainly knew Yang Bo's private villa. What illegal organization are these three people from? Yang Bo looked at the three people wearing armor, which was not something that ordinary people could wear. So he asked curiously. They are from the George family of Seja State in the Crimson Federation. Seja State is ranked 6th among the 45 states in the Crimson Federation. It has 3 administrative stars, hundreds of mineral stars, a large main fleet, and 3 destroyer fleets. This state is ruled by the George family, although there is a parliament on the surface. My father and some companions formed an adventure team. At that time, my father was already a senior blacksmith. He formed an adventure team with his companions to look for energy metal veins. One day, a friend of my father received an adventure mission, which was to go to an abandoned mineral star to find something. Mineral stars are more dangerous, especially those that have been mined. The entire planet is mined by automatic mining robots. And all the mining is various tunnels. Yang Bo. I don't know if you have heard of interstellar creatures. Interstellar creatures are completely different from us. They can directly absorb any energy to grow. These interstellar creatures can absorb various rays, light, and heat in the universe. There are also some mutant creatures, since the unmanned mining equipment on the mineral planet also needs maintenance, and the number of people is relatively small. Various pets are allowed to be brought with them. Some pets will mutate due to energy radiation. Of course, the probability of this is very small, whether it is encountering interstellar creatures or mutant creatures. And encountering interstellar creatures and mutant creatures is also the dream of every adventurer. These have high scientific research value. Zhou Rui said this while looking at Yang Bo, who was listening to her silently, and then looked at the 3 guys in armor outside the video, who seemed to be discussing something. Yang Bo looked at the monitor in front of him, which was still very old-fashioned. But he could understand that the energy consumption required for virtual projection was not low. This kind of separate basement saves energy first, because the longer the energy can be used, the longer the circulation system of the basement can be maintained. Zhou Rui continued, but the client lied. The mineral planet they gave is a mineral planet from the ancient times. The ancient times refer to the time of interstellar development. At that time, space jumps had not yet been discovered. At that time, the intelligent programs and various facilities were not as developed as they are now. At that time, the mineral planet needed a lot of people. It is also necessary to build various bases on the mineral planet. These bases have a long self-sustaining capacity, and some can even allow people to survive in them for 50 or 60 years. But this kind of alien base is more dangerous, because most of the mineral planets have no atmosphere. So any tiny space debris can cause fatal damage to the alien base. There are too many unknown factors in such mineral planets. In some of them, people who died at that time can be found to be in their original state. The things were found, but my father's team lost 1/3 of its members. According to the regulations, the client should compensate the adventure team in such a situation. I didn't expect that the client would not only not pay, but also kill people to silence them. Our Zhou family actually has a considerable influence in the Scarlet Federation, but we have no way to fight against the client. The Zhou family drove me and my father out, and my mother left us at that time. Fortunately, my father had a fake identity in the Bounty Hunter Union, and used points to apply for the task of opening up the March Star branch, and then came here. This time, my father also felt that he was old, and those old friends wanted to meet again, and collect some materials for you to make armor. I didn't expect to be betrayed by my father's old friends. I'm sorry that you got into trouble. Zhou Rui told the whole story. I should say sorry to Uncle Zhou. If I hadn't gone out to collect materials for me, there wouldn't be such trouble today. Yang Bo didn't care about the danger, but Zhou Rui had such an attitude. Yang Bo felt very satisfied. Yang Bo had a good idea, so he took many things lightly. If Yang Bo's strength was not enough, he would look at this matter completely differently, and he might blame Zhou Rui for putting himself in danger. For the same thing, different people have different attitudes towards the problem, and the biggest thing is their own strength. As long as you have enough confidence, you will not be afraid of any wind and rain. These guys seem to have left. Yang Bo looked at the door of the basement. and the 3 people outside disappeared. Our system has been interfered with, and we can't see them in the monitoring equipment. Zhou Rui shook her head and replied. Yang Bo's eyes widened, and at this moment, Zhou Rui turned on a switch. Then Yang Bo saw 3 people appear in the video, and these 3 people seemed to be discussing something. How did they do it? Yang Bo almost took out his armor and energy weapons, went out to kill that guy, and see if he could explode any superpowers. The light refraction of the video camera is also a kind of energy. I just activated the energy interference on the video camera. Unless the energy frequency of his disguise is consistent with the energy interference frequency on my camera. Otherwise they will be displayed in the camera. You can see that the resolution of the camera is very blurry now. This is the result of the energy collision between the 2 sides. It is the man in the white striped armor who has such ability. He is the most blurry among the 3 people. This guy is very powerful. Look at the 3 of them now. They are about to disappear. As Zhou Rui was talking, she saw the figures of the 3 people in the video gradually faded. Yang Bo wanted to knock Zhou Rui out in front of him, and then go out to kill the 3 people. Yang Bo was thinking about how to get Zhou Rui out of the way, and then go out to make a fortune. Although he was not sure whether the other party had special superpowers. Even if the other party had special superpowers, it would not necessarily be possible to obtain the other party's abilities if he killed the other party. However, Yang Bo still held back, because these 3 people now seemed not to let him go. But they did not really take action. Yang Bo drew a bottom line for himself, and he could take the initiative to kill the other party in several situations. The first is of course those who are against him, such as those who want to fight him in a mecha. The second is those who are extremely evil and have sufficient evidence. He will never let them go. As for those who want to deal with him, but have not put it into practice, Yang Bo will not take the initiative to deal with them for the time being. I am a good person. 3 brothers, please help me and break the door and rush in as soon as possible. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. I don't know if these 3 guys will use some equipment to open the door of the basement. Zhou Rui said worriedly as she looked at the 3 people who disappeared, and then turned on the switch again, and found 3 more blurry figures. But she had no idea what the other party was doing. Yang Bo also shook his head, and then asked, Sister Rui, do you hate your mother? I don't hate anyone. Everyone has their own choices. Zhou Rui shook her head, a little curious about why Yang Bo was so gossipy. Yang Bo, aren't you afraid? Zhou Rui asked again. I now feel that fate controls everything. The dangers I have encountered are much more dangerous than this. I saw the laser cannon of the mecha on the planet Pato with my own eyes, turning many superpowers into fireworks. I also saw warships shooting at each other in the interstellar space, and countless lifeboats were ejected. I even dug a hole in the ground on the green demon star as a mouse, lurking for a long time, and survived by eating grass roots. At that time, I even heard the sound of the local monsters passing by and rubbing the grass leaves. This is Yang Bo's bragging. He killed people everywhere on the green demon star. The local natives had no choice but to give in when they saw Yang Bo. And there are so many rooms here. They opened the door, and we went into other rooms. Yang Bo looked indifferent. Zhou Rui really felt that Yang Bo was unlucky enough. He had experienced things that many people had never experienced in their lives. How can you say your luck is good? It's okay to say that you made the right choice to escape from Pato Star. Otherwise, you might have been killed by the Red Earl and his people after staying. But if you say you are lucky, you were hijacked on the spaceship and finally rescued. Then you encountered an interstellar war. The war between the 2 main fleets of the Green Demon Star and the pirate warships was the largest war in the past few hundred years. You also encountered it and experienced it personally. I think if I had such an experience, I would write a book. Zhou Rui couldn't tell whether Yang Bo's luck was good or bad. There is a confidentiality agreement. Besides, I have no talent for writing, so I guess what I write will be dry. Yang Bo shook his head. I found that I was lucky. I encountered several things around March Star. I have experienced many things. Now I feel it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't feel anything if I die. Yang Bo's explanation is very powerful. Yang Bo, do you like women? Maybe because they were alone and faced such danger. Zhou Rui asked half-jokingly. Of course I like it. When Yang Bo heard Zhou Rui ask this question, he felt a little dangerous, because women are too emotional. But he still answered seriously. So what do you think of me? Zhou Rui's next sentence made Yang Bo not know how to answer. Yang Bo scratched his head, looking at a loss. And then answered, I don't think you are a woman. Sister Rui, I feel that your style of doing things is like a man. When Zhou Rui heard this, her heart skipped a beat, because she had to pretend to be a president and a bald man. So Zhou Rui spent a long time learning to be such a man. You feel wrong. Zhou Rui quickly changed the subject, because Zhou Rui felt that what Yang Bo said was true. Yang Bo, I'd like to ask you a question. Does Lu Jijia still have life energy stones? Zhou Rui quickly changed the subject. Yang Bo shook his head when he heard this. Sister Rui, I have nothing to say about this. Yang Bo is not a fool, and he will not say these things in front of Zhou Rui, because even if he tells Zhou Rui about Lu Jijia's situation, how will Zhou Rui see him? I am presumptuous. Although she was rejected by Yang Bo, Zhou Rui felt that Yang Bo was a very reliable partner. This is how people think. When you say bad things about others behind their backs and others hear it, then the other party will never tell you anything about him in the future. Oh no! They brought in cutting equipment. These damn bastards. In order to cover up her embarrassment, Zhou Rui turned off the energy system on the monitor just now, and saw that the other party brought in some equipment. Yang Bo was now eager for the other party to rush in. Hearing this, he quickly asked, Sister Rui, how long will these cutting equipment take to cut? Not sure. I can't see the model and power of their cutting machine, but judging from the size, it should be a small device, and the door should last for 5 hours. Zhou Rui heard this and watched the video carefully, but it was a pity that it was all blurry. Then what should we do? Yang Bo also pretended to ask anxiously. If they cut a gap or move on the basement door later, you release lasers to attack them, interfere with their destruction, and try to delay time. Zhou Rui's mind was spinning frantically. And then she spoke. Chapter 427 Nuclear Battery. Sister Rui, I'm afraid my aim is not good enough. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't show too much. He hoped that the other party would rush in and attack him, so that he wouldn't have to break his bottom line. How many times can you release your superpowers now? Zhou Rui also felt that this matter was more difficult, because Yang Bo himself did not have much energy, and his superpower level was low. You can still release it 4 times. At most 5 times. Yang Bo estimated in his mind, and then spoke. Then be careful. Zhou Rui felt that this matter was terrible. Although the actions of the people outside could not be seen, the red light in the basement was flashing, which meant that someone had invaded here. Sister Rui, is the George family really so powerful? Yang Bo now wanted to find out about this George family. They are one of the oldest families, and the first family to engage in interstellar development. Their investments are spread all over the Interstellar. It is said that they also supported 2 pirate groups. Zhou Rui nodded. When Yang Bo heard this, he thought of his other identity. He wondered if the pirate party mentioned last time had been held. And where exactly was it? Yang Bo was ready to go back and check, and then asked, what items did Uncle Zhou and his friends find back then? It is said that it was the notes of a master of medicine. This master of medicine wanted to break through the level of grandmaster. So he searched the world for various mutant materials, and even released pollutants on certain planets, and then extracted some medicine materials from these polluted creatures. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo when she said this. Yang Bo didn't care. Even if he got the so-called notes, he couldn't learn it. And he also conducted research on the soul. And it is said that he made important discoveries. Later, because too many people knew about it, he was hunted down and fled all over the world. Zhou Rui saw that Yang Bo was not interested in what she said, and she was a little puzzled. After all, Yang Bo was a pharmacist. Thinking of this, Zhou Rui asked, you are not interested in these? It seems to depend on talent. If you don't have talent, it's useless to watch it. I don't have the habit of dreaming, let alone the Grandmaster. Even the master level is incredible. Yang Bo shrugged and said, you are very accurate. In fact, there is a pharmacist in my father's adventure team, but I just can't understand the content. Zhou Rui was a little skeptical about Yang Bo's words, but she still said so, because Zhou Rui thought it would be better if Yang Bo was interested. Then Yang Bo would not leave her if he wanted to see these things later. Zhou Rui certainly didn't know that Yang Bo had no talent and could only increase his skills by harvesting other people's skills. He didn't care about the Grandmaster at all. As long as he killed enough people, the Grandmaster would naturally come naturally. Since you can come out of the Crimson Federation, it seems that your Zhou family is quite powerful. Yang Bo has some ideas about Zhou Rui's hometown. After all, only one's own people know one's own people best. If Zhou Rui has any ideas about the family, then he doesn't mind changing his identity to help. Anyway, Master Zhang has already helped. So it doesn't matter if we help one more family here. In fact, the family is like this. If a big family wants to continue to develop, there will always be sacrifices. And it was my father who was willing to leave the family at the beginning. Because my father knew that not only would he face dangers outside in the family, but he might also be betrayed by his own people. Zhou Rui's words did not contain any complaints about the family. This made Yang Bo slightly disappointed. It was obviously not appropriate to rashly rob a large family. But it would be much easier if someone who knew the family inside out provided information. Of course, Yang Bo would not show it on his face. Instead, he nodded. Sister Rui, you live too soberly. I can't help but be sober. I have to manage. If I want to survive in society, I have to see this society clearly. Otherwise it will be difficult for me, a woman, to survive in this society. Zhou Rui almost said that she wanted to manage the Bounty Hunter Union branch. At this time, you can see that the door of the basement is a little red. The cutting equipment they use looks very advanced. I don't know who is providing them with these materials behind the scenes. Find them after you go out. And you must ask for an explanation for this matter. Zhou Rui gnashed her teeth when she saw the door of the basement in this state. Yang Bo also sighed in his heart. This is the case with this undeveloped planet. No one knows how many illegal organizations are hidden. These guys sneaked in when the planet was being developed. At that time, there was no complete planetary warning system. So illegal organizations could easily come in and bring a lot of illegal equipment. Zhou Rui was extremely anxious. But she couldn't show it on her face. Because in Zhou Rui's cognition, Yang Bo was just a younger brother. Although Yang Bo's pharmaceutical technology was very strong, he was too weak in superpowers. Yang Bo stared at the door of the basement, thinking about buying a bag after going out, so that he could take anything out of the bag when he encountered danger. Like this time, he didn't bring anything. Just wanted to get something out of the dimensional box. But there was no way. Unless Zhou Rui was killed here. Every failure makes you wiser. Yang Bo thought it was a good thing to encounter such a situation. Yang Bo also saw that Zhou Rui was also very anxious. So Yang Bo did not speak now. Just watched the door of the basement being destroyed bit by bit. If the other party breaks the door too quickly, we will go into different rooms separately, so that we can delay the time to the maximum extent. Zhou Rui took a deep breath and spoke. There are many rooms in the entire basement. And the doors of these rooms are also battleship armor, but not as thick as the main door. I will listen to Sister Rui. Yang Bo nodded obediently. Aren't you afraid? Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo's calm look and asked. There is nothing to be afraid of. That time on the Green Demon Star, the battleships were all destroyed, and I was sucked out of space. It was the life-saving robot that stuffed me into the escape pod. Now I think about it, it feels a little exciting. Yang Bo made excuses for himself. It's mainly because my father doesn't come here often. Otherwise this basement would have to be prepared a little bit. Zhou Rui said. I'll go check out the other rooms first. Yang Bo thought that part of this basement should have an independent survival system. So there must be energy batteries and other things. If each room has an independent survival system, then these nuclear batteries can play a very good role now. Zhou Rui certainly didn't know Yang Bo's idea. Zhou Rui now only had superpowers. But she had no power to fight back against a guy who was fully armed, wearing armor, and holding a laser gun. In the entire Interstellar, equipment occupies an absolute position in strength. An A-class may not be able to beat a fully armed C-class. And as for B-class, they can't beat it at all. This is also talking about armor and energy weapons. Not to mention equipment similar to mecha. The entire basement has only one floor, about 300 square meters, and the height of the basement is only 6 meters. There are a total of 8 rooms, 3 of which have independent survival systems. The survival system includes the recycling of oxygen and water. The survival system is an independent energy system supply. Yang Bo came to the room with an independent survival system and saw various instructions on the wall next to it. These instructions are similar to those on the battleship. Yang Bo opened a cabinet and saw a silver-white jar inside. This jar is about 50 centimeters in diameter and nearly 1.8 meters high. This is a nuclear energy battery, also collectively referred to as an energy battery, which can be used for more than 30 years. This energy battery is relatively large, while the various energy batteries used on the mecha are relatively small. because the application is different. Yang Bo found the manual next to him, and found that the house was built 28 years ago. The manual clearly pointed out the troubleshooting of the energy system. Yang Bo removed the nuclear battery according to the manual. This thing is not activated now, so it is very safe. The nuclear battery will only be activated when the main energy system of the entire basement stops providing energy. Zhou Rui was stamping her feet in a hurry because the other party's cutting had penetrated the door of the basement. You can see a streak of fire. And at this time, Yang Bo came out holding a large jar. What are you doing? Zhou Rui was also a little confused when she saw Yang Bo holding a 1.8-meter silver-white metal can. Nuclear battery. I just read the manual. There are more than 80 items prohibited. I put this next to the door. Yang Bo answered. Are you mistaken? Nuclear batteries and nuclear bombs operate in completely different ways. Zhou Rui was a little confused. Although she was not very good at studying, and she was not a major in energy science, she still understood the principles of nuclear batteries and nuclear bombs. I can release lasers here. Anyway, it's better to have it than not. Let's put this thing here and wait over there. If there is any danger, we will close the door. I have read the manual. Those rooms with independent survival systems can withstand the impact of a nuclear explosion that destroys the world, Yang Bo said confidently. Zhou Rui was confused when she heard Yang Bo's words, and asked uncertainly, are you telling the truth? It is clearly stated in the manual that nuclear batteries are strictly prohibited from collision, high temperature, and short circuit. Yang Bo knew that the safety factor of this nuclear battery was very high, but that was under normal use. And now these guys next to him are using cutting equipment to cut the door. And it seems that they are using pure energy cutters. Looking at the energy light that is more than 20 centimeters long on the door. Then give it a try. Zhou Rui didn't have any good ideas now, but she was wondering how Yang Bo could dismantle this nuclear battery. Zhou Rui picked up the thick manual and read it carefully, only to find that there were various precautions on it, including how to deal with this nuclear battery in case of danger. So Yang Bo carefully placed the nuclear battery on the side of the other party's cut door. A few centimeters long had been cut on the door, but the gap was very thin, and a dazzling energy light of more than 20 centimeters long could be seen. Will this cause nuclear pollution? Zhou Rui asked again worriedly. That's because the battery safety factor made by their nuclear battery company is not enough. Yang Bo's answer is very consistent with the current atmosphere of the Alliance. Because now in the Alliance, if you fall on the road, you can go to the municipal management company for compensation with confidence. And there is a high probability that the municipal management company will compensate you with a sum of money. Zhou Rui was speechless when she heard Yang Bo's answer. Then the nuclear battery company will definitely sue these saboteurs. We are innocent and victims. Yang Bo's statement is the general cognition of the Alliance now. Imagine yourself as a victim. Then everything is someone else's fault, and you will be justified. Otherwise, where would there be so many weird groups and associations in the Alliance? Zhou Rui also shook her head when she heard this. Yang Bo's statement was very correct. Once the nuclear battery company was sued, the battery company would definitely cause trouble for others. The three people in armor outside were still worried, fearing that when they cut the door, the other party would shoot them with a laser gun. Everyone, be careful when you go in later. We are all hiding behind the energy shield. There is a high probability that the other party will hide in the rooms with 3 independent survival systems. We only have more than 2 days. In 2 days, the daughter of the bastard Lao Zhou will go to the parliament. If it is found that she is not there, we will check. The man in the blue flame armor spoke. Don't worry, sir. We are ready. The man with the golden shield on the armor answered in a buzzing voice. Understood. The voice of the man in the white striped armor was more crisp. In front of the 3 people was a cutting device, and an antimatter battery provided energy for the device. Increase the cutting power, and try to break this door within 5 hours. This way we have enough time to destroy all the doors inside. After all, we don't know which room they are hiding in. The man in the blue flame armor gave the order. The man in the white striped armor nodded. The doors inside can be opened in 2 hours at most. The reason why these people know so clearly is that these buildings have standards, and this place has obviously not been modified. If it is modified, it will be more troublesome. Yang Bo and Zhou Rui stared at each other here. Why don't you put this nuclear battery a little forward? Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and put the nuclear battery aside. It's too close now. If there's an explosion, this door might be able to withstand it. I put it in a position now. when they are almost done cutting. Once the nuclear battery explodes, the door can be blown away. Yang Bo has calculated carefully. The other party wants to cut a hole in this door. So Yang Bo put the nuclear battery in the last position. When Zhou Rui heard what Yang Bo said, she realized that Yang Bo was very good at calculating. Will it really explode? Zhou Rui still couldn't believe it. Who knows? Anyway, let's take a gamble. How could Yang Bo know if it would explode or not? Anyway, they destroyed the nuclear battery and the door. The huge energy radiation will explode instantly. And the police can find us in the first place. Yang Bo also said another benefit of doing this. Chapter 428 Terrorist Attack. Yang Bo, do you have any other wishes? Zhou Rui and Yang Bo stared at each other as they cut the gate. There was nothing they could do. So Zhou Rui asked after a long sigh, "Are you talking about your dying wish?" Yang Bo asked suspiciously. "I guess so." Zhou Rui felt that her question was a bit problematic. So she nodded. Yang Bo thought for half a minute before answering. "It should be that my money has not been used up yet. If I really die, it will be cheap for those bastards in the alliance." Zhou Rui was speechless when she heard this. Why did Yang Bo think about money? So she asked, "Is there nothing else?" It seems that there is nothing. Yang Bo had a good impression of Zhou Rui. But the impression of the bald man was too deep in people's hearts. And Yang Bo did not dream of any grand love for women. It was good enough to be able to spend their lives together in a plain way. After living for several decades in two lives, how could he still believe in love? Moreover, love also needs a certain material foundation. Love without material foundation has no romance. Only oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and endless quarrels. Besides, with the current atmosphere in the alliance, if someone dares to talk about love with Yang Bo will probably slap the other person twice to make him sober up. Now the rights and interests of women in the alliance seem to be very high on the surface. But women are in a very weak position. And Xia are good examples. It is the same on Earth. Women in the small book have a very high status for a period of time. If a man in the small book walks on the street and looks at a woman, he will be accused of sexual harassment by those women and then go to jail. This led to two results. The first was that Zhou Benzi took the lead in launching a women's carriage. This was not to protect Zhou Benzi's women, but to protect men. The second was that once a conflict occurred between men and women in Zhou Benzi, the men would beat the other party violently. Sexual harassment would result in more jail time, while fighting in public would only result in a fine. So during that period of time, women in Zhou Benzi would be beaten violently by men as long as they had any disputes with men. However, later, Zhou Benzi's economy declined, and the employment rate decreased year by year. Women in the workplace could never surpass men, which led to many women losing their jobs. It was similar to the current situation of the alliance. Many companies were unwilling to hire female employees because women's rights were too great. Maybe some women would write a small essay, which would cause the company's stock price to plummet or send their superiors to prison. So Annie and Xia couldn't find a job after graduation. On the alliance side, the status of women is apparently very high. But in fact, most women have a relatively low status and are basically men's vassals. Don't you plan to find a woman to fall in love with? Zhou Rui continued to ask sullenly after hearing Yang Bo's answer. No. I'm still so young and have so many things to do. How can I have time to fall in love? Yang Bo answered confidently. And I don't know what my talent is now. What if I become an A-level superpower in the future? And I find a girlfriend now who is only a low-level superpower. When I reach a certain age, I will still be the same. And my wife will become an old woman. It's a bit scary to think about it. Yang Bo said another reason. Zhou Rui wanted to refute Yang Bo, saying that he was discriminating against women. But she had no way to refute him because she could manage the Bounty Hunters Union and had a clear understanding of the social situation. Yang Bo was originally an ordinary person, so it was natural for him to have such thoughts. Then it would be difficult for you to find a wife with a Class A superpower. Zhou Rui could only speak. Then I can just find a girlfriend. I can find more girlfriends in the future. Several old employees in the Fat Boss company have several girlfriends who are beautiful and young. Yang Bo said confidently, not treating Zhou Rui as a woman at all. Zhou Rui was so angry when she heard this that she cursed the Fat Boss in her heart. Yang Bo learned bad things from these guys. Sister Rui, you asked me if I have any wishes. So what are your wishes? Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui's face and smiled in his heart. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to take the blame on the fat boss was to make himself look innocent. After all, he had just entered the society not long ago and had such a cognition, which was entirely caused by the fat boss. You, Zhou Rui, must hate the fat boss. I just want to expand my business and continue the bloodline of our Zhou family. Zhou Rui's answer surprised Yang Bo. Sister Rui, are you okay? And continue the bloodline? Now that science and technology are so advanced, can't Uncle Zhou give birth himself? As long as there is money, what can't be done? Yang Bo asked curiously after hearing this. The alliance stipulates that only people who are legally married, conceive naturally, and born naturally have the right to inherit property. Babies produced by various scientific and technological means do not have the right to inherit property. Zhou Rui heard this and said it word by word. There is such a weird law? Yang Bo could probably guess what was going on, because it seemed like someone had said something before. There were two hostile families. One day, the direct line of one family disappeared. Then 30 years later, more than 400 direct line children came out to demand the division of property. Finally, the alliance found out that the missing direct line was captured by the hostile family, and more than 400 children were produced by technological means. The alliance originally served capitalists and the powerful. If this kind of thing is allowed to develop, then if the property of this family is divided into hundreds of shares in the next generation, this family will be finished. Zhou Rui's next words scared Yang Bo, because Yang Bo threatened Zhang Letian like this on Zhang Lishan's spaceship. He didn't expect that there would be a case. Sister Rui, you are so beautiful. You will definitely find a good man. What can Yang Bo say? He can only praise like this. You also know that I am beautiful? Zhou Rui rolled her eyes at Yang Bo in annoyance. Yang Bo replied with a bit of a smile. Sister Rui, of course you are beautiful, but you are too strong. You need to find a man who is stronger than you. Forget about my small body. Zhou Rui snorted, and then said, I can wait for you to grow up. Yang Bo was speechless. How should he answer this? Why? Don't you like me? Or are you afraid that I will get old in the future? Seeing that Yang Bo didn't answer, Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and asked, I still envy those old employees in the company. And I don't like strong women. Yang Bo answered in a low voice. As long as you have the ability, you can find as many as you want. If you can become an A-level expert, I will take the initiative to help you find them. Zhou Rui said with a little pride. A-level? This is such a distant thing. And Zhou Rui did not believe that Yang Bo could reach A-level. Of course, if Yang Bo could reach A-level, then Zhou Rui felt that she could also do what she said. How much help could an A-level pharmacist bring to her? Yang Bo smiled awkwardly when he heard this. And he could not answer, because those A-levels were like chicks in his hands. Remember what I said? Zhou Rui saw that Yang Bo did not speak, thinking that Yang Bo had no confidence in reaching A-level, and said arrogantly again. Yang Bo quickly said, I will go to see other rooms to see if the facilities in the rooms where we will hide later are complete. Then Yang Bo left quickly. The three guys who operated the equipment to cut the door outside were wearing armor, carrying laser guns and a large energy shield. The hole cut by the machine has been completed by 90%. And the three have been waiting for several hours. The man in the golden shield armor, holding an energy shield in one hand and an energy weapon in the other, was eager to rush in. The cutting equipment was automatic and did not require human operation. The other two people were holding laser guns behind this man. And the man in the blue flame armor was holding an electromagnetic bomb. Of course, this electromagnetic bomb would not be used unless it was absolutely necessary, because the energy fluctuations might be detected by the detection equipment outside. Although the houses outside also had a certain shielding function. Yang Bo, are you sure? Zhou Rui was extremely anxious. But there was no movement from her father, especially watching others break open the door of the basement. The psychological torment was simply devastating. It's like you were playing at the beach. Your feet are stuck in the reef, and then watching the tide rise little by little, submerging your shoulders, then neck, then chin, then mouth, and then nose. Zhou Rui is in that mood now, with a lot of regrets in her heart, and more anxiety. I don't know about this, but when they open the hole in the door later, I will release the laser. Yang Bo and Zhou Rui are some distance away from the door, and they are ready to run at any time. Now it can be seen that the energy released by the cutting equipment outside is slowly approaching the nuclear battery. The silver-white metal on the outer layer of the nuclear battery is the material of the safety chamber that Yang Bo encountered on Zhang Lishan's spacecraft. Theoretically, the nuclear battery is very safe with this layer of metal protection. But this nuclear battery needs maintenance and replacement of the fuel inside and the energy output hole. So it is not a hole. Yang Bo had already aimed the weak part of the nuclear battery at the trajectory that the other party wanted to cut. The energy light of the cutting equipment slowly approached the nuclear battery, and it could be seen that the energy light dimmed instantly. This was because the nuclear battery consumed the energy of the cutting equipment. In just a few seconds, Yang Bo and Zhou Rui saw the blue arc of energy colliding with each other. Yang Bo and Zhou Rui saw something wrong and ran away instantly. Ran into 2 rooms, and instantly closed the doors of the rooms. The 3 people who were cutting the basement door outside saw that the energy consumption of the cutting equipment increased instantly, and they were confused for a while. After all, they were not professional operators of the equipment. Then the next second, energy light came out from the cut gap on the basement door. Then the 3 people saw that the basement door suddenly turned red. Not good. The man in the blue flame armor screamed. At this time, the basement door began to melt. And then a dazzling blue arc of light continued to shine in the staircase leading up to the basement. Like a huge electric spark. The 3 people in armor were also shining with armor all over their bodies, obviously resisting the blue energy arc. But the brighter it was, the more the blue arc entangled the 3 people. The blue energy arc instantly rushed out of the narrow stairwell, then broke the door above, passed through the door above, and broke into the room above. The entire roof was bounced out in an instant. And then the purple energy arc instantly spread around. Some big trees around the villa were smashed, and the surrounding buildings were also crackling. This is the energy conflict between the energy inside the nuclear battery itself and the energy of the cutting machine. Even more unfortunate is yet to come. The cutting equipment uses antimatter batteries, and the powerful energy arc hits the antimatter batteries. The so-called safety measures are only in normal and conventional situations, and there is a standard. The antimatter battery was instantly penetrated by the powerful energy Fox light, and the energy of the antimatter battery itself was also released instantly. The entire Oma city shook, and a mushroom cloud rose up. That is to say, all of this happened at the same time. That is to say, when the energy arc penetrated the roof and smashed the trees, the antimatter battery and nuclear battery below exploded together. The entire planetary warning system frantically alarmed, and countless robots were dispatched instantly, taking away all the people within the energy radiation range within 3 seconds. Fortunately, Oma City was built according to the Alliance standards. All cities in the Alliance have a safety measure. That is, once attacked by energy weapons, all robots will rescue people at the first time. Yang Bo waited quietly in the room, followed by a violent shaking. And then the door of the room was instantly deformed. Yang Bo had taken out the armor and put it on. Just when he closed the door, Yang Bo summoned the armor and put it on. His life was important. As for Zhou Rui in the next room, it was up to God. The door of this room was also battleship armor. The originally flat door seemed to have been hammered hard by someone and bulged in. Fuck. Yang Bo was also shocked. You know, this is a door made of battleship armor, which can withstand the impact of super nuclear bombs. Hacker plus 32. Mech driving plus 32. Forging plus 32. 3 pieces of information flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo didn't know that there was an antimatter battery outside the nuclear battery. Otherwise, Yang Bo would not be so bold. Fuck. The head of the March Star Security Bureau looked at the satellite image and said, fuck. Mushroom cloud. These damn bastards actually detonated a nuclear bomb on our planet. Then the head of the Security Bureau was furious when he saw the detection data. Terrorist attack. Highest level alert. Although the head of the Security Bureau didn't know what happened, he looked at the images sent back by the satellite and the detected data and knew that this matter was serious. No one has been able to blatantly use nuclear bombs to attack the Alliance's cities. And many organizations have said they would attack the Alliance's cities before. The head of the Security Bureau thought it was a revenge from these organizations and immediately turned on the highest alert. Chapter 429 Qualitative Analysis. The main reason is that the Alliance has encountered too many things in the past 2 years. The Red Earl rebelled against the entire Pato Star, and so many people died, and March Star has not been peaceful in the past 2 years. The last time the Admiral was almost kidnapped, and the star field where March Star is located even broke out the Pharmacist Union incident and the kidnapping of Jean Letian. Moreover, There was a nuclear explosion on the administrative star. Regardless of the cause of this incident, such a vicious incident has not occurred in the residential area of the administrative star in 500 years. The director of the March Star Security Bureau directly opened the highest alert level for terrorist attacks. And this nuclear explosion also triggered the Alliance security system. Nuclear explosions will produce huge amounts of radiation, which will have a huge impact on the environment and organisms. However, it is not clear what the situation is at the scene of the incident now, because the mushroom cloud has not dissipated yet. However, 50% of the buildings within 1.5 kilometers around were damaged. There is not much impact beyond 1.5 kilometers, because the building safety level on the Alliance side is very high. It is forced to require that the building can withstand a certain amount of energy impact. This area is a villa area. The population density in the villa area is low, and the quality of the houses is one level higher than other apartments. Otherwise, I am afraid that the area within 7 or 8 kilometers will be razed to the ground. But now within 1.5 kilometers, the buildings are not completely destroyed. The director of the Public Security Bureau looked at the data provided by the planetary warning system, and his face became more gloomy, because the current data shows that this nuclear explosion is equivalent to the explosion power of a medium-sized nuclear bomb. In the interstellar era, nuclear bombs are divided into micronuclear bombs, small nuclear bombs, medium nuclear bombs, heavy nuclear bombs, and supernuclear bombs. Nuclear bombs are strictly prohibited from being used on inhabited planets because they will produce huge amounts of radiation and pollutants. Yang Bo used miniature hydrogen bombs in the mecha game, and the control of nuclear bombs is very strict. Fighters roared in the sky, and both manned and unmanned fighters were dispatched to block the entire planet. The radiation-proof robots were cleaning up the scene. All these polluted things had to be cleaned up. There were many unmanned mechas responsible for searching. Did anyone need rescue? The director of the General Security Bureau saw the situation on the scene through the real-time images transmitted by these unmanned robots, and found a large pit with a diameter of 600 meters and a depth of more than 30 meters on the ground. At the edge of the pit, it can be clearly seen that the basements of several villas around blocked most of the explosion. The walls of the basement are all battleship armor, which is now severely deformed. You can imagine how powerful it was at the time. If it weren't for these basements that resisted the impact of the nuclear explosion, the power of the explosion would have rushed directly into the sky. There are at least more than 200 fighters in this area, spraying a kind of agent in the sky to purify pollutants. March Star was attacked by terrorists, and a nuclear explosion was suspected. This news spread instantly on the internet, and some people took photos of the mushroom cloud, and some people even started live broadcasting. Yang Bo, who was in the basement room, didn't know what happened outside, but he saw the deformed door of the room, and a big hole melted instantly. Then, before he could react, several robots rushed in while cursing. "Please don't resist. We are here to save you. Please be quiet. We are here to save you." The robots quickly lifted Yang Bo up on a stretcher and put him in a rescue cabin. Then several robots carried the rescue cabin out of the room. On the other side, Yang Bo saw a huge robot dismantling Zhou Rui's room. This robot had a huge mechanical arm with a raised semicircle at the front end. There was a layer of dazzling energy light on the raised semicircle. This raised semicircle was placed on the door of the basement room, and the door was quickly melted with a big hole. Fuck. Yang Bo was also shocked. He thought that the doors made of battleship armor in the basement were very reliable, but there were robots specifically designed to dismantle them. It's raining? Yang Bo suddenly found that the whole sky seemed to be raining, with a drizzle. But after a closer look, he found that there was a kind of robot in the distance occupying a huge faucet to spray water everywhere. There were 2 words purification on the robot, and Yang Bo understood instantly that this was the drug to purify nuclear radiation. Yang Bo's rescue capsule was sent to a flying car, and then the flying car took off. After just a few minutes, Yang Bo felt the flying car land, and then his rescue capsule was lifted down by several robots. 2 more scanning robots came to scan the entire rescue capsule. While scanning, the robot also made a sound, and it was transmitted to Yang Bo's rescue capsule through the communication system of the rescue capsule. "Sir, please rest assured. We are scanning the rescue capsule. Please don't panic. Sir." After the rescue capsule was scanned, it was rinsed with some water, and then Yang Bo's rescue capsule was carried away by several other robots. Then the rescue cabin was placed in a room, And then a voice came from the rescue cabin. "Sir, please walk out of the rescue cabin." Accompanied by this voice, the rescue cabin on Yang Bo's side was opened. Then Yang Bo walked out. "Sir, please go to the right channel. We will monitor the nuclear radiation on your body's surface." Another voice came from the room. Yang Bo wore this outfit, and finally saw a living person after walking out of the right channel. "Yang Bo, are you okay?" Yang Bo met the fat boss here. "Boss." Yang Bo was not surprised at all that the fat boss could appear here. After all, when he was exposed to the robot's field of vision, his information had already been transmitted. What happened? The fat boss was a little anxious. He didn't expect Yang Bo to be at the center of the nuclear explosion. If Yang Bo had any accident, what would he do? "I came with Sister Rui to visit her father, who knew we were attacked and hid in the basement. As for what happened outside, we don't know," Yang Bo answered. "Attack?" The fat boss was shocked. "Why is it so dangerous here?" He had been on Pato Star for more than 10 years and hadn't encountered anything, although a big thing happened later. But after coming to March Star, he found that this undeveloped planet is really too dangerous. "Who is it?" the fat boss asked with concern. He always felt that Yang Bo seemed to be very unlucky. Why did he often encounter such things? Yang Bo looked around, and the fat boss waved his hand. "You can say whatever you want. No one here can record our conversation. After all, I am a member of the administrative planet now. It is said that it was some enemy of Sister Rui, and it seems to be a big family of the Crimson Federation. At that time, we were attacked by the other party with laser guns, and we also fled to the basement." Yang Bo omitted some things, mainly to clear himself. What is the Crimson Federation going to do? Is it attacking a member of our alliance? The fat boss was relieved to hear that those people were not targeting Yang Bo. But who did Zhou Rui and the others provoke? They actually want to use nuclear bombs. This matter may cause international conflicts? The fat boss couldn't figure out what the hatred was. And they actually wanted to use nuclear bombs on the administrative center. Nuclear bomb? Yang Bo was also a little surprised. In fact, Yang Bo didn't know what happened until now. "Look!" The fat boss took out the smartwatch, and there was a virtual projection on the watch. In the virtual projection, there was a huge mushroom cloud. And then, there were those buildings that were hit on the ground. Then, there is a big pit on the ground. And the basement, where the battleship armor sits, is surrounded by the pit. It shouldn't be. Yang Bo is still full of questions. He just made a nuclear battery. Nuclear battery power generation is completely different from nuclear bombs. The operating principles of the two are different. Yang Bo originally wanted to let the nuclear battery emit huge radiation and then attract the attention of the police. But how did it become a nuclear explosion? Is this related to you? The fat boss widened his eyes when he heard Yang Bo's words. "We were trapped in the basement. They used equipment to cut the basement door. I found a nuclear battery and a device with an independent survival system in the basement. I thought the other party destroyed the nuclear battery. Once the nuclear battery was destroyed, its high radiation would spread instantly, and the police would come to rescue us," Yang Bo explained. "Nuclear battery?" The fat boss felt a little strange when he heard this. You know, nuclear batteries will not explode, but there will be radiation after being destroyed. Don't tell anyone about this for the time being. This time the noise is too big. I will ask Zhou Rui later. The fat boss didn't look like Yang Bo was lying. And Yang Bo didn't have the opportunity to touch nuclear bombs. That thing is a strictly controlled material in the alliance. And in fact it is also strictly controlled in the other two countries because of its high radiation. What about me now? Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. You are a victim now. Just rest here peacefully. The fat boss answered, as a matter of course, when he heard Yang Bo's words. So Yang Bo arranged to recuperate here. And the fat boss hurried to see Zhou Rui again. Yang Bo's mind was full of questions. It was just a nuclear battery. How could it be a nuclear bomb? Not only Yang Bo was curious, but even Zhou Rui was shocked. After all, the nuclear explosion was too loud. And the door of the room where Zhou Rui was hiding was also deformed. Of course, there was also Zhou Sen who was confused. Zhou Sen was forging in the laboratory. But he didn't expect the whole basement to shake violently. And then the door of the basement was deformed. Zhou Sen was shocked at the time, and waited for the rescue robot to take Zhou Sen out of the room. Zhou Sen was completely dumbfounded when he looked at the big pit outside. The pit was several hundred meters in diameter, and the basements of the surrounding villas could be seen around the pit. The walls of these basements were all warship armor, and were very deformed. And you can also see many rescue robots around. As for his villa, the ground part was probably only 10% left, and the rest was gone. And some of the surrounding villas also disappeared, and a small part was left. Zhou Sen was confused. What happened? What kind of perverted thing did his enemies get to cause this result? When Zhou Sen was told that a nuclear explosion occurred, Zhou Sen was even more speechless. He didn't expect that his enemies would hate him so much. A serious nuclear bomb terrorist attack occurred on March Star, and many photos were circulated. Everyone was shocked to see the big pit that was blown out. March Star released a preliminary investigation report 2 hours after the incident. At this time, Yang Bo was already with Zhou Rui and Zhou Sen, and of course the fat boss. None of the three were hurt, but 6 people were missing, and more than 190 people were injured in the explosion. In the Interstellar Society, injuries are not divided into light or heavy injuries, because as long as you are not dead, you can use various scientific and technological means to recover. What about regeneration of broken limbs? There is no problem at all in front of science and technology. So on the Alliance side, you are either dead or injured, and the injury is not divided into degrees. The director of the March Star Security Bureau issued a notice in front of the news media. According to our preliminary investigation results, these 3 people are major suspects. These 3 people are from the Crimson Federation. Yang Bo looked at the video data of the 3 people who died in the virtual projection, and their original appearance. This nuclear explosion was planned and implemented by these 3 people, and we have arrested some criminal suspects who provided information and illegal weapons to these 3 people. Here we strongly condemn the act of carrying out a nuclear explosion terrorist attack in the densely populated residential area of the administrative star. Yang Bo looked at what the director of the General Security Bureau said in the news, and directly defined it as a terrorist attack. The truth of this matter cannot be announced. Is it because of some reason that the nuclear battery exploded? If it is a nuclear battery explosion, this is a serious safety accident, and all officials from top to bottom on March Star must resign. If it is a terrorist attack, it has nothing to do with these officials. Yang Bo was still a little depressed, because the skills of the 3 dead people were not very good. Why are you looking at me like this? Yang Bo found that the other 3 were looking at him, and asked a little puzzled. Shouldn't it be? Although Zhou Sen didn't have a deep understanding of energy, he also knew that nuclear batteries and nuclear bombs were completely 2 concepts. The only person who was indispensable in this incident was Yang Bo, because he was the one who dismantled the nuclear battery and placed it behind the door. So he was the only one who could have tampered with it. You said at the time that the nuclear battery was going to explode, but I didn't believe it. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and asked, I really didn't do anything. Sister Rui, you also saw that the nuclear battery was placed behind the basement door, and it was still intact, and there was no leakage. Yang Bo didn't know how to explain. Could it be that these 3 people brought the nuclear bomb themselves? The fat boss was also a little confused, because the fat boss didn't believe that Yang Bo did this. That shouldn't be the case. That thing can't be brought in at all. Even those arrested black market members can't sell such things. Zhou Sen shook his head when he heard this. This matter was too strange. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside. The fat boss opened the door, and saw that it was someone from the Public Security Bureau. So he went out. Soon the fat boss came back, after investigation by experts from the Public Security Bureau. It was probably caused by the improper operation of these 3 people. The robot collected more than 620,000 pieces of fragments, and then found many valuable clues from these fragments. These 3 people bought energy-cutting equipment powered by antimatter batteries, and Yang Bo placed nuclear batteries behind the door. In terms of energy properties, antimatter batteries provide positive energy, which collides with nuclear batteries. It caused the energy inside the nuclear battery to collide with the energy of the antimatter battery, and eventually triggered a chain energy conflict between the nuclear bomb and the antimatter battery. The fat boss explained a lot. Yang Bo was relieved when he heard this, because if this matter was not investigated clearly, he would not be able to explain it clearly, and thought that he had done something to make the nuclear battery explode. See, this matter has nothing to do with me. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Rui and Zhou Sen. The expressions of the 2 people looking at him just now were as if he had done something. This matter is too coincidental. But no one would be stupid enough to ask energy-cutting equipment to cut nuclear batteries. The fat boss figured it out. The people cutting the door outside could never have imagined that Yang Bo would actually put a nuclear battery at the door. The fat boss felt a little strange again. That is, although Yang Bo had encountered trouble more often, those people did not have a good ending. The fat boss thought carefully and felt that Yang Bo was a person of good and bad fortune. Because whenever Yang Bo got into trouble, those initiators did not have a good ending in the end. For example, during the terrorist attack on Pato Star, Yang Bo was miserable. But how miserable were the Red Earl members who participated in the attack after they were finally suppressed? The fat boss quickly threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. But this matter cannot be changed now. Now we can only say that these three guys carried out the terrorist attack. Of course, this is the reason from the facts. The fat boss looked at the three people when he said this. The meaning was very clear. This was the final word. You will all become victims in the next step. As for the truth of this matter, it is difficult to have evidence now. All the conclusions now are inferences. Although the fat boss got the exploration results of the experts. But there is no direct evidence. And there is no way to investigate the other party in the incident. Because the three people did not leave any things, let alone direct evidence. Even many things in the center of the nuclear explosion were gone. And they were directly vaporized, resulting in the lack of evidence. Now we can only speculate based on the evidence chain that has been discovered. So this matter is most likely manipulated by humans. As long as it can be self-consistent. Yang Bo nodded quickly when he heard the word victim. These three words defined him. So he could justifiably demand compensation in the future. The Crimson Federation will definitely not agree with our statement. Zhou Rui shook her head with a wry smile. She didn't expect that she was just taking Yang Bo to see her father. But she didn't expect to encounter such a terrible thing. A nuclear explosion. A pit of dozens of meters. And if you are unlucky, nothing will be left. Never mind. Although the truth announced in the news is a little different from the facts. The incident was caused by the three of them. From this perspective, the news release is also the truth. Yang Bo heard the fat boss's sophistry and found that the fat boss could be a good politician. Chapter 430 Add money. Another point is that our planet is just beginning to develop at a high speed. And it is impossible to classify this accident as a safety accident. The fat boss now has the thinking of a politician. Zhou Rui's father Zhou Sen also nodded. This is probably the first time in hundreds of years that the Alliance has suffered a nuclear explosion. So many people died, and so many were injured. If it is classified as a safety accident, then all the politicians on the entire planet will step down. Now everyone is stepping down when the planet is about to develop. All politicians are unwilling to do so. Moreover, this accident can also be defined as a terrorist attack by the other party. After all, they broke into citizens' homes with cutting equipment, armor and laser weapons. I am afraid that the citizens of the Alliance do not care whether this attack is a safety accident. They care more about why someone can wear armor and carry laser weapons to break into citizens' homes. And this is a high-end villa. Zhou Sen was not a citizen of the Alliance before. But now his thinking is also the thinking of the citizens of the Alliance. The fat boss also nodded, to be honest. The citizens of the Alliance are a little selfish now. They only care about their own interests, not the interests of the entire country. Zhou Rui sneered when she heard this. This is just the top leaders of your alliance dividing the lower-class people into small groups, letting these small groups consume each other and consume their energy. The fat boss chuckled. Don't forget that you are also a high-level person now. You should think of an election slogan, so as not to lose your status as a member of parliament in the next general election. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui's expression when she heard this, and he couldn't help laughing. Boss, have you thought of your election slogan? Yang Bo felt that what the fat boss said made sense. In fact, there are many small groups in the alliance, which are just slogans shouted by various members when they are canvassing for votes. As long as there are hundreds of people who agree with a point of view, many members will come up to support this point of view, and then fool other people to agree with this point of view, and then support themselves and vote for themselves. As for whether this point of view is normal, scientific, or in line with common sense, it doesn't matter at all. In other words, for votes, these members can eat shit and say that this shit is delicious. And then these members may entangle a large group of pica. This incident just gave me an election slogan. I will go against the Crimson Federation and say that it was the people of the Crimson Federation who launched a terrorist attack on our March star, and then criticize the Crimson Federation. The fat boss said this with confidence. Only the inferior people of the Crimson Federation would not care about the safety of other people's property, the personal privacy of our Alliance citizens. And only the inferior people of the Crimson Federation would wear armor and hold laser weapons to break into other people's homes. The fat boss believed what he said. Yang Bo asked curiously, will there be no other congressmen shouting this slogan? No. Congressmen can't easily change their election slogans. Otherwise, if they don't get new voters, the previous voters will think that this congressman is not speaking for them sincerely, and they may vote for others. The fat boss answered affirmatively. Yang Bo then realized that these congressmen all have their own vote bases and their own bases. If the slogan is changed without authorization, then these people in the vote base will think that the person they elected is half-hearted and helps others shout slogans. The Alliance is ruined by this atmosphere. But to be honest, although the Alliance atmosphere is very bad, it is already very good compared to the other two countries. Zhou Sen also shook his head when he heard this. Zhou Rui could only nod, although the Alliance has many shortcomings. It is indeed much better than the other two. At least the Alliance will also solve many demands of the middle and lower classes. The Blue Water Empire doesn't care about the life and death of the lowest class. The entire interstellar population is only more than 20 billion. That's because the Blue Water Empire has only more than 200 million people. The Crimson Federation has only more than 3 billion people. And the Alliance has more than 16 billion people. In the Blue Water Empire, there are at least nearly 20 billion slaves or nobles. As for the Crimson Federation, there are probably 70 to 80 billion people who are not registered. In order to reduce their own taxes, the states under the Crimson Federation try their best to hide the population of their own states. These people don't even have the right to be registered, let alone the opportunity to express their demands. Yang Bo suddenly realized when he heard this. He was also very surprised to hear that the interstellar population was only more than 20 billion. I didn't expect that the root was here. According to the current situation, although the Federation has many shortcomings, it is indeed the best. Not only that, in the Blue Water Empire, slaves and subjects are considered property, which means that if outsiders kill someone there, they can be compensated for property damage instead of being treated as murder or a criminal offense. Among the three countries, the Alliance has the most sound laws and is the most friendly to the lower classes. The fat boss shook his head. The Federation is like a warlord. It is quite dark inside. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't do. Yang Bo was speechless when he heard this. This is still an interstellar society. Civilization level is not equal to moral level, nor is it equal to rule of law level. It is just like diplomas and scumbags are two completely different evaluation systems. Some high-level intellectuals are scumbags. Has Sister Ray thought of the election slogan? Yang Bo asked curiously after hearing this. I haven't thought of it yet. Many election slogans have been shouted. I don't have any ideas at all now. Zhou Rui rubbed her forehead when she heard this. Yang Bo also shook his head when he heard this. Because all kinds of weird slogans in the Alliance have been shouted. Not to mention normal slogans. Your competition is too fierce. Yang Bo can only give this evaluation. Of course our competition is fierce. There are more than 265 members in the March Star Parliament. Each member has to shout slogans to attract voters. It is much more difficult than when I was in school. The fat boss nodded. Also, you have to be careful not to conflict with other members, especially those with strong power, because some members have very large industries, and they influence many people. Some even directly by votes with money. Dealing with these politicians requires extreme vigilance. It is much more difficult than my previous business. When Zhou Rui heard this, she wanted to say that the illegal business you are doing is still called business. But when she thought that her bounty hunter union was also an illegal organization, Zhou Rui couldn't speak. I'm leaving first. Yang Bo, if you don't feel comfortable living here, you can go back early. Zhou Rui, I suggest you stay here and then accept the interview with the reporter. First, you should think of the election slogan you have in mind. After all, we are partners. And I don't want you to fail to become a member of parliament in the next election. The fat boss is going to publish his election declaration in a hurry. That is, he has to stand up and talk about this matter for everyone now. When the next election comes, you can use this slogan to canvass votes. Then I'm leaving first. Sister Rui, Uncle Zhou, you can discuss what slogan to shout. Yang Bo decided to run away. The two people in front of him were too dangerous. He didn't want to take risks with them with his small body. Okay then. Zhou Rui also felt that this was a good opportunity. She accepted the interview with the reporter by virtue of her identity as a victim, and put forward some of her own views by the way. These views can form election slogans in the future. The fat boss left with Yang Bo. Yang Bo. Stay away from them in the future. Look how dangerous it is this time. The families in the Crimson Federation are all military and political. They are much more dangerous than those illegal organizations. These guys can blatantly possess super nuclear bombs and weapons that can destroy planets. All the illegal organizations in the world cannot compare with these families. The two of them came to the basement together. The fat boss's flying car was here. After getting on the flying car, the fat boss said to Yang Bo, "Boss, I originally wanted to see the armor customized for me. Who knew I would encounter such a thing? I found that I have been unlucky since I started working." Yang Bo was really caught in an unexpected disaster this time. And it was not his own fault. Be careful in the future. Your luck is indeed a bit messy. The fat boss nodded when he heard Yang Bo say this. Of course, you don't have to worry too much. Although the families in the Crimson Federation are powerful, their internal strife is too serious, and their various states have too many conflicts with each other. However, they will definitely not give up targeting Zhou Rui and her daughter. As long as you stay away from them in the future, it won't have much impact. The fat boss's words were a little selfish. Zhou Rui now has an official identity after all. Even if she is a member of a remote planet, she is still a member of parliament. If the people of the Crimson Federation dare to break into Zhou Rui's house today, they may break into someone else's house tomorrow. As for the grudges between the two, if these politicians are reasonable, understand the rules, and understand justice and evil, then there will not be so many weird laws. Therefore, Zhou Rui and her father will have a hard time with their enemies, because the alliance will definitely make trouble. And the internal conflicts of the Crimson Federation are too big. They hope that the neighboring family will die out and occupy the territory themselves. The George family may not dare to make any moves openly. The fat boss just doesn't want Yang Bo to get too close to Zhou Rui. And this time Yang Bo got into danger, which made the fat boss experience what a roller coaster is. If Yang Bo really died, then his political career would definitely be over. Boss, I listened to you and won't go to other places with them in the future. Yang Bo nodded. And he also planned so in his heart. Then I'll take you back. The fat boss saw Yang Bo nodded, thinking that this incident would scare Yang Bo, and he would not get so close to Zhou Rui and her father in the future. Yang Bo didn't mean to go to other places with Zhou Rui and her daughter. But for the sake of the armor, they could go for tea in the future, which would be much better in public places. The fat boss directly set Yang Bo's home as the destination. And Yang Bo's watch also received the request information from the fat boss's flying car, because Yang Bo's private land is too large. If the flying car wants to come in, it needs to apply. If Yang Bo disagrees, the fat boss's flying car cannot enter. You should have a good rest. Let's take some time to have a meal together. It feels like we haven't had a meal together for a long time, the fat boss said after sending Yang Bo home. Okay, boss. Yang Bo knew that the fat boss was in a hurry to express his opinions and then form an election slogan. So he nodded. Yang Bo first summoned his flying car back, and then hurried back home to watch the news. Things seemed to be wrong? Yang Bo opened the news and found that the news on the Alliance side was a little wrong. The news reported that the Crimson Federation had carried out a nuclear bomb terrorist attack on the Alliance, killing 6 people and injuring hundreds of people. There was also a video of a huge mushroom cloud and a deep pit left after the explosion. And countless robots were repairing the houses damaged by the nuclear explosion. Yang Bo found that the most news reports were about this nuclear bomb terrorist attack. As for the Bomb Brother, the Justice Brother, and the dark side of the Pharmacist Guild, they were all gone. These guys in the Alliance are worthy of being masters of diverting attention. With such a thing, they directly transformed the internal conflicts into external conflicts. Yang Bo read the news carefully several times before realizing that the Alliance actually played like this. Whether it is Brother Bomb, Brother Justice, or the shady dealings of the Pharmacist Union, they will cause turmoil within the Alliance. And now the people of the Crimson Federation are carrying out terrorist attacks, which just gives this excuse. And Yang Bo found that the Alliance seemed to really want to go to war with the Crimson Federation. Is it really going to war? Yang Bo read the news again and found that this matter was not that simple. The main reason is that the area of the nuclear explosion this time is in a densely populated area. And it is a villa area, or a high-end villa area, where the elites live. This makes the elite class of the Alliance feel a sense of crisis. The fat man's words just now were to scare me. Will the George family send people again? Yang Bo also woke up instantly. But Yang Bo was more concerned about whether the George family would continue to send people to target Zhou Rui and her daughter. It's a pity that among the 3 people who died this time, the superpower of that person was not brushed out. These people in the George family can rule a state, and there must be many special talents. Do you want to sell some information to the George family? Yang Bo was ready to sell some information about Zhou Rui to the George family. Let the George family continue to send people, so that I can constantly refresh my skills. Those who can be sent to other countries to perform tasks must have special abilities. Just like the 3 people this time. Forget it. Don't be too mean. Yang Bo thought about it, and decided to forget it. But I can pretend to be the 3rd master and ask Zhou Rui to send me a message if there is anything. After this incident, Zhou Rui will definitely be more vigilant. And the Bounty Hunter Guild is not a small organization. As long as the other party comes next time, and Zhou Rui can know the other party's whereabouts, then the 3rd master can go online. Soon Yang Bo had a new good idea. So Yang Bo went out in stealth, only to find that March Star had been completely blocked. Fighter planes were whistling in the sky, and those who didn't know thought something major had happened. Arriving at the country park, Yang Bo went into the mountains again and found a more secluded place. Then he took out the 3rd master's communicator and sent a message to Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui was discussing the election slogan with Zhou Sen, and she also had to form her own election team. Of course, the first thing to be determined was the election slogan. The father and daughter were screening the election slogans of the members of the March Star Parliament. 3rd Master. Zhou Rui's communicator vibrated. Zhou Rui saw the person who sent the message and whispered to her father. Why did he send the message? Zhou Sen asked puzzledly when he heard this. He said he had some grievances with the George family. As long as I knew that someone from the George family came to March Star, I could send him a message, and he would solve it for me. Zhou Rui answered when he heard this. Why did he help you so much? Could it be? Zhou Sen asked suspiciously when he heard this. No. He must have had a feud with the George family. But how long has he been back? Where is he hiding? Zhou Rui shook her head. She was actually unsure, although she was approaching the 3rd master as a bald man. Who knew if he had seen through her true identity? There must be a group of people like this. It's just that the number may not be large. But it's still easy to find a place to hide. He probably can't let go of his brothers. Zhou Sen had some unique views on the 3rd master. Then I will reply to him. Whenever someone from the George family comes, I will notify him to see how things develop. Zhou Rui asked Zhou Sen in an inquiring tone. Just answer him like this, and then ask him if there is anything you need help with. You'd better hand over the management of the Bounty Hunters Union to someone else you trust. You are now a counselor, and the Bounty Hunters Union is an illegal organization after all. Zhou Sen reminded Zhou Rui. I know. Father! Zhou Rui nodded. After receiving Zhou Rui's message, Yang Bo replied to Zhou Rui that he did not need any help, but simply wanted to kill the people from the George family. Zhou Rui had no choice but to believe Yang Bo's answer, because a super strong man like Yang Bo could do whatever he wanted. Then Yang Bo took out the communicator to contact Master Zhang. Master Zhang's face was also very bad, because a terrorist attack broke out on March Star, and it was a nuclear bomb, which would seriously affect the image and development of March Star. At this time, Niu Bo came hurriedly. Master, Jiu Yi has sent a message, willing to help you maintain the status and influence of March Star. If the people from the Crimson Federation come again, he is willing to take action. Okay. Those damn bastards from the Crimson Federation. Master Zhang was relieved to hear this. As long as Jiu Yi takes action, the people from the Crimson Federation will die one by one. But you ask him to do it more covertly. Master Zhang instructed again. Master Zhang said this because he didn't want to conflict with the George family of the Crimson Federation. Because Master Zhang now wants to consolidate his influence on March Star, and doesn't want any unnecessary trouble. The other party said that if they want more money, they can pretend to be someone else to take action. After Niu Bo sent a message to the other party, he saw the other party's message and spoke. Chapter 431 Calculation. Add money. You must add money. Zhang Buizhen felt very comfortable that Jiu Yi could take the initiative to stand up and maintain his influence. And he felt closer to him than his so-called relatives at home. As for what Zhou wanted, it was just some energy metals. As long as he could gain a foothold on March Star, this amount of energy metals would be nothing. You send him a message saying that as long as I gain a foothold on March Star, if they want the latest battleships or the latest mechas, I can help them get them. And I can also give them an official identity. Of course a fake one. Zhang Buizhen was just making big promises. But some things still needed to be said first. Niu Bo nodded. These free mercenaries are very powerful. And there may be a big team behind them. It would be great if we could recruit them. But even if we can't, they can become our pawns in secret. These free mercenaries advocate force and freedom. I believe they can't refuse you, young master. As long as you can stabilize March Star, these promises can be fulfilled. Zhang Buizhen understood what Niu Bo meant. As long as you have enough say in the family, others will recognize you. Send him a message and see. If he doesn't want to, forget it. And their mechas look weird to me? Zhang Buizhen nodded. Last time Yang Bo attacked Zhang Letian with a mecha, Zhang Buizhen knew the details of the incident and was a little skeptical about Yang Bo's mecha. The control system is not good. According to the research of Ping and Technology Company, a mecha made of all energy metals should have the ability to jump through space. Niu Bo also knew a lot of things. And he said while sending a message to Zhou, yes, the external modification of the mecha is very easy. But the internal control system and energy system are difficult to modify. You can send him a message saying that as long as my influence is enough, I can build them a mecha that can jump in space to facilitate their work. Anyway, give them a promise first. As for whether it can be done later, it depends on my influence in the family. If they want to get such a mecha, they must support me. Zhang Buizhen's abacus beads were clacking. Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded when he received the message from Zhang Buizhen. This Zhang Buizhen is very hidden. It's a pity that he doesn't have much influence now. Otherwise, I would have kidnapped him now and asked their family to exchange him for a mecha that can jump in space. Yang Bo was very excited after being dumbfounded. It turned out that the hidden boss was right next to him. It seems that my true identity in the future must be on good terms with Zhang Buizhen. When Zhang Buizhen becomes prosperous, I can get the mecha from him. If he doesn't want to, I can just kidnap him. But who is the most important person in their Zhang family? Now I can kidnap the most important person in their Zhang family. Can I get a mecha that can jump through space? It seems that if I meet someone from the Zhang family next time, I must sort out the relationship in their family. Yang Bo has now thought about kidnapping an important person in the Zhang family. So Yang Bo agreed to Zhang Buizhen. And the two reached a new cooperation intention. That is, Yang Bo helped Zhang Buizhen consolidate his influence on March Star. Whoever affects Zhang Buizhen will affect Yang Bo's ability to get a mecha that can jump through space. After Yang Bo sent the message to Zhang Buizhen, he felt very happy. Then he went home in stealth. Zhang Buizhen was also happy to get the affirmative answer from Zhou and reach another preliminary cooperation intention. He wanted to open champagne to celebrate. Let's go and see Uncle Sen. It is said that the insurance company will not pay him compensation, saying that he is suspected of insurance fraud. Zhang Buizhen was in a good mood and was ready to rub salt into his uncle's wound. Niu Bo smiled. The main reason is that there are many doubts about this matter. How did the robber know Zhang Letian's accurate information? Of course, the main reason is that Zhang Letian has no value. He borrowed too much money and even mortgaged his shares. Last time I asked you to pass the message to Uncle Sen's rival. How is it? Zhang Buizhen asked while taking champagne. They have hooked up with Zhang Letian's secretaries. I believe that it won't be long before his secretaries will lie in the arms of his former rivals. Niu Bo nodded in response. Master, you are at a loss for taking such good wine, isn't it? Zhang Letian is not worthy of your good wine now. Niu Bo looked at the wine his master took and said, he is an elder after all, and he has a lot of such good wine on his spaceship. The good wine in his wine cellar is also mortgaged. I believe that when he drinks this familiar wine, he can remember his beautiful past. When he wakes up, he will be more painful. Zhang Buizhen said seriously. Niu Bo smiled. And Zhang Buizhen took the good wine to find Zhang Letian. Zhang Letian was in a state of panic. He originally thought that after the insurance company paid, he would have the ability to repay the money, and the debt would be much less. I didn't expect the insurance company to be unwilling to pay now. Zhang Letian still bought insurance from Ping and Insurance Company. And the Zhang family is still a major shareholder of Ping and Insurance Company. But unfortunately, Just like Ping and Technology Company and Ping and Insurance Company. There is more than one major shareholder. Obviously, someone has set his sights on John Leeshan's shares. John Lettian mortgaged all his shares at the beginning. And now some people have set their sights on these shares. As long as John Lettian can't get the money one day, the interest on the mortgage loan will increase. Of course, there are indeed many things that John Lettian can't explain in the matter of John Lettian being robbed. Even the captain of John Leeshan's private spaceship suspected that his boss was defrauding insurance. Let alone other people. Uncle San, I came to have a drink with you. March Star is too chaotic and puts too much pressure on me. Zhang Buizhen took a bottle of wine and 2 glasses and came to John Leeshan's residence. Alas, John Lettian certainly knew what happened recently on March Star and sighed deeply. I didn't expect it to be so chaotic here. Thank you for your hard work. John Lettian had no idea that Zhang Buizhen was here to rub salt into his wounds. Facing his nephew's concern, John Lettian really thought that he was here to care about him. That's right. It's a pity that Uncle San's private spaceship still has so many collections. Many of the collections are out of print. These illegal organizations are too much. Zhang Buizhen opened the bottle of wine in front of John Lettian and said with regret, "Don't mention those things." John Lettian felt pain in his heart and liver when he heard about those collections. Because those things were once John Leeshan's honor. He showed off in front of many people that he could buy the best products and shine at the auction. He snatched these things from others. That feeling is something that others can't understand. That is to say, there will be nothing to show off in the future. How can John Lettian not feel pain? Moreover, he thought that he used to show off in front of others. And in the future it will be the turn of others to show off in front of him. And they might even laugh at him. John Lettian thought of this, and drank the wine in one gulp. The familiar taste and the familiar smell made John Lettian feel even more pain. Because there are many better wines in his wine cellar. And he always brings a bottle of good wine to show off every time he attends a wine party. You know, wine is completely dependent on time to settle. Although Zhang Buizhen's face was a little depressed, he was very happy in his heart. Because John Leeshan's expression now was so cool. My wine is not as good as those top-quality wines in Uncle San's wine cellar. Zhang Buizhen directly put salt in the wound. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. John Leeshan's voice was a little hoarse. You know, John Lettian is also a superpower. The insurance company is really a rogue. No wonder those people say that the insurance company won't pay for this or that. They just treat Uncle San as an idiot. How could Uncle San use this method to defraud insurance? Zhang Buizhen almost threw John Lettian into the salt water bucket. Buizhen, I'm not saying bad things about your father. Your father has an unshirkable responsibility in this matter. John Lettian drank a big sip of wine without any image. You should know that people in these big families have to pay attention to etiquette when drinking. If John Lettian is seen like this, he will be called rude and inferior. Zhang Buizhen looked at his Uncle San's rude appearance, and was very happy. Uncle San, my father has always treated everyone equally. For those who have no role in the family, my father has always had the same attitude, abandon them. Of course, I want to stand up for Uncle San here. I said that I am not good enough and cannot compare with my brothers in all aspects. But Uncle San, you have made so many contributions. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. My father's behavior is disappointing. Zhang Buizhen has long seen through the people in the family. Now he is just trying to sow discord. Humph. If my good brother thinks so, he is wrong. John Lettian heard this, and directly grabbed the bottle, and poured a stream of wine into his glass. Then drank it all with a sneer. Zhang Buizhen pricked up his ears when he heard this. But it was a pity that John Lettian did not continue to talk. But Zhang Buizhen was already happy to clap his hands in secret. Zhang Buizhen knew that if he wanted to gain more influence in the Zhang family, then the current Zhang family must be in chaos. That is, he had to be in chaos first before he could have a chance. As for the impact of the Zhang family's chaos on the entire Zhang family, this was not considered by Zhang Buizhen at all. Because Zhang Buizhen was already disappointed, and no longer regarded the Zhang family as his own home. Zhang Buizhen will remember what his father, his brothers, and his uncles did for the rest of his life. Uncle San, you should ask the insurance company to produce evidence to prove that you are a fraud. If they don't have evidence, they should compensate you. If you have this amount of money, then your difficulties will be easily overcome. Zhang Buizhen did not get to the bottom of it, because he knew that his uncle was not a fool, but very smart. If he asked, he might be tricked by his uncle. I'm hiring a lawyer to sue them. Jean Letian felt somewhat regretful that his nephew did not question him. Otherwise, he might have made some money from him. And Jean Letian also found an opportunity to turn things around. That is, to control March Star. Hundreds of billions of credit points are nothing for a planet. Not to mention that mutant creatures have been found on this planet. However, all this information is firmly in the hands of the nephew in front of him. And even the parliament has been bribed by his nephew. Jean Letian was reluctant to leave because he had no clues to the case and did not get insurance compensation. He would be ridiculed if he went back. On the other hand, he was looking for an opportunity. Of course, Jean Letian is now alone. So Jean Letian contacted other people to take down his nephew in one fell swoop. And then control this planet here. Jean Letian did not think much of Zhang Buizhen. Because only his own people know his own people best. And Jean Letian has some other means here. Although he has no money now. The information is also valuable. Jean Letian felt a little sorry. When his reinforcements arrived, his nephew would end up miserably. The two sides were scheming against each other. But on the surface, they were very friendly. Just like real uncle and nephew. Yang Bo happily returned to his villa and continued to watch the news. The authorities have provided a complete chain of evidence, including a lot of surveillance and investigation equipment. The identity information of the three people in the George family was also dug out. It turned out that they were soldiers of the Crimson Federation. As for why the identity information of these three people was released by the March Star official, it was because someone directly passed the identity information of the three people to the official. As for who gave it, it is not clear. Are we really going to fight? Yang Bo found that the situation seemed to be going to fight. On the one hand, the alliance wanted to stabilize the domestic situation and reduce some negative influences. And it seems that there are people on the side of the Crimson Federation who hope that the alliance will take action against the state of Xixia. Fortunately, it was not something I did. But the identity information of Zhou Rui's father was also exposed. Yang Bo saw that the identity information of Zhou Rui's father was exposed. It turned out that Zhou Rui's family was also a warlord in a state of the Crimson Federation. Oh my god! Zhou Rui's mother. Isn't she Wang Mushua's elder? Yang Bo suddenly thought of the true identity of Zhou Rui's mother. No wonder Zhou Rui and his daughter came to the Federation. It seems that the Wang family still takes good care of him. Yang Bo didn't know if his guess was true. It seems that this place has been very lively during this period. After Yang Bo knew that Zhou Sen's identity information was exposed, many people would stare at what Zhou Sen got. Yang Bo felt that he was a little gloating. And a little looking forward to it. Come on. Come on. It's best if those who have committed serious crimes come. Send more capable people. Don't send those rubbish. Yang Bo is watching the fun here. However, Yang Bo's layout has been completed. On one hand, there is Zhang Buizhen. And on the other hand, there is Zhou Rui. The entire planet is basically monitored by the forces of both sides. Do you want to add another insurance? But what other forces are there on this planet? Yang Bo wondered whether to add another insurance. Wang Mushue? Yang Bo quickly thought of the most influential force. Forget it. This woman is too smart. Don't deal with her. However, Yang Bo was very wary of Wang Mushue. Yang Bo was naturally very clear about how abnormal this kind of superpower, in terms of mental power, was. These two forces are enough. But there must be some fish that slipped through the net to cause trouble. Otherwise, I will have to take the blame for everything. Soon Yang Bo figured it out. Then Yang Bo first came to the basement and looked at more and more gerbils. Then he put the invisible gerbils that had been successfully mutated by the gene drug last time into a cage. That is to say, the formal breeding plan began. Mainly because the ability of invisibility is rarely encountered in reality. Then Yang Bo carefully observed these feeding little things and added some feed. This is all automated feeding. And Yang Bo doesn't need to clean up feces or the like. Even if Yang Bo leaves for a year, there will be no problem. Because it can be recycled. As long as there is energy. Of course, Yang Bo still has to feed these little cuties some vegetables, fruits, and dried fruits at home. He also has to go to the mountains to cut some branches. Let these little things grind their teeth or pick up some stones. Then Yang Bo went back upstairs, cooked his own food, and took a bath after eating. Then he had time to look at his watch. Annie and Xia sent him messages again. Yang Bo was itching to go out incognito, and came to the small villa. He found a letter in the mailbox. It turned out to be a letter from the community. The community was going to install a high-level alarm system. Of course Yang Bo agreed and paid the money. No matter what high-level alarm equipment, it couldn't detect his invisibility. Then Yang Bo came to Annie from the small villa. When Yang Bo came here, Annie and Xiao were scared, even though they were superpowers now. After all, the power of this nuclear explosion was too huge. In addition, the media kept magnifying this topic and suppressing other topics. It's too scary. Why don't we immigrate? Annie said while lying in Yang Bo's arms. Now is not a good time to immigrate. Now our assets are increasing in value. This is the case with this undeveloped planet. Anyone can get in. Yang Bo doesn't want to leave March Star yet. The main reason is that Annie's strength is not enough. Otherwise Yang Bo would arrange Annie and Xia to go to the Blue Water Empire. He also has a territory on his side, which can be managed by the two of them. Xia was sleeping soundly on the side, because she had too much exercise and played too crazy just now. She was taught a lesson by Yang Bo. Relatively speaking, Annie is more gentle, so Yang Bo naturally feels more distressed. Well, that's all we can do for now. Annie had no other ideas after hearing what Yang Bo said. It would be a pity to give up the current rate of appreciation of real estate. Are we going to fight this time? I saw on the news that the conflict with the Crimson Federation is still very intense. Annie asked worriedly again. It shouldn't be, but I can't say for sure. Anyway, it's best to go out less recently. Do you want to install a high-level alarm system in your community? Yang Bo didn't answer with certainty. It's just that you have to pay a lot of money. Annie nodded after hearing this. I'll pay for it. Or let's go into the game and make some money. Okay. Chapter 432 Continue the game. It is indeed necessary to find a way to make money, because there is no income at this stage. Although the things he did were big, he did not earn any credit points. He did earn a great reputation, but it was a pity that he could not make it public. As for the cooperation with the fat boss and Zhou Rui, there was no income at all, and these people were all poor at this stage. The fat boss mortgaged all his assets and then invested in the new real estate company. Zhou Rui was the same, and she still owed a lot of debts. It will take a long time for these lands to appreciate in value, and at least several years will not see the return of money. As for young Master Zhang, Yang Bo is even less likely to accept his transfer, and there should be not much to do at this stage. Whether the Zhang family on young Master Zhang's side continues to send people, or Zhou Rui and their mortal enemies, they can't come for a while, mainly because the distance between the stars is too far. Yang Bo just took advantage of this stage to enjoy himself. He was busy all the time. Not for a better life. More say, and more freedom. Besides, you can not only brush up your skills in the game, but also make money. If it weren't for the need for some practical experience, Yang Bo would have planned to keep playing games and brush up all his skills to the Grandmaster level. In addition, it was a good opportunity to study the breeding of those little things in his basement. Yang Bo also has 2 small villas, but one of them was seriously damaged. But there is no assessment report yet, because the aftermath work is still being carried out there, and all the contaminated construction waste and various soil and debris must be dug out and then disinfected. There is also dust from the explosion, and there are still very complicated procedures and processes. The Alliance is preparing to make trouble this time, and it is obvious that this matter will not be settled so quickly. Yang Bo stayed with Xia and Annie for 2 days, and then he left refreshed. In the face of huge physical advantages, Xia's relaxation is useless, but it will make Yang Bo feel a sense of conquest. After Yang Bo returned to his big villa, he was ready to start the game. Is this a new game? What surprised Yang Bo was that there was a new game in the game. Mech Conquest. Yang Bo looked at the new game trailer, which was actually about interstellar war. That is, mechs will participate in ground combat in interstellar war. As for the specific way of the game, the specific content of the game, etc., it has not been announced. Just to let everyone look forward to it. It won't be the Crimson Federation. The Alliance is preparing to test unmanned mech combat. Yang Bo felt that the time note of this game announcement was a bit abrupt, because the game announcement time was yesterday. If others thought it was just a game, but Yang Bo knew that mech games were originally remotely controlled. As for the ultimate purpose of these remote controls, it is obvious that they are for war. Yang Bo thought about it, and continued to look at the game forum. Although the Mecha game and the Apocalypse copy were rated as the worst games by players, there are still many people playing them. Of course, compared with real online games, This number of people is not much. The most popular cultivation game in real online games has more than 200 million players. There are only a few 100,000 people in the mecha game, mainly because the hardware facilities limit the number of players, and also because playing these two games requires very high skills. To enter the mecha game, you must reach the threshold of a mecha master. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass the test at the beginning of the game. The same is true for the Apocalypse copy game, which requires your operating ability to reach a certain level. Of course, some of the game places open later are to provide assistance to other game players. Of course, the deeper reason is that the number of unmanned mechas and bionic people is limited. After all, a real virtual game is just a bunch of data. And behind the data of the mecha game are real mechas or bionic people. Because the entry threshold is high and many people are eliminated, it is rated as one of the most rubbish games on the internet. Because some people are eliminated soon after entering. Of course, there is another point that many other people who cannot enter see the players in the game making money, and they are envious and jealous. After all, it is still easy to make money in the two games. Even in the Apocalypse copy game, you can earn more by carrying bullets for others than working outside. So those who can't enter the game will comment that this is a rubbish game. Of course, the gaming experience is really bad. If you can't make money, no one would play it. Yang Bo didn't enter the mecha game because he had an appointment with a ninja to make money by killing monsters in the Apocalypse game. Yang Bo bought the latest map from the game merchant. Industrial Park? Yang Bo didn't plan to kill other farms because his collision skill had reached the Grandmaster level. Yang Bo now mainly wants to brush medicine and forge. For medicine, he can only find some pharmaceutical companies in the industrial zone. And Yang Bo wants to find an industrial park that specializes in manufacturing medicine. However, such an industrial park should be around a big city. This faces another problem. That is, whether the zombies in the industrial park will follow other large forces. The zombie groups in the big city form a cycle because the groups at the head and tail are too large. The main thing is that Yang Bo wants to take both into account. On the one hand, brush the number of monsters, and on the other hand, brush his own skills. Yang Bo looked on the map again to see if there were any rampant animals, such as tens of thousands of them. This month, Yang Bo brushed 0 monsters. The name of the player ranked first was Jingi Xiaoxin. At first glance, the number of monsters killed by those bastards of the Jingi gang reached 86,325. There are still 5 days before the reward this month. There is a reward of 10 million for individuals, and another 10 million for the team. Forget it. Let's make money first. Yang Bo couldn't find a suitable place for a while, so he just brushed monsters first. Now it is getting more and more difficult to spawn monsters in the game, because the distance is getting farther and farther. The monsters around the resurrection point are cleared up bit by these players. As long as there is a resurrection point, the county is basically cleared. This is not a real game. As long as the data is refreshed, the monster will come out. And now there are 9 guilds in the entire Doomsday game. There are 2 guilds of the Justice Gang. One is called Justice Iron Fist, and the other is called Justice Light. In addition, there are 7 other guilds, each occupying a county. Ha. Yang Bo stood at the resurrection point and looked at the building of the Justice Iron Fist guild in the distant city. Then Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to look at it remotely. But there was nothing. That is to say, the buildings of the guild seen in the game screen are virtual. Future guild wars will definitely be virtual, just like playing a real game. Yang Bo also understood the military's calculations. It's safest to come and kill monsters. Yang Bo saw that Annie and Shio were not online yet, so he was ready to take a look. Yang Bo saw that the official had sent him some tasks again, and there were already 5 tasks in his mailbox. One was to explore the ruins. One was to find the task items. One was to clean up the underground fortress. And one was to hunt the super boss. The last task was to clean up the mine cave released 2 days ago. I have to find time to complete one of these 5 tasks. I also want to get a stronger bionic man. Yang Bo knew that the military's tasks were related to whether he could control the strongest bionic man. The attributes of the character he controlled now were abnormal to the point of exploding. Of course, from the perspective of playing games, it is just adding some badges and improving attributes. Only Yang Bo knows that his bionic man is completely different from others. If he cannot bring effective help to the military, then maybe those bastards in the military will give him a virtual screen and replace his strongest bionic man with an ordinary one. Yang Bo looked at these tasks carefully and decided to take the task of clearing the mine. Because Yang Bo felt that the terrain of the mine was narrow, which was beneficial to him. Yang Bo looked carefully at the task of clearing the mine and found that there were many mutant animals in the mine. Mutated animals? It seems to be a test of the reaction speed of the bionic man to mutant animals. After all, the movements of zombies are much slower than animals. Yang Bo had a guess when he saw this. Investigate the reasons for the formation of mutant animals in the mine. Yang Bo read the brief introduction of the task very simply. That is to say, there are no zombies in this mine. What is the situation? Are these animals mutated in the mine, but not turned into zombies? Or is there something in the mine that attracts these mutant animals to gather? The mission information given by the military is also limited, which is also the reason why many players on the forum complain about the opacity of this game mission. But I do know that the game officials do not know what the mission is specifically about. If the game officials know what the mission is, there is no need to release the mission at all. At this time, Xia and Annie came online. Although Yang Bo did not understand why girls had to dress up beautifully at home, it was okay for these two girls to dress up. After all, he saw them more. Captain, where are we going? The three of them discussed, and did not reveal the real situation in the game. Let's go to the nearest county. Yang Bo was ready to attack the next county. The next county had no resurrection point, and was about 35 kilometers away from Yang Bo's current location. It was not realistic to find a large breeding farm now, because the breeding farm was easily cleared by other guilds. On the contrary, guilds generally did not dare to touch such a county. Yang Bo did not know that he had attracted the attention of the military game department as soon as he went online. The main reason was that the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo was one of the most advanced experimental products. Yang Bo was able to control this bionic man to obtain a lot of data. And the head of the game department was successfully promoted to lieutenant colonel because of the last incident. Why doesn't this guy accept the mission? The lieutenant colonel watched Yang Bo come online, full of expectation, ready to see Yang Bo accept the mission. And then he would make merit. But who knew that this guy would actually go to the next county? It should be for the ranking bonus at the end of the month. The lieutenant colonel subordinates guessed very accurately. It shouldn't be possible. The guys in the Justice Gang are planning to do two big things to distance themselves from the second place behind. Otherwise, they may be overtaken by the second place. The guys in the Justice Gang are ready to spend money to make a name for themselves. These guys have provided us with a lot of money. Not to mention that making games is really profitable. These guys are stupid and take money just for a bunch of data. Most of these guys are second generation. They have no achievements in reality, and can only find a sense of existence in the game. If this guy wants to get the bonus, he needs to kill at least hundreds of thousands of monsters in just a few days. Now the difference is more than 80,000, which means that an average of 30,000 monsters must be killed every day. They set off. The lieutenant colonel was a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. As long as Yang Bo could go online, it would be a good thing. Although there are many good players in this game, they are much worse than Yang Bo. It's a pity that Yang Bo's true identity is unknown. Otherwise he would find a way to get him into the army, give him orders every day, and let him play games. The lieutenant colonel's father is the biggest warlord in the Alliance military. As long as they know Yang Bo's identity, there are many ways to get Yang Bo into the army. And because of the relationship between the Alliance Parliament and the military, there is no way to find out Yang Bo's identity unless Yang Bo reveals it himself. The military can only see that there are players controlling these bionic people. As for the front end of the player login information, it is controlled by other departments of the Alliance. If the military wants to obtain the player's login information, it must apply to the court and be recognized by the judicial department. Otherwise it is illegal. Of course, the so-called personal privacy has long become the emperor's new clothes. But the military is an exception. This guy bought a laser sword, and then bought a pistol and pistol bullets. It seems that this guy is really going to kill monsters. What did Yang Bo buy? The military background can see it clearly. After all, the location of the bionic people controlled by Yang Bo, and all the data can be seen clearly by the military. If he accepts a mission, which one of the 5 missions would he accept? How about we make a bet? This guy always does something unexpected. We are bored. Others controlling these bionic people feel a bit rigid and not as flexible as this guy. The reaction speed of his 2 teammates is also much faster. Really? Do you think they will meet offline? It's possible. I don't know what these two female players really look like. When we were in school, we could date some female netizens by playing games. But some of them are ordinary people, and we can't get in touch with them at all. Most of them are ordinary people. Women with superpowers are a rare resource. How about we bet on how many monsters he can kill today? 10,000. I bet a cup of coffee. Who will be the banker? I will do it. I will do it. A group of people in the office started to be the banker. Bet on how many monsters Yang Bo can kill within the game time. Yang Bo brought a lot of bullets this time, as well as a laser sword and cold weapons. It's my fault that I dragged you down. Shia felt a little guilty, because the game character's controlled by Annie, and Yang Bo could fly. But she couldn't. So the three of them had no choice but to run away. Chapter 433 The Bird Slayer Gang Reappears. It's okay. If we encounter monsters on the road, we can kill them at the same time. Yang Bo felt happy. After all, not everyone can bring two beauties with him when playing games. And these two beauties played games by themselves. In his previous life, Yang Bo also played games. But most of the female players were transsexuals. Even if there was a real female player occasionally, Yang Bo didn't dare to go out to meet her. He was a poor loser. In addition, he was afraid of encountering the biochemical matrix. It would be better to go to KTV or something. There would be more assurance there. At least the biochemical matrix would not appear in such occasions. After all, opening a KTV still requires repeat customers. If there is really a biochemical matrix, the reputation will be bad and the business will not be able to continue. Of course, the most important thing is to see clearly before falling in love. If you don't feel right, don't start as soon as possible. And this can also exercise our control ability. It doesn't take long for a bionic man to travel a few dozen kilometers. And now the roads from the county to the surrounding areas have been almost cleared. During this period of time, players have cleared most of the farms around the resurrection point. To clear the farms, you must clear the routes, fighting and retreating at the same time. In addition, after the routes are cleared, the logistics and transportation personnel can run faster. Because most of the logistics and transportation personnel have poor skills. The coordinates are on the north slope of Shaonan Mountain. The Justice Iron Fist Guild has reserved the venue. Please do not come to the north slope of Shaonan Mountain. At this time, a voice sounded in the regional channel. Yang Bo was a little puzzled. Someone actually reserved the venue in this game. Yang Bo didn't know where the north slope of Shaonan Mountain was. But Yang Bo was very curious. What would these guild members do if he broke into the game? After all, in this game, you can't fire the gun at other players. In the early days, bombs were used to accidentally injure other players. Or bombs were used to lure zombies to attack other players. Justice Gang. Is it the north slope of Shaonan Mountain? We'll be there soon. How much does it cost to rent the whole place? But someone else shouted in the regional channel. Ding 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 from the Zhanyo Gang. The following ding ding sound was a curse word. Yang Bo was also shocked when he heard someone shouting Zhanyo Gang in the regional channel. After a closer look, the name of the player who just shouted in the regional channel against the Justice Gang was Brother Yi. Yang Bo was a little puzzled. There were still players who gave this name. Justice Gang girls. Our Zhanyo Gang's grandfather is here to patronize you. Brother Yi made another regional shout. Yang Bo almost laughed out loud when he heard the regional shout. Because the Justice Gang was basically women. Yang Bo felt that he had missed something. So he hurriedly opened the forum and started reading. On the forum, Yang Bo finally found the reason for this incident, which was that the bird-slashing gang had reemerged. Originally, the players of this gang wanted to name themselves Big Bird Brother. But unfortunately, this name was complained by the players of the Justice Gang. And then the players were asked to change their names. So all the players of the bird-slashing gang changed the word bird to chicken. What about Wild Chicken Brother? Mountain Chicken Brother? Big Chicken Brother? Second Chicken Brother? Third Chicken Brother? And Clucking Chicken? The number of players in this group was not large at the beginning. Only about 20 to 30 people. But later it has been about 200 to 300 people. These guys are actually in jail? Yang Bo saw another piece of news that made his worldview explode. A player on the forum revealed that someone from the Zhanyo Gang had let slip that they were in jail. But then Yang Bo figured it out again. Being in jail in the Alliance is actually quite pleasant. You can eat, drink, have fun, and learn skills. And there are some special benefits after being released from jail. such as arranging employment. In addition, if people who have been released from jail go to find a job, all work units must give priority to people who have been in jail under the same conditions. Otherwise, they will sue you for discrimination. If you sue, you will win, and the company will have to pay money. Xiao was also planning to do a legal business before, and even if she was caught, she could learn some skills and arrange a job. What do you call this? These people in jail should be cared for, but they should be equal to others, not enjoy special benefits. But in the alliance, because some members of parliament want to win votes, some people raise the status of these people who have been in jail to a higher level. Anyway, no one can refute the big hat of discrimination. What kind of people have I met? When I was in the mecha game, I felt that the people of the bird-slashing gang were not good people. Seeing that the people of the bird-slashing gang were actually this kind of people, Yang Bo lost interest. It's not that Yang Bo looked down on them, but he was doing some shady things. If he gets mixed up with these people, I'm afraid he won't be able to explain himself. The two players, the wild chicken brother and the big chicken brother of the bird-slashing gang, are on the regional channel against the Justice Gang. Although the Justice Gang is very happy to curse, the regional channel is full of beeping sounds. Although the guys from the bird-slashing gang don't use a single swear word, their words can make people angry to death. How can I let my uncle take care of your young lady's business? There are also questions like, is the sound of the young lady's beeping too loud? Or the alarm sound of the electric toy is out of battery? Do you want me to help you charge it? There are also questions about whether the Justice Gang's booking the venue means booking it for the whole night. The curses of these guys from the bird-slashing gang were collected on the forum, which made the people from the Justice Gang angry to death. The curses of the bird-slashing gang are very popular on the game forum, although they look serious in words. Every man knows what charging means. The Justice Gang also offered a reward for the identity information of these people from the bird-slashing gang. Of course, this post was quickly reported. Yang Bo had a smooth journey. The roads leading to the next county town were basically cleared. These roads were severely damaged. You can see that many forks have been cleared. That is, the road leading to the farm. Few players come to the county town because there are too many zombies hiding in the county town. These concrete building ruins are also very dangerous. Maybe the whole house will collapse. There weren't many players here. After all, the distance was too far. It took Yang Bo and his 3 friends an hour and a half to get here. Yang Bo and Annie's bionic people wouldn't last that long. After all, their attributes were strong. But Xiao's game character attributes weren't good. Then I'll go back and get the bullets. Annie was ready to go back and get the bullets. Go ahead. Yang Bo nodded, and Annie put the bullets in a more hidden place. Xia followed behind Yang Bo and changed the bullets for Yang Bo's pistol. Yang Bo took out 2 pistols and prepared to start killing monsters. Yang Bo prepared more pistols because pistols have durability. Annie's character attributes are very strong, and it takes about 2 hours to go back and forth. The pressure is a bit high. Yang Bo calculated that there are still 5 days left, and the minimum daily monsters must be 20,000. To get the first place, 30,000 are needed. After all, the opponent will definitely rush a wave of data at the end of the month. Yang Bo first picked up a stone and threw it at the distant building. Then he used the photoelectric superpower to remotely passively receive sound waves. After 10 seconds, Yang Bo roughly knew the distribution of these zombies within a kilometer range. The various sensor receiving systems of the bionic man itself cannot receive some low-frequency sound waves. But Yang Bo can remotely passively receive these sound waves through the photoelectric superpower. Through these sound waves constantly echoing between buildings, Yang Bo can outline a sound wave image in his mind. This county town has only one street on the bank of a river. The entire county town is 2.5 kilometers long, with the widest place being 1,100 meters, and the narrowest place being less than 100 meters. According to the information marked on the map, the county had a permanent population of about 150,000 people before. The county is on one side of the river, and on the other side are cliffs. Try to clear this county. There should be a lot of zombie animals here. Yang Bo checked the map and knew that there were many wild animals in this county before. And the elevation difference here is very large. The elevation difference from the county to the opposite mountain top is 1,800 meters. And the straight line distance from the county to the opposite mountain top is less than 30 kilometers. You stay far behind. Yang Bo said to Xiao with concern. You should be careful too. The conversation between the two shocked the people in the military game department. This bitch must be together. Someone in the office suddenly said. Chapter 434 A bunch of trash. Other people were a little uncomfortable when they heard this. But no one objected. Because the conversation between the two people showed that they had a special relationship. Alas! Someone saw Yang Bo and Xia preparing to hunt zombies. And sighed. No wonder the three of them had to run to the next county to kill monsters. It turns out that they have been together for a long time. This guy hasn't played the game for so many days. He probably went there to accompany women. This guy doesn't seem to have seen the world. These two women are ordinary women. It's a pity that the guy didn't get the ranking bonus last month. You know, the ranking bonus adds up to more than 10 million credit points. What kind of women can't he find? That's right. More than 10 million credit points can already go to the Crimson Federation to play for a few years. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, was also a little unhappy about this. Because in the eyes of the lieutenant colonel, this player is a little irresponsible. After all, the military has given him the best bionic man to operate. But there is no way to say this. After all, others think it's just a game. You are wrong. What men want is a curiosity. Not just beauty or ugliness. Although these two women are ordinary women. What about the two of them together? The reason why these people think that Xia and Annie are ordinary women is because of the previous impression. When they first entered the game, they were ordinary people. The game background can see the operation data of these game players. And you can tell who they are at a glance. Unless someone deliberately disguises themselves. But this is unnecessary because it is just a game. Of course, these people don't know that Xia and Annie are already superpowers. And they are very rare superpowers. But even so, the tone of these people in the office is sour. These people said so much. But they are still envious. After all, they can pick up two women by playing games. Although they are ordinary women. Others have different ways to pick them up. Then a large group of people looked at Yang Bo. Ready to see what else this guy has with these two women. Gossip. Curiosity. This is something that is always indispensable in the human world. Although these people still look down on ordinary women in their hearts. It does not mean that they do not envy Yang Bo. The tactic adopted by Yang Bo is very simple. That is, to find a suitable place and let these zombies come one by one. Yang Bo found two adjacent buildings, both of which are only 3 stories high, and settled Xia on the other side first. To be honest, Xia didn't take it seriously, because Xia thought it was just a game. Besides, if the game character died, it would only be 500,000 credit points. This is why people have different views at different times. When Xia first entered the game, she was actually a little scared. After all, if the character died, she would have to spend 500,000 credit points to buy resurrection coins. Of course, the game said 500,000 game coins, but if there were no game coins, they could only be exchanged with credit points. Yang Bo took out a bomb and threw it in front of the house. This stirred up a hornet's nest. As long as the sound of the bomb was transmitted, the zombies started to move. Zombies are strange animals. They usually don't move. And they are basically in places without sunlight. That is, dark corners in the room. And even some collapsed house ruins, sewers, etc. Once there is any movement, these zombies will move. Yang Bo is not sure what species these zombies belong to, because he has not actually seen these things. Although he can see them remotely. Yang Bo jumped downstairs and started to attack. He kept shooting with a pistol in one hand, and changed the magazine with the other hand. Knife skills +2. Cooking skills +2. Tracking +2. Mining +2. Gathering +2. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Cooking skills +2. Yang Bo doesn't care about the skills given by these zombies. And these zombies give some ordinary skills. Yang Bo also figured it out. Before the end of the world comes, before these people become zombies, they will definitely hunt other zombies for a living. So these zombies give more knife skills. Because ordinary people don't have many hot weapons that they can touch. And cold weapons are the ones that can be touched frequently. As for cooking skills, it's easy to say. After all, everyone has to live and know a little cooking skills. There are also a few skills such as shooting. Yang Bo estimated that zombies that can get hot weapons will not appear in the county, because the number of hot weapons in the county is not large. The backpack is placed on the chest. Yang Bo chose fine pistols, which can be loaded with 30 rounds. and the durability of the gun is higher than that of ordinary pistols. Yang Bo does not need to look at the position of the zombies on the radar. As long as he listens to the roar of the zombies around, he can accurately judge the distance of the zombies. This guy is really amazing. Even though the game department is used to seeing many players' operations, for Yang Bo's active attack, every bullet of the pistol in his hand can take away the back of a zombie's head. The bullet went into the zombie's eyes and flew out with the back of its head. The zombie's skull is also very hard. If the bullet hits the skull, it may not kill the zombie. Yang Bo changed the magazine with one hand and kept shooting with the other hand. An expensive fine special pistol was scrapped in less than 10 minutes. This fine special pistol can fire 1,500 rounds of bullets. In other words, in less than 10 minutes, Yang Bo killed at least 1,400 zombies. Yang Bo felt like a robot, constantly repeating the movements in his hands. And he was very calm now. He could lock 200 zombies in his mind at the same time. And the locked zombies were judged by the size and location of the sound. And the 200 zombies closest to him. These 200 zombies are the 200 zombies closest to Yang Bo. Yang Bo looked around and saw that the zombies were piled up like a mountain. Although 1,400 to 1,500 zombies were not as many as 1,400 to 1,500 corpses, they were not much less. Yang Bo started to fight and retreat, while paying attention to Xia. Fortunately, Xia did not make any movement. Yang Bo came to the door of the building and blocked the door directly, then raised the pistol in his hand and kept firing. After more than 40 minutes, Yang Bo's bullets were used up. And at this time Yang Bo was already on the top of the building. And the corpses of zombies around the building were piled up like a mountain. Starting from more than 120 meters, the corpses began to pile up and gradually piled up into a large slope. Now if Yang Bo did not block the other zombies, they could jump to the top of the building along this slope of corpses. You are awesome. Yang Bo leaped to the roof of the next building and quickly picked up the bullets prepared by Xia. Xia's tone was a little ambiguous. Adulterer and adulteress. You are awesome. The staff in the game department heard Xia's ambiguous tone and said sourly. There was also a man pretending to be coquettish and repeating Xia's words. The lieutenant colonel looked at the data of Yang Bo's character and said, "This guy likes to use guns so much. Do you think we should customize a special gun for him with more ammunition and higher durability?" "Boss, do you mean to use these props to attract him to do the task?" Others' eyes lit up when they heard this. The last time Yang Bo went to the city, he actually knocked over a super zombie. With the addition of several merits, the game department was appreciated by the military. Of course, thanks to the boss's relationship, everyone was promoted and raised. And the level of the entire department was raised by 1 level. The hateful thing is this guy. He hasn't been online for a long time, since the last time he played the game. This guy's ideas are completely different from ours. We hope he can make more contributions so that we can get a promotion and a raise. The lieutenant colonel nodded without hesitation. This guy gave up the friendship of our boss for 2 ordinary women. That's right. If this guy knew the identity of our boss, he would come to play games every day. It's a pity that we can't get the Alliance Judicial Department and the Alliance Supreme Court to give us this guy's information. We can't even mention it. Otherwise it will be noticed by those damn families in the Alliance. The other people in the game department flattered the boss. But this is true. No matter how great your contribution is, if there is no one above you, your contribution can be turned into a fault. If there is someone above you, your fault can also be considered a contribution. And then, you can get a promotion and a raise and move to another department to continue making mistakes. The military and the Union government seem to be one. But in fact, the internal struggle is still very fierce. Both sides keep each other's information confidential, which means that Yang Bo's identity information is kept confidential on the Union government side. And the military cannot confirm Yang Bo's specific information. And Yang Bo's information in the game will also be kept confidential by the military. The military will not give Yang Bo's actions, that is, game information to the government side. Because the military knows that once someone on the government side knows about it, they will rush to win over Yang Bo. If Yang Bo does not follow the government may destroy this person. The lieutenant colonel nodded. Now we can only find a way to get him to take the initiative to do the task. Boss, the email sent to him before did not mention the specific task reward. Now sending him a task reward again. Will it make this guy think too much? However, some people in the department are concerned about this issue. Then what do you think we should do? The lieutenant colonel nodded when he heard this. It's difficult to deal with it now. If it were someone else, they would have done these tasks long ago. One of the people in this department spoke up. It's useless for others to do the tasks. Those who were selected from the second echelon failed in these tasks. No matter how active they are. It's useless. They can't turn these into our credit. Instead, because we lost very advanced bionic people. If it weren't for the changes made in the game, our department might have a fiscal deficit again. This guy is capable. But he lacks motivation to play games. The boss's idea is very good. But how to implement it needs more consideration. Everyone was talking about it. And the lieutenant colonel in charge of the game department also felt a headache. The headache was Yongbo, who seemed to play games depending on his mood. This guy should not be short of money. Otherwise he would not earn more than 10 million credit points every month and go out to pick up girls. This guy is a pharmacist. Do you think he was taken away for investigation because of the scandal of the pharmacist union and was just released? The reason why the staff of the game department knew that Yongbo was a pharmacist was because Yongbo himself said so before. It's possible. The guys in the pharmacist union are good at playing. They use all the points they get from the union to play with women and men. Fortunately, we don't have the talent of pharmacists. Otherwise we would be played with by those rotten women every day after joining the union. It would be fine if we were played with by women. But I'm afraid of being played with by men. Maybe several men playing together. In the past, I thought those men and women wearing the uniforms of the pharmacist union were high-level intellectuals. But now they look like a group of maggots. There's nothing I can do. The pharmacist union disguises itself too well. Disguising itself as a purely academic organization. Brother Bomb is awesome. I have saved a lot of the short videos from the time. But they are a bit eye-catching. They are good at playing. And they play for free without spending a penny. I remember that there seems to be a congressman's wife who is a pharmacist. Who would have known that the pharmacists, who were once praised as high-level professions, would be so dirty inside. The lieutenant colonel heard this and said, not all pharmacists are like this. But the pharmacist union is like this. Our alliance also has its own pharmacist association. And the atmosphere inside is much more normal. It is mainly the Empire, and the guys on the Federation side, who have ruined the atmosphere. In this case, this guy must have been taken away for investigation during the days he was missing. This guy doesn't even let ordinary women go. You can imagine how perverted he is. Our alliance feels so chaotic recently. There was a bomb guy some time ago. And now there is a good guy. This guy robbed everyone in the Ping and Zhang family. And they are all direct descendants. I wonder how much the Zhang family will offer to find this guy. The people in the office gossiped endlessly. However, there is not much to do in the game background. After all, the person in charge is here to manage this department just to gild himself. If this newly established department can achieve good results, then the person in charge of the game department can be promoted and get a raise quickly. If this department does not achieve good results, then the heads of some departments can also wait for seniority. So the staff of the game department basically don't have much to do. As long as the data background doesn't alarm. Everyone just looks at the data, which is called monitoring game data. So when there is a chance to gossip, never miss it. The lieutenant colonel shook his head when he heard this. This matter is not that simple. I have read the specific report. There are 12 safety cabins on Zhang Lishan's spaceship. And only Zhang Letian knows about it. But the robbers found the safety cabin accurately in just 1 minute. The incredible thing is that the robbers cut the safety cabin with an energy weapon. We are all soldiers. And we know the material of this safety cabin. Right? Besides, the safety cabin has multiple passwords and internal mechanical locks. Hearing this, other people in the department also spoke up. But it doesn't make sense. After all, Zhang Letian actually lost tens of billions of credit points? Even if it's insurance fraud, it's not enough to cover the cost? Anyway, this matter is weird. Logically, it's impossible for other people to know that there are more than a dozen safety cabins on such a private spacecraft. Could this good guy have some special superpowers? Impossible. The safety cabin isolates all detection signals. Boss, what do you think is going on? The lieutenant colonel shook his head. It's hard to say. But I think Zhang Letian either has someone else's spies in the team, or they are doing something shameful. March Star has been busy recently. The admiral of our 9th fleet was almost kidnapped. If he was really kidnapped, we are probably going to lose an admiral. Underdeveloped planets are like this. The Zhang family, who developed the planet, gave wide permission to immigrants in order to develop the planet. So many people from illegal organizations went there. Some time ago, it was revealed that illegal organizations were breeding clones there. And there were also biological samples of many female and male stars. It is probably even more chaotic there now. Mutated creatures were found on the planet. And this time it encountered the incident of Jean Letian, and was attacked by terrorists, and released nuclear bombs directly. I am afraid those guys in the Crimson Federation are crazy. I don't know what the Union government is thinking this time. They want to make this matter bigger. Will it target our military? After everyone finished discussing, they looked at their boss. The lieutenant colonel also rubbed his forehead. This incident is weird. The key is that the location of the incident is too far away, and the Ninth Fleet is not on the same page with us. But the military and the government have sent special teams over. Let's take a look at the specific investigation report. I always feel that there is some big conspiracy here. But no matter what the conspiracy is, let's do our thing, and think about how to make this guy in the game not so lazy. Others nodded and thought about it. Yang Bo knew that there might be someone supervising the game background. But he didn't expect that there would be a large group of people who thought so badly of him. Although Yang Bo himself is a pharmacist, he is not registered with the Pharmacist Union. This is why Yang Bo can say it in the game. Anyway, he can't find himself by following this information. After Yang Bo got the bullet from Xia, he said, I will move over there later. And you find a chance to pick up another teammate. Okay. Be careful. Xia nodded and said with concern. Yang Bo felt warm in his heart. After all, he had been single for decades in his previous life. And he had been single for 20 years in this life, which was decades. Although there were women who cared about him in his previous life, they only cared when he was on duty. And they wished he would get out of here when he was off duty. When he entered the house, they called him brother. And when he left, they asked him to hurry up and not delay others. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that if he had several hundred million in his previous life, he could buy villas for people. And there would be many people who cared about him. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Don't care about those details. If you care about details, it is easy to fall into self-denial. Yang Bo fired directly, and led the other zombies to the other side. Yang Bo had to leave this place, because there were too many zombie corpses. After swiping monsters here for a full 6 hours, 2 hours before the end of the game, Yang Bo let Xia go back alone. And he and Annie used their flying ability to fly to the resurrection point half an hour before the end of the game time. Then the three of them went offline. After going offline, there was nothing to talk about. After all, they had to eat and do other things. Today, a total of more than 27,000 zombies were killed, which was 3,000 short of the target. Yang Bo thought about it and decided to change tactics tomorrow. That is, he and Annie flew to the next county together. Annie put down the bullets and walked back, and Yang Bo swiped monsters alone. Xiao's character attributes were not good, so he simply let Xiao practice the forging skills in the game at the resurrection point. Anyway, there are a lot of materials in the warehouse to practice hand-punching skills casually. In this way, Yang Bo started to kill monsters crazily with Annie in the thread. The efficiency was obviously improved on the second day, and more than 31,000 monsters were killed on the second day. Because time was saved in the morning, Yang Bo had to pick up Annie himself halfway. Although the flight ability has a distance of 100 kilometers, it will cool down for 6 hours after using it once. The longest flight distance is 100 kilometers. And even if you fly 5 kilometers, you have to wait for 6 hours. Yang Bo knew that this was the cooling of the Bionic Man's energy system. Yang Bo hoped that he could fly once an hour. That would be good. On the third day, Yang Bo was on the list halfway through killing monsters. Wuming appeared in the team rankings and the personal rankings. Everyone is familiar with Wuming, a game player, because this game player has won bonuses for several months in a row, whether it is the personal monster killing rankings or the team monster killing rankings. Then a group of people led the rhythm in the forum, saying that the women in the Justice Gang will definitely be suppressed by Wuming. The people in the Justice Gang were instantly furious and confronted others on the forum. Then someone opened a bet on who can get the first place in the ranking this time. The Justice Gang offered a bounty for Wuming's real identity information in the game, and reached a bounty of 50 million. Because Wuming is worth this price. There is another person in the Wuming team, and he can get 20 million just from the bonus. And this is for 1 month. Then the Justice Gang was ridiculed by many game players as poor ghosts. You offer a bounty of 50 million. But others only earn 20 million in a month. Yang Bo didn't go to the forum in all these days, because Yang Bo felt that the forum was not very interesting. Xia and Annie were even busier. They had to play games, train their superpowers, and train mecha masters. So they didn't know much about the forum. But the most frustrating thing was the game background. The military thought that Yang Bo would tell a lot of information after his relationship with his two teammates broke through, who knew that this team was busy doing things. One was practicing skills at the resurrection point. The other was running back and forth with bullets. And the remaining one was killing people in the county. At the end of the fourth day, Yang Bo ranked second with 127,625 monsters. And the first place was Jingyi Xiaoxin, with a total of 127,832 monsters killed. Tomorrow is the last day. The atmosphere in the game is quite lively. Even on the forum, everyone is talking about it, because Wuming hunted 30,600 monsters today. The whole game is frantically looking for Wuming, because according to the information, Wuming is definitely a large team. Otherwise it is impossible to kill more than 30,000 monsters in one day. How many people are needed to carry more than 30,000 bullets? So Annie, who carries bullets alone, was not noticed. Although Annie is a little faster, because in the game, even if Annie carries more bullets, the size of the backpack cannot be seen from the appearance. No one knows how many thousands of bullets Annie can carry at a time. Yang Bo plans to contact Zhou Rui and Master Zhang first after the game is over tomorrow to see if there are any blind guys. The main reason is that the skills given by the zombies in this game are too rubbish. And they are all ordinary life skills. After the game is over, I have to complete a super mission to give the military a little sweetness. Yang Bo is very good at dealing with people. He knows that if he doesn't make some contributions to the military, I am afraid that his bionic man will not be safe. In fact, in his previous life, Yang Bo was very considerate of others. When others asked Yang Bo to work, he would basically not let others lose money. He always believed that he earned what he deserved. He had connections to find work. And that was because he also paid. Some people think that being a boss is easy when they see that the boss does not work but still makes money. The boss must have paid in places that are not visible. Otherwise it would be impossible to get the project. Of course, the boss will not use this kind of person twice. If the boss hires someone for 150, then you should at least make enough money for him. Of course, some people think that since there are so many bosses, and there are only so many years in life, they can just take it one at a time. On the fifth day, which is the last day of this month, Yang Bo killed 168,050 monsters this month. More than 19,000 monsters more than the second place. This data is very scary. Which means that Yang Bo killed more than 30,000 monsters every day in the 3 days that can be seen in the rankings. Although other players don't understand this data, everyone is laughing at the Justice Gang. Because the Justice Gang did too much in the game. The Justice Gang decided to hire a lawyer to sue the game officials for internal transactions and secret operations. So they posted news that was unfavorable to the officials on the forum. Boss? Seeing this result, the staff of the game department were a little unhappy. How could it be cheating? Everyone watched that game player every day, killing more than 30,000 monsters one by one. Block the account, and let them sue wherever they want. If they dare to sue us, we will deal with them. As long as they dare to sue in court, we will know their identity information. The lieutenant colonel said impatiently, because in the eyes of the lieutenant colonel, the guys in the Justice Gang are all garbage. Except for the player Yang Bo. Because only Yang Bo can make the lieutenant colonel promoted and make money. Other ordinary game players are nothing. A large number of accounts in the Justice Gang were banned. And the game data was directly cleared. In addition, the official also issued a notice to reserve the right to prosecute the game players who spread rumors. After the game ended, Yang Bo went out invisibly and took out the communicator in the suburban park. However, Master Zhang and Zhou Rui did not have any useful information, which meant that the other troublemakers had not set off or had not been discovered by the two. Then Yang Bo stayed in the villa with Xia and Annie for 2 days before returning to the game to accept the mine mission. Mysterious special props? Yang Bo saw that after he accepted the mission reward was actually a mysterious special prop. That's right. If you want me to do this kind of mission to test the data of the Bionic Man, you have to give me some special props. What's the use of giving me some garbage? Yang Bo figured it out instantly. This was a carrot that the game department hung for him. Chapter 435 Different. As for what exactly this mysterious special prop is, there is no detailed explanation in the task. If you fail, this mysterious special prop will be gone. I don't know what props will be given if you succeed. If the props are not good, I can only bear it. Yang Bo has no way to deal with this, because he needs to play this game. But if the task props are not good, I will go to the head of this department to talk in person. Then Yang Bo carefully read the task description. It seems that the military has hidden a lot of information about this planet. The task is very simple. There is a map with a mine on it. Explore this mine clearly. This mine is a flat mine. That is, the mine extends from the foot of the mountain to the inside of the mountain. Of course, there are upward branch passages inside. There are many mutant creatures in the mine, and the most common one is a rat. Yang Bo looked at the rat shown in the task description, and the maximum weight can reach 100 kilograms. The penetrating power of the teeth is very abnormal, and the hearing is very sharp. These rats are also very fast, have a keen sense of smell, and have strong defensive power due to their fur. It seems that we have hit a wall this time. After reading the task description, Yang Bo found that he had accepted the wrong task. In the task description, the abilities of these rats, plus the limited space in the mine, made the difficulty too high. Yang Bo could not think of any good solution for a while. The key point was that the task description was too general. He had no idea how many mutant animals there were. No wonder this task was defined as an S-level task. The main tunnel of the mine is 48 kilometers long, and there are countless branches inside. The mine is winding, and the mine usually follows the veins. If it is in the plain area, the veins are generally distributed in parallel. However, due to the change of the Earth's crust in the mountainous area, the direction of the veins is unpredictable. Yang Bo compared the information on the mission map, and then looked at the map he bought from the person who specializes in selling game information. He found that the information on the mission map exists separately, which means that the military keeps some things secret from everyone. The mission location is more than 900 kilometers away from Yang Bo's current location. There is a 3-hour preparation time after the mission begins, and you will be teleported to the mission location when the preparation time is up. What is the military going to do? Yang Bo was very curious about how the military would teleport his bionic man to the mission location. Did the military develop a bionic man that can jump in space? So Yang Bo decisively clicked the mission start, and then saw what the military was selling. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo was stunned, and it was completely different from what he had guessed. In Yang Bo's virtual game, his character is still at the resurrection point, but in fact the entire bionic man has flown away by himself. Of course, an auxiliary flight device is installed on the bionic man's body. In other words, Yang Bo's bionic man has actually been taken over by the military. But Yang Bo sees that his character is still at the resurrection point in the game. Yang Bo was curious. What should he do with the supplies he chose? Could it be that the military will prepare all the supplies for him at the mission site? While Yang Bo was playing games, Lu Jijie, as a newly elected member of March Star, was giving a speech at the scene of the nuclear bomb explosion. How can the safety of our citizens be guaranteed? The warlords of the Crimson Federation sent terrorists to infiltrate our alliance. They broke into the Haiyan community and hid their tracks through high-tech means. They tried to use nuclear bombs to carry out a devastating attack on the Haiyan community in front of them. This is a huge threat to the safety of our citizens. It can be said that they are massacring. As a member of March Star and a citizen of March Star, I will propose to increase the budget for public security of our March Star in the next parliament. In addition, we must protest to the Supreme Parliament and retaliate against the Crimson Federation. Lu Jijie spoke like this on the news, and there was a group of people around holding signs to support Lu Jijie. Then the reporter interviewed these people who supported Lu Jijie. These people expressed their opinions one after another, saying that they were very worried about safety and demanded an increase in the public security budget. Lu Jijie was very dissatisfied with this speech because there was no professional campaign team. So many people were temporarily put together. A professional campaign team has many professional talents. The more professional the people, the higher the price. Lu Jijie doesn't have much money now. He has done his best to hire a few people. As for the news media, Master Zhang still made a call. Otherwise Lu Jijie would have to pay a large sum of money. No wonder these politicians have to find ways to make money. After the speech today, Lu Jijia rubbed his forehead while looking at the bill. To run for election, you need to attract popularity, hire people to act as agents, and hype topics. Of course, campaign rallies must be prepared in advance. After all, people who come to the rally cannot return empty-handed. That is, everything they say and do costs money. Another key is to find a topic with traffic. But the alliance has been running for so many years, and every topic has been discussed by congressmen. How can you talk about it in a way that can attract attention? Then you need to make many citizens with voting rights believe that you are serving them, not fooling them for votes. Now the citizens of the alliance are also more savvy. And it is no longer like you used to be that politicians said anything and citizens would believe it. Zhou Rui is also watching the news, and she doesn't think Lu Jijia's speech is good. What makes Zhou Rui even more headache is that her campaign slogan has not yet been settled. Although Zhou Rui has a lot of people on her side, they are all engaged in illegal businesses, are adventurous people, and have no relevant political experience. People in the Bounty Hunter Guild need to fight and kill, and don't need to use their mouths to fool others or deceive others. Zhou Rui is a victim. But she didn't say anything. She just wanted to find a slogan to deceive people. It doesn't matter whether this slogan has scientific basis or not. Or even if it doesn't have scientific basis. No matter how advanced science is, it can't stop some people's ignorant thoughts. As for the anti-radiation group, although there are many scientific data showing that radio signals are harmless to humans and are within the safe range, their leader asked, "Does your electric signal have radiation?" No matter how strong or weak your electric signal is, they just ask whether you have radiation. This is definitely radiation. Every planet has a magnetic field, and there is a lot of radiation in space. Even sunlight. As long as you answer that there is radiation, the other party will say that as long as there is radiation, it is harmful. But it just says that this radiation does not kill people all at once. Anyway, the alliance has too many weird election slogans. The key is how to justify yourself and make some people believe. This is the most important thing. How can a nuclear battery become a nuclear bomb? Why is it so powerful? As a forging master, Zhou Sen is still in deep self-doubt, because the nuclear bomb exploded at the time of the incident. The specific course of the incident is no longer judged, and there is no monitoring equipment in Zhou Sen's villa. It can only be analyzed from the debris. But a nuclear explosion has occurred at the core of the incident. So what is the specific cause of this result? Zhou Sen still has not received an official reply. Of course, the official announcement was that it was a terrorist attack by the Crimson Federation, because the official can't explain the cause of the nuclear bomb explosion. If you say it was a nuclear battery explosion, the battery company will sue you and ask you to produce evidence. It's better to put the blame on the people of the Crimson Federation, because they were the ones who broke into other people's homes. Right or wrong doesn't matter to the alliance, as long as the procedure is correct. The whole result is correct. First of all, it's illegal for these three people to sneak into someone else's home. It's like you rob a bank. You only robbed 2 million. But 200 million disappeared from the bank. Then the 200 million must have been robbed by you. If it wasn't robbed by you, where did it go? Besides, Yang Bo was looking at his virtual screen in the game. However, he used his photoelectric superpower to remotely discover that his bionic man was using auxiliary flight equipment to fly towards the target at a speed of 400 km per hour. The reason why the speed was only 400 km per hour was because the bionic man's auxiliary flight equipment was not very large. To be precise, it was the kind of disposable auxiliary equipment that was thrown away after use. There was no need to make it too high-end. Bring bombs, cold weapons, and a small amount of hot weapons. Yang Bo didn't know what equipment would be helpful for this mission because the mission gave too little instructions. This was also unavoidable. If the military knew the detailed situation in the mine, Yang Bo would not need to explore it. Yang Bo was a little disgusted with this unknown situation, but he had to do it. I hope these mice can give me some useful superpowers. Yang Bo can only think positively now. Yang Bo bought 2 types of bombs. One is a shockwave bomb, and the other is a flash bomb, because Yang Bo thought that these rats should be very sensitive to the peripheral light in the dark mine. If you throw a flash bomb in the dark mine, it will have a fatal impact on these creatures living in the dark. Shockwave bomb. This is for sensitive hearing. Yang Bo brought a sniper rifle this time, and 600 rounds of bullets. He brought 2 cold weapons, mainly short knives, and 2 laser swords, which were already in the warehouse. The rest were pistols and pistol bullets. Then Yang Bo took advantage of this time to cook a meal for himself. After eating, he went to the basement to check the mutant gerbils he cultivated. When the time was almost up, he returned to the game. I want to see what tricks the military is playing. While looking at the virtual screen in the game, Yang Bo used the remote photoelectric superpower to check his bionic man. Awesome. Yang Bo used the remote photoelectric superpower to check and found that his bionic man was not far from the mine. There was a flat land at the entrance of the mine. It can be seen that there were some buildings here before, and there was a road leading to the outside. But now it is deserted. Only a lot of rubble can be seen. Next to Yang Bo's bionic man, there was a fighter plane parked, and the equipment purchased by Yang Bo at the resurrection point was placed in the backpack of the bionic man. 3 hours were up, and the virtual game screen showed that the mission location was being transferred. 3 seconds later, Yang Bo took over the control authority of the bionic man again. These guys in the military. Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable, feeling that his things were touched by others. Although Yang Bo knew that the bionic man must have authority in the military, he still felt uncomfortable. Don't let me meet the head of this department in the future. Of course, if he gives me something better later, I will consider hitting him less. Yang Bo controlled the character to jump twice, and found that the bionic man also jumped twice. Yang Bo did not enter the mine first, but checked it carefully. The rubble on the ground should have been a sight in the past, but it was so old that the other things in the rubble had been exposed to the wind and sun and washed away by the rain from the mountains on both sides. There is also a small river next to it, and there are also many gravels in the river. The gravels on the ground are full of various waist-deep weeds. These are all crushed by construction machinery many times, and there are no shrubs or trees growing here at all. Seeing the weeds all over the ground and the trees on the surrounding mountains, Yang Bo suddenly thought of a good idea. The mountains here are relatively steep. Yang Bo estimated that within 200 meters of the foot of the mountain, the height difference of the mountain is about 150 meters. And farther away, the 2-kilometer mountain has a drop of 800 to 900 meters. Yang Bo looked at the mine in the distance and was a little speechless, because the entrance of this mine was at least 10 meters high and about 12 meters wide. I thought it was a small mine. Yang Bo was going to walk around. The land in front of the mine is about 50 to 60 acres, extending far away along the river. Yang Bo went directly to the mountain next to the mine. There were many rocks on these mountains, and the trees growing on them were not very thick or very tall, but there were still many of them. Yang Bo came to the top of the mountain, then took out the laser sword and started chopping trees. While chopping, he slowly threw the chopped trees down the mountain. After these trees were chopped down, they could not be thrown down the mountain because of the branches entangled together. This was the effect Yang Bo wanted. Yang Bo kept chopping trees and pushing down along the ridge. What is this guy going to do? Is he going to use fire attack? How much fuel does such a large mine need? Everyone in the military department responsible for the game watched Yang Bo chopping trees with a laser sword and expressed their guesses. The mine is tens of kilometers long, and there are ventilation facilities in the mine. We have calculated that at least thousands of tons of fuel are needed to affect the mutant animals deep in the mine. Someone has done this task before. Our military even sent a team of 20 soldiers to operate bionic robots, but they didn't achieve any results. Let's wait and see. This guy has an unusual brain circuit. Yang Bo was chopping trees here. He cut less than 10 meters from the ridge. The branches of the shrubs he cut before were entangled and fell down, forming a downward pulling force. Yang Bo now just needs to follow this cut line and keep knocking down trees one by one. The gravity of this pile of entangled trees will pull the cut trees down. This is an older way of felling on the earth, which is to cut firewood. It is suitable for steeper mountains, sweeping everything from the top of the mountain down. When you reach the foot of the mountain, select the required wood. The reason why Yang Bo wanted to cut out such a large area here was that he wanted to attack with fire. As for how to attack with fire, Yang Bo had not yet decided. In addition, Yang Bo had to prepare a relatively open and guardable place. The mountain wall here was relatively steep, so Yang Bo was ready to run out and climb up the mountain when he encountered danger, looking down from a high position and attacking the monsters at the bottom. Because Yang Bo was not sure that there was only this kind of mutant animal in the mine. There might be another kind. Because he did not know the details of the mutant animals, Yang Bo could not rush into the mine rashly without any preparation. Although this was a bit more cumbersome, Yang Bo also wanted to complete the task. At least, he had to show his performance on the military side, and try to get the other side to replace him with a stronger bionic man later. As for whether Yang Bo could use it later, he was not sure. Anyway, Yang Bo not only made money by playing games, but also brushed up his skills. If there was a stronger bionic man, he would be useful to him in the future, which would be a win-win situation. There was no reason not to do it. Chapter 436 Unreliable. What Yang Bo is most looking forward to is being able to enter some special scenes, just like the space laboratory he entered last time, which is very powerful. The height of the mountain that Yang Bo is cutting now is about 200 meters, which refers to the distance from the foot of the mountain to the ridge. The horizontal width is about 180 meters, which is irregular because it depends on the direction of the mountain. This took 4 hours. When they were more than 30 meters away from the foot of the mountain, the trees could not roll anymore. The trees piled up at the foot of the mountain have become a large area. There are not only trees, but also various shrubs and thorns entangled together. A laser sword has been scrapped due to frequent use. In fact, the power of the laser sword is lower for ordinary metals, and the power is higher for things like trees. Looking at the cleared hillside, Yang Bo nodded with satisfaction, and then prepared to go into the mine to see the situation. For this reason, when Yang Bo cut these trees and shrubs, he left some of the tougher vines he saw. Yang Bo held a pistol in his hand and slowly approached the mine. When he arrived at the entrance of the mine, Yang Bo looked at the surrounding environmental data and found that there was wind. It seems that the ventilation system of this mine is still running. Yang Bo guessed. Of course, the ventilation system of this mine is a physical ventilation system, and there is no machinery. When Yang Bo walked into the mine, the various detection systems of the bionic man were directly transformed into a darker picture. There was thick slag on the ground, and some stones fell and hit the ground. No one has maintained the stones in the mine for many years. After a long time, cracks will appear on their own and then fall. Yang Bo carefully observed the ground and found that there were no traces of large animals walking, but there were some paths for small animals to walk. The mine was very spacious, and traces of rusty metals could be seen on the walls. It can be imagined that there should have been a lot of equipment hanging on the walls around this mine. After walking in for more than 50 meters, Yang Bo took out a vine and a shockwave bomb, and then arranged a simple warning device. That is, if a creature passed through the mine, it would trigger the bomb and serve as a warning. After all, in this desolate mountain, and such a dark cave, it gives people a bad feeling, as if there are mutant creatures coming in from behind at any time. The shockwave bomb used by the bionic man is not as big as the shockwave bomb in the mecha game. After walking about 200 meters, Yang Bo arranged another flash bomb. This is also a way out for Yang Bo, in case there are too many mutant creatures in the mine, and he can't deal with them. He can also block them when he runs away. Because he didn't carry many bombs, Yang Bo only placed 2 just in case. The mine was very wide, and it was obvious that the scale of mining here was not small. However, Yang Bo didn't know what kind of mine it was, and the bionic man didn't have any relevant detection system, nor did he have any relevant data. After walking for about 1 kilometer, Yang Bo saw a fork in the road. There were 2 smaller mines, both on the right side, and one turned right, and the other went up. Where are these mutant animals? Logically speaking, there are so many mutant animals in this mine. They should need to survive and eat and drink. Yang Bo carefully observed and found nothing unusual in the 2 smaller mines, and he was a little confused. And there was no flowing air in these 2 mines. Yang Bo looked at the mission map again, but there was still no detailed description. In the background of the game, the board staff in the office watched Yang Bo enter the mine, and then became interested again. The 2 booby traps he designed have no effect. In fact, we should give him more information. The mutant animals are 20 kilometers away. But this guy is very cautious. The lieutenant colonel was relieved when he saw Yang Bo walk into the mine, because Yang Bo brought him too many surprises. As a game, we can't reveal too much information to the players. The more information we reveal, the more likely it is to mislead the players who control the bionic people. After all, many of our previous explorations failed, perhaps because we had the wrong information. The lieutenant colonel heard his men say this, so he explained. What the boss said makes sense. Although some of the lieutenant colonel's subordinates didn't understand, they didn't stop flattering their superiors. The lieutenant colonel laughed and said nothing, because these people didn't understand what he said. What the boss means is that the information we provided before was incomplete. Maybe there is some information that we have overlooked in the mines that don't seem to have any abnormalities in this section. And there are many incredible places on this planet. Our bionic people's detection methods may not be able to see the real situation. Just like the situation we show to game players is very different from the actual situation. However, some people still understand what the Lieutenant Colonel means. Human detection methods are actually not complete. Even the videos and various data transmitted by the bionic man are not necessarily true. And there may be omissions. If high-tech means are really useful, then the military will not be unable to explore this planet. You are right. Our current science and technology are very advanced. But there is still no correct answer as to why these creatures on this planet have become what they are now. Everything we see is transmitted to us by the bionic man. So it is very likely that this machine cannot transmit some more information. Machines are all man-made. A long time ago, people did not believe that they could cross dozens or even hundreds of light years in a short time until they discovered space jumps. In the past, people mainly relied on nature to absorb various energy. But now we only need energy. We can synthesize various substances needed by humans. Maybe looking back decades later, the bionic man we are proud of now has various shortcomings. The Lieutenant Colonel does not mind explaining more to these subordinates. Because the Lieutenant Colonel's father is the biggest warlord. He can access a lot of information that ordinary people can't access. There are too many horrible truths in this world. And relying too much on machines is often the biggest and most fatal reason. Humans once relied on intelligent systems and almost got into trouble. Although there were no traces of large animals on the ground, there were traces of small animals living there. And Yang Bo felt a little strange. The mine cannot maintain a complete food chain. What do these small animals rely on to survive? Why are there these small animals in the mine with mutant creatures? Don't these mutant creatures eat these small animals? Yang Bo was a little curious. Then Yang Bo picked up a stone and smashed it hard at the small mine that turned to the right. The stone hit the stone wall of the mine with great force, making a dull sound. And the sound was transmitted far away. 1,730 meters. Yang Bo listened to the sound coming from the mine and calculated silently. Soon Yang Bo calculated the length of the mine. Yang Bo used long-range photoelectric superpowers and passive sound wave detection to find that there were no powerful creatures in the mine. Yang Bo did the same for another upward mine. There was no energy fluctuation in this mine, and things that could not be detected by sound waves. Just walking and stopping. Yang Bo spent more than an hour to detect the main tunnel of more than 10 kilometers. Huh? Finally, Yang Bo made a discovery at 15 kilometers. Yang Bo found a mine that turned right. And through sonic detection, he found that there was an exit on the other side of the mine. And the length of this mine was not very long. Only more than 1,200 meters. Yang Bo put away his pistol, and then took out the laser sword, but did not activate it. Then he walked into the mine, and the accuracy of sonic detection was already very high. You can see that some stones on the top of the mine are already crumbling. The mine is 1,200 meters long. Not very far. And Yang Bo saw the exit of the mine in 10 minutes. Yang Bo originally thought that this was a ventilation tunnel. But he didn't expect that this mine was actually connected to another mine. This mine is different from the previous mines in that there are no signs of small animals living in it. In the previous mines, there are signs of small animals running away frequently, which makes Yang Bo very alert. When he came to the last exit of the mine, Yang Bo found an upward passage, but it seemed to be used for ventilation. And here, you can feel a stronger wind. However, in this wind, Yang Bo sensed something strange. This is not the data provided by the bionic man, but Yang Bo's long-range superpower. Yang Bo himself has photoelectric superpowers, which can directly obtain the data of various detection systems of the bionic man. After the bionic man obtains these data, there will be a data model inside. And this data model will filter useful data. This is actually inaccurate, such as the sound wave data obtained by the bionic man. Because human hearing has a limitation, the sound waves obtained by the bionic man are also in the frequency band that humans can hear. It is useless for those subsonic bionic men to collect these data, because after converting them into sound, the players cannot hear them. Of course, there are also some people with superpowers in sound. However, as the game official, it is impossible to collect all of these. The data model will only select the sound wave frequency band that humans can hear. Yang Bo's long-range photoelectric superpower does not have such a thing. as long as the feedback sound waves are present in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo simply took a stone and smashed it in the upward channel. The transmission speed of sound waves is different, which depends on the medium. As the sound waves are transmitted to each other, Yang Bo took out a shockwave bomb and threw it out according to the direction of the mind detected by the sound waves. Yang Bo did this because he first discovered that there was something wrong with the sound wave detection. And secondly, there was not much time for the game today. Yang Bo planned to do this when he entered the mine to lure out the mutant animals. After throwing the shockwave bomb, Yang Bo took out the sniper rifle. The mine here was not very big. As long as there was any abnormality, Yang Bo could just shoot directly. In such a small environment, the opponent could not avoid the sniper rifle. The shockwave bomb exploded in the mine, making a deafening roar. Then Yang Bo heard a shrill scream. Infrasound? Yang Bo saw that the game directly prompted that his character was attacked by infrasound. However, this shrill scream was the sound captured by Yang Bo using his long-range photoelectric superpower. Yang Bo listened to the sound getting closer and closer, then shot. And the sniper rifle also made a huge sound. And then Yang Bo turned around and ran. No need to guess. There is nothing fun in this mine. So Yang Bo prepared to run away first. This is not a failure. Nor is it cowardice. This is a tactical consideration. If you retreat, you will have more room to maneuver. Yang Bo ran out faster. And the whole bionic man ran faster than a rabbit. It took Yang Bo only a few minutes to run out of the mine. Then, just as Yang Bo ran out of the mine, a deafening roar came from the mine a few hundred meters away. Is this a rat? Not a tiger? When Yang Bo saw a black shadow rushing out of the mine, the rat was as big as a tiger on Earth, with 2 huge fangs and red eyeballs. Yang Bo knew it was a mutant. This mutant is like a large rat, with a total length of 3.5 meters. And the whole rat's body and tail each account for half. The body surface has rich black fur, and it looks like a big black rat from a distance. Bang! Yang Bo was standing more than 100 meters away from the mine, with the hillside he had cleared behind him. Then Yang Bo took the opportunity to shoot directly. The sniper rifle bullet hit the rat's body, but unfortunately the rat did not show any abnormality and continued to rush towards Yang Bo. After Yang Bo fired a shot, he quickly ran to the mountain behind. In front of Yang Bo was a pile of firewood, which Yang Bo had cut down from the top of the mountain. Yang Bo left a path for himself to pass through. This hill was piled up like a pile, and various woods also formed a simple defense system. This is not to mention that Yang Bo threw a shockwave bomb behind him while running. The black rat chasing behind happened to encounter this shockwave bomb, which shocked the big black rat and made it stagger. Yang Bo originally just wanted to stop the big black rat from chasing him, but now seeing that the big black rat was a little dizzy after being blown up by the shockwave bomb, he took out his sniper rifle and shot at the big black rat's red eyeball. The bullet just hit the big black rat's left eye, and the whole big black rat seemed to be hit by an electric current, jumped up all of a sudden, and then fell heavily to the ground. Then the big black rat struggled hard, but in just 2 or 3 seconds, the big black rat was motionless. Playing dead? Yang Bo did not receive any information skills, so he had doubts about the big black rat. Chapter 437 Fake Death. Want to pretend to be dead in front of me? Yang Bo found that his ability to gain skills was a bit abnormal. If the target pretended to be dead, he could easily find it. This guy is facing away from me, and I can't see his eyes, mouth or nostrils. Yang Bo was about to take another shot with the sniper rifle, but he didn't expect to find any weakness of the big black rat. So Yang Bo tried to shoot at the fur of the big black rat. The sniper bullet penetrated into the fur of the big black rat. The big black rat had long black hair, making the big black rat look a circle larger than it actually was. The bullet penetrated into the fur of the big black rat without any reaction. So strong defense? Yang Bo was a little surprised, but he was also mentally prepared. After all, the mission description had already stated that the fur of the big black rat had a very high defense. Ever since Yang Bo saw those abnormal mutant animals on the green demon star, he knew that the mutant animals in this world were beyond his imagination. No matter what large animal on Earth, if it is hit by a heavy sniper rifle, it will die immediately. Not to mention large animals. Even slightly weaker armored targets can be paralyzed by anti-material rifles. Yang Bo fired 2 more shots, but still got no information. As for the radar of the bionic man, The big black rat showed no signs of life. The radar integrated by the bionic man is not as powerful as the radar on the fighter or mecha. The exploration range is also small. The functions are relatively few. And the performance is relatively low. So sometimes, the radar of the bionic man is not as good as Yang Bo's own long-range optoelectronic superpower. From a distance, the big black rat seemed to be crawling on the ground. And the back of its head was facing Yang Bo, perfectly avoiding its eyes and mouth. Yang Bo was not sure whether the big black rat was dead or not. So Yang Bo took out another shockwave bomb, turned on the timer on the bomb, and threw it out instantly. There are two modes of shockwave bombs. One is direct detonation, and the other is with a timer. The shockwave bomb just landed a little bit on the head of the big black rat, and the whole thing exploded. The huge impact force shook the head and body of the big black rat. The big black rat was lying on the ground, and the surrounding weeds were all torn to pieces by the impact. A shockwave could be seen with the naked eye. Although the big black rat was well disguised, Yang Bo still found that the big black rat twitched all over. Obviously, the shockwave bomb just now shook the big black rat. This dog thing is so powerful? Yang Bo didn't expect that the big black rat was really not dead. But it is not dead. What is the state of the big black rat now? Is it seriously injured and can't get up, or is it pretending? Yang Bo looked at the wood around and started to move. He directly used rattan to tie some hay and dry firewood to a large bundle. Now Yang Bo is nearly 200 meters away from the big black rat. Then Yang Bo tied 2 more bundles, and then threw several bundles of firewood and hay forward, throwing it to a place dozens of meters away from the big black rat. Yang Bo approached cautiously. Bundle by bundle, he threw the bundled wood and hay. These bundles of firewood and hay fell on the big black rat, and the big black rat did not move. Yang Bo's move made everyone in the department responsible for the game background feel strange. However, these people did not say anything, because Yang Bo brought surprises to everyone several times. Although Yang Bo did things unexpectedly, he achieved considerable results every time. Everyone's promotion and salary increase depended on this seemingly unreliable guy. Yang Bo took out the bullet again and used it to ignite the fire. At this time, Yang Bo discovered that the bullet was specially made. It was not metal, but something similar to ceramic. However, there was still metal in the warhead, but it was protected by a layer of something. There is a kind of energy in this world that has a super corrosive effect on metals, so it is difficult to see any metal on this planet. After making a torch with hay and dead branches and lighting the torch, Yang Bo threw the torch far away. The torch fell on the bundles of dry firewood piled around the body of the big black rat. The flames rose instantly, and it happened that there was another gust of wind in the valley. The fire burned instantly when the wind blew, and Yang Bo watched from a distance on the mountain. Don't get too close to watch the fun, or you'll be in trouble if you get hurt by mistake. Yang Bo won't get too close to this mutant creature before he fully masters its ability. Then the next second, the big black rat pretending to be dead suddenly jumped up, turned around and rushed into the mine. Yang Bo fired a shot, but unfortunately the bullet hit the big black rat's body. Run so fast! The big black rat was extremely fast, and it rushed into the mine like a flash of fire. But Yang Bo saw clearly that the big black rat seemed to have lost one eye. Why is it called a flash of fire? Because the fur on the big black rat burned like a big plate of flames. The big black rat suddenly did this, and the people in the back end of the game were also shocked. This big black rat can actually pretend to be dead? The most advanced bionic radar can't detect the life breath of this guy? How did this player find out that the big black rat was pretending to be dead? If it were me, I would have gone up to check it out. The responsible lieutenant colonel said, "Write this down and ask the R&D department to enhance the performance of the radar. Doesn't such a radar put our soldiers in danger?" "Got it, boss." Someone nodded immediately. So don't rely entirely on the data you see during the war. This player is more cautious. If you are really on the battlefield, everyone must think carefully before taking each step. The lieutenant colonel was saying this to his subordinates again. After Yang Bo saw the big black rat run past, it was like a torch, instantly igniting the wild grass. And the wind blew. A raging wildfire was burning in the valley. The place where the wildfire rises is where the hot air rises, and the cold air from below naturally forms wind. It's a pity that there are not many zombies here. Yang Bo shook his head as he looked at the raging fire, because Yang Bo couldn't go down now. The weeds under the valley were spreading far away with the wind. And the trees that had just been cut down at the foot of the mountain were also ignited. This damn guy. Yang Bo was speechless. And today's game time was about to end. But there was a raging wildfire below. And he couldn't go down the mountain at all. And the wildfire began to spread. Why haven't these guys in the military taken action yet? It's time to put out the fire? Yang Bo originally thought that the military would use bombs to put out the fire. It is very simple to put out a fire with a bomb. Just use a powerful bomb to throw a huge force directly on the fire to put out the fire. Of course, there are also bombs specifically for putting out fires. Fake death +8. But at this moment, a message came from his mind, which made Yang Bo a little stunned. Is he burned to death? Yang Bo looked at the mine in the distance. But now, he couldn't see what was going on in the mine. Fake death +8. But about 3 or 5 minutes later, another message flashed in Yang Bo's mind. No way. Yang Bo felt a little pie in the sky. Yang Bo looked up and found that there seemed to be a pie in the sky on the mountain in the distance. So Yang Bo quickly bypassed the fire below the mountain and ran inside the mountain. While running, Yang Bo received a stream of information in his mind. Fake death +8. Fake death +8. What exactly this skill is like? Yang Bo will have to experiment before he knows. More than half an hour later, Yang Bo came to the place where the black smoke was coming out and found that it was a hole on the ground. It seemed that there were traces of artificial excavation. And then black smoke was coming out of the hole. This scene also confused the people in the back end of the game. They didn't know what this was. Why was there black smoke coming out of the cave? At this time, Yang Bo found that several places nearby were emitting black smoke. Could it be that the big black rat returned to its nest with fire? Yang Bo thought of a possibility. Yang Bo carefully looked at the places where the smoke was coming out and found the ventilation holes that seemed to be mines. Yang Bo hurried back. The reason why he didn't dare to go into the mine here was that there was obviously a fire below. It took Yang Bo another 20 minutes to run back to the entrance of the mine. And he had to go through a stream to bypass the raging mountain fire. Looking at the burning black smoke, Yang Bo couldn't help shrinking his neck. When Yang Bo came to the entrance of the mine, he heard the sound of whirring wind, as if a big fan was blowing air inside. Everyone in the project department responsible for the game backend was a little stunned. Why is the mine burning? It should be those mutant creatures that are on fire. I saw a report earlier that these mutant rats like to store all kinds of edible things. Most rats like to store food. They actually set a fire and solve the mutant creatures in the mine? Everyone in this department was a little bit unbelievable. You know, these S-level assessment places are places where the military has tried several times and finally returned in vain. However, the lieutenant colonel in charge said with a little uncertainty, I just don't know if we can find the reason why these mutant animals gather in the mine. Another subordinate said, no matter what, as long as we can explore the mine, we have completed the task. Besides, this guy hasn't entered the mine yet. Maybe there are other discoveries. After hearing what his subordinate said, the lieutenant colonel nodded, then let's wait and see. Yang Bo was not sure whether this mission was successful. But seeing that there was no mission prompt, he prepared to go deeper into the mine to take a look. Yang Bo loaded 2 pistols and put them in a convenient position, and put a cold weapon in a convenient position on his waist, and then held a sniper rifle in his hand. For Yang Bo, using a sniper rifle in this mine cave does not require a scope at all. As long as the target is within visual distance, there is basically no need for a scope, because Yang Bo's eyes can directly determine the target, and then he can shoot at will. The wind in the mine cave is whistling. With a force of 7 or 8, Yang Bo recalled the location of the black smoke he saw outside in his mind. Then he calculated the distance to enter the mine cave. No need to calculate at all. When Yang Bo walked 18 kilometers, he found that he did not need to calculate at all. There is a smaller mine cave on the left-hand side of 18 kilometers. This mine cave is suddenly absorbing air and making a whirring sound. Yang Bo held a sniper rifle in his hand and looked at the traces on the ground. There are indeed traces of large animals walking on the ground. And the ground is relatively smooth. The mine cave in front is basically the kind that has been abandoned for a long time. Thermal imaging vision +2. Dynamic vision +2. Boxing +2. Boxing +2. A series of skill information made Yang Bo speechless. Was it the fire outside or the fire inside? Yang Bo walked into the smaller mine on the left and found a relatively large space after walking 500 meters. This space is burning now. Is this the food stored by the mutant rats? Yang Bo was not sure what these things burning with raging fire were, but he could see several charred corpses on the ground. Judging from the shape of the corpse, it is a big black rat. Did these big black rats come from somewhere else? Yang Bo was a little confused. There was only one big black rat on fire. It seems that there are also animal corpses burning? Yang found that there were animal corpses burning in this space. Yang Bo took out the cold weapon in his hand and attacked the big black rat. There was already a thick layer of coke on the big black rat. But when this layer of coke was cut open with a cold weapon, there was very tempting lean meat inside. However, Yang Bo looked at the detection data of the bionic man and found that this thing didn't smell so good. But it's true. This guy didn't remove the internal organs or anything. Yang Bo dissected the big black rat. In fact, Yang Bo didn't want to do this. But who knows what this shitty mission will be like. After all, the military wants to obtain information about the mine. But what specific information is it? The specific information of the mutant creatures. Or other information in the mine. There seem to be some stones in the stomach of the big black rat, which is a bit abnormal. Yang Bo picked up the stone with a cold weapon and took a closer look. In the background of the game, the lieutenant colonel was already excitedly slapping the table. Quick! Record this section, and then carefully analyze what kind of ore this is. Yang Bo's ability to dissect the big black rat was completely beyond everyone's expectations. After all, no player would do it so carefully in the game. Yang Bo split the big black rat's head again, and found that there seemed to be a kind of worm parasitizing in the brain of the big black rat. Yang Bo was a little unconfident for a while. Although wild animals have parasites, they have never seen worms parasitizing in the brain. Could it be that these mutant animals are controlled by these mutant parasites? Yang Bo remembered that he seemed to have seen a kind of worm on Earth that would parasitize in the body of a mantis. When it developed successfully, it would control the mantis to find some puddles, and then the parasite would come out of the mantis body. Chapter 438 Weird. This made Yang Bo feel a little numb. And then, he quickly cut open another big black rat. Everyone in the game background was also shocked, because the worm in the big black rat's brain was so clear. Of course, everyone was excited afterwards, because this was another huge discovery. Everyone will not worry about promotion and salary increase. Why did this guy dissect this mutant animal? Who knows what this guy is thinking? Anyway, this guy's brain circuit is not ordinary. Indeed, when dealing with the space laboratory last time, others just tried their best to kill the zombies, and he threw the zombies directly into the trash can. Unexpectedly, the garbage disposal system of the space laboratory is actually the best way to deal with zombies. At this time, Yang Bo had dissected the second big black rat, and saw that there were stones in the stomach of this big black rat. The game background finally saw Yang Bo dissected another big black rat. Although he didn't understand Yang Bo's weird behavior, but he still hurriedly recorded the details, and used the special detection equipment on the bionic man to detect the specific data of the corpse. Oh my god! Yang Bo discovered through the remote photoelectric superpower that the bionic man he controlled actually had other abilities? Yang Bo could only roughly know that the bionic man had turned on some kind of detection equipment because there was energy fluctuation. Energy fluctuation is a more high-level way of speaking, and a more low-level way of speaking is electromagnetic fluctuation. In fact, most radars are electromagnetic waves, and infrared thermal imaging, and so on are also some waves. Yang Bo also felt that his action was a bit abrupt, but there was no way. In order to complete the task, Yang Bo also wanted to see if it was what he thought. This time, Yang Bo took out the complete brain of the big black rat. When taking it out, Yang Bo was very careful and felt a little disgusted, as if the parasite was going to parasitize him. The second big black rat also had a parasite in its head, but this time, the worm was very complete. The whole worm was entangled in the brain of the big black rat like a line. Yang Bo carefully observed that there were actually tentacles on the worm, which extended into the brain of the big black rat. The third big black rat was also dissected by Yang Bo and observed carefully. Just like the previous two big black rats, Yang Bo threw the bodies of these big black rats into the fire. The bodies of the big black rats in the fire actually burned quickly. It seems that the energy of this big black rat can react with the energy of fire. Yang Bo looked at the fire of the big black rat and found it a little abnormal, with a little energy conflict light. Didn't those idiots in the military prepare to burn it with fire before? Yang Bo couldn't understand why the military didn't do what he could do easily. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that he didn't need approval or experts to advise him. The military must first plan what to do, then approve it, and find relevant experts to evaluate it. In addition, the military must report to the government after doing something, and some things must be made public. So sometimes, the military is restrained in doing things. But Yang Bo can do whatever he wants without any problems. Yang Bo left the mine and returned to the main tunnel. After walking a few hundred meters forward, there was another mine and a fork in the road. You could hear that the mine was also breathing frantically. There was a lot of hay in the mine, most of which had been burned out. Yang Bo couldn't understand why there was so much hay in the mine, because there was no trace of it after it was burned. Yang Bo returned to the main tunnel and walked more than a kilometer forward. This time there were 2 branch mines, and both branch mines were breathing frantically. Yang Bo found that there were many traces of big black rats on the ground of the mine. Obviously, the activity area of the big black rats was in this area. Just when Yang Bo was about to enter the 2 branch mines next to him to check the situation, he suddenly heard a harsh sound. The sound came from the front of the main tunnel, and Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Soon Yang Bo saw a faint fire in the distance of the tunnel, and there were some shadows in front of the fire. Then Yang Bo ran away, because Yang Bo found that it was a large group of big black rats. The leading big black rat was like an elephant. Of course, the hair of this big black rat was a little long, but according to this body size, it was at least more than 1 ton. There were at least 20 or 30 big black rats in this group, and there were more burning big black rats behind this big black rat. Yang Bo was very fast, but the big black rats behind him seemed to be faster. Boom! Yang Bo threw a shockwave bomb, and the whole shockwave bomb exploded in this mine. The deafening sound made Yang Bo, who was playing the game, feel his ears buzzing, and the game activated the protection function, which means that the sound has reached the limit that can harm people's hearing. The huge shockwave pushed Yang Bo toward the mine entrance with a thrust. Of course, there were also many stones and stones falling from the mine. The big black rats behind suffered. The huge shockwave slowed down the speed of these big black rats. Of course, only the leading big black rats were affected, and the big black rats on fire behind them were not affected much. Then the big black rats on fire rushed into the team of big black rats in front of them. The fur of these big black rats has strong defense, but there is a weakness. They will burn when they encounter fire. Yang Bo, who was playing games, heard the piercing alarm. This was because the stones brought up by the shockwave bomb caused damage to the bionic man. Of course, Yang Bo also took advantage of the power brought by this shockwave to increase his running speed by a lot. The distance between the 2 sides was pulled apart at once. Although Yang Bo's bionic man was a robot, it was not as fast as the big black rats behind, because the robot's energy system and powertrain are limited. It is impossible to install a mecha power system on the robot. Yang Bo didn't even need to look back to know that the big black rat was catching up again. Yang Bo quickly hid to the side, which was the second burning mine. Yang Bo originally thought that the big black rats behind would run out along the main tunnel, but he didn't expect these guys to follow him. What was going on in this burning mine? Yang Bo didn't know, but he just saw something like burning hay. Yang Bo didn't need to look to know that the big black rat was catching up. So Yang Bo gritted his teeth and activated a prop, an item given to me when I did the task last time. Absolute defense. Yang Bo ran directly through the burning mine with an energy shield on his head. The energy shield lasted for a short time, and countless alarms appeared on Yang Bo's virtual screen. It means that the game character is being hurt, and Yang Bo certainly knows that it is the bionic man who is hurt. In this thick smoke, Yang Bo can't see anything at all. Even the bionic man's radar and other high-tech equipment have no place to use in this thick smoke. However, Yang Bo's hearing is very sharp, and he has the ability to passively detect sound waves. And he quickly realized that he was under the ventilation vent of the mine. Yang Bo was about to use his flying ability to fly up from the ventilation vent, and he found another sound of wind next to him, because the ventilation vent is 7 or 8 meters above the top. So he ran a few steps and found that the ventilation vent was in the middle of the mine, and the front of the mine was still extending, and there was wind coming. In other words, the front half of the mine extended out. The burning distance is about 200 meters. Yang Bo looked at his character and found that it had indeed suffered considerable damage. It will definitely cost a lot of game coins to repair it. Just as Yang Bo was complaining, a series of messages appeared in his mind. Fake death +8. Fake death +8. Fake death +8. At this time, Yang Bo received a game notification that there was still 1 hour left before the game time. Yang Bo didn't care about the fate of the big black rats behind him and hurriedly ran forward along the mine. As he ran, the mine turned around. But the signs in the mine were gone, obviously because of the changes in the world. It turned out to be a communication tunnel. Yang Bo turned around and turned to the main tunnel. It is estimated that this tunnel is used for rescue or communication. This place is 3 kilometers ahead of the mine he just entered. Several fake death messages came to his mind again. How long did it take Yang Bo to walk this distance? It was about 10 minutes. After looking around, Yang Bo decided to go forward. In the main tunnel, he saw a big black rat that had been burned to charcoal. Yang Bo split the guy's head open and found that there were still parasites inside. So Yang Bo followed the traces on the ground and walked about 10 kilometers in about 20 minutes. The traces on the ground can determine which mines often have big black rats. Yang Bo estimated that he had now gone deep into the mine, a distance of more than 30 kilometers. Gradually, the mine cave began to get wet. The traces on the ground still showed that the big black rats often moved around in this area. And there were many mine caves on both sides. No wonder these big black rats need to store hay. Yang Bo heard a faint sound in a mine cave at a fork in the road. So he walked in and walked about 1.5 kilometers and found that this was a relatively large space, full of various hay. There were a bunch of small black rats in it, about 500 in number. But the strange thing was that the individuals of these big black rats seemed to be similar. I knew it was abnormal. Why did Yang Bo say it was abnormal? That is, the reproductive capacity of rats is very exaggerated. Why didn't this mutant big black rat spread? There must be a reason for it. You know, rats eat everything. Moreover, it is impossible to have so many hundreds of cubs of almost the same size in nature, as if someone is specifically controlling them. There are more than 500 cubs produced at a time. So why are there not many adult black rats? These black rats now look like they are only a little over a pound. And they look soft, cute and tender. Then Yang Bo grabbed a black rat cub and threw it to the ground. Metal control +2. The next second Yang Bo obtained such a skill, which made Yang Bo a little stunned, but more of a chill. Then Yang Bo took out the cold weapon and dissected the black rat that fell to the ground. After this dissection, Yang Bo found that there were no parasites in the brain of the black rat cub. What's the situation? These mutant rat cubs are not very strong. What causes these mutant rats to be so strong after they grow up? Is it because of parasites? The back-end department of the game was discussing. Why do I feel that this player is more weird? Why did he throw these mutant rat babies to death and dissect them? Someone couldn't help asking. The lieutenant colonel in charge said at this time, this player's brain circuit is different. But in this process, he has seen the task 4 times. Obviously, he doesn't know how to complete the task. He dissected it like this maybe because he thought that this was the only way to complete the task. After all, the task given to him was to investigate the mine. What the boss said makes sense. If we were to play the game and encounter some tasks without guidance, we would do many incredible things. Of course, this is what we want to see. If this guy hadn't dissected these mice, we wouldn't have known about the parasites. However, through the Bionic Man's energy detection equipment, it was found that the energy of these cubs is very low. But the energy of adult mutant mice is so high? Is it related to the parasites? The lieutenant colonel in charge also shook his head when he heard the question from his subordinates. It's hard to say. Give him a task and let him find the truth about the parasites. Boss, why do I feel that we are going to get promoted and make money again this time? Let's reward this kid well this time and let him complete the previous tasks. Some people saw that the various information collected this time was enough for promotion and wealth. What kind of customized props should be given to him? The lieutenant colonel also had a headache and asked. The reason why the lieutenant colonel had a headache was that he didn't know what to do to make this player with a different brain circuit do more S-level tasks. From the limited information in the game, the other party is not short of money, not short of women, and has enough experience and vigilance. Otherwise he would be reported by the other party the first time he contacted the other party. I feel like this guy likes to hunt monsters. So let's give him a prop that can hunt monsters efficiently. Other people in the department also want Yang Bo to do more difficult tasks and discover more location information of this planet. Boss, why don't we give him more things to choose from? Such as props that can fly, and some detailed maps, such as some strange monster information. and some experimental products from some laboratories. On the one hand, we can give it to this player in the game. And on the other hand, we can collect experimental data. Someone suggested. Look, boss. Look. This guy is a bit cruel in his bones. And he actually did something to these soft and cute mouse pups. In the game screen, Yongbo controlled the bionic robot and set a fire directly, burning the mutant mouse pups. Chapter 439 Confusion. When Yongbo dissected those big black rats just now, he found that there were minerals in their bodies. As for what minerals they were, Yongbo was not sure. But judging from the color, they should be metal minerals. At that time, Yongbo had some guesses in his mind. That is, the big black rats must have metal abilities, since they ate this kind of metal. As for why killing big black rats would give the ability to fake death, it was not clear at that time. But now these big rat cubs have the ability to control metals. Then the ability to fake death should be the ability of parasites. That is to say, those adult big black rats may have been killed by parasites. After all, in the brain. Of course, this is just Yongbo's guess, because Yongbo has never gained abilities from reptiles before. So although these big black rat cubs look soft and cute, Yongbo still burned them with fire. After Yongbo lit the fire, he turned around and left. In fact, Yongbo didn't want to see these cubs screaming in the fire. Covering one's ears and stealing the bell is innocent, which is Yongbo's current mentality. Metal control +2. Metal control +2. Although Yongbo felt a little reluctant, the information in his mind still made him feel very happy. Anyway, you big black rats will be controlled by parasites in the future, so I might as well kill you first. In addition, Yongbo is very good at comforting himself. This is an ability he learned in his previous life. If he had not learned to comfort himself in his previous life, he would have died long ago. When people are in trouble, they must think a little and comfort themselves a little. Otherwise they will not survive. And there are so many black rat cubs, but not many adult black rats. Maybe these parasites will cause some black rat cubs to die when they parasitize. Yongbo also found that there were a lot of black rat cubs, and they were all the same size, which was a bit unbelievable. Generally, the size of a group of wild animals will be somewhat different, not as uniform as what Yongbo saw this time. Yongbo controlled his character, and a series of metal control information came into his mind. Yongbo's operation made the people in the game background a little stunned. But Yongbo's style of doing things was a bit unexpected. So these people just talked about it verbally, and did not take any actual action. Boss, I'm afraid this is the first parasite we have seen on this planet that can parasitize the brain of a mutant animal, a staff member from the game department asked. The lieutenant colonel nodded. It is indeed the first time that this kind of parasite has been discovered. I wonder if this kind of parasite is harmful to us humans. Boss, then this is also a major discovery for us. Do you want to take back the sample for research? Someone else asked. Because every major discovery is considered a meritorious performance. In this era of the Alliance military, it is difficult to make meritorious deeds. A lot of people are waiting for the old guys above to step down so that they can be promoted. But the old guys in the military have many ways to extend their lifespans, so it is very difficult to get promoted. This is also why the commander of the 9th Fleet was excluded by several other fleets. Because it was originally a feast of meritorious deeds for everyone. But it was done by this guy alone. All these old guys in the military have relatives, daughters, sons-in-law, grandchildren, and granddaughters. If these people want to be promoted, they can only exchange their merits. Otherwise they can only be replaced after the people above leave. Now there is a radish in a pit. The radishes in some pits may not look impressive, but whoever moves them will know who is standing behind them. The game department has made meritorious contributions several times because of Yongbo. And if he can make enough merits this time, then he will be promoted and have a salary increase. Don't take back the samples for the time being. Wait until this guy explores it. Because it is not sure whether this biological sample will bring disaster to the laboratory. And the experts above will analyze the data. The lieutenant colonel shook his head and said. The others nodded. Unknown creatures should not leave their original planet as much as possible. If they are brought to other planets, they may bring disaster to the creatures on other planets. Everyone watched Yongbo continue to explore the mine. The more the mine went back, the more mines branched out. And the sizes of these branched mines were different. Yongbo didn't know what this mine was mining, mainly because there were too many minerals in the interstellar era. If you don't study it specifically, it's hard to know what minerals there are. As for whether the bionic man he was operating had relevant detection equipment, Yang Bo didn't know, because some functions of this bionic man were not open. Yang Bo searched the mines one by one, but most of the mines were empty. Maybe they were just passages. Yang Bo came to a burning mine again, but it was already burned out, and only charred things could be seen on the ground. As for what was inside, it was a bit hard to tell. There were also a few big black rats here. Yang Bo dissected these big black rats and found worms in their heads. The temperature has risen? Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to remotely discover that the surrounding temperature had risen, and the surrounding humidity had also risen. However, all this was not displayed on Yang Bo's display terminal. After all, what Yang Bo displayed was just a game. When Yang Bo came to the 40-kilometer place of the mine, he found a relatively small tunnel with water flowing out of it. Although the water flow was not large, Yang Bo finally knew why the mine became more humid the further he walked. It turned out to be because of the water. Yang Bo looked at the water on the ground, and his mind thought of the parasites that parasitized in the belly of the mantis on Earth. But then Yang Bo thought again. He was just operating a robot now. Even if he encountered a situation, it would not harm him at all. Moreover, if he personally went to the place and encountered such a situation, he would first use his superpower to scan it, throw some lightning, throw some flames, etc., pass the current on the ground once, and then burn it with flames. I don't believe that there is any creature that can resist these two attacks. So Yang Bo did not hesitate to control the bionic robot to drill into the mine. The humidity in the mine is still very high, and the temperature is gradually rising. The temperature in this kind of mine should be constant, but because of the fire, the ventilation is too fast, resulting in a slight difference between the temperature inside and outside. The temperature in this area is obviously higher than that in the main tunnel. There are also obvious big black rats in this mine, because the ground is very smooth. Fortunately, the bionic man has high-tech equipment and can see the situation in the mine more clearly. The mine was relatively quiet, and there was no airflow, or the airflow was not that fast. At least Yang Bo did not catch any wind sound through the remote photoelectric capability. After walking about 1,000 meters, Yang Bo saw a relatively large space. However, Yang Bo felt a little numb at a glance. This area was a place with a diameter of about 20 meters. But water was constantly dripping from the top and sides. Calcified pools were formed on the ground. The height here was about 10 meters, and stalactites had been formed one by one. The water dripping from above seemed normal, but the water seeping from the wall of the mine next to it was warm, and it was a trickle to be precise. There were only 4 calcified pools, 3 of which were relatively small and irregular, and the smallest one was only about half a square meter. The largest calcified pool was about 8 or 9 square meters. In this calcified pool, there were more than a dozen large black rat cubs floating, and parasites could be seen on these cubs. It is the kind of parasite that Yang Bo found in the brain of a black rat when he dissected it. There is also a ball of flesh in this pool, and there is an eye on it. The ball of flesh has many tentacles, which looks a bit like an anemone. Some of these black rat cubs still seem to be breathing, but some are obviously dead. The black rat cubs that are still breathing have a parasite on one ear, half of which is outside and half of which is inside. There are dozens of parasites in this warm calcified pool, which are happily wandering in it, looking like white lines. Yang Bo felt like vomiting when he saw this scene. Imagine a calcified pool that was originally clear and transparent, filled with crooked parasites. Maybe Yang Bo's arrival startled the meatball, and then Yang Bo was attacked inexplicably the next second, because Yang Bo was watching the screen on the virtual projection side. You have been attacked by unknown energy, and the character has been damaged. Yang Bo quickly stepped back, then took out the laser sword and threw it over. The laser released by the laser sword is high temperature. Of course, this thing must be waterproof. And this scene also shocked other people in the background of the game. Quick! Check what kind of energy attack it is. Why is there no prompt in our data? The lieutenant colonel was also a little confused. You know, this is the most advanced bionic man in the military, with many incredible functions. And just now it was attacked by energy. But there was no warning information. Boss, do you want to stop this guy? This may be the only research target. And subordinate immediately asked. It's too late. The lieutenant colonel watched the bionic man open the laser sword and throw it into the pool. The laser sword itself relies on super high temperature to cut other things. So Yang Bo's laser sword thrown in is equivalent to throwing a super hot one in. The water in the entire calcified pool immediately boiled, just like a red-hot iron block thrown into a bucket. The sticky meat lump can be seen with the naked eye. All the tentacles stretch out directly, and then curl up, while the other parasites stretch their bodies directly, obviously cooked by the high temperature. Energy absorption plus 4. Energy absorption plus 2. Yang Bo was also stunned, because he had a dozen or so energy absorption points in his mind. Then at this moment, Yang Bo suddenly saw a message pop up on the game screen. Congratulations to the player for completing the mine exploration mission. Please return to the resurrection point to select equipment. Please leave the mine within 20 minutes. The mine is collapsing due to the influence of inexplicable energy. Yang Bo looked at this familiar picture and knew that he had completed the mission. The military had found something more valuable and wanted him to get out. Although Yang Bo knew this, he still turned around and ran away, even without the laser sword, because the things in the calcified pool were really disgusting. In his previous life, Yang Bo was afraid of these twisted and sticky insects, and he didn't like centipedes and millipedes. Other spiders didn't matter. Yang Bo ran quickly in the mine. In Yang Bo's game screen, the mine was shaking and stones kept falling. But Yang Bo found that this was not the case through his remote photoelectric superpowers. In the military game department, the lieutenant colonel was very anxious because Yang Bo's bionic man was attacked by unknown energy just now, and the bionic man could not detect it. Adjust the screen. Let the player enter the virtual game. Send a fighter plane outside to pick him up, and wait for him to reach the resurrection point. Today's game time is up, and he is forced to log off. The reward will be discussed tomorrow. The lieutenant colonel did not expect such an accident to happen suddenly, so he has not yet decided what reward to give Yang Bo. Unknown energy. You must know that the various sensors carried by the bionic man are not the most advanced in the entire universe, but at least the most complete. After all, these energy detection devices are indispensable for exploring this planet. Now that the bionic man is under energy attack and cannot be detected, we must protect the scene and let the relevant experts quickly control other equipment to check. The next second, Yang Bo, who was controlling the bionic man to escape, suddenly felt something was wrong. That is, the remote photoelectric communication between himself and the bionic robot was lost. Yang Bo connected with the bionic man through his virtual image game control signal. Now he lost contact with the bionic man, which was obviously done by the military. Yang Bo is now really playing a virtual game. Yang Bo quickly ran out of the main alley, and then according to the prompt, he found that there was a fighter plane outside to receive him. Yang Bo jumped onto the fighter plane, and the fighter plane roared up. And then Yang Bo received another prompt. That is, there is not much time left for today's game. Yang Bo was a little speechless. It seems that he can't get the reward this time. These bastards won't prepare rewards. I guess I can't complete this task. Yang Bo speculated maliciously. Sure enough, when there was still half a minute to go offline, the fighter plane dropped Yang Bo at the resurrection point. Yes, that's right. Just let Yang Bo jump down by himself. And then the scene changed. Yang Bo arrived at the resurrection point. Yang Bo didn't care. Anyway, the task rewards would be the same tomorrow morning. What is energy absorption? Is it the way those parasites grow? This task has confused me. The big black rats simply give me the ability to control metal, and the parasites simply give me the ability to absorb energy. And then the two together give me the ability to fake death? Yang Bo felt that his CPU was about to burn out. Chapter 440 Worry. This is the first time Yang Bo has encountered such a problem. He has some vague ideas in his mind, but he can't grasp them. It seems that I know the answer, but I haven't figured it out yet. Yang Bo felt that he had personally experienced this matter from beginning to end, and knew the results and the reasons. But why did he feel a little confused until now? However, Yang Bo thought about it, and got up to move around, and then went to cook. Yang Bo's current physical consumption can be completely solved by charging. But people live for enjoyment, and there are many strange foods in this world. Food is the only thing that will not disappoint those who like it. Of course, if you don't mind growing meat, once you mind growing meat, all food is your enemy. Yang Bo didn't think about this when he was cooking. As for how to clean up the mine later, there is still his own bionic man left in the mine. Of course, this bionic man does not belong to him, but to the property of the military. The military should send someone to see the scene. I don't know which information triggered the military to let me leave immediately. Yang Bo doesn't want to think about complicated things now. But he is also curious about what the military will find. The chefs on the Alliance side are highly skilled and have high incomes. Because only the rich can eat dishes made by professional chefs. Ordinary people buy ready-made dishes in supermarkets, which are the famous pre-prepared dishes on Earth. The cheapest pre-prepared dishes are like canned food, which can be eaten cold or heated. The slightly more expensive pre-prepared dishes are various side dishes packaged separately. And then put these side dishes into a special machine for making dishes when you get home. The machine will automatically cook for you according to the processing method of the dish. For example, if you want to eat shredded pork with green pepper, then the shredded pork and green pepper are placed in separate containers. Just put them one by one in the machine for making dishes, and the machine will automatically process them for you according to the information of the dish you bought. Of course, there is another more expensive way, which is that you need to do all the side dishes yourself, such as washing and cutting the green peppers by yourself, washing and cutting the meat you bought, and finally cutting the ingredients by yourself. This requires professional chefs to do it, because only professional chefs can cut it well, including the subsequent cooking. Professional chefs are also needed, because everyone has different tastes. Some people want green peppers to be only 5/10 well done, but meat to be 9/10 well done. Some people want green peppers to be 3/10 well done, meat to be very well done, or with a little burnt aroma. Some people want green peppers to be 8/10 well done, and meat to be 6/10 well done. Some people want the taste to be a little salty. Some people want it to be a little lighter. Some people want more garlic. Some people want more ginger. And some people want to add some coriander. The same dish tastes different in the hands of different chefs. The taste of food cooked by cooking machines is the same and very stable. Also, the temperature and time control by the chef are different. So even if the ingredients are the same, the taste is different. So chefs are definitely one of the high-end professions in the Interstellar Alliance. Yang Bo bought all kinds of vegetables by himself, and then enjoyed the fun of cooking by himself. For example, if you want the meat to be tender, keep the oil temperature at around 70 degrees, and use a smooth cooking method. If you want it to be cooked a little longer, cook it with a higher heat, and for a longer time. After the meal was ready, Yang Bo brought it to the internet room. Then he took a large bottle of milk, drank the milk while eating, and prepared to go online to check the game forum. I understand. Yang Bo took a sip of milk, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He figured out today's brain-burning problem in an instant. That is, the ability Yang Bo faced with the big black rat cubs, the ability given by the adult big black rat, and the ability given by the simple parasite. Because he didn't know whether that strange thing was a parasite. Yang Bo temporarily called it a parasite. Transformation. It should be that the parasite absorbed the energy of the big black rat and changed itself. Yang Bo instantly understood why the two separate species had different abilities, but the two species combined to have a newer ability. The reason why Yang Bo figured this out was that he thought of the energy absorption of the ability given by the parasite. In other words, the parasite was absorbing the body energy of the big black rat, and then it itself changed because of the energy of the big black rat. It is equivalent to the theory in medicine, which is equivalent to the ability of the 5 elements to generate each other. That is to say, when the energy of the parasite and the energy of the big black rat merge with each other, a new energy is generated. No wonder the skill I acquired is a new skill. Yang Bo now figured it out all of a sudden. The main reason is that when Yang Bo drinks milk, he feels that the energy converted by the milk and the energy converted by his own electricity are both provided for his consumption. In theory, milk and electricity both provide consumption for himself, so they should be equal. But in fact, this reminded Yang Bo of the more brain-burning question today. After dinner, I will test the 2 abilities I have obtained. One is fake death, and the other is energy absorption. Yang Bo figured out a problem, and he was very happy, and drank a big mouthful of milk. Drinking milk and eating. This combination is still rare. Yang Bo opened the game forum, and found that the forum was in chaos. The game accounts of those players in the Justice Gang were cleared and banned by the forum. But there are too many players in the Justice Gang. There are constantly players in the Justice Gang accusing the game officials in the forum, and they have to use legal weapons to protect their rights. However, the game officials did not come out to explain it all, and directly banned the guys who made too much trouble, and then cleared their accounts. Of course, there are also a large number of people who applauded this matter, and thought that the game officials did the right thing. Because these people in the Justice Gang can really ruin a game. There was once a game that was ruined because of the problem of game characters. In the past, this game only provided 2 character choices, male and female, and was sued by a large group of people in court, saying that the game discriminated against them and wanted the game to pay compensation. Therefore, there is no clear definition of the boundaries between men and women in current games. Of course, there is no clear definition in the game, but you can still tell what the characters look like from their images. Of course, there are also self-settings. That is, if you want a man's beard and a woman's breasts, that's fine. Don't ruin this game with these bastards. Or where can I brush my skills? Yang Bo was not happy when he saw this, but was a little worried. You know, the Justice Gang was originally established because he killed small animals in the mecha game. It's time to check out the mecha game. I haven't seen Tainyo for a long time. I should give him some gifts. Yang Bo was thinking about how to divert the Justice Gang's firepower. Otherwise, if they were allowed to continue like this, they might ruin the game. He originally wanted to add some mechas to Tainyo. Chapter 441 Big Reward. I just don't know what level these guys' mechas have reached. Mecha games are the real money-burning games. Once the mecha is damaged in the game, compensation must be paid according to the price. The reason why mecha games are called the worst games is that the game threshold is high. If you can't reach the threshold of Mecha Masters, you can't enter the game if you can't pass the test. Although you can just log in with the IP address and don't need personal information. Once the mecha is damaged, the game department can know who logged in at a certain address through legal channels, and then claim compensation from you. The game doesn't actually cheat the poor by doing this, because those who can enter the game are all Mecha Masters. As long as you are a Mecha Master, the treatment is good, and there is 100% no problem in paying back the debt. Ordinary people can't be cheated by mecha games even if they want to. Of course, mecha games do make money. In addition, mecha games are called the most realistic mecha games, because the control in them is comparable to that of real mechas. This has also attracted many mecha masters to work hard in it. Of course, on the surface, Yang Bo told the fat boss and Zhou Rui that he couldn't enter the mecha game because he didn't pass the test. Maintaining a good atmosphere in the game is what every gamer should do. Yang Bo decided to take the initiative. Yang Bo quickly finished his meal, cleaned up, and entered the mecha game. The military cannot see all the players' login information, including IP addresses and other things. Of course, if the players leak their identity information in the game, the military will definitely know. The players' login information is under the control of the government. If the military suffers any loss, it must go through the judicial authorities to obtain the player's information. So Yang Bo immediately logged into the game, not worried about being discovered by the military. Of course, only the military knows what these unmanned mechas and bionic people do. Although you can see the game content through virtual devices, what you see may not be real. Just like the part where Yang Bo just downloaded the game. It was the real game that was connected. Yang Bo entered the game, using the 9th generation mecha, not the conspicuous 3rd generation mecha. What a familiar world. Yang Bo logged into the mecha game and controlled the mecha to walk out of the base. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Bo has been on the Green Demon Star for not just 1 or 2 days, but several months. And he is still the lord of this planet. There are still so many bombs. How to deal with them? But the reserve period of these bombs is very long. So keep them for the time being in case they are needed in the future. While controlling the mecha, Yang Bo thought about the inventory in his hands. Now Yang Bo did not pay attention to where the Justice Gang guys were in the mecha game, because Yang Bo believed that as long as he controlled the conspicuous mecha to show up, the people of the Justice Gang would be so frustrated in the Doomsday Copy game that they would definitely find trouble with him. The people of the Justice Gang dared to go against the authorities in this way. In fact, they relied on the name of protecting small animals. However, they didn't know how strong the official background of the game was, so they felt very frustrated there. The mecha game has also undergone a relatively large change. First of all, most places on this planet have become neutral places. In fact, these neutral places are the places divided by the lords of the Green Demon Star. So now it is too difficult for players in the mecha game to make a profit. Yang Bo controlled the mecha. While he was honestly rushing on the road, he went to the forum to check. I accidentally discovered that there are many tasks on the forum. That is, You can take tasks at the base to hunt mutant creatures in a certain place. And the income of each task is not cheap. And the task objectives are relatively clear. Yongbo carefully read the information sent by each player to complete their own tasks. And found that some green demon star lords had some difficult mutant animals in their territories. And then the players controlled the mecha to clean up these mutant animals. It seems that the green demon star lords are slowly being corrupted by the Alliance. Yongbo saw this, and felt that the Alliance was slowly changing the green demon star. In the past, the mutants on the green demon star had to face mutant beasts on the one hand, and the Alliance on the other. So the mutants' combat power was very strong. And now the mutants have joined the Alliance, and enjoy the Alliance's huge and cheap commodities. It is estimated that these mutants do not want to take risks for these mutant animals. So the Alliance did this. Yongbo is powerless to do anything about this change. And this change is inevitable. When you truly integrate into a society, you will enjoy the convenience brought by this society. And of course you will change yourself in order to enjoy the convenience. Yongbo came to the familiar underground world again. But the underground world of Green Devil Star is still very mysterious. Mainly because the underground world is full of energy interference. Many detection devices of mechas will have very low performance below. However, Yongbo only walked through the first floor of the underground world, and did not enter the second floor. From the map, you can see that many places have been explored by players. Yongbo also did not have time to hunt these mutant animals he encountered. After a few hours, Yongbo finally approached his own territory, which was also classified as a neutral area. When Yongbo controls the mecha and approaches his territory, the mecha will issue a warning. Yongbo approaches his territory. But before he reaches the territory, he sees Tainyo. Tainyo is still the same. But Tainyo can't tell who is controlling the mecha. So he stares at Yongbo with a pair of eyes. Tainyo's body is still light gold, and his size has not increased much. But judging from his momentum, his strength should have increased a lot. Tainyo. Yongbo directly turned on the mecha's speaker and shouted. Tainyo was a little wary at first. But after hearing Yongbo shout Tainyo, he jumped up happily and rushed over. After Tainyo rushed over, he circled around Yongbo's mecha like a pet dog. This guy is a bit big. Of course Yongbo's mecha is also more than 9 meters high. Yongbo's hand that controls the mecha, while stroking Tainyo and shouting, Tainyo. Tainyo was even more excited because he hadn't seen Yongbo for a long time. Then Yongbo took Tainyo far away, because the mecha kept warning because it was too close to his territory. Because Yongbo was not sure whether the game department's backend would call the police if the mecha kept warning. When the mecha stopped warning, Yongbo slowly communicated with Tainyo. Although Tainyo was strong, his understanding ability was a little slow. There was nothing he could do about his IQ. And many mutant animals also had low IQs. Yongbo drew pictures with the mecha while talking to Tainyo. And Tainyo's little eyes were full of confusion. If Tainyo understood, he would nod happily. After talking for more than an hour, Tainyo finally understood what Yongbo said. That is, Yongbo will bring food. Of course, these foods are mechas. Yongbo's plan is very simple. That is to attract those guys from the Justice Gang. Find a place to let Tainyo and Tainyo's brothers attack directly. Tainyo's tribe lives in Yongbo's territory. As long as Tainyo returns to his own territory after attacking, no one can attack the mutant animals in Yongbo's territory. The Lords of the Green Demon Star are not stupid. The Alliance needs mutant creatures to make genetic medicine materials. So the Lords of Mutant Creatures are very important. This is why the mechas in the game are not allowed to approach the territories of these lords. Now mecha games are not as profitable as before. And the scope of activities is not as large as before. Yongbo speculates that the opening of new mecha games should also be related to the changes in the Green Demon Star. As for why the mecha game is not completely withdrawn from the Green Demon Star, Yongbo speculates that it is to be on the safe side. After all, the autonomy of mutants still requires a certain amount of military force to be stationed. Yongbo communicated with Tainyo first, and then looked for favorable terrain in this underground world, because he was not sure how many Justice Gang mechas would follow him. Yongbo had to find a good position. After all, the other side had more people and more power, and the mechas would be more powerful the further they were behind him. He didn't want to hurt Tainyo and the others. However, after a round, he still hadn't found a good place. Yongbo was not in a hurry now, because this matter needed to be planned slowly. He also had to see how many people there were in the Justice Gang, and whether their mechas were good or bad. Yang Bo also took Tainyo with him when he surveyed the terrain. In the end, he really couldn't find a good place. So Yang Bo asked Tainyo to go back first and come back tomorrow to find one. Yang Bo is still used to sleeping. Although it is okay not to sleep. He feels uncomfortable if he doesn't lie down after getting used to it. After Yang Bo and Tainyo parted, they agreed to come to this place again tomorrow. And then, he controlled the mecha back to the base. Yang Bo has been playing games for too long today. First, he completed the mine exploration task in the Doomsday Dungeon, and then played in the mecha game for several hours. He took a shower quickly, and slept for a few hours. It was already noon when he woke up the next day. He ate the ready-made pre-made dishes directly, and then opened the game. First, he had to play the Doomsday Dungeon game to see what rewards he could choose for the tasks he completed yesterday. After choosing the reward, Yang Bo had to see what the skills he obtained yesterday looked like. One was energy absorption, and the other was fake death. Then he had to enter the mecha game to find a place to pit those idiots of the Justice Gang. Yang Bo was late for the game today. In fact, the people in the military game department have been worried, fearing that Yang Bo would not play games for a long time again. This guy is really unreliable. If I had just completed such a task yesterday, I would have logged into the game today to see what rewards there were. The people in the game department were relieved when they saw Yang Bo playing the game. But some people couldn't help but say. Another person laughed. Maybe he slept with 2 women last night. It's normal to get up late. If it were me, who would play games? What's the point of sleeping for ordinary people? There are also top-notch people among ordinary people. Besides, everyone has their own aesthetics and ideas. I'm afraid this guy will be lazy and not work hard. We made a major discovery yesterday. I wonder how long it will take for the things we found yesterday to produce results. When everyone discussed this, they looked at the head of the department, the lieutenant colonel. When the lieutenant colonel heard this, he spread his hands and said, "It is not yet certain how long it will take to complete the research. But I can tell you that this is the biggest discovery in history. I just got some news that the energy properties of those parasite samples and those in the brains of those mutant mice are completely different. And the energy properties of mutant mouse pups and adult mutant mice are also completely different." Hearing this, the people in the game department widened their eyes. And someone asked in disbelief, "Boss, do you mean that this mutant parasite can change its energy properties during its growth?" To put it bluntly, energy properties are the same as everyone's superpowers. Superpowers will not change from the moment a person has them, which means that everyone's energy properties are fixed. The lieutenant colonel shook his head when he heard this. "You didn't understand what I meant. You were only talking about the mutant parasites. I was talking about the energy properties of both the mutant parasites and the mutant mice. According to preliminary research, the parasites and the mutant mice should have merged, which means that the mutant parasites and the mutant mice, as well as the mutant mice that parasitize the mutant parasites, are 3 completely different species. Of course, it can also be understood that the mutant parasites absorb the energy of the mutant mice, then kill the mutant mice, and use the mutant mice's bodies as parasitic carriers. Boss, if this is true, the laws of our galaxy will probably have to change." Someone finally understood what he meant. So he asked. The lieutenant colonel nodded when he heard this. "That's true. Why did this person say this just now?" "Because now the only way for the Alliance to determine whether the target is a criminal suspect is to test the blood. By testing the energy properties and energy frequency in each person's blood, a person's appearance and even DNA can change. But the energy properties and energy frequency of each person cannot be changed. So now the only evidence used by the judicial department of the entire galaxy is blood testing. But this discovery overturned the uniqueness of this evidence. Since there are parasites in nature that can change their own energy properties and energy frequencies. Has such a thing happened in human society? Extending to the judicial department, many previously confirmed evidence can be defined as illegal evidence. This is like the DNA testing system used on Earth. Suddenly one day a study showed that there were major errors in the DNA evidence testing system. Then, are the various criminal suspects previously identified by this DNA testing system possible? It's terrible. But I like it. Others in the department almost jumped up with joy when they heard this. This shows that we have made another contribution and another major discovery. I didn't expect that this guy would not play games online. But he would make such a great contribution to us right away. If I knew who this old man was, I would definitely treat him to coffee. If I knew who this old man was, I would definitely kidnap him and make him play games every day. Boss, can this discovery be considered one of the major discoveries in history? Will we be recorded in history? Someone from another department asked with an expectant tone. When the others heard this, they looked at their boss. If it was really recorded in history, it would be great. It is possible. But we have to wait for experts to continue their research. I don't know the specific details. In the end, this matter is likely to be kept secret. Because if this research is thorough, it will be very beneficial to our alliance. The lieutenant colonel nodded when he heard this. Of course, everyone knew what their boss meant by this. That is, if the energy properties can really be changed, then it can completely change another person. Which is great news for the intelligence organization. No wonder the boss prepared so many good things for this guy. The boss is right. This player is old and has no desires. In addition, he is hooked up with 2 women. If we don't get some good things, this guy might not play games for a long time. It's a pity that this guy is old. Otherwise we would have a much easier time. The reason why the game department unanimously believes that Yang Bo is old is because Yang Bo said before that he was a pharmacist. And his level is not low. The people in the game department speculated it themselves. And Yang Bo's cautious character in the game made these people believe that Yang Bo was old. After all, the head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, was going to make friends with Yang Bo and get Yang Bo's information. But he didn't expect Yang Bo to report it. Yang Bo successfully logged into the game. First, he used the remote photoelectric superpower to check and found that it was indeed the bionic man he operated yesterday, and it was not a virtual game. This made Yang Bo feel relieved, because Yang Bo had made up his mind before going online. If these bastards in the military used virtual games to fool him this time, he would definitely find trouble with these bastards. Fortunately, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief, and then opened the task. Fuck. When Yang Bo opened the reward of the mine task, he was blinded. First of all, the first one is a reusable flight aid. Brave wings, flight speed of 800 km per hour, consumption of 1,000 game coins per kilometer, maximum load capacity of 300 kilograms, maximum load capacity flight speed reduced by 20%. Reusable. Yang Bo drooled when he looked at this thing. That is to say, as long as there is money, the Brave Wings, this auxiliary aircraft, can be used all the time. As for game coins, Yang Bo is not short of them. What Yang Bo lacks is this means of fast movement. Of course, this Brave Wing also has a durability, and this thing needs to be repaired at the resurrection point. To be precise, it is to make money. Could this thing also use the energy of the bionic man? But just connect an external device and charge separately. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to carefully check it, and found that it was an external flight equipment. Judging from the appearance of this flight equipment, it is likely to use the bionic man's own energy system. These bastards. Profiteers. Yang Bo cursed while looking at the second task reward, because you can only choose one task reward item. Seeing the second task reward, Yang Bo forgot about the first task reward. Superb. The second task reward is a rifle. And the difference of this rifle is that the magazine capacity is 500 rounds of bullets. You know, the magazine capacity can play a decisive role at times. And this rifle has a fast shooting speed and high durability. This gun can fire 10,000 rounds of bullets, which means it needs to be repaired after firing 10,000 rounds of bullets. Yang Bo looked at the third item, which was an energy protection vest. This is a special defensive equipment. Using this energy protection vest can generate an energy protection force field, which is commonly known as an energy shield. This energy shield can withstand 10,000 points of damage. Then Yang Bo looked at the fourth item, which is the hero badge, and the overall attributes of the character are increased by 15%. Finally, there is the fifth item, which I don't know what words to use to describe it. Super backpack fragments. 1/5 collect the complete fragments to get a super backpack without increasing the weight. Swindler. Bastard. January 5th. This doesn't mean I have to complete all these most difficult tasks to get a super backpack. Yang Bo didn't know what this super backpack was. But the operation of this game department was obviously to make him a coolie. Yang Bo is now in a dilemma, because he can only choose one of these mission rewards. And he wants all of them. Whether it is increasing character attributes, or the gun with a large magazine, and the super backpack. None of them is not good stuff. Forget it. I'll download the game, and think about it first. Yang Bo directly downloaded the game with a very dissatisfied mood, because he still had things to do. And Yang Bo had to think carefully before receiving the game rewards. Yang Bo didn't care about the game, which shocked the people in the game department. Boss, what does this guy mean? That's right. Why didn't this guy take the mission reward? We made a bet on it. Does this guy not want to play the game anymore? These are the things we selected that he needs most for this game. This super backpack is a top-secret high-tech product that can only be obtained by the boss. The lieutenant colonel was also shocked by Yang Bo's operation, because he was just waiting for Yang Bo to take the bait with full confidence. These mission rewards are the result of everyone's brainstorming. Everyone can't refuse the good stuff when playing games. This guy actually doesn't want to go offline for the mission reward. The lieutenant colonel himself also got a top-secret high-tech product. The lieutenant colonel believed that Yang Bo would definitely take the bait. However, in fact, this guy went offline after taking a look at the game. You know, some people in some departments are counting on Yang Bo to make meritorious contributions, and then they will get promoted and get a raise. Is this guy not satisfied with the mission reward? It shouldn't be possible. These are all good things we have chosen. Are you insulting our intelligence? I think this guy must have something urgent in real life. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to the game so late and then log off the game immediately after taking a look. Will this guy not encounter any danger in real life? The lieutenant colonel's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Don't say it. Who of you can get this guy's information? No matter what method you use, you will be rewarded heavily. The lieutenant colonel was really scared when he heard this. What if this guy really encountered some trouble in real life and was killed by others? Wouldn't he lose a lot? You know, he is already a lieutenant colonel at such a young age. If this guy does the mission for another 2 years, maybe he can become a colonel. And it is not impossible to become a major general. You know how difficult it is to make meritorious deeds in the army now. I have a girlfriend. I have a sister. The other people in the office understood it instantly when they heard this, and they hurriedly expressed their opinions. Chapter 442 Lieutenant Colonel's Plan. Everyone turned their heads to look at the guy who said he had a girlfriend, thinking that this guy was a ruthless person. Even the lieutenant colonel couldn't help rolling his eyes. But he didn't expect the person who said this just now to laugh and say, just to get information. I believe the boss won't treat us unfairly. When the lieutenant colonel heard that this guy brought the topic to himself, he coughed and said, for now, this guy who plays games is of great importance to us. You also know how difficult it is for us to make meritorious deeds in peacetime. Since this guy appeared until now, we have received so many rewards. In fact, in peacetime, it is not only the military, but also the government departments that want to make meritorious deeds and want to sit in a higher position. Because no matter what department, there is a strict promotion system inside, especially in the case of the development of the alliance for so many years. Although there are some descendants of dignitaries in the system, but the descendants of these dignitaries must also abide by the promotion rules. Because the alliance forces are intertwined, and not only one dignitary has descendants, but other dignitaries also have descendants. It means that everyone is on the same track. If the offspring of a certain powerful person gets promoted through the back door, what will other powerful people think? Of course, they will knock this unruly guy to the ground. Your son is a son, but my son is not a son? It can only be said that the offspring of the powerful do have great advantages over others in some aspects. Therefore, the sons of military leaders can only be promoted according to the promotion method within the military. Yang Bo played games, and indeed promoted this lieutenant colonel by 1 level in a very short time. Even the entire department benefits. Just now, someone in the department casually said that Yang Bo might be in danger in reality. This makes the lieutenant colonel feel a little uneasy. After all, the security environment of the alliance has been a bit bad recently. Last year's rebellion on Pato Star, the terrorist attack of the Red Earl, the nuclear bomb explosion caused by the Bomb Brother, the Good Guy Brother, and even the Crimson Federation sending people to make trouble. Not to mention the Green Goblin Starfleet War. It feels like the Alliance has entered a troubled time. In this troubled environment, the greater the power you hold, the higher the benefits you will get in the future. However, the Lieutenant Colonel is not sure who Yang Bo is in reality. If he really dies in a terrorist attack, this will be his biggest loss. I release this task to you privately. Anyone who gets this guy's identity information can make a condition to me, as long as I can do it. The Lieutenant Colonel directly issued this task privately. And I think not only we want to know this guy's information, but our competitors must also want to know. I have thought about this for a long time. There is no way to find Yang Bo's identity information publicly, because there is more than one warlord in the military. Besides, even if it was the lieutenant colonel's father, he had more than one son, and there were other descendants. Moreover, other warlords also had descendants. Simply put, the competition among peers was too fierce. The lieutenant colonel had not used this method before because it was illegal. Once it was exposed later, it would be a scandal and would have a major impact on his future. But now the key is that without Yang Bo's help, the lieutenant colonel has no confidence in being promoted again in a short time, and they are afraid that Yang Bo might get into an accident, or that other competitors will know about it, which will be a huge blow to them. Boss, we don't know this guy's identity information, and other people should know very little about it. Someone immediately spoke up. The lieutenant colonel nodded. What you said makes sense. But don't forget that our game department is still affiliated with the military. There are many people who know the specific development of our game department, but they have no way to get first-hand information from us. Also, don't underestimate our competitors. They also have a great influence within the military. Boss, this old guy who plays games should be a lustful person. I think he attacked ordinary people because he should be wary of other superpowers. But this guy must have a lot of money. At least, he will not lack money during his lifetime. Otherwise, he would not make so much money in the game. Money. But went to sleep with 2 ordinary women. I think we can adjust the difficulty of the game. Let this guy add some teammates, and then we can send someone to sneak in. I think this is inappropriate, because it is not normal to increase the difficulty of his game alone. After all, there are game forums. This guy's mentality gives me the feeling that he is old and has lived enough. Look at his mentality when playing games. He doesn't collect any materials, and has no interest in money. The reason why this person said this is because Yang Bo kills monsters in the game, and doesn't like to collect materials at all. The price of materials in the game is still very good. In addition, Yang Bo also likes to hunt monsters with bullets. And hunting monsters with bullets will lose money. These people felt that Yang Bo came to the game to let himself go. And such people are usually old, and have no life to live. Only those who are young would have such a mentality. If it were young people, they would have found ways to make money. Don't say anything. This matter is related to the future of all of us. Everyone should mobilize all the relationships that can be mobilized. But don't tell others about this matter. As for how to do it, you can judge it yourself. And all this is done spontaneously. And it has nothing to do with the boss. A person from the game department stood up and said. The lieutenant colonel nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. The reason why his promise just now was a condition instead of any other items or money was that he would not provide proof. Because once an actual transaction occurs, it is very likely to become a handle for others later. The human heart is difficult to measure. Now everyone can get promoted and make money together. However, with the promotion of levels, the higher the position, the fewer positions, and the more intense the internal competition. Now everyone has common interests and can stick together. But if one day, there is only one position, and these people need to compete for it, it is difficult to predict what will happen. Understood? Some people in some departments nodded, and were thinking about how to get Yang Bo's identity information as soon as possible. After all, their boss's identity is not ordinary. And any condition is enough for them to rise to prominence. Their boss's father is the biggest warlord. So let's not talk about how influential he is. Besides, after Yang Bo quit the Apocalypse game, he came to the basement and prepared to conduct experiments. Faking death. Yang Bo first conducted an experiment on the skill of fake death. Now Yang Bo can just think about what skill he wants to release. Yang Bo first released the space mecha, then turned on the detection equipment of the mecha and started the recording mode. Then Yang Bo came to the front of the mecha, and his photoelectric superpowers could sense the energy detection waves released by the mecha. Yang Bo first lay on the ground, and then silently recited the skill of fake death in his heart. The next second, Yang Bo felt that he was in a strange state, just like the state of ghost pressing on the bed. The whole person's head was very clear, but it seemed that he had lost any contact with the outside world. But he slowly felt carefully, and found that he could hear the sound again. But at this time, the reaction seemed very slow. That is, the sound he received seemed to be intermittent and stuck. Yang Bo felt it carefully, as if he was in a dark world. However, Yang Bo could sense the existence of the mecha space, and he could also feel the existence of the space box. Yang Bo felt that there was an hour, And then he tried to get rid of the state of fake death. Unexpectedly, the whole person sat up all of a sudden. And the person also received all the information around him, such as the light in the room, the shadow formed by the mecha next to him, and the detection energy wave released by the mecha. It feels different? The information received just after sitting up made Yang Bo feel a little different. What's different is that it's as if these information are blocked in a state. And when he wakes up, these information explodes on him all at once. That is, at this moment, these things he perceives form the information of explosion, making the information he perceives stronger. Only 5 seconds. Yang Bo climbed onto the mech again and watched the mech recording carefully. He found that it took him only 5 seconds from lying down to sitting up. But he felt like half an hour had passed. No way. Yang Bo looked at the various data detected by the mech and found that he was a dead person in these 5 seconds. The various detection data showed that he was a corpse. It feels like this skill is both powerful and useless. Yang Bo didn't know how to evaluate the skill of fake death. If you say this skill is powerful, it is really powerful, because the mech can detect at such a close distance, and the accuracy is very high. But if you say it is powerful, it feels a bit useless, because it is difficult to obtain information from the outside world in the fake death state. This will give you a kind of misleading feeling. Maybe only 5 seconds have passed outside, but you feel that you should be safe for half an hour. Maybe you will see the enemy observing your corpse when you get up. Is it because the skill level is not enough? Yang Bo could only comfort himself in this way. Then Yang Bo conducted another test. This time Yang Bo felt that an hour had passed. During this hour, Yang Bo felt very stable, because Yang Bo knew that the basement was very safe. But Yang Bo felt that if he was on the battlefield, he would be very panicked because he was not sure what would happen outside. However, when Yang Bo opened his eyes and climbed onto the mecha to check the data, he found that 3 hours had passed. This is too bad. After reading the results, Yang Bo felt a little indescribable. The suspended state was really amazing. The mecha was so close that it didn't detect it. Energy absorption? Yang Bo decided to speed up the test because he still had to go to the mecha game to do something. However, when it came to the specific experiment, Yang Bo felt that he didn't know how to do the experiment. Can I absorb any energy? Then will my body change its energy properties, like a mutant parasite, when absorbing other energy? Yang Bo was a little afraid to experiment, because he was afraid that the absorbed energy would react with his own energy, and then change his energy properties. Because Yang Bo is now very satisfied with his energy properties. But if he wants to test the absorption of energy with the same properties, it will not have any effect, since energy can be absorbed. Can energy be fused or given energy? However, Yang Bo's brain is really smart now, and he quickly thought of whether energy absorption can be used in reverse. Chapter 443 Experiment. Yang Bo found that his mind was sometimes very bright, especially when it came to related skills. He had a higher comprehension of related things. As for those things that he did not have related skills, it felt like reading a book of heaven when he understood them. Yang Bo probably thought that it was because he had this knowledge in his mind and had this skill, so he could think of this. If he did not have the relevant knowledge, he would not be able to think of it. But how to do this energy granting? Simply thinking about this problem is just a theoretical problem. But in fact, there are many difficulties in how to do it. Yang Bo's understanding of energy is very shallow. He simply thinks of photoelectric and other energies. As for the specific differences between these energies, he really doesn't know. So how to do this energy granting? Then we can only do experiments step by step. But where should this experiment start? Yang Bo thought for a long time and finally prepared to conduct long-term experiments. It should be that different energies will have different reactions with different materials. Just like wood. It must not be given fire energy. Otherwise it will become charcoal. Yang Bo first determined the preliminary experimental rules for empowerment. Can we use the theory of mutual generation and mutual restraint to do this experiment? Yang Bo thought of another point. Since it can give energy, then the property conflicts between energies must be prepared. Yang Bo wrote down the 2 points he thought of above. Yang Bo did not plan to use other people to do this experiment. Nor did he plan to ask other people, because Yang Bo felt that no one had such ability. And even if there were, they were very few. At least, there was no such person in his circle. Oh! I disassembled a lot of composite metal mecha parts? So now I use the metal manipulation ability to transform these mecha parts while empowering them. Will the mecha parts still be damaged? Yang Bo thought of another point, and quickly wrote it down. Yang Bo first found a piece of ordinary metal, and prepared to do the empowerment test. However, after holding the metal in his hand, Yang Bo found that he did not have the relevant testing equipment. Forget it. Let's just do the experiment first. Anyway, my vision has mutated, and I can see the energy light. If the empowerment test is successful, then get the relevant equipment to conduct precise tests. Yang Bo thought about it, and gave up the idea of preparing the testing equipment first. Yang Bo also opened a separate laboratory. The reason for opening a separate laboratory is to prevent any problems in the experiment. Yang Bo first took a piece of ordinary metal, which is an ordinary iron-based alloy. What should I do next? Yang Bo held the alloy in his hand, and didn't know what to do next for a while. If it was energy absorption, he could just use the skill. But if it was energy imparting, how should he do it? It seems that I still need to find an energy stone to conduct an energy absorption test first, and then reverse the test based on this test. Yang Bo thought carefully for a while, and there was only this way now. Yang Bo had a lot of energy stones in his hand, but he didn't plan to use many of them, because most of the energy in the energy stone is not the same frequency as the energy in the body. It will cause serious damage to the nerves and body. Even if Yang Bo thinks that he has a super abnormal physical constitution now, it is often easy to destroy the inner self. This is like a country that looks very powerful. Once there is internal unrest, the country will easily collapse. Yang Bo is not sure whether the energy he absorbs from the energy stone will cause harm to himself, but this is not difficult for me. I have the life energy stone. The reason why Yang Bo wants to conduct the energy stone to absorb energy is completely under the premise of safety. The life energy stone can be said to be the safest energy stone among the energy stones. It can increase human life and repair human body. As for how the life energy stone is formed, why does it have such an effect? Yang Bo knows nothing, and no relevant data about the life energy stone has been found. The main reason is that this thing is too rare, and there is not enough test data. Of course, it is possible that someone is studying it, but these data must be kept secret. After all, these data are very important. Yang Bo took out the life energy stone that he had embezzled. This is what he secretly hid when he followed the fat boss to do the task on the energy stone mineral star. As for whether this is considered stealing, of course it is not, because the energy stone mine did not belong to the fat boss when he was doing the task. When going out to do the task, whoever has the ability will make a fortune. Yang Bo used the space mecha to secretly hide these life energy stones. And Yang Bo also obtained the best energy stones in the warehouse of the Ash organization on the Green Demon Star. So Yang Bo has a lot of good things in his hands. And Yang Bo has so many bombs on the Green Demon Star territory. I believe that he can play with other surrounding lords. It's easy to tell that the Alliance will not sell bombs and other things to the Lord of the Green Demon Star. It's so beautiful. Yang Bo took out a pea-sized life energy stone. The whole energy stone was oval in shape and light green in color. It looked like a drop of green liquid flowing inside the whole energy stone. The energy stone itself contains energy, so it looks 100 times better than ordinary gems. And the life energy stone can feel very comfortable in the hand. Energy absorption. Yang Bo didn't know how to use the energy absorption skill, so he just recited it in his mind, looking at the green life energy in the palm of his hand. Yang Bo stared at it with his eyes. Suddenly, Yang Bo felt a surge of energy spreading from the palm of his hand to the whole palm. And then instantly this energy spread throughout his body like an electric current. Interrupt. Yang Bo didn't know how to interrupt the energy absorption, and said while thinking in his mind. Then Yang Bo found that the energy absorption skill had been interrupted. This skill is easy to release. You can absorb it as long as you think about it, and you can interrupt it as long as you think about it. Yang Bo carefully recalled the feeling of the energy spreading all over his body just now, just like being electrocuted by an electric current. Of course, this is just an adjective, which means that the energy spread all over his body instantly. Yang Bo felt refreshed now, and the cells in his body seemed to have been reborn. It is worthy of being a life energy stone. Yang Bo knew that this was the effect brought by the life energy stone. Then Yang Bo continued to experiment and found that this skill could be controlled at will. It is worthy of being a skill that I already have, and I can use it at will. After several experiments, Yang Bo understood how energy absorption works. It is to directly absorb the energy of the energy stone for his own use. Yang Bo has other energy stones in his hand, But he dare not take the risk. He may say that he is timid or afraid of death. Anyway, Yang Bo dare not try it rashly without sufficient safety. There should be no way to return my energy to the life energy stone. After all, I only have superpowers such as photoelectric metal. Yang Bo looked at the life energy stone in his hand, and the luster was slightly dim. Yang Bo put the life energy stone away and picked up the alloy. Yang Bo put the alloy directly in the palm of his hand, and then carefully recalled the reaction of energy in the body when absorbing energy just now, and then slowly output the energy. Yang Bo used the light superpower this time, and stared at the alloy in his hand with a pair of eyes. Yang Bo could feel that the energy in his body had poured into the alloy. Snap! But the next second, this piece of alloy actually shattered directly. When it shattered, Yang Bo saw the whole alloy energy light flash. This is an alloy that can't bear the energy given by myself? Or is my method wrong? Or is it that the alloy material and the energy properties cannot be integrated? Yang Bo looked at the failed product and thought about how to solve this problem and find the cause of failure. Yang Bo thought of these three for the time being, and then took out different alloys for testing. Yang Bo accelerated the progress of the experiment in the laboratory. This is how experiments are done. You have to eliminate the causes of failure. Once all the causes of failure are eliminated, you will know whether the project will succeed or fail in the end. The reason why the final project still has to fail is because some projects are destined to fail. Of course, these data in the experimental process are still very useful. At least it can tell the later generations not to do this experiment. This is what my buddies have done. And the direction is failure. Yang Bo did not dare to guarantee that his empowerment experiment would be successful. So he could only do the experiment bit by bit. After more than 2 hours of experimentation, Yang Bo looked at the various metals in the laboratory. All broken. He did everything he could think of for the reason of failure just now, but still failed. It should be the empowerment object, not these ordinary alloys. After 2 hours of experimentation, Yang Bo summarized such a reason for failure. Then what should I find to experiment? Yang Bo scratched his head. Will my empowerment experiment have to find energy metals? And then can the low-quality energy metals become high-quality energy metals? Suddenly a bold idea popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Thinking of this, Yang Bo was full of motivation. But after a careful look, he did not have any energy metals on his side. There were only his own space mecha and energy weapons. However, Yang Bo didn't dare to use these two things for testing. If they were damaged, he would have no place to cry. Forget it. Let's play the game first. After several hours of tossing and turning, Yang Bo saw that he had to meet up with Tainyo today to find a place to trap the Justice Gang guys. In addition, Yang Bo also had to think carefully about how to do the empowerment test. When he came to the internet room, Yang Bo looked at his watch. Xiao and Annie sent him a message, saying that the bonus for last month's ranking had arrived, and they had already taken it out. Last month, the bonus for the Team Monster Killing leaderboard was 10 million game coins. The captain got 10% of the commission first, which means Yang Bo got 1 million game coins first, and the rest was divided equally among the entire team. Yang Bo's team only had 3 people, so each person got 3 million game coins, which is 3 million credit points. Yang Bo sent a message to the 2 people, congratulated them, and then entered the game. After entering the game, Yang Bo still chose the 9th generation mecha. Now in the mecha game, anyone who drives a 3rd generation mecha will be chased and scolded by other people from the Justice Gang. The people from the Justice Gang have been very frustrated recently. They encountered the biggest Waterloo in the Doomsday Instance game. Many people were not only banned from speaking, but also their accounts were cleared, and their game characters and other things were also cleared. Some people from the Justice Gang are looking for lawyers to enter the judicial process and sue the game officials. This matter is a hot topic in the game circle, not to mention on the forums of Mecha Games and Doomsday Instance Games. The Alliance has laws that stipulate that the characters and various game equipment of players in the game belong to the players themselves. They will not say that your account and various virtual products in the game belong to their company like some shameless game companies do, and they just lend them to you to play. When they want to take it back, they can take it back unconditionally. Yang Bo is also looking forward to how this lawsuit will turn out. After all, Yang Bo knows who is behind the game. Will not even the lawyers here be sent in? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Tainyo. When he arrived at the place where he had agreed to meet with Tainyo yesterday, Yang Bo shouted and Tainyo appeared happily. Sorry. I'm late today. Yang Bo looked at Tainyo and stroked his head while talking. Of course, Yang Bo didn't feel anything because he was the one controlling the mecha. While Yang Bo was strolling in the underground world, he collected the mechas equipped by this group of players on the forum. They are indeed rich people. All of them are mechas of more than 12 generations. Now Tainyo will have a treat. Yang Bo easily found the guys from the Justice Gang showing off their mechas on the forum. The mecha game is full of remote-controlled unmanned mechas. These mechas are different from the mechas used by the military, but they are slightly different in weapons. The other basic hardware facilities are exactly the same, including the energy system and the entire structure. This is a good place. Yang Bo searched for more than an hour and finally found a good place. The reason why Yang Bo found it so quickly was that he used the long-range photoelectric superpower of sound wave passive detection. In this underground world, the sound can detect a long distance. Yang Bo found an underground reservoir, and the water volume of this underground reservoir is very large. He found a relatively narrow area downstream of the reservoir. After going back and forth for more than 2 hours of investigation, Yang Bo had a complete plan in mind. Because Yang Bo didn't want to leave any handle for the game officials. Because the game background can see the operation of these unmanned mechas in the mecha game, and the situations faced by unmanned mechas. Besides, Yang Bo couldn't hand over his handle to the Justice Gang. Some things can be done quietly, but they can't be let go and let others know. Although the people of the Justice Gang finally knew that this was not an accident but a conspiracy, there was no way without evidence. Besides, Yang Bo could change his mecha at any time. Yang Bo did not tell anyone his nickname and information in the mecha game. Pure water is definitely not enough, so something must be added to the water. In addition, the underground reservoir needs to be repaired to ensure that there is enough water to carry enough things to attack the Justice Gang team. Although the mecha is very powerful, it is not worth mentioning in the face of these natural disasters. Just like the ships on the Earth, there are hundreds of thousands of tons, and even hundreds of thousands of tons of warships. But in the face of the vast nature, it also seems so small. Besides, Yang Bo is not going to destroy these mechas directly, but to make them lose their combat effectiveness. It can be said that the mechas have strong defense and combat power. But after all, they are also precision machinery. There is a long-range soldier in the mecha division. These mechas holding long-range laser weapons generally target various detection equipment of mechas, such as various radars and detectors. Mechas are fragile and strong, but the key lies in the environment in which they are used and the ability of the user. Yang Bo first took out his mecha weapons and blocked all the drainage outlets of the underground reservoir with stones. Using mecha weapons to cut stones is unique. The mecha weapons in Yang Bo's hands have energy cutting capabilities, because mecha weapons can easily cut other people's mechas when used. Not to mention that these stones consume a lot of energy. After all, it only takes a short time to cut a mecha. But cutting stones is a long and slow job. First, block the drain, and then use the mecha to cut the water flow direction into a sufficient thickness. Make sure that this piece can be broken quickly, so that the water in the reservoir can rush down at the maximum flow rate in a short time. Then Yang Bo will follow the route and block some forks on the route directly with various methods. Come back tomorrow. After working for a while, Yang Bo saw that the time was almost up today, so he called Tainyo, and then he controlled the mecha to return to the base quickly. After the game was finished, Yang Bo took a bath while thinking about the subsequent stages of the energy empowerment experiment. Can we not use energy metal? Use other energy materials? Yang Bo thought about it, and thought that he had a lot of energy materials in his hands. As for what energy materials? Of course, they are those medicine materials. These genetic medicine materials contain energy, so reverse empowerment may also improve the quality of these genetic medicine materials. Do it if you want to. Yang Bo is also a master who does what he wants to do. He got up and blew his body dry, and then hurriedly came to the underground laboratory without eating. After arriving at the underground laboratory, Yang Bo took out some materials. At this time, Yang Bo thought of the many experimental subjects he still had. Could he also reversely empower these small creatures so that they could also have energy? It seems that you still need to think more when encountering things, so that you can broaden your thinking. Yang Bo looked at the genetic medicine materials in his hand and prepared to start the experiment. Yang Bo didn't want to waste time, as he had a lot of things to do now. Chapter 444 Continue the experiment. Genetic medicine materials have many properties. Fortunately, Yang Bo obtained a lot of genetic medicine materials from the spaceship of the Pharmacists Guild last time. First, let's do the energy-giving test of medicine materials with the same properties. Yang Bo did not do the experiment blindly. Yang Bo found a medicine material with fire energy properties. This is an auxiliary material, which is mainly used to neutralize some energy in the main material of the medicine material. The production of genetic medicine is to follow the theory of energy mutual generation and mutual restraint. That is, to make the original bad energy become useful through various reactions. Yang Bo has a relatively thorough understanding of the relevant theories of pharmaceuticals. Still in the original laboratory, Yang Bo looked at the materials in his hand and felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't think of it after careful thinking. The talent of this body is too rubbish. Yang Bo thought for a long time and couldn't remember what he felt was wrong. So he shook his head and prepared to experiment. This time Yang Bo took safety measures and put the test place in a special box for pharmaceuticals. Yang Bo held the genetic medicine material in his hand. But when the fire energy in Yang Bo's body slowly came out of his palm and entered the medicine material, with a puff, the genetic medicine material suddenly exploded. You know, it contains energy. I know. Yang Bo was shocked and knew why he felt something was wrong just now. Because these materials have been purified and processed many times. The energy inside is already very pure. And the energy that I empowered may not be the same as the energy of the medicine material. Yang Bo shook his head. He was careless about this. What's wrong? Yang Bo couldn't figure it out. Logically, there was no problem with empowerment. But why did it fail in alloy materials and genetic medicine materials? Yang Bo carefully recalled what happened in the game and finally thought of a possibility. Is it because it's a living thing? Yang Bo thought of this. Yang Bo set his sights on the many little things he had fed. Yang Bo thought of something. That is, the plant with spherical rhizomes growing underground that he dug in the mountains. The energy contained in that mutant plant itself is very low. Can he raise the energy content of this mutant plant itself through empowerment? If you want to do it, do it. Yang Bo came to the laboratory, where the two mutant plants he collected last time were planted. Yang Bo looked at the mutant plant in front of him, and then stretched out his hand. This time Yang Bo was ready to use his superpowers to empower the plant in front of him. First, add a little energy, and then continue to observe. This plant may need to be observed for a long time. After all, it takes a process for a plant to die. But no matter what, let's experiment with the plant first. That's how experiments are done. Yang Bo didn't know whether this experiment would be successful. But if he didn't do an experiment, he would never know which was the correct answer. Yang Bo directly placed his hand gently on the plant, and then began to slowly inject a small amount of energy into the plant. Huh? Yang Bo injected his energy into the plant, and he could see that the plant actually had an energy conflict. The leaves on this plant kept exploding. You can see white energy and slightly fluorescent energy light conflicting with each other. Will it die just like that? Yang Bo looked at the plant itself, which was crawling on the ground, with a small amount of exposed outside. Now the leaves exposed outside kept exploding. It's not that the whole leaf exploded, but there was a constant energy conflict on the surface of the leaf. And then small pits exploded. For a moment, Yang Bo didn't know what to do next. It seems that we can only determine whether it is successful after the energy reaction of this plant. But there must be a success rate for energy abundance. After all, the fusion of mutant mice and mutant parasites is not 100%. The dead mutant mouse pups I saw in the game should be failures. Besides, it's normal to fail in experiments. Yang Bo comforted himself in his heart. But looking at the mutant plant leaves that exploded horribly, he felt a big chill in his heart. The energy conflict reaction was very fast. Almost a dense explosion sound. But it lasted less than 2 seconds, and the entire energy conflict reaction was over. Yang Bo looked at the horrible plant properties in front of him, and he made up his mind to continue to give energy to the plant. However, this time when Yang Bo gave a little energy, the plant itself did not have any energy reaction. At least on the surface. The plant now has a little white light. At least in terms of the brightness of the energy light. It is much brighter than before the empowerment. Could it be successful? If this mutant plant maintains this state, it can be rated as an E-level mutant plant. Seeing this situation, Yang Bo was a little excited. The energy contained in the previous plant can only be said to be inferior. But now the energy light of this plant can reach the lowest level. The most important thing is that the price between inferior and the lowest level can differ by dozens or hundreds of times. And Yang Bo gave this plant light energy. And the value of the mutant plant with light energy attribute can be imagined. But the light energy should conflict with the energy of the plant itself and change into a third energy. Right? But Yang Bo thought again that the mutant parasite and the mutant mouse merged together and turned into energy of the third attribute. For a while, Yang Bo thought of many possibilities in his mind. And these had to be tested one by one. Just like that parasite. It can only parasitize in the brain of the mutant mouse. Why doesn't it parasitize in the brain of other mutant animals? In other words, if you want energy fusion, it also needs to be determined by the energy attributes of both parties. This time, I used light energy to fuse with a plant. In fact, there was an energy conflict between the two. And no energy fusion? Yang Bo wrote down all these thoughts and waited until later to slowly conduct experiments. It looks like we need to continue observing this mutant plant for a while, Yang Bo thought to himself. Then he turned his attention to the little cuties he was feeding. Yang Bo decided not to sleep and to make a conclusion on this matter. So he came to the place where the mutant leeches were fed. Then he picked up a mutant leech and tested it. With the lesson learned last time, Yang Bo did more in terms of safety measures. He directly put on the armor to test it. Mainly because he couldn't test it while sitting in the mecha. Otherwise Yang Bo would like to use the mecha. Let's use the light superpower. Yang Bo looked at the mutant leech in front of him and thought for a while. And decided to use the light superpower. If I use electricity or fire superpower energy, it might kill it in an instant. Yang Bo stretched out his palm, ready to contact the mutant leech and then empower it. Who knew that this thing would suddenly bounce up and directly suck Yang Bo's blood? Mainly because Yang Bo's hand was too close to the mutant leech. ZZ. However, a strong white light immediately lit up on Yang Bo's hand. The mutant leech fell on Yang Bo's hand, and immediately made a sizzling sound, and the whole body curled up. Little guy. Yang Bo looked at the curled mutant leech, and then gently touched it with his fingers, and then empowered it. Chapter 445 Conversation. With the experience of empowering plants last time, Yang Bo put even less energy this time. After all, if the plant exploded, it would explode. The plant might still survive. But if the mutant leech exploded, it would probably not survive. Huh? Yang Bo was originally ready to watch the scene of the leech exploding. But he didn't expect that after he input his energy into it. The guy's body did not change. So Yang Bo slightly increased the energy of empowerment. And as a result, a magical scene happened. That is, the energy light on the leech became brighter and brighter. But Yang Bo understood it in an instant. This thing is too special. The mutant leech can suck the blood of mutant animals, and convert the blood of mutant animals into the energy it needs. In other words, the physique of this mutant leech is special. Which means that Yang Bo chose the wrong experimental subject. This kind of creature, with a special physique, is not suitable for experiments. Yang Bo threw this leech into the breeding box. Yang Bo set his sights on the gerbils on the side, and chose the strongest one for the experiment. This should be correct. To be honest, Yang Bo was a little excited. If he could really empower successfully, then it would be too easy for him to brush up his skills. The gerbil stared at Yang Bo with its small eyes, not knowing what the man in front of it was going to do to it. Gerbils were originally very timid. But Yang Bo had been feeding these gerbils for a long time, and they were very familiar with Yang Bo. So they were not very scared. Yang Bo gently stroked the gerbil in front of him with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. Then he gently input his light superpower into the gerbil's body. Yang Bo input very little energy, because he was afraid that too much energy would damage the gerbil's body structure. To put it bluntly, energy means radiation. If there is too much energy, it is easy to kill a creature. Although Yang Bo's hands were very light, and the energy input was very small, his heart was in his throat, fearing that the little thing in front of him would lie down or react in some other way. However, when Yang Bo slowly input the energy in his hand into the gerbil's body, he didn't expect that the gerbil still looked like he was enjoying it, and didn't feel that energy had entered his body at all. Yang Bo input a little energy, and didn't dare to input more, and then picked up a piece of fruit. The gerbil ate it with a crunching sound, and didn't feel that he was inputting energy at all. Then Yang Bo carried out the second transmission. Of course, the amount was also very small in comparison. When Yang Bo could clearly perceive, the gerbil had changed from an ordinary animal to a mutant animal. The little thing still looked at him with an expectant look. and his little eyes were eager, probably wanting to eat. This is smoother than injecting genetic drugs. This result is true. Yongbo didn't expect it. Could it be that the gerbil itself can become a mutant animal? So it inputs energy by itself. So there is no conflict? Yongbo had one question after another in his mind. Yongbo didn't know how to solve most of the problems. Nor did he know the answers. But the result was obvious. That is, he succeeded. Yongbo raised this gerbil alone, ready to see if there would be any adverse reactions in the future. He also installed various intelligent monitoring devices on this gerbil to monitor the gerbil's subsequent physical changes. Then he took out another gerbil. This time Yongbo wanted to use the ability of invisibility to give energy to this gerbil. However, it actually succeeded again, and the result was better than injecting genetic drugs. And there is a success rate for injecting gerbils with genetic drugs. And there are some side effects. Sometimes they mutate into terrible monsters. But this energy giving seems to have no side effects. This second little thing was fine throughout the whole process. It turned from an ordinary gerbil into a mutant invisible gerbil. And the little thing seemed to have no feeling at all. Wait and see. If these two gerbils become two mutant animals stably later, then it will be much better to brush skills by yourself in the future? Yongbo used to dislike the trouble of using genetic injection drugs. And it was time-consuming and laborious. But now there is the means of energy giving. So if he wants to get more invisible gerbils in the future, won't it be easy? The reason why Yongbo did not solve this mutant gerbil now is to obtain enough test data. And then solve it. Could this gerbil itself be the best test material? Yongbo did not plan to conduct experiments again. There are 2 test products. So he will observe for a while. I am quite busy now. I have to solve the problem of the Justice Gang first. And provide help to the Iron Bull tribe, while solving the problem of the Justice Gang. Yongbo came upstairs, and found that it was raining outside again. Yongbo sent a message to Zhou Rui, asking for some energy metal ore. Yongbo felt that ordinary materials could not withstand the energy given, which should be a problem of the material and performance. What if it is the energy metal ore itself? Zhou Rui was having a headache for her election slogan these days. When she saw the message sent by Yongbo, she wanted to talk to Yongbo. Ask Yongbo if he has any good suggestions? Yongbo originally didn't plan to go. But Zhou Rui said that the fat boss was also here. And Zhang Buizhen was also coming. Thinking of Zhang Buizhen's wealth, Yongbo decided to go and take a look. After all, Yongbo contacted Zhang Buizhen with another identity. And Zhang Buizhen's promise made Yongbo very tempted. Mecha that can jump in space. Zhang Buizhen knows such news. So what about more advanced mecha? Ping Technology Company has such a mecha. So what about the military? What about mechas from other countries? Yongbo felt that there were more and better mechas, which should only be prepared and served for some special groups. Ordinary people could not imagine that the mechas in this world could be so advanced. Ordinary people and the powerful are completely 2 different classes. Yongbo knew this very well in his previous life. Those powerful people may not be able to earn a meal in their entire lives. Not to mention the enjoyment of those people. Some things are born with them, and some are not. 4th brother. Brother Jia. Sister Rui. When Yongbo arrived, he found that 3 people were already sitting together drinking tea. Yongbo greeted them with a look of a freshman. Yongbo is here. Come and sit down. Zhang Buizhen was also very happy to see Yongbo coming. It was because of Yongbo's discovery that he was able to turn things around here. What's more, Yongbo discovered a second mutant plant. Although the evaluation level of this mutant plant is very low, but the influence is even greater. If a single mutant animal appears, this may be a special case. And the international evaluation of this planet is not very high. However, mutant plants appeared. Although the quality was very low, it proved that there was more than one mutant creature on this planet. The existence of mutant plants and mutant animals proved that the development prospects of this planet were tens, or even hundreds of times higher than the development prospects of only one mutant animal. Thank you. 4th brother. Yongbo sat down next to Zhang Buizhen. On the other side of Zhang Buizhen was the fat boss. And between the fat boss and Yongbo was Zhou Rui. How is the mecha practice going? Can you control the mecha? Zhang Buizhen asked with concern when he saw Yongbo sitting down. I don't have talent in this area, but I can already skillfully use language to command the mecha to do various actions. In addition, I can barely use the training mecha given by 4th brother. Yongbo was lying and talking nonsense with several people. Haha. This needs more practice. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard this. And the simple buttons on the training mecha still needed training. As for voice control, this is not called a mecha master. This is called a mecha enthusiast. But Zhang Buizhen didn't care. Because even if Yang Bo had the talent of a mecha master, he could only be an intermediate mecha master at most. There were a lot of senior mecha masters around him. As long as he could control this planet in the future, master level and grandmaster level mecha masters would also be loyal to him. I'm just a mecha enthusiast. Now that mechas are released, there will probably be more and more mechas used by civilians in the future. Yang Bo followed Zhang Buizhen's words. In fact, Yang Bo just wanted to find out more about mechas. Ping and Company does have a plan to develop civilian mechas. Civilian mechas are mainly suitable for peacetime, cost-effective, and easy to operate. But I personally don't know much about the specifics. Zhang Buizhen nodded and answered. The fat boss also said after hearing this, the civilian market is larger than the military market. If the mecha developed can be sold in large quantities, the research and development and manufacturing prices should be spread out. Zhou Rui held the teacup, shook her head and said, it shouldn't be that simple. From the earliest mecha to the most advanced mecha, there have been many generations. So many mechas eliminated by the military can be modified for civilian use. The military will definitely not miss this profit. What Zhou Rui said makes sense. The number of second-hand mechas eliminated in the military inventory is huge. And after so many years of peace, the basic performance of these mechas is not a big problem for civilian use. This is also the reason why the stock prices of major mecha manufacturers are high. But there is no good news. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he heard them talking about these issues. So Yang Bo asked, fourth brother, what does the most advanced mecha look like? It is said that some people abroad are studying the use of neural networks to control mechas. Will civilian use follow this path in the future? Neural networks have been banned in our alliance. But there are definitely people researching them. As for the other two national federations, there is no need to talk about them. Each state has its own laws. And some are still researching. The Blue Water Empire is indeed researching neural networks. Neural networks are not a big problem for civilian use. But they are a bit useless for military use. I'm afraid you don't know that military electromagnetic interference can even directly destroy mechas, and even form super strong electromagnetic beams. The key is that when people contact neural networks, they can't protect themselves. Hackers have broken through neural networks more than once in history, and then transmitted a lot of useless information or some cult information to ordinary people's brains. There is evidence that all terrorist organizations use neural networks to control their members. Terrorist organizations will transmit all kinds of content in their organizations to their members through neural networks. So once these members of terrorist organizations are captured by the alliance, they can't find out where the terrorist organization's base is. There is even evidence that people's memories can be tampered with through neural networks. Anyway, I know that many people on the alliance side have disappeared before and became members of terrorist organizations. But they don't know their true past. Many times, the alliance uses various means to find their true identities. And they are surprised. And many people don't accept it. Zhang Buizhen shook his head and said, it's terrible. Hearing Zhang Buizhen say this, Yang Bo was also very emotional. There are even more terrifying things. Terrorist organizations will use various methods to destroy people's willpower. And then train these people, training them like animals. So once someone falls into the hands of a terrorist organization, it is difficult to get out. In the end, they will retaliate against the alliance as members of a terrorist organization. In fact, terrorist organizations are causing trouble in the alliance every year. But many things are not reported. You may not know that the reason why the alliance uses various restrictions on ordinary residents to travel in the Interstellar is also for this reason. Because ordinary people do not have superpowers. The success rate of memory tampering and neural network training is much higher. Superpowers have a lower chance of memory tampering because they have their own energy protection. In the early days, ordinary people could actually travel the entire interstellar space through various spacecraft. Later, the Alliance officials discovered that some terrorist organizations used this name to transport passengers and cargo. And then the ordinary people on the entire spacecraft were directly sent to the hands of terrorist organizations. These ordinary people can not only become new members of terrorist organizations, but also become test subjects and tools for reproduction. Zhang Buizhen revealed another secret. When Yang Bo heard this, he didn't expect there was a deeper reason. Zhou Rui nodded when she heard this. In fact, In terms of the lives of ordinary people, the Alliance should be the best. In the Federation, ordinary people are just the objects that the powerful can manipulate at will. In the Empire, ordinary people are just the property of the nobles. The fat boss shook his head with a wry smile. That's what you said here. If you say this to the Federation or the Empire, ordinary people there will kill you. Ordinary people in the Empire and the Federation are basically brainwashed. They think their current life is the best. When we go there to play, they still think our life is the worst. Zhang Buizhen laughed. Ordinary people in the Federation and the Empire have long been brainwashed. As for some people who have awakened, they either immigrated to our alliance or were killed by their powerful people. It's too easy to kill someone there. Yang Bo heard these people talking about social issues again, and he was a little speechless. Why don't you talk more about mechas? Chapter 446 Purpose. But I think civilian mechas should be different from mechas of mecha masters. Right? Yang Bo brought the topic back to this point. I think mecha masters are all very passionate. But when I control mechas with voice, it feels like driving a flying car. On the contrary, when operating a training mecha, when the mecha moves quickly, there is an inexplicable sense of excitement. Yang Bo spoke again. Zhang Buizhen smiled when he heard this. This is the most passionate thing about mecha masters. When you control a mecha weighing more than 100 tons and rushing at a speed of more than 1 Mach, you can feel very excited. Yes. Yes. The fat boss also nodded, but did not say anything else, because he could not steal Zhang Buizhen's limelight. What is the configuration of the strongest mecha now? Or laser cannon energy weapons? Yang Bo knew that Zhang Buizhen must know the configuration of many high-end mechas. The most advanced mecha configuration. Many people can't even imagine what functions it has. Zhang Buizhen took a sip of tea after hearing this, and then said, "Have you ever seen a mecha that can jump in space?" Zhang Buizhen asked after finishing his tea. The fat boss was surprised when he heard this. Space jump? How much energy does it take? This mecha has a special energy stone engine, and it relies on energy stones to provide huge energy when jumping in space. Zhang Buizhen was not surprised at all that the fat boss asked such a professional question. I'm afraid this is only worth researching, and the cost of using it is too high. The fat boss didn't have any envious tone when he heard this. It's just a test product, and its cost is comparable to that of a small warship. Moreover, this mecha also has weaknesses. When performing space jumps, all the energy is used to protect the mecha. So when jumping out, there are a few seconds of unprotected state, and the energy system needs to be converted and cooled at this time. And this mecha has very high requirements for operators. After various equipment tests, the driver must reach the A level to ensure personal safety. Anyway, the military is not optimistic about this project. What the military needs is various equipment with high cost performance. Yang Bo drank tea and muttered in his heart, I don't know if what Zhang Buizhen said is true or not. If it is true, then such a mecha is not very useful. I believe you have heard of Dimension Company, the space mecha developed by this company. The cost is also very high, but this company still has strong technical strength. Ping and Technology Company invested in this company. This company has many advanced technologies in space research and development, and the space mecha they manufacture has a relatively broad application prospect. Of course, the cost of a single mecha has reached tens of billions of credit points, because its entire mecha is made of energy metal. The principle is actually very simple, but it requires very complex technology to make it. Zhou Rui nodded when he heard this. It is to use energy metal to form an energy field outside the mecha, so that the mecha can be sent to the mecha space. This theory was actually proposed more than 500 years ago, but due to the manufacturing technology and cost at the time, few people invested in research in this area. It's mainly the frequency of the energy field, the miniaturization of the energy field, and the stability of the space. Zhang Buizhen waved his hand, and Yobo came over to refill Zhang Buizhen's cup. As far as I know, the second generation of the space mecha of Dimension Company is already in the final test stage, and many people have the intention to buy it, even though the current internal order price has reached 9 billion credit points. It's so expensive. Yang Bo looked like he had never seen the world when he heard this. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. In fact, not many people wanted to buy this kind of mecha. But didn't a good guy appear this time? My third uncle was robbed of tens of billions, and now he is being chased for debts all day long. Now many rich people are afraid of encountering such things. If there is a space mecha at that time, then at least you can fight for yourself. The space mecha is so expensive that it should be considered a luxury item. It can be used to offset your income tax. And the sales volume should not be low. Yang Bo found that when Zhang Buizhen said that his third uncle was being chased for debts, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Zhou Rui smiled bitterly and shook her head when she heard this. This has nothing to do with 99.99% of us. Only Master Zhang has such strength among us. Zhang Buizhen smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am now poor and destitute. My family has stopped giving me living expenses every month. They want to take March Star from me. In fact, I am very happy that my third uncle was robbed because he came here to snatch the fruits of our victory. It's a pity that he is bad luck. It seems that he met someone from the Golden Shield Company. Golden Shield Company? I saw that the internet is also talking about this matter recently. Are the series of accidents that occurred when Ping and Company merged with Golden Shield Company true? The fat boss asked curiously when he heard this. This is normal. Whether it is the Alliance, the Federation, or the Empire. Every era has families that rise. But every era has families that decline. When a family declines, it will become a meal for others. Most families are reluctant to give up their interests. So something will definitely happen in the end. Of course, some families know this and take the initiative to give up their interests. In fact, the further a company develops, the more intense the competition it faces and the stronger its opponents. The shareholders of the company are all vampires. When the company cannot make a profit, these vampires will kick the company away and choose a more profitable company. This is actually the truth about capital. When it first starts to develop, it can swallow up small companies. But in the end, you will find that the entire alliance is controlled by several large companies in all aspects. If these super companies cannot obtain enough benefits from other places, then these super companies will inevitably collide head-on. It is more accurate to say that the shareholders of Golden Shield Company abandoned him. As long as their shareholders are willing to spend money to save the company, the capital chain will not be broken. But capital is profit-seeking, and shareholders are not fools. Of course, the safest thing is to control a planet. Just like what we are doing now. There will be no competition with others, because the planets that can be developed are very rare in the Interstellar. Zhang Buizhen said so much in one breath, which is a bit of an explanation. However, Yang Bo understood that Ping and Technology Company really used improper means to deal with Golden Shield Company. I can only say that my third uncle is unlucky. I just met these guys from Golden Shield Company. Of course, we can't admit that it is Golden Shield Company that is causing trouble for us now. Because Uncle Sen is worried about insurance now. Zhang Buizhen was particularly energetic when talking about his uncle. Especially thinking that Uncle Sen has been getting more and more haggard recently. Zhang Buizhen has been visiting him every now and then. Zhou Rui asked curiously when she heard this. Didn't Mr. Zhang buy insurance from Ping and Insurance Company? The fat boss and Yang Bo were also very curious. Is there any change? These are some of the worst things in big companies. My uncle used Ping and shares to mortgage loans. Maybe my uncle's rivals took a fancy to the shares mortgaged by my uncle. Anyway, it's not that simple. And the key is that there is no case closure now. Without official proof documents, the insurance company cannot pay compensation. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. The people present were all smart people. No one would ask anything. The official did not give a closure certificate. Logically speaking, this incident happened in March Star. And the official here can give a closure certificate. It proves that Jean Letian encountered robbers this time. This is a criminal crime. So Jean Letian can also get compensation from the insurance company. But Master Zhang just said that his uncle was here to seize power. And he would definitely not give Jean Letian this certificate. And he would delay it as much as possible. The fat boss and Zhou Rui also came from big families. And they knew that the internal struggles of big families were very dark. Yang Bo was not interested in this aspect. So of course he didn't ask. If we encounter a robbery like this, do we have any good solutions? It is said that the other party's mecha is very powerful? Yang Bo asked. The reason why Yang Bo dared to ask this was because the incident of Jean Letian was a hot topic on the internet, and basically restored 70% to 80% of the situation at that time. It's difficult. But there are many doubts about this matter. Only my uncle knows where the safety cabin is. And there are 12 of them. But the other party was able to find his hiding place in less than a minute. So the official now suspects that my uncle is cheating on insurance. But it is not clear logically. This is also the biggest reason why my family did not help my uncle repay the loan. because our family suspects that my uncle might have joined forces with outsiders to target us. After all, my uncle's shares were actually mortgaged. And no one knows whether my uncle did this on purpose. Zhang Buizhen certainly knew the details, although he was also very curious about how Mr. Zhou did it. But it did not prevent Zhang Buizhen from making some rumors here. After all, there have been traitors in the big family. Zhou Rui and the fat boss nodded, and they agreed with Zhang Buizhen's words. There are indeed many strange things about this matter, and it is normal to be cautious. But Mr. Zhang is here on March Star? The fat boss asked. Uncle Sen is definitely unwilling to leave. He may have other plans for staying here. But what we need to do now is to control the parliament. As for the family, I am ready to break up. When Zhang Buizhen said this, he looked at the three people present. Of course, mainly at the fat boss and Zhou Rui. The fat boss chuckled. I have already fallen out with the family, and I am just short of breaking up. After the fat boss finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Bo. Yang Bo didn't know what the fat boss meant by looking at him. Yang Bo certainly didn't know that the fat boss had tricked his aunt here and was waiting for an opportunity to introduce her to Yang Bo. Master Zhang, just tell me what you have to say. Zhou Rui also expressed her attitude. I heard that your father is a forging master? Zhang Buizhen asked this question after hearing Zhou Rui's words. Yes. Yang Bo knew that Zhang Buizhen came here for Zhou Sen. Chapter 447 details. Yes, but my father hasn't forged items for a long time due to health reasons. Zhou Rui nodded and replied. I roughly understand the situation Master Zhou encountered. As long as Master Zhou is on our March Star, there will be no problems. No matter how powerful the warlords of the Crimson Federation are, they can't control our March Star. I would like to ask Master Zhou a few questions when I have time. Zhang Buizhen nodded and made a promise. What else can Zhou Rui do after hearing this? Her family is now bound together with Zhang Buizhen's interests. It is not surprising that Yang Bo heard this next to him. Zhang Buizhen himself is also a forger. Only in his own business can you know what a master means. Zhang Buizhen now wants to train his own team, so he must have professionals such as forgers and pharmacists. Because these major forces have their own professionals. These major forces cannot say that they will hand over their lifeblood to outsiders. This is mainly due to the particularity of the two professions. Pharmacists can roughly know the range of the user's superpowers through the materials of genetic medicines. Genetic medicine materials are just numbers to laymen, but they are divided into various attributes to experts. According to the classification of the Alliance, they are divided into positive and negative, and other attributes. If all these major forces buy genetic medicines, they will expose their details to others. The same is true for the equipment used by superpowers. In the field of equipment, it is even more special, because the forgers know clearly what special abilities each piece of equipment has. Zhang Buizhen and the Zhang family will definitely separate in the end. Even if the Zhang family now recognizes Zhang Buizhen's power in March Star, then in the future, the Zhang family will never allow an example like Zhang Buizhen to exist. Because if there is a first one, there will be a second one. The Zhang family may agree to it at the beginning, but they will definitely find a way later. No matter who is the head of the family, they will not allow a second voice in the family. Zhang Buizhen is now in the process of building a team. If a forging master joins, it will increase his strength. Of course, this forging master will also face various threats from Zhang Buizhen's opponents. I will tell my father. I think my father must be willing to exchange forging technology with a genius like Master Zhang. Zhou Rui's answer confirmed the request made by Zhang Buizhen. Can a forger forge a mecha? Yang Bo saw that Zhou Rui agreed, and asked a different topic. Zhang Buizhen shook his head when he heard this. Mechas are made up of various complex systems, including control systems, drive systems, information systems, security systems, shielding systems, energy systems, sensor systems, survival systems, enemy identification systems, automatic emergency systems, etc. Forgers can forge the hardware equipment of mechas, but they are powerless against various internal control programs and optical computers. Yang Bo heard this and asked, "What's the matter with the full-energy metal mecha of Good Brother? I saw it said on the internet that it is amazing." In fact, Yang Bo has not read any news about Good Brother recently. But according to Yang Bo's understanding of the Alliance, no matter how weird things are on the internet, there will be people praising them. What's more, Good Brother is robbing the rich to help the poor, and he has donated so much money to 2 charitable organizations. These two charitable organizations will definitely speak for good brother. His mecha should have been made by a master-level forger, or a grandmaster-level forger. Zhang Buizhen answered after hearing this. Yang Bo looked at Zhang Buizhen suspiciously, because what Zhang Buizhen said was inconsistent. The fat boss saw Yang Bo's doubts and said with a smile, in the evaluation of professions, masters and grandmasters are special cases. They exist independently, and are not applicable to our evaluation of ordinary forgers. It is said that master-level forgers can forge optical brains. The fat boss looked at Zhang Buizhen when he said this. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Grandmaster-level forgers have a high probability of making optical computers. And Grandmaster-level forgers can 100% make the most advanced optical computers and replicate any known technological product. Even the things forged by the Grandmaster level are still beyond the reach of technology. Even the laboratory cannot make them. Yang Bo was surprised to hear this and asked, "Is the precision of the optical computer so high?" It is said that the mental power of the Grandmaster level forger can change protons, and can change any known substance through energy. What is the substance itself? Is it a molecule? Is it an atom? Is it an electron? Is it a proton? At the Grandmaster level, the number of these things can be controlled at will. If you want to get any substance, you can directly use mental power and energy to make it, not to mention a mere optical computer. Zhang Buizhen was a little excited when he talked about the Grandmaster. Yang Bo understood this. When he was on Earth, someone joked that it was very simple to turn lead into gold. Just change the number of its protons. I didn't expect it to become a reality here. But Yang Bo also noticed that Zhang Buizhen used two words to explain this problem. Energy. Yang Bo heard on Earth that a large particle collider can turn lead into gold. But it consumes too much energy. Of course, Yang Bo doesn't know whether it is true. Is there a forging master in this world? Zhou Rui asked such a question beside him. Zhang Buizhen shrugged and said, "According to what I know, there have been forging masters in history. But there has been no substantial evidence in the past few hundred years. But at the level of forging masters, it is too easy to disguise one's identity. So even if there are forging masters, no one knows. I do know that there are two forging masters in the Alliance. But these two masters are invisible to ordinary people. And no one wants to see these two forging masters. Why?" The fat boss asked curiously when he heard this. The fat boss is not a forging master, so he doesn't know what strange things there are in the forging profession. Their ideas have often transcended our human thinking. Zhang Buizhen's answer was confusing. Zhou Rui whispered beside him, "Their moral concepts have deviated from our human scope. They have conducted many experiments, which are unacceptable to us." Mad scientist. Yang Bo was also shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the forging master would be such a person. The core idea of a forger is creation. Low-level, intermediate and senior forgers are all imitating and learning from others. And at the master level, they have already formed their own forging style and direction. But it is too difficult to innovate. Moreover, most forgers are heading in the wrong direction and have no future. Only a small number of forgers can choose the right direction and reach the master level. Their thoughts are only about creation. To give a very simple example, if he sees a person who is normal, but these people only have creation in their minds, they will think about replacing a part of your body with something they forged with many special functions. Zhang Buizhen's explanation was very tactful. Yang Bo understood that these forging masters were scientific madmen who treated people as non-humans and animals as non-animals. They could do anything for the purpose of experiment. Then Zhang Buizhen continued, "Moreover, forging masters are at least A-level superpowers. And they have very rare superpowers. Whether in terms of mental power or energy, they are all part of the top level. Therefore, forging masters are all under the supervision of the Alliance. After all, some forgers' ideas cannot be understood by ordinary people. Even humans cannot understand. Of course, except for themselves. How many masters are there in the forging guild?" Yang Bo asked again after hearing this. As for what Zhang Buizhen said, Yang Bo also understood it. Not to mention those who do scientific research. Those who play cards, fish, like to ride motorcycles, etc., who have achieved the top level, are all crazy in the eyes of outsiders. Moreover, people like the forging master can be said to have completely integrated into the forging industry. In his eyes, there is no morality. In the eyes of human society, there is only forging. Just like the eyes of a fisherman, he will not miss any place with water in the wild. When he sees these places, Do you think there are fish at first sight? Or cast a few rods? There is an elder council within the forging union. And there are several forging masters. But these forging masters are very normal. Because they all had some problems during their research and could no longer pursue their forging careers. Those forging masters, who are capable of continuing their research, are simply not likely to become elders of the Elder Council. And their time is very precious. Zhou Rui answered. Yang Bo nodded, which was considered a clear understanding of the forging profession. But Yang Bo knew that he would not be as obsessed as other forging masters. Because all his knowledge was not obtained through hard study. All of it was obtained directly from killing others. And there was no such thing as being obsessed. Yang Bo, you have to work hard and make more money. I will introduce you to some girlfriends in the future. Zhang Buizhen looked at Yang Bo and said with concern. Thank you, fourth brother. I dare not dream of those girls in your social circle. Yang Bo was a little confused by Zhang Buizhen's words. You are such a big master, and you still have to pimp. You are not an ordinary person. The energy fluctuations of the two plants you have discovered are very small. However, everyone has their own privacy. I don't like to dig into other people's privacy. As partners, everyone has their own privacy. Zhang Buizhen carefully read Yang Bo's resume and did not find any suspicious points. However, the two mutant organisms discovered by Yang Bo, no matter how the process was, seemed a little wrong to Zhang Buizhen. Because Zhang Buizhen likes to only look at the results when looking at problems, and does not like to look at the process in the middle. Because the process is not important. When you only look at the beginning and the result of a thing, you will find that you will subvert the impression of the whole thing in your mind. No matter how exciting Yang Bo's discovery of mutants was, Yang Bo's resume showed that he was an F-class citizen. Even if he was an E-class superpower, he could discover these two mutants, which was lower than the chance of winning the grand prize in the Interstellar. How many superpowers were there in the entire March star? How many explorations did the merchants go through when they were developing this planet? What Yang Bo found was something that he had not found after using so many high-tech means. Isn't it strange? Of course. What Zhang Buizhen was more interested in was why Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui would contact ordinary people like Yang Bo. Lu Jijia was not to be mentioned. He was nominally Yang Bo's boss. But in Jijia Company, as one of the Grey Giants, still did dirty work. So how could the person in charge of doing such things look so harmless? And Zhou Rui, whose family was hunted down by the warlords of the Crimson Federation, was able to establish a bounty hunter guild here. How many levels were there between such people and Yang Bo's circle? But Zhang Buizhen also knew that everyone had their own secrets. And every superpower person keeps his superpower secret. Although in Zhang Buizhen's view, most people's superpowers are a bunch of shit. This is the circle Zhang Buizhen is in. And the way he looks at these people outside is completely different from how the outsiders look at him. It's like a group of billionaires watching others brag about making hundreds of millions a month. But in the circle of hundreds of millions, these people are the top. If you don't want to, forget it. But my circle is actually much cleaner than you think. In our circle, girls can't have sex before they get married. Because the family can't afford to lose face? Whether it's the girl's family or her husband's family. After all, even if our family is the most incompetent, the annual allowance is still something that ordinary people look up to. There have been cases of cuckoos occupying magpie nests in history. The most important thing about a family is blood. Zhang Buizhen thought Yang Bo had misunderstood him. So he explained a lot. Yang Bo heard Zhang Buizhen's words and shook his head. Fourth brother, you are joking. A poor guy like me can just find an ordinary girl. Then I wish you good luck. It's not easy to find an ordinary girl now. Their thoughts and behaviors are too affected by the bad atmosphere of the alliance. Zhang Buizhen shook his head when he heard this. The fat boss smiled bitterly when he heard this. I have met several girls on blind dates before. Families like ours are originally low-end families. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to opening a cleaning company. Our target is also low-end families. But the girls I met on blind dates gave me the feeling that their requirements were too high. I guess Zhang Buizhen is just right for their requirements. Did someone from your family come a few days ago? Zhang Buizhen asked when he heard this. There are several relatives in the family who have a good relationship with me. I used to be unpopular in the family. But only these relatives looked at me differently. The fat boss nodded. Your Lu family's ancient martial arts are indeed powerful. But the more you practice, the greater the impact on your emotions. If you are not strong enough, I am afraid you will be beaten a lot at home. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Chapter 448 Bottom Line. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear this. Although the fat boss was not on good terms with his family, he always had good relationships with people. Besides, the fat boss was in need of people. The most powerful bond in this world is blood. And blood makes up families. Yang Bo certainly didn't know who the fat boss was looking for. And he was not interested in knowing. What Yang Bo was more concerned about was whether the people from the fat boss's family would come to trouble the fat boss. Ancient martial arts? I wonder if the people who killed the boss's family would have some ancient martial arts skills. Yang Bo was thinking about another matter. I heard that your family will also send people. If there are things that cannot be solved at that time, tell me. Zhang Buizhen said this again. Yang Bo was originally thinking about how to intervene in the affairs of the fat boss's family. When he heard Zhang Buizhen's words, he knew that Zhang Buizhen would definitely let Mr. Zhou come forward to solve it. Master, this may be a bit inappropriate. What Yang Bo didn't expect was that the fat boss would actually say this. Don't worry. It has nothing to do with our Zhang family, and we won't provoke conflicts among ancient martial arts families. Zhang Buizhen waved his hand when he heard this. Fourth brother? From what you said, it seems that there is still someone who can restrain a big family like yours? Yang Bo reacted instantly when he heard this. Although the strength of the Zhang family is not top-notch in the alliance, it is at least first class. Yang Bo. Ancient martial arts has its own set of rules, which only restricts people who practice ancient martial arts. And there is no restriction on people like you. Zhang Buizhen obviously didn't want to say too much in this regard, so he spoke more implicitly. I know. Yang Bo wisely did not ask further questions, because in the alliance, people usually don't ask about things that others don't say. However, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. He had killed many people. Why didn't he have any skills related to ancient martial arts? Could it be different from the ancient martial arts he imagined? The fat boss next to him nodded after hearing what Zhang Buizhen had just said. The family is indeed trying to target me. They want to take back the control of the March Star Anziji branch. That's for sure. In the previous internal evaluation of your family, March Star probably couldn't even be rated at the lowest level. Now it's probably B level. Right? Zhang Buizhen nodded. The evaluation is A level. After all, with the increase in population, there will be more and more things that need to be handled by our company. The business volume will surge in a short period of time. And people who come to this planet will basically settle here. In the future, these customer groups will grow up and become another group of perfect old customers. The fat boss nodded. But I am now a member of parliament, so I will find someone who has a good relationship with my family to come here to hold the company on my behalf. After all, it is difficult for the company to break away from the family. The fat boss talked about his plan again. Zhang Buizhen nodded. It's good that you can think of this. Pay attention to your identity and image. With the increase of population on the planet, the competition for parliamentarians will definitely become more and more fierce. Although I support you behind the scenes, you must also do things that can withstand the test of the public. At least don't make any mistakes on the surface. You have no relevant experience in politics, so you must pay attention to your words and deeds. There are not many outsiders on our planet now, so we must handle all related matters cleanly. Fortunately, we have had several major incidents here. One was the bomb brother, one was the good brother, and another was the pirate leader. Especially the previous few events, which caused the planet's population to lose 20%. But this is also good. On the one hand, these unstable factors are reduced, and on the other hand, they are gone, and we get more benefits. During this period, you have to clean up your previous resumes. Everyone will do this. After all, everyone has problems with the previous situation of the planet. Zhang Buizhen, the fat boss, and Zhou Rui talked about government affairs, and Yang Bo didn't care about these at all. So he just drank tea silently, thinking about his own things, especially the ability of energy empowerment. In Yang Bo's opinion, this ability is the most perverted ability he has so far. Even invisibility is not as perverted as this ability. Now the key is that the experiment is not complete. If it can really empower energy metals and improve the quality of energy metals. And this is still the low-level state of this skill. What will it be if it reaches the advanced level? Will it be possible to empower people directly? Let this person have some superpowers directly. Yang Bo felt that he was a little whimsical. But judging from the temporary situation of the two animal experiments, there is a development trend in this regard. Zhang Buizhen is also a very shrewd person. And as a descendant of such a big family, He understands many things better than Zhou Rui and the fat boss. Because they are in different circles. They have been exposed to different things since childhood. Zhang Buizhen knows how to give people a good impression in terms of political achievements to deceive others. Every politician is an actor. And they will show their best side to the public. When these actors enter the cell, they will take off their hypocritical masks. And then you will know how dirty their lives are. Zhang Buizhen was talking about these things with the fat boss and Zhou Rui. And he also observed Yang Bo, and found that Yang Bo was not interested in these things. Yang Bo held a teacup in his hand, and looked at the scenery outside from time to time. Although there was no scenery outside now. Only a storm. This proves that Yang Bo is not interested in these things. Yang Bo is indeed not interested in government affairs. Because everyone has their own ideas. And it is more difficult to manage people than to manage other things. Yang Bo felt that if he entered the political arena, I am afraid that one or two of his opponents would disappear. Yang Bo admitted that he was not a good person and often did illegal things. But he did not like those guys who did dirty things at all. As long as they were in his hands, he would definitely kill them. A gentleman's revenge is not too late for 10 years. Yang Bo believes that he belongs to the category of villains. And revenge is from morning to night. Yang Bo, I heard that you want energy metal ore. Are you also going to learn forging? Zhang Buizhen asked at this time. I am not knowledgeable. I want to learn more. Last time I went to see Master Zhou, I saw the wonders of energy metal. Yang Bo found an excuse for himself. Because from Yang Bo's resume, Yang Bo had never come into contact with energy metal ore before. The people present didn't know that Yang Bo had a battle armor. It's also good to learn more. I have a complete set of energy metal ore and energy stone samples. These are the tools I used when I was studying before. I will give them to you for free. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard what Yang Bo said. Yang Bo, who had just become a citizen from a resident for a few years, definitely needed to learn more. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo was really grateful when he heard this. You know, there are many rare energy metal ores and energy stones in the Interstellar era. Although he could see relevant content on the internet, Yang Bo wanted to deeply experience what their energy fluctuations looked like. I'm afraid this set is not cheap. We had it when we studied in the past. But we will hand it over to the family after we finish studying. The fat boss said when he heard this. The fat boss said this for two reasons. One is to remind Yang Bo that this thing is not an ordinary thing. The other is to sell one well, so that Yang Bo can understand Zhang Buizhen's thoughts. Zhang Buizhen must also want to win over Yang Bo. This is originally a variety of energy metal ores and energy stones collected by Ping and Company in the past. The entire selling price is not very expensive for me. About 80 to 90 million credit points. Because even the rarest sample has 1 gram. Zhang Buizhen looked at the fat boss with satisfaction. Yang Bo was also shocked when he heard this. Can it be worth so much money? My samples are the most complete. And they come from various celestial bodies. Zhang Buizhen explained this sentence. Then I can't accept it. Anyway, many things are impossible for me to touch in this life. Yang Bo quickly refused after hearing this explanation. The mecha last time didn't matter. It was exchanged for his own discovery. And this time Yang Bo didn't make any contribution to Zhang Buizhen. So Yang Bo would not take these things. It's useless to me anyway. Zhang Buizhen didn't expect Yang Bo to refuse. Generally speaking, if you hear something worth tens of millions, you basically won't refuse it. And this kind of sample has a very high collection value. No merit. No reward. If it's cheaper, I'll just take advantage of it. Such an expensive thing. I'll feel embarrassed to see my fourth brother in the future. I'll just ask Sister Rui for some ordinary samples. Yang Bo also knew that when the two sides communicate with each other, if one party gives too much, then the other party will not be able to stand up straight in the future. Whether Zhang Buizhen has this idea or not, Yang Bo has this idea anyway. That's what the old saying goes. The mouth of someone who eats is short, and the hand of someone who takes is short. Okay then. Zhang Buizhen feels very strange now. He feels a little uncomfortable about Yang Bo's rejection of him. But on the other hand, Zhang Buizhen feels that Yang Bo is like those friends in his circle. No one takes advantage of each other. No problem. Zhou Rui nodded to Yang Bo. At this time, Zhang Buizhen's housekeeper Niu Bo came over. Then he picked up the tablet in his hand and handed it to Zhang Buizhen. After Zhang Buizhen read it, he stood up and said, Sorry, I have some personal matters to deal with. I was going to treat you to a meal. Then Master Zhang, You go first. The fat boss and Zhou Rui said in unison and stood up. Yang Bo also stood up. Fourth brother. You are a busy man. Go and do something first. Okay. I'll invite you to dinner next time. Zhang Buizhen was not polite and left after saying a word. The three of them left the tea house after Zhang Buizhen left, and then came to the dormitory building of the fat company. Yang Bo. Today I remind you that the value of what Zhang Buizhen gave you is actually for your own good. You are still on an equal footing with young Master Zhang. You must maintain such a relationship with him. This is good for you and for us. We have no choice. Since we are in politics, we must choose a camp. And there must be only one voice in a camp. So we have to listen to Zhang Buizhen now. Of course, this is also a mutual achievement. We help Zhang Buizhen gain a foothold. And Zhang Buizhen also helps us develop in the political world. There is no need to lower your status for tens of millions of things. And to put it bluntly, with your ability, as long as you are willing to make it public, your influence may be greater than Zhang Buizhen. The fat boss said a lot in one breath. Yang Bo listened to the fat boss's words and felt that there was something behind the words. Zhou Rui spoke at this time. Our choice of young Master Zhang is just one of the reasons. Because young Master Zhang may not succeed. At this stage, it seems that young Master Zhang has the upper hand. But the strength of the Zhang family is too strong. It is still unknown whether young Master Zhang can stabilize it. Our biggest asset is that you still have the 9th Fleet. And we are now members of Parliament. Even if young Master Zhang is driven out by the Zhang family, they still need other people to manage this planet. As long as we operate well, there will be no problem at all. Yang Bo was almost shocked when he heard Zhou Rui's words. It hasn't been done yet. And Zhang Buizhen's subordinates are so half-hearted. However, it also proves from the side that Zhang Buizhen's strength on the surface may not be optimistic. However, Yang Bo has confidence in Zhang Buizhen. Because no matter who is sent, he will deal with him first. Zhang Letian is a good example. At this time, Yang Bo thought of Zhang Buizhen, who left in a hurry, and muttered in his heart, what a big thing has happened. I must use another identity to see when I go back later. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Jie. To be honest, I don't care about his tens of millions of credit points at all. Yang Bo still wants to say thank you to the fat boss. The fat boss heard Yang Bo's thanks and smiled. You are the biggest trump card for our success. His samples are worth collecting, and can probably be sold for hundreds of millions in the market. But for you, such flashy things are not very useful. And many samples have strong radiation. The most valuable one is the life energy stone. Each sample contains 2 grams of life energy stone. The whole is not even as big as a sesame seed. The others are some top quality energy metal ores. With your current pharmaceutical technology level, some 5-star quality medicines are more valuable than this set of samples. Zhou Rui also nodded beside him. In fact, many energy metal ores and energy stones have super strong radiation. If you are not careful, it may cause permanent damage to the human body. I will prepare some energy stones and energy metal ores that you can touch at your level. That is, some energy metal ores, if the quality is too good and the energy contained is too much, will still be harmful to people of your lower level. You can't touch them for a long time. Zhou Rui mentioned another question. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. Thank you for your advice, Sister Rui. Then the three of them ordered a takeaway and had a meal here. Zhou Rui went back to get some energy metal ore and gave it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took the energy metal ore and went home happily. Then he agreed to make another batch of medicine in a week. After Yang Bo returned to his villa, he went out invisibly. Then he came to a cave in the suburban park, revealed his body, and took out Mr. Zhou's communicator. As soon as he opened the communicator, he saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen. The message showed that Zhang Buizhen wanted Mr. Zhou to do 2 things. One thing was to rob a cargo ship. The cargo ship was carrying smuggled energy metals with a market value of more than 20 billion credit points. Master Zhang, is this a reward for me? Yang Bo thought that Zhang Buizhen was paying him a reward. Another task was that the Zhang family sent someone again. And this time, they came to March Star secretly via passenger and cargo spacecraft. And there are a lot of people in the team this time. And the key is that Zhang Buizhen doesn't know how many people there are in it, but only knows the information of some people. There are at least 5 A-level superpowers. And they are all very rare superpowers. Yang Bo directly sent a message, asking Master Zhang to give the details of these 5 A-level superpowers. Yang Bo still has a bottom line, and will not kill innocent people. If these superpowers do not meet the standard of death, Yang Bo will rob them, beat them up and let them go. Yang Bo will not kill innocent people indiscriminately for the sake of brushing skills. Of course, those who don't leave when asked to leave, but spit on his face, he will definitely kill them. In addition, Yang Bo also knew that if he killed innocent people indiscriminately, it would cause public outrage all over the world. And he only selectively killed some people who deserved to die, so he would gain sympathy from a large number of people. Of course, Yang Bo's approach might seem a bit hypocritical to outsiders. After all, he was already doing illegal things, and he still had to be so particular. This would definitely lead to some people's disgust. But for Yang Bo, this was a bottom line. If a person loses his bottom line, it will be a very serious matter. Yang Bo didn't know if he would rob those warships, and then directly use the warships to attack certain areas on the ground if he lost his bottom line. For example, if he wanted to brush up his forging skills, he could completely rob those warships, and then shoot at people with more forging skills on the ground. I believe that after a few days of brushing up his skills, he can reach the Grandmaster level. Just like the pharmaceutical skills can also use invisibility and bombs to directly carry out terrorist attacks in various places. It is completely possible to brush up his pharmaceutical skills to the Grandmaster level in a very short time. But this is not what Yang Bo wants. Yang Bo cannot cross this bottom line, because Yang Bo knows that once a person's bottom line is broken, there will be no bottom line in the end. Yang Bo just wants to live a free life. And life in the interstellar era is actually very comfortable, as long as you don't get involved in those miscellaneous things. Young Master Zhang has a different understanding of Yang Bo's request. Young Master Zhang thinks that Yang Bo's request for detailed information is to understand the abilities of these people in detail. Chapter 449 continued to add money. Zhang Buizhen was relieved to see Mr. Jiu reply so quickly. Now Mr. Jiu can be said to be Zhang Buizhen's biggest trump card. Zhang Buizhen himself knows that he cannot fight against the family openly, although the people on March Star seem to be on the same front with him. March Star itself was developed by the Zhang family. To put it bluntly, the people who stay here are all Zhang family members. As long as the Zhang family promises that the interests of these people will not change. Believe it or not, a lot of people will immediately join others. This is the uncertainty of internal struggles. If you don't want to be the dog of the fourth young Master Zhang, then you can be the dog of the third young Master Zhang. Young Master, the information that Mr. Jiu needs has been transmitted. If the passenger and cargo spacecraft is attacked this time, it may bring us huge trouble, especially in terms of reputation. Nyobo said. Zhang Buizhen was a little overwhelmed when he heard this, because the passenger and cargo spacecraft is defined as a public transportation tool. The Pharmacist Union spaceship that had the accident earlier was the exclusive spaceship of the Pharmacist Union, and Zhang Lishan's spaceship was his private spaceship. It was completely different from public transportation, and only those interstellar pirates would target public transportation. Ask Mr. Jiu if he can do it before the spaceship enters our star field, Zhang Buizhen said. Nyobo waited for a minute before answering. Mr. Jiu asked for more money. Zhang Buizhen was a little speechless when he heard this, but he thought that the other party was originally a free mercenary. How much do you ask him to add? Zhang Buizhen could only add money. Yang Bo was holding a communicator in a cave outside the country park. Yang Bo put himself in the role of a free mercenary, as long as the other party made a request. There were only two words: add money. Yang Bo probably knew why Zhang Buizhen wanted him to do it outside the March Star encounter. It was nothing more than a bad influence. After all, the planet needs to develop in the future, and vicious cases often happen. Who would be willing to come here to develop? This is not just to give up their heads. Speaking of the issue of adding money, this made Yang Bo a little overwhelmed, because Yang Bo didn't know what to ask for. To be honest, Yang Bo could do this without adding money. After all, the identity information of several people that Zhang Buizhen just passed on, 3 of them had been sentenced to death by Yang Bo. As long as these 3 people have a rare skill, even if they have some garbage, such as mecha driving skills, they can make a profit. But since he is a free mercenary, he must add money, and he must be more greedy. Yang Bo thought about it, and then he asked for all the parameters of the mecha that can perform space jumps directly from Zhang Buizhen. And it would be best if he knew the location of the laboratory, because Yang Bo made a bet. Zhang Buizhen didn't know the specific parameters of the space jump mecha, and where the laboratory was? Because the Zhang family is only one of the major shareholders of Ping and Technology Company, not the largest shareholder. And Ping and Technology Company has too many shareholders. And Zhang Buizhen is not a popular person in the family, and his status is not as high as others, so he should not know the details. When Zhang Buizhen can't come up with specific information, Yang Bo can bargain again. After seeing Mr. Zhou's message, Niu Bo said, "Master, Mr. Zhou's request is a bit too much. Will he target the space mecha laboratory of Ping and Technology Company?" Zhang Buizhen also saw Mr. Zhou's request and smiled. "I don't care whether he goes to Ping and Technology Company's space mecha laboratory to cause trouble. I hope that Ping and Technology Company will be in chaos now, so that people at home can't find trouble with me. At least they won't go all out to deal with me. It's a pity that we don't know the location of the space mecha laboratory. Uncle Sen may know, but there is no way to hand him over now." Niu Bo sighed and said, "Zhang Letian is a bit too much. The sneaking people at home, this time, are probably related to him. Unfortunately, the communicator he used is highly confidential, and we can't know the content of his communication. It's okay. Fortunately, March Star is remote enough. We have enough time to deal with everything. You can answer Mr. Zhou and say that my status is not enough and I can't know the relevant information. Let him change the conditions." After receiving this news, Yang Bo took the initiative to let Zhang Buizhen make his own offer, because he didn't know what good things the other party had. Zhang Buizhen was also a bit tricky to face the problem kicked back by Yang Bo. The main reason is that Zhang Buizhen doesn't have much money now. Zhang Buizhen used to have a lot of good things, but most of them are in the family. He used to think about how to go home quickly to do it. But who would have thought that he might not be able to return to the family for the rest of his life? Niu Bo saw the message Yang Bo replied, and then looked at his young master's appearance, and said, "Young master, why don't you tell the other party some information about your old friends?" "Friends?" Zhang Buizhen heard this, and looked at Niu Bo suspiciously. Niu Bo explained, "They are friends who are not very close. These people must have good things in their hands. I just don't know if Mr. Zhou needs this information. The main reason is that we have too few resources available at this stage, and many of your collections are kept in your hometown. It's a good thing that Mr. Zhou doesn't need credit points. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough credit points. Mr. Zhou is a free mercenary, and they must have information exchange channels among themselves." Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard this, and then asked Niu Bo to send a message to the other party. Yang Bo was a little depressed when he received the message from Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen's friends were all on other planets, too far away from here. But Yang Bo also knew that Zhang Buizhen didn't have many good things in his hands now, and as a free mercenary, he should be interested in this information. So Yang Bo agreed to this request, but limited a range to Zhang Buizhen. That is, some items that are easy to sell on the black market. The transaction was temporarily reached. After Yang Bo completed the task, Zhang Buizhen would send Yang Bo the information about the good things owned by some of his friends. Yang Bo threw the communicator into the space box and returned to the villa. Zhang Buizhen's 2 missions. The passenger and cargo ship smuggling energy metals will take about a month to approach the March Star region, and the Zhang family will need about 20 days. However, it takes 9 days to get from March Star to the outside of the star region, and then it will take 3 days to get to the next station, which means I still have 8 days. Yang Bo carefully sorted out the 2 tasks, and then set a time for himself. Yang Bo decided to start at the first passenger and cargo ship stop outside March Star, mainly because March Star was a planet for development before. Commercial trade was not very developed, so the number of passenger and cargo ships coming and going was not large. This is like some places on Earth where there are few people, so the interval between public transportation is long. Although March Star has a broad development prospect, the planet has not developed, and shipping companies cannot invest more transport ships. After all, it is easy to lose money if the transport ship is not fully loaded. Yang Bo kept this in mind, but he needed to pay attention to whether the flight time from March Star changed. Then Yang Bo couldn't wait to enter the laboratory, looking at the fist-sized piece of light attribute energy metal ore in his hand. 2-star quality. Positive light attribute energy stone ore. Weight 9,546.2134 grams. Energy radiation, E level. Yang Bo looked at the specific information of this piece of energy metal ore. Energy metal also uses star rating to represent quality. 5 stars are the highest, and 1 star is the lowest. Attributes and quality are not mentioned. As for the energy radiation level behind, this is divided into active, which corresponds to the level of superpowers. E level means that the energy radiation of this or is not harmful to superpowers of E level and above. But for F level, it is not accessible. If it is also rated as D level, then E level superpowers cannot touch it, which will be harmful. This evaluation means this. Yang Bo can directly see the energy distribution of this energy metal ore with his eyes. Yang Bo put the ore in the palm of his hand and began to empower it. After all, it was just a piece of ore. So Yang Bo was not as cautious as he was with animals. Yang Bo clearly felt that the energy entered the ore. A minute later, Yang Bo looked at the ore in front of him, and the brightness of the energy light increased a lot. This should be the quality has increased. Yang Bo picked up the energy stone in his hand and weighed it, because energy also has weight. As long as the weight increases, the energy content of the ore must increase. Increased by 0.0016 grams. Yang Bo compared the previous numbers and found that the energy of this ore did increase. Yang Bo put this ore aside and recorded it again, because Yang Bo was not sure whether this ore would change after empowerment. Then Yang Bo took out the second ore, which was a positive attribute fire energy metal ore. The quality was also 2-star quality, and the radiation level was also E level, because Zhou Rui sent these ore samples according to Yang Bo's superpower level, thinking that Yang Bo was E level. Ore samples with too high quality and too strong radiation are likely to cause radiation damage to Yang Bo, which Zhou Rui did not want to see. So Yang Bo gave this ore fire energy again. But this time Yang Bo empowered it for 5 minutes. This time the weight of this ore increased by 0.0267 grams. The increase is energy. And Yang Bo also observed that the energy light of this energy metal ore is more intense. Yang Bo was very satisfied and put the energy stone away, and then continued to weigh and observe. Then Yang Bo came to the 2 gerbils in front of him. There was no problem with these 2 test subjects now. The gerbils that Yang Bo gave the ability to be invisible did not know that they could be invisible. The test is going well now. I am waiting for the test results. It is time to go to the game to check it out. In the future, I will mainly brush my skills in the game. After all, there are too few people in reality that I can kill. It takes a long time to run a mission. Yang Bo was finally able to free up his hands and go to the game to check it out. What Yang Bo didn't know was that everyone in the department responsible for the background management of the game almost went crazy, because Yang Bo left the game without receiving the task reward, which made everyone in the department nervous, fearing that Yang Bo would encounter something in reality. Chapter 450, Getting Online. The main reason is that Yang Bo is an old guy in the impression of the people in the game back-end department. Moreover, facing such a good reward in the game, he did not choose to log off in a hurry. He must have encountered a big trouble in reality. Otherwise, how could he log off in a hurry without choosing the task reward? As time went by, the people in the game department became a little impatient, including the head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, who was also a little impatient. In the past, the people in the game department did not take anyone so seriously, because the test results in the game were not very good. Whether it is a mecha game or a doomsday copy game, the level of players rarely reaches the top level. Most of them are at the middle level, or even below the middle level, and the top level is simply rare. The main reason for this is that the game department has no way to change it. Take the mecha game as an example. Will a real master level mecha master come to play in the game? The remote control of the unmanned mecha requires a lot of data. This data should be used to further optimize the various configurations of the unmanned mecha. However, when the remote control game players cannot bring out the top performance of the unmanned mecha, then the optimization is just a blank. Of course, the game department didn't know that Yang Bo was also very famous in the mecha game, and Yang Bo played the game as Robert in the Pardo incident, because the game department has no way to see the login information of all players. In other words, the game department cannot see the login IP address of the game players, or even their identity information, etc. The main reason is some things between the alliance government and the military. After all, no one wants the military to be too powerful. Otherwise it is not impossible for a military government to appear. In the Doomsday Instance game, there are quite a few masters, especially some senior military officials, who know about the Doomsday Instance game and send their capable subordinates or their descendants to enter the game. But these people do not have the ability of Yang Bo. Nor do they directly use practical actions, like Yang Bo, to promote the promotion and wealth of the entire game department. What is the purpose of everyone coming out to do things? Of course, it is to promote and make money. And the people in the game department can be promoted and made money so quickly. All because of Yang Bo. When these people in some departments experience the benefits brought by Yang Bo, they can't leave Yang Bo. Because if something happens to Yang Bo, the people in the game department don't know who will push themselves to get promoted and make money. The longer Yang Bo is offline, the more impatient the people in the game department are. So when Yang Bo came on the game, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth did this guy do? I was scared to death. What happened to this guy in real life? If we find this guy in the future, let's see who is causing trouble for him and kill them. Boss, I think we can use more means to obtain this guy's identity information. We have been suffering a lot recently. The head of the game department, Lieutenant Colonel. Before Yang Bo played the game, his face was not good. He was relieved when Yang Bo played the game. Hearing this, he said, "This is not easy to do. You know, we have to be wary of not only government departments, but also colleagues. If our colleagues knew that we got promoted and made money because of this guy, it might cause trouble for him." Someone heard this and said, "Boss, do you think it was because of this guy's identity information that someone made trouble for him? After all, many people would not want to see you get promoted and made money." Everyone understood what this person meant. That is, there are many factions in the military. As the son of the biggest warlord, he will definitely attract attention, and other warlords will definitely suppress him. After all, who doesn't want to be the boss? The lieutenant colonel rubbed his forehead when he heard this. Last time, because of the S-level task assessment, there was a big conflict of interest with the descendants of several other military leaders. It's just that the game can't make it clear. But I know that the descendants of these military leaders know the purpose of our game. I'll give you 1 week. Whoever gets his identity information first will be rewarded with 20 million credit points. Everyone was eager to hear this. And some people even took out the communicator to shake people. Remember to keep it secret. As long as we find his identity information, we will all be promoted and make a fortune in the future. The lieutenant colonel also felt that he had to find out Yang Bo's identity information as soon as possible to prevent his competitors from getting ahead. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that he had become a hot commodity. After Yang Bo entered the game, he felt very embarrassed when facing the task rewards. Every task reward item was very important to him. Finally, Yang Bo waited and finally chose the super backpack. I bet this super backpack is something like a space box. The reason why Yang Bo chose this was to take a gamble. If it were a real game, Yang Bo would give priority to other mission items, whether it was to improve strength or flight pendants. But this is a real game with remote control. So what exactly this super backpack is worth looking forward to. If you use this super backpack to fool yourself, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Don't let me know who the head of the game department is. Otherwise I will kill him. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that this super backpack might be a trick. For example, many things in the super backpack are not considered weight-bearing. And then, the remote control can be switched to a virtual game. Of course, betting is one aspect. And more importantly, Yang Bo feels that he has to do a few more super missions. Yang Bo's bionic men is also a good thing. If he helps the military to research robots like super bionic men, it will be very important to him in the future. In the future, he can use bionic men to remotely control to manage territories or do other things. In addition, Yang Bo now needs some relatively rare abilities, just like the energy absorption and fake death abilities obtained in the last mission, which are considered very rare abilities. In the ordinary world of the apocalypse, there are many zombies, but they have a variety of abilities. It is better in the county, where zombies basically do not gather together. For example, zombies near factories have some special skills belonging to the factory. In big cities, all zombies are in chaos, and it is very difficult to find zombies with special skills, which can be said to be almost impossible. On the contrary, when completing these special tasks, the mutant animals or zombies encountered are not very mobile. Yang Bo received the super backpack task fragment, and the people in the game department almost cheered, because he received the super backpack fragment. Then it means that Yang Bo still has to complete 4 difficult tasks to get the super backpack. Boss, pinch me. This guy actually chose such a task item. Doesn't this mean that he still has to complete 4 difficult super tasks? Do you think if he completes it, can we upgrade to the next level? Someone in the game department looked at the game screen in disbelief. Of course, this super backpack fragment is a virtual thing. And Yongbo actually has nothing to receive now. Let me pinch you and see. This person's colleague pinched him. Where are you pinching? But this person's colleague seemed to pinch in a different place. Pinching his ear. If all 4 tasks are completed, then we can definitely get promoted and make a fortune. The lieutenant colonel in charge of the game department nodded and almost stood up and rubbed his hands because he felt too excited. Then the boss is the youngest colonel? Someone immediately flattered him. It's just that I'm the youngest colonel at this stage. And I can't compare to the seniors before. The lieutenant colonel was very happy. But he was still very humble. Our seniors had military achievements at that time. But it's not easy for us to make achievements now. Last time on Patostar, we could have extended the suppression of the rebellion for several years. But we didn't expect that it was completed by some blind guy himself. Speaking of which, although some of our departments have made contributions, the credit for the command was taken away by that woman. It's a pity that in the Patostar incident, the game player disappeared and couldn't be found at all. I don't know if this admiral played a trick on us. During the Patostar incident, Yongbo entered the game with someone else's identity, and then made the other person disappear. So the military and government departments raided Robert's residence to find the player who made contributions in the Patostar incident. But they didn't find anyone. So far, the military and government departments are still looking for the Mecha Master, because there is a high possibility that this is a Mecha Master. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such excellent results in remotely controlling unmanned mechas. Such a person, the government and the military must want to hold in their hands. The lieutenant colonel shook his head. Forget it. The mecha game is temporarily useless. Now that the Green Goblin Star is autonomous, the Union government has basically taken control of it. The Green Goblin Star fleet has been complained too many times. The guys who thought they had made contributions later didn't expect to lower their level there. Those bastards on the Green Goblin Star have learned nothing else. And they come out to protest and complain at every turn. I really give up. Let's not get involved in the things over there now. It's too messy. After all, the interests of the Green Goblin Star are too big, and no one can bring all parties together to a common interest. Hearing what their boss said, the other people in the game department nodded. Boss, are those guys in the Justice Gang really looking for a lawyer to sue us? Someone said. Wait until they submit the lawsuit and know these garbage identity information, and then slowly deal with them. The lieutenant colonel sneered. Don't look at the game department as simple. But the game department involves many other departments. Not only the military, but also the military-industrial complex. After all, whether it is a mecha or a bionic man, other factories are needed to produce it. Whoever wants to make this game unplayable will target this community of interests. Who is this? Still using such old-fashioned means? At this time, everyone saw someone trying to get close to Yongbo in the game. And someone couldn't help but say, Brother, are you still short of people in your team? Yongbo was browsing several other tasks issued by the game official to him, preparing to take a task. But he didn't expect a coquettish voice to come from his side. Yongbo shuddered all over. Just like the female fairy he met in KTV in his previous life. Yongbo felt a headache when he saw that the other party was a female player. Because in the game, if you complain about a male player, no matter what the complaint is, the male player will be unlucky. But if you complain about a female player, the complaint is generally not established. For example, last time Yongbo complained that a male player harassed him. The other party was dealt with. And now if Yongbo wants to complain about this female player, it is likely to be useless. That's right. In this world, men are at the bottom of the status. Don't look at the absolute number and absolute advantage of men in the alliance in any aspect. But in terms of status, men are not as good as dogs. Yongbo was about to block other players from sending him voice messages, but suddenly thought, could it be that someone from the military is trying to find out my identity information? It makes sense for Yongbo to think so, because he has made a great contribution to the game department. Of course, this is just a possibility. Maybe it's really a beautiful game player who wants to play games. Hee. It can't be that the military wants to recruit me. Yongbo thought of another point. Because in the mecha game, he refused the military rank. Thinking of this, Yongbo is not unhappy now, but has a vague sense of excitement. Why is that? Those who want to contact me privately seem to have other intentions. But I have so many fake identities. When the time comes, I can see who the other party is. I can communicate with them as bomb brother, good brother, or even the pirate leader. Maybe I can threaten the military bastards to provide benefits for myself. I am afraid that those who want my identity information can't imagine that they are in contact with a terrorist or a criminal suspect. Yang Bo was a little excited when he thought of this. Hello, lady. I am a single player and don't have any team. Yang Bo almost called the other party's sister. After all, in the previous life in the KTV, if the other party called me brother, I would definitely hug him and call him sister. However, you should be careful with the language in the alliance, because some women just come up to make trouble. If you are disrespectful in your words, they will immediately accuse you of sexual harassment and ask you to pay compensation. Brother, I see that your equipment is so good. Can you take me to play? The lady who was communicating with Yang Bo was also a little shocked. She thought that the other party would not respond to her old-fashioned chat. But she didn't expect Yang Bo to say so much. Yang Bo's reaction also surprised the people in the game department. This guy is lying with his eyes open. And he is a single player? Hasn't this guy seen a woman? Who found this person? The lieutenant colonel was also very curious about who this person was. And he actually succeeded. It's my girlfriend. She didn't want to do it, but I asked her to do it. Chapter 451 Mutual Calculation. Hearing this, the other people in the game department looked at him with a strange look. Even the head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, looked up to his subordinate. He didn't expect that this guy asked his girlfriend to do this thing last time. And he actually asked his girlfriend to do it. But the lieutenant colonel felt very happy because his subordinate did this because of him. But besides being happy, he was a little worried. Now this guy can treat his girlfriend as not a girlfriend. So will he have other things to do with him in the future? Fortunately, she is a girlfriend, not a wife or lover. The lieutenant colonel said a sentence, and this sentence has several meanings. The guy who was talking heard his boss's words, looked at his colleague's weird eyes, and said with a smile, I just asked her to give it a try. Who knew that this old guy would be fooled by such an old-fashioned pickup? I should have asked other people to help earlier. This guy doesn't even let ordinary people go. He must be a pervert. The other people in the game department heard this, and saw Yang Bo chatting with the female player in the game, and couldn't help but say, that's right. This guy is playing with two ordinary women together. It's probably more than two. This guy is more or less a superpower. This old guy is so shameless that he actually said he played the game alone. Brother, I think your girlfriend is in danger. This old guy is a master. Yang Bo in the game was not sure whether the female player who was talking to him had other thoughts. So Yang Bo talked to her first. Anyway, he had nothing to do now, and was looking at the task. The female player on the other side was a little confused. It was her boyfriend who asked her to find out about someone. She didn't want to do it, but her boyfriend promised to give her a gift. So the female player decided to just fool around. So the female player started with the old-fashioned chat. But she didn't expect Yang Bo to answer politely, which made the female player a little overwhelmed and confused. So she had to continue chatting with Yang Bo. I just entered this game and found that the game is too difficult. Brother, have you made money? The female player actually doesn't like to talk in a coquettish way. Nor does she like to call a stranger brother. But who made her call someone brother in this tone just now? The female player muttered in her heart that she must ask her boyfriend to give her double the gifts. This broken game is so bad. We can only work for others in it, and help others transport bullets, and so on. And there are many gangs in this game. They occupy good monster spawning locations. We single players can only find some lone monsters. Yang Bo also said nonsense. The female player had never played this game before. She just used the account her boyfriend gave her, looked at the forum, and waited until her boyfriend notified her to come and chat up. And her boyfriend's game character was far away. This crappy game is just not fun. I just want to find someone to guide me, the female player said along with Yang Bo's words. When Yang Bo heard what the female player said, he knew that she must have ulterior motives. Because it is very easy for ordinary players in the Apocalypse copy game to make money in it. They help others transport bullets and logistics supplies every day. It is not only easy but also profitable. Because many things in the game have durability. Whether it is bullets, cold weapons, firearms, or protective equipment. And there are thousands of zombie monsters in a farm. Large gangs now use a lot of bullets to kill monsters, because they need to obtain various materials. The next step for these large gangs is mainly to target team wars. Because according to the character of the official of the Doomsday Dungeon game, they will definitely get money rewards. And the rewards are not cheap. The female player said this. Probably because she saw a general idea on the forum. From this point, Yang Bo knew that the other party should have ulterior motives to approach him. Now a lot of ordinary people want to enter the Doomsday Dungeon game and act as a means of transportation. The official game has not opened the public beta. Add a friend. If I find a good game team in the future, you can join us. The female player suddenly received a message from her boyfriend and quickly said to Yang Bo, "This rubbish game is not confidential. Why don't we change the software to chat?" Knowing that the female player had ulterior motives, Yang Bo still took the initiative to take the bait. Because now Yang Bo half guessed that it was done by someone behind the scenes of the game. Of course, the other half was that he really met a novice female player who had just entered the game. Okay then. The female player nodded. Send me your social media account, and I'll add you when the time comes. Now I want to play the game. Yang Bo has not yet decided what identity to use to approach the other party. And this is also a test for Yang Bo. Because if it is really a novice female player, she will probably not agree immediately. Because exchanging social media accounts should be done by both parties. Okay then. The female player sent Yang Bo a social media account. Be careful when playing games alone. I'm leaving first. Yang Bo wrote down the other party's social media account and then left the resurrection point. After watching the whole process, the game department turned their heads to look at the colleague who just mentioned his girlfriend. Brother, you have to be vigilant. The old guy in this game is very good. Nowadays, women like to find these old guys. They are rich and will not live for many years. When the other party dies, the money will become these women's. But it's a good thing that she is a girlfriend. At worst, she will become an ex-girlfriend. The colleague who just said it was his girlfriend said unhappily, "Get out of the way. This social media account is mine. My girlfriend is already angry and wants me to buy double gifts." Others in the game department laughed when they heard this. I feel like this guy seems a little abnormal. The lieutenant colonel felt that something was wrong today. Boss, this old guy is a pervert. He probably lost his mind when he heard our brother's girlfriend calling him brother. Boss, as long as the other party is willing to talk. Are we still afraid of him? Yes. It's mainly because our brother has to work hard to let his girlfriend continue to act. Boss, who are you? No matter how many tricks this old guy has, as long as we find out his true identity, we will make him pay. The lieutenant colonel in charge of the game department heard this and thought about it carefully. With the strength of his family, as long as he knew the true identity of this player, he could easily control him. Of course, the lieutenant colonel did not expect that the other party might be a notorious pirate or criminal suspect who committed a heinous crime. At that time, it would be unknown who would threaten whom. Yang Bo chose the task of exploring the ruins this time. In fact, he had no choice. There were 5 super tasks in the mailbox, and 1 had been completed. The super backpack had 5 fragments and 1 was obtained. In other words, 5 super tasks had to be completed before the super backpack could be obtained. As for the matter of the female player just now, Yang Bo temporarily put it aside because he had not thought of what identity to use to register a social media account. Of course, he would change his identity to chat with the other party at that time. The one who wants to find out my background must be the game department of the military. I will see what the other party's status is in the military at that time. I hope the other party has a higher status. However, those who can do such things in the game without fear of supervision should have some power. Yang Bo has his own guess. Yang Bo was worrying about how to get such a good bionic man after experimenting with it. Unexpectedly, the other party might come to his door. I hope it's not a novice female player. Yang Bo has already thought of many ways to deal with those who want to find out his background. Yang Bo didn't quite understand why the military wanted to find out about him. But the last time he used Robert's identity, the military raided Robert's residence. I'm not the best in the Apocalypse game, but I'm probably in the top 5. I completed a lot of tasks, so I'm sure it will be helpful to the military's experiments. So they said people to approach me. Of course this is my guess. Yang Bo accepted the task of exploring the ruins and read the tasks while he was on the road. This mission first requires reaching a nearby pickup point. From there, take a fighter jet to the mission location. As for where the specific ruins mission is, Yang Bo is not clear. However, When Yongbo used his remote photoelectric superpowers, he found that he didn't know when the game official switched him to the real game again. It seems that the bionic man I remotely controlled has been transported away, and now it is just delaying time. Yongbo's mind is as clear as a mirror. Yongbo treated himself as playing a game, controlling the characters in the game, and ran for half an hour before arriving at a nearby mountain. There is already a fighter jet on standby here. After Yongbo got on the fighter jet, an NPC inside began to explain to him the mission of exploring the ruins. Yongbo listened absent-mindedly to the NPC's explanation. This relic is on an island. This island is very mysterious. As for what is going on specifically, Yongbo has to explore it. Then, there are related supplies on the fighter jet, and Yongbo picked some things he needs. Yongbo was speechless after hearing what the female NPC said. But later he thought that this was normal. If the military had figured out the locations of these missions, there was no need for him to do the missions himself. The fighter plane was flying in the sky. Yongbo saw mountains through the window of the fighter plane. And then he arrived at the ocean. When Yongbo saw an island in the distance, he realized how big the island the NPC was talking about was. This island looked like a large extinct volcano. But there were huge city ruins under the volcano. Yongbo felt that this mission was a bit difficult, because the zombies on land were so huge. How perverted were the zombies in the ocean? The fighter plane ordered Yongbo to parachute at high altitude. Yongbo parachuted from high altitude and landed smoothly on a beach on the island. At this time, Yongbo found that he had taken over the bionic man again through his remote photoelectric superpowers. Just when Yongbo didn't know what to do next, a piece of sand that seemed calm suddenly emerged with human zombies. These human zombies seemed to be buried in the sand and then startled by themselves. Puff! Yongbo used his pistol to blow up the zombie's head. Forging +4. A piece of information flashed in Yongbo's mind. Could the ruins here be a factory? Through this skill, Yongbo roughly determined what kind of work this human zombie used to do. Chapter 452. Not surprising. Now I have a plan to deal with it. In fact, I am most suitable for this kind of exploration mission. Yongbo found that he was most suitable for exploration missions. Others don't know what these zombies did in their lives. But as long as he kills these zombies, he will most likely know what they did before. Puff puff puff. Yongbo's pistol kept firing, aiming at the zombies that had just crawled up around him and shooting directly in the head. This guy's shooting level is top-notch. The people in the game department saw that Yongbo's pistol did not stop at all, shaking and shooting. And some people couldn't help but comment, I suspect this guy may have been a killer or something else before. The people in the game department were very curious about Yongbo's true identity. But to have such a high reaction in the game, the data was indeed extraordinary. The people in the game department knew that even the most elite soldiers trained in the army to remotely control the bionic people were not as smooth as Yongbo. No matter what weird and unimaginable actions Yongbo had in dealing with each task. But the data seen in the background of the game department can truly reflect the true level of Yongbo's various operations. Therefore, the people in the game department value Yongbo very much. And remote control of the bionic man is actually very difficult. Yongbo opened the free mode again. There are two modes in this game. One is the smart mode, and the other is the free mode. The smart mode is a program mode, which controls the bionic man to jump left and right, forward and backward. The free mode is to control the bionic man according to the operation command. For example, Yongbo made a bamboo raft in a certain game scene, which could not be done by a bionic man in intelligent mode. Free mode requires people to operate every finger and wrist joint of the bionic man. There are many drive units and control systems on the hands of the bionic man. Otherwise, the hands of the bionic man cannot be as flexible as human hands. It can be said that the hands of the bionic man have several times the number of drives and control systems as the number of joints in the human hand. It would be better if this guy had an illegal identity, so that our boss can control him more easily. Someone in the game department heard this and laughed. This old guy may have made too much money. And now, he is retired and enjoying himself. 100%. Look at his operation data, and compare it with the operation data of the soldiers sent by our military in the past. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, laughed. The descendants of the two military leaders who competed with this player for the S-level assessment last time. These two are also the new generation of leaders in the two ancient martial arts sections. If I didn't want to see them, I would have to laugh at them when I saw them. They are still worthy of being called the new generation of leaders. When the other people in the game department heard this, one of them said, "Which two sects are you talking about, boss? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It's not good to know too much. You just need to work hard, and I will introduce you all to our sect." The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, shook his head and said, "Boss, do you think this guy is also from the ancient martial arts sect?" Someone asked as he watched Yang Bo start to explore the ruins. I asked someone to look at him, but I couldn't tell which sect he belongs to. Maybe he is very hidden. After all, people from our sect will not easily show themselves to the outside world. The lieutenant colonel shook his head and watched Yang Bo continue to explore the island. Yang Bo was very happy on the island. Just now, all 26 zombies were given forging skills. Each zombie was given 4 skills. Just now, when Yang Bo was parachuting in the air, he took a rough look at the island. The island is a long strip, and it is about 40 kilometers in the air. There is a mountain range in the middle of the island, but the highest point is on the side where I parachuted. I can see a crater on the top of the mountain. The height of the entire mountain is about 900 meters. The widest part of the island is also the side where I landed, and the width is about 45 kilometers. To the other side of the island, the width of the island is constantly shrinking, and the mountain range is also constantly decreasing, and the surrounding waves are still relatively large. The island is close to the guide beach on the right side, and the side close to the left is all reefs. Yang Bo picked up a shell on the ground and threw it far away. Then some zombies emerged from the sand in the distance. Yang Bo picked up the pistol as usual and kept calling out the zombies. Spaceship repair +8. Suddenly a skill made Yang Bo feel incredible. In the game of Doomsday Dungeon, Yang Bo got the skill of spaceship repair for the first time. The world of Doomsday Dungeon should not have reached the Interstellar level. I have never got any skills related to spaceships or mechas. Yang Bo was a little confused. This time Yang Bo called out 16 zombies in 30 seconds. When this skill came out, Yang Bo was a little confused. Could it be that the zombies here are not natives of this planet? Could it be that some bastard set up some laboratories on these planets and then conducted some experiments to pollute the planets? It is very possible. Yang Bo did not know whether his guess was right or not. But the ability to repair spacecraft on this island was too incredible. Never mind him. Then Yang Bo did not intend to guess here and hurried to complete the task. And Yang Bo believed that as interstellar countries developed, there would definitely be some unexpected things. Even if the current economic society is out of the scope of civilized society, it will breed a lot of crimes. The last time Yang Bo and the fat boss went out on a mission, they encountered the spacecraft of the exploration company. These exploration companies, to put it nicely, are to help the Alliance explore usable planets. To put it bluntly, it is to say that after the licensed robbers have left the scope of civilized society, what they do is hard for you to imagine. Don't think that their armed spacecraft is not very advanced in the Alliance. But such an armed spacecraft really faced the civilization of the Earth when Yang Bo crossed over. And the Earth civilization had no power to fight back. Laser cannons can attack your planet from millions of kilometers away. How to fight back? The missiles of Earth technology are extremely slow to these armed ships. Yang Bo tried not to speculate on what had happened, but to focus on the things in front of him. This should have been a city before. There are many collapsed buildings on this island, which look like stone buildings. After Yang Bo walked across the beach, there were ruins made of stones. The ruins of this city were estimated to be quite large, probably hundreds of square kilometers in size, located under the volcano. And Yang Bo found that the ruins of the city had been eroded by the beach. From a distance, it looked as if the city was buried by the beach. Yang Bo had just stepped on a stone when there was movement in the gap next to the stone. A zombie climbed up again. These zombies looked like shriveled corpses, but they were black all over. Yang Bo was not sure if this was caused by too much salt in the sea sand. Puff! Without waiting for the zombie to climb up. As long as he saw his head, Yang Bo shot it directly. Forging +4. This time the zombie gave the forging skill again. So Yang Bo controlled the bionic man to jump on the stones of the ruins, and deliberately made a lot of noise. One by one, zombies drilled out of these ruins, or crawled out of the sand. Forging +4. Forging +4. Forging skills kept appearing in Yang Bo's mind. There are quite a few zombies in this ruins, and Yang Bo controls his speed in the ruins. Yang Bo uses the city ruins as a place to spawn monsters, and keeps clearing these zombies. However, not all zombies have forging skills. Some have knife skills and cooking skills. Yang Bo understands these. After all, after the world changes, the living people must fight against zombies. And cooking skills are very simple, because the living people have to eat. Yang Bo doesn't mind these zombies getting in the way. Nor does he mind that there are too many zombies. Because with forging skills, Yang Bo would love to spawn tens of thousands of zombies here. See if you can raise the forging skill to Grandmaster. Since the last time a spaceship repair skill appeared, there has been no spaceship repair skill. If Yang Bo was not strong now, and had a good memory, he would feel that he remembered it wrong. Here, Yang Bo ran through the ruins of the city, and soon found a tunnel under the dead volcano. Because this tunnel is at the foot of the mountain, there is not much sand here. It can be seen that there are pieces of stones around. The big stones are tens or hundreds of tons, and the small ones may be hundreds of kilograms. Yang Bo walked along the distribution of these stones. It feels like a defensive measure? Yang Bo found that the ruins composed of these stones seemed to protect this cave. Yang Bo looked at the surrounding mountains and the ruins. There were many trees in the ruins, and wanted to set fire again. It seems that there are no creatures entering or leaving this cave. Yang Bo carefully observed the cave, and quickly gave up this idea. Because it would take time to cut down trees and set fire. The height of this cave is only 5 meters. The width is about 4 meters. And it is an arch. Yang Bo held a cold weapon in one hand, and a pistol in the other, and then walked into the cave. After entering the cave, Yang Bo found that the cave was actually tilted upward. Yang Bo directly took the cold weapon in his hand, and knocked on the wall of the cave. The sound between the cold weapon and the cave wall was a bit strange, because the material of the cold weapon was special, not metal. Go out and climb the mountain. Yang Bo used the long-range photoelectric superpower, and then combined with the passive detection ability of sound waves. He quickly determined that this cave actually led to a place on the top of the mountain. And there were some places in the cave where the passive detection of sound waves was a bit fuzzy, as if there was energy fluctuation, in order to confuse the game background that existed in case. Yang Bo went directly outside to find a handful of leaves, and came to the entrance of the cave. He threw the leaves down, and the leaves floated into the cave. Then Yang Bo came out of the cave again, and started to climb the mountain. This guy's brain circuit is unusual. The game department was not surprised at all for Yang Bo's operation. Chapter 453 Weird. Yang Bo used passive sound wave detection to determine that there was something unusual in the cave. So he didn't go up from below, because Yang Bo felt that someone must have come here to explore. And the military might have sent bionic people to explore remotely. Otherwise they wouldn't let him come. Since the previous exploration failed, he had to change his method. Yang Bo climbed up the mountain. Maybe because it was in the sea. The trees on the mountain were relatively short, and the trees here are very tough, perhaps affected by the long-term sea breeze. In addition, the mountain here is still quite steep, but it is not a big problem for robots like bionic people, as long as the operation is fine. The vertical height may be only 900 meters, but Yang Bo took nearly an hour to climb to the top of the mountain. 900 meters on the ground. At most a few seconds. It is still difficult to climb the mountain. And there are not many trees after reaching the top of the mountain. Only some low plants. The top of the mountain is the shape of a dead volcano. But there is a lake in the middle of this dead volcano. The diameter of the lake is about 500 meters. And the depth is unknown. There is no way to judge by the color of the water here, because it is uncertain whether there are other substances in the water of the lake. The inside of the crater is steeper than the outside. But perhaps because of the depression of the crater, the plants inside grow more luxuriantly than outside. If someone hadn't told you that this is a crater, just looking at this scene, you would have thought it was a beautiful lake. Yang Bo looked around carefully and found the suspected exit, because through sound wave detection, Yang Bo was able to roughly know where the cave exit at the foot of the mountain was. However, Yang Bo could not rush directly to the cave entrance, but pretended to search in the crater. The drop in the crater was about 80 meters. That is, from the crater to the surface of the lake. Everyone in the game department looked at Yang Bo intently. This guy doesn't go under the cave? This guy's brain circuit is different. He just took a leaf at the entrance of the cave, probably to test the wind with the leaf. We knew this in the previous exploration, but we don't know where the exit is. The main thing is that there are abnormal energy fluctuations in the cave, and there are unknown things attacking the bionic people inside. But this guy's bionic people are the most advanced at present. So far, We still don't know what is inside, whether it is a living thing or other energy fluctuations. The last time we explored 20 bionic people, the last picture couldn't tell what attacked the bionic people and caused the signal to be interrupted. Yongbo certainly didn't know the specific situation, but the military had many means, and the things that the military hadn't found out must be very powerful. How advanced is the technology in the interstellar era? Needless to say, Yongbo experienced it last time with the fat boss on the planet of the energy stone mine. The other party can release thousands of drones of various models to explore, attack, bomb, blast, etc. in an explosive manner throughout the cave. Even if the mecha encounters such an unmanned cluster attack, it has no good way to deal with it. And now sending myself to explore here is definitely not something the military can do. Of course, the military has a more violent means. That is, to use something to completely blow up the island. But the military wants experimental data and the things inside. So destroying the entire island is meaningless to the military, let alone destroying an island. As long as the military is willing, the planet can be destroyed in minutes. To put it bluntly, the military still values interests. The military believes that this planet has a high research value and a high return on interests. Of course, it may also be that the military wants to find out how so many people on this planet have become like this. Can a solution be found? Otherwise, will this happen in the Alliance? Yongbo pretended to be at the crater of the extinct volcano on the top of the mountain, and found the exit after searching for a few minutes. There is a big stone in front of this exit, which covers most of the exit. There is only a little above, and there are plants covering it. However, Yongbo can see that this place is different when he scans here, because there is wind coming out of the cave. When Yongbo came to the cave entrance, he found traces of artificial excavation inside, but there were no traces of animals or other things. In other words, this is a man-made tunnel, but it has been a long time since any creature or other thing has passed through it. People from the game department actually discovered the abnormality here earlier than Yongbo, because the entire tunnel is from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain. There is air circulation, and the circulating air can be seen from a distance, and the leaves and branches of the plants are swaying in the wind. We also set people to look for it at the beginning. Right? The head of some department, the lieutenant colonel, asked when he saw this scene. According to the records, we only searched with drones, but we didn't find this cave entrance. This cave entrance can't be seen from above. The people who formulated the exploration plan were a little careless at that time, because 20 advanced bionic people were dispatched at that time. The people who formulated the exploration plan thought that 20 advanced bionic people were enough to explore the entire island. But after the exploration failed, no one was willing to take risks again. After all, 20 advanced bionic people are a considerable expense. Someone hurried to explain. Yongbo in the game was already in a dilemma, because Yongbo knew that there were unknown energy fluctuations in this tunnel, and his passive sound wave detection could not detect it. Why don't we go down the mountain and set it on fire? Yongbo muttered in his heart. But when Yongbo turned around and saw the lake next to him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then Yongbo began to operate. First, he picked up the cold weapon and cut the stone at the entrance of the cave. The stone was cut into dust. Some people in some departments stared with their eyes wide open, wondering what Yongbo was doing. Half an hour later, the stone showed another situation. That is, the big stone was cut into stone balls by the bionic man with cold weapons. Is this guy going to throw the stone balls into the cave? The people in the game department speculated. No one dared to say anything, because this guy in the game was too imaginative. Yongbo cut the big stone blocking the cave entrance into more than a dozen stone balls of different sizes. Then Yongbo picked up the cold weapon and continued. Is this guy going to release the water in the lake? The lieutenant colonel in charge of the game department looked carefully at the terrain of the crater, and then looked at Yongbo's operation, and suddenly realized it. Boss is wise. Boss is worthy of being the boss. He saw clearly what this guy was going to do at once. This guy's brain circuit is really unusual. It's mainly because there are some idiot commanders in our military who don't understand the actual situation at all. They think about how to carry out this exploration mission in their minds, and then formulate unrealistic plans, and don't give the people who are doing the specific tasks in front of them free command. There is no way. Some people in our army are guarded by the government departments, and even the superiors have to guard against their subordinates. When someone said this, everyone else felt a little embarrassed, because in the early days of the Alliance, There was a military coup to gain government power. Then the subordinates rebelled against their superiors, overthrew their superiors, and gained power again. So the alliance is very vigilant about the military. And the senior officers in the military are also very wary of the junior officers below. Because in the past, when the subordinates of the army of the alliance rebelled, they would first kill their superiors, which is equivalent to the mentality of forcing themselves into a dead end. The various tasks of the military have strict procedures. If a certain process does not meet the requirements, it will be subject to a lot of scrutiny. Another thing is that the weapons owned by the military are too powerful. If they are not managed strictly, believe it or not, the military will dare to do many incredible things with these weapons. Yang Bo has already scrapped one of the cold weapons in the hands of the bionic man. Facing these stones, there is no good way. Laser swords have little effect on stones. Fortunately, the crater is relatively steep, and the distance between the lake and the cave entrance is no more than 10 meters. Yang Bo dug from the exit of the cave to the lake. During the excavation, the stones were cut into stone balls. It took 20 minutes to dig the big stone at the exit, and it took 2 hours and 40 minutes to dig the distance of less than 10 meters from the cave entrance to the lake. 2 of the cold weapons of the bionic man were broken. But fortunately, the bionic man is a robot with strong strength. Of course, if Yang Bo came here, it would take less than 2 hours to dig through. Not only Yang Bo's strength, but also Yang Bo can be a giant. So it is not easy to do this small project. Yang Bo looked at the place where he was digging, which was 1.8 meters lower than the surface of the lake. Yang Bo did not dig through the lake all at once. There were rocks between the lake and the drainage. Yang Bo put a few shockwave bombs in the excavated rock holes. This is all after Yang Bo carefully calculated the power of the shockwave bomb and the thickness of the rock where the shockwave bomb was placed. He calculated that a few shock waves would break the rock, and then the water in the lake would pour into the cave. Shockwave bombs are timed. Yang Bo hid far away, mainly because he was afraid of shockwave bombs, and the fragments would affect the bionic man when they exploded. Because on this planet, the bionic man has a protective layer outside to prevent being corroded by energy. Once it is damaged, the loss is very large. However, Yang Bo was not idle, and quickly threw the stone ball he made into the cave exit. Several stone balls entered the exit with a rolling sound. With a boom, Yang Bo felt like an earthquake. The power of the shockwave bomb is still very strong. Of course, Yang Bo's engineering is better. Yang Bo watched a large stream of water flow into the cave exit. Of course, Yang Bo was not idle, and threw the stone balls of the canal he dug and the big stones at the exit into it. Then Yang Bo ran away, mainly to see if the water could reach the exit at the foot of the mountain. Weird. People in the game department were also stunned when they saw Yang Bo's operation. Others had to go into the cave to explore the ruins. But this guy just flooded the ruins. The last time he explored a mine, he actually set fire to it. Although it was not Yang Bo who took the initiative. Chapter 454 Clues. People in the game department don't know why Yang Bo thought of these methods. These are not methods that ordinary people can think of. It seems that no one has used the method of flooding when exploring the ruins. If I had a gun and bullets in my backpack, as well as a laser sword and cold weapons, I would definitely rush into the cave to explore. Yes, who would use cold weapons to dig canals for no reason? It was different when exploring in the past. The people sent by the military had to follow a strict plan and act according to the plan. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, shook his head. In fact, whether it is the soldiers sent by our military in the past, or the masters in the game, they have fallen into a kind of old-fashioned thinking. In their minds, exploration means exploring with the tools they need, rather than relying on the existing conditions. This player is so. I think there may be 2 reasons for this. First, I think he is really playing the game and has a good attitude. After all, he is old and just wants to play the game happily. As for the gains and losses in the game, he doesn't care at all. The people in the game department nodded, and one of them said, "Boss, this view is very reasonable. Otherwise this guy would not have given up the bonus he got last month." According to his bonus last month, he got 14 million game coins, which is equivalent to 14 million credit points. If it were other players, they would have struggled in the game every day. Another person said with a bad tone at this time, "I'm afraid that this old guy knows that he will not live long, so he thinks that money is not worth it." The man was halfway through his words when he was stared at by others. And then he realized that what he said might be wrong. If this player is really old and dying, it will be a disaster for the entire department. After all, the biggest hope for the entire department to get promoted and make money now lies in this player in front of him. The lieutenant colonel continued, the second is this player. His thinking logic is different from ours. Most people who explore such relics will make the most of their own tools, while he uses the conditions he already has. I personally hope that he is the second reason, because this is the most beneficial to us. The military has many very dangerous places to deal with. And the Alliance also has many dangerous places that need to be handled by remote-controlled robots. If this guy's logical thinking is really so rigorous, our credit will be a lot. Everyone present nodded, watching Yang Bo not stop after releasing the water, and climb to the crater above. Yang Bo looked down at the exit below in the game. He couldn't see it very clearly, but Yang Bo was sure that as long as there was water to rush out, there would definitely be gains. It's not certain that the water and the stone ball can come out from the exit. After all, there are many forks in the road and many unknown spaces in the mountain. Yang Bo discovered many blank spaces in the mountain through sound wave detection. Blank spaces are things that interfere with sound wave detection. They may be energy fluctuations or other things. As for releasing water to flood the cave, it is not because of Yang Bo's accurate logical thinking, but Yang Bo's attitude towards playing games. In the past, Yang Bo had many ideas when playing games on Earth. But unfortunately, the games were programmed at that time. And he also yearned for the highly free virtual games in mini-game novels. You can set fire to it freely. And now this remote-controlled real game is more real than fiction. Yang Bo will certainly put his previous ideas into action. Besides, stone balls are added to the water. The water carries these stone balls, so there is always some effect. The water level of a lake with a diameter of 500 meters must drop by at least 1.5 meters. How much water is this? It's a pity that the canal is a bit small. If so much water is poured in a very short time. Yang Bo was still sighing that the canal was a bit small. There is no way. It is like this when it is dug manually. After all, it is still a bionic man. And of course this bionic man is also a robot. If Yang Bo knew that the person in charge of the game department would look at him like this, he would probably laugh. Yang Bo doesn't have any rigorous logical thinking, and he is not an old guy. Yang Bo did this not to complete the exploration mission, but to really play games. The people sent by the military want to find out what is in the cave, and other game players want to complete the mission and get the mission items. They have only one purpose. That is to successfully complete the mission and get rewards. All their action plans are for the mission. Yang Bo doesn't care about the mission at all. It's good to complete the mission, but he won't lose anything if he fails. Yang Bo's biggest goal is to come here to see if there are any special zombies or monsters, and kill them to get some rare skills. It would be good if he can complete the mission, but it would be the same if he fails. As for the super backpack, Yang Bo doesn't know whether it is a virtual thing or not, so he doesn't have much hope. If there were something going on in reality, he would not do this task at all, so he would just take advantage of the fact that he was relatively free these days in reality. Forging +4. Forging +4. About 25 minutes later, two pieces of information suddenly flashed through Yang Bo's mind. Are there still many zombies here? Yang Bo thought about it, and only by doing things on his side could he obtain this skill. And it seemed that the others did not. Yang Bo was now in a dilemma. He wanted to enter the cave now, and watching the water pouring into the cave. Who knew what dangers he would encounter? What if he didn't enter the cave? What if there were other good things in it? Forget it. Even if there were good things, it wouldn't be my turn, and I would be played some virtual games by those bastards in the military. However, thinking of the fact that he had killed super zombies and rare mutant zombies several times in a row, and was directly taken away by the military's fighter planes, and what he saw was just a virtual picture, Yang Bo decided to play it safe. After more than 10 minutes, about 40 minutes in total, Yang Bo finally saw water flowing out of the entrance at the bottom of the mountain, and some zombies rushed out. Yang Bo quickly grabbed the sniper rifle and aimed at the zombies that rushed out from below and exposed to the field of vision to call out their names. Forging +8. Accompanied by a gunshot. About a second later Yang Bo saw a zombie's head being smashed open. And then he gained a forging skill. Zombies came out of the entrance one after another, and Yang Bo called out their names one after another. Forging +4. Forging +4. Spaceship repair +16. Wow. This may be an engineer of the spaceship. Suddenly a zombie gave Yang Bo a skill. Yang Bo looked at the zombie carefully through the scope and found that although the clothes worn by this zombie were a bit black, they were different from those of other zombies. Yang Bo simply put away his sniper rifle and ran down the mountain. Yang Bo's movements were rough when he went down the mountain. Anyway, the bionic man was very strong. After 11 or 12 minutes, Yang Bo reached the foot of the mountain. Only then did he see that water was constantly rushing out from the entrance of the cave. And stone balls were also rushing out. Yang Bo was not sure whether these zombies were attracted by the sound of the stone balls, or were rushed out by the water. These zombies saw Yang Bo and rushed over with roars. Then Yang Bo's pistol fired quickly and emptied the magazine in a short time. The second magazine only fired a few rounds, and there were no zombies that could move at the scene. Yang Bo came to the zombie, who was killed by his sniper rifle and repaired by his spaceship. Yang Bo found a wooden stick and pulled the clothes off the zombie. When Yang Bo rushed down the mountain, the people in the game department were so nervous. Yang Bo must have noticed such an abnormal behavior. If Yang Bo completed the task so quickly, wouldn't it be a bit weird? When Yang Bo killed all the zombies that could move, he picked up a wooden stick and started to attack a zombie. It's not that Yang Bo didn't want to use cold weapons or something like that, because no one knows what this zombie has, and whether it will contaminate his cold weapons. The clothes on the zombies look relatively intact, and no style can be seen. The whole clothes look like moldy leather placed in a dark and humid place, and the original appearance can't be seen at all. But this was not a problem for Yang Bo. Yang Bo used a wooden stick to pick up the zombie's shirt from side to side. When he encountered some obstacles, Yang Bo took out his pistol and broke the zombie's arm directly. Then Yang Bo picked up the clothes to the entrance of the cave next to him. There was still water rushing out here. Yang Bo put the clothes in the place where there was water and sand. Then he stood on it, mixing water and sand, and kept stepping on the clothes. Yang Bo's actions made everyone in the game department look at each other and feel confused. But no one spoke, because Yang Bo's actions were too weird. A large amount of black water, accompanied by sand and other things, made the whole water turbid. Yang Bo was relieved because the clothes had not rotted under the constant stepping of the bionic man, proving that it was what he wanted. Yang Bo used a wooden stick to pick up the clothes to the place where water was still flowing. Of course, the water coming out was also turbid. Then Yang Bo picked up the clothes again and ran to the beach. Use a stick to stir the dress in the seawater. Then use a stick to spread the dress on the beach. Yang Bo has two purposes for this operation. The first is to see if the dress is what he imagined, and the second is to let the game background pay attention to him. Voila! The lieutenant colonel looked at the screen in the game and stood up suddenly. Because of the violent movement, everything on the desk shook. This doesn't seem to be a product of this planet? Others in the game department were also a little surprised when they saw the dress. Start image analysis. The lieutenant colonel gave the order with a serious face, so the others around him hurried to work. The huge intelligence system began to carefully compare and analyze the images sent back by the bionic man. Yang Bo picked up another shell and scraped it on the stain on the clothes. The more he scraped, the clearer the pattern on the clothes became. Finally, Yang Bo scraped out a pattern on the right chest of the clothes. Although this pattern is a bit blurry due to the times and the object itself, Yang Bo was also a little surprised when he looked at this pattern. He had seen this thing before. The emblem of the royal family of the Water Blue Empire. Yang Bo looked at this pattern and suddenly remembered what it was. The game department also finished the comparison. Everyone in the game department looked at this comparison and was a little dumbfounded, because there has never been any interstellar-era items on this planet. But how did such a thing suddenly appear? You must know that this is the first time the Alliance discovered it, and blocked all news, and directly let the military come here to explore. Now suddenly found something with the logo of the Water Blue Empire. This made everyone feel incredible. If they hadn't seen Yang Bo use water to get the zombies out, and then saw the zombies being killed, and saw this item presented to everyone. What the hell is this? The lieutenant colonel couldn't help but swear. Boss, do you think this is a conspiracy of the Empire? Or is the Empire doing some experiments that violate interstellar laws? Someone in the game department raised his own questions. Is it possible that all our actions are under the surveillance of the Empire? Or does the Empire want to put the blame on us? According to records, there are more than 5 billion people on this planet. Once the Empire is framed, then our alliance will definitely encounter a huge crisis. Boss, My mind is a mess now. We all saw this item appear in front of us with our own eyes. Boss, is there a possibility that this badge is not the badge of the royal family of the Water Blue Empire? After all, there are too many similar things in the world. What do you think? You can't just look at the badge. You also have to look at the material of this item. The guy playing the game must have seen that the clothes on this zombie are different. So he wants to take a closer look. Hearing someone say this, the other people who didn't understand suddenly realized that now looking carefully. This clothes are indeed different from the clothes of other zombies. The clothes of other zombies are either missing or rotten, while the clothes of this zombie look at least in good shape, although they are also black. This explains why the guy playing the game ran down the mountain to see this clothes. There should be buttons of other materials on the clothes. But because of some reasons in this world, the tourists do not exist. The lieutenant colonel also figured it out. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and looked at the player in the game with even more enthusiasm. This guy observed too carefully, and was able to find such an important clue. Needless to say, such an important clue must be a major meritorious service. As for the essence of this matter, we can only continue to investigate. But the person who found this clue will definitely be promoted and make a fortune. Boss? Everyone looked at the head of the game department with burning eyes. The head of the game department took a deep breath, then straightened his clothes and said, I will report to the work right away. Chapter 455 Reason. Everyone knows that this matter is very important, but the specific details still need to be analyzed in depth. Judging from the material style and the decorations on it, it should be related to the royal family of the Water Blue Empire. However, there are too many branches under the management of the royal family of the Water Blue Empire. The Water Blue Empire can be said to be the emperor's country. All the money-making industries in his country are basically owned by the royal family. So the people in these industries can also have work clothes with badges. And these people in the Water Blue Empire are also complacently thinking that they are slaves of the royal family. Everyone wants to work in the royal industry because the welfare there is so good and there are many privileges. To be precise, people working in the royal industry of the Water Blue Empire can be regarded as private property of the royal family or slaves of the royal family. The laws of the empire have special departments to deal with these people, and the judges of the empire and others have no right to deal with them. Yang Bo scraped on the beach for a while, but didn't hear any prompts in the game. He muttered in his heart, could it be that the people in the game backend didn't see it? Could it be that the planet has become like this now, and it has something to do with the Blue Water Empire? Yang Bo was thinking in his mind, and Yang Bo used the photoelectric superpower to remotely check. It was not a prank given to him by the game officials. Yang Bo turned the clothes over and scraped them with the shell. While scraping, he pretended to look at the clothes carefully, and used the photoelectric remote superpower to observe the situation around the bionic man. Finally, after about 11 minutes, Yang Bo found that a fighter plane appeared in the sky above his bionic man through the remote photoelectric superpower. The sound of the fighter's energy engine can be heard, but there is no prompt in the game. Swindlers? Yang Bo knew that the military had noticed the clothes, but did not give him any prompts, which meant that he had to go to the cave to take a look. Yang Bo left the clothes here and then went to do the task. After all, the zombies in the cave gave him the ability to forge, and he did not want to give up. It was just that the military did not give him the benefits that should have been given to him. Yang Bo had just walked a few meters away when a wave came from behind and swept away the clothes just now. Of course, this was the picture shown to Yang Bo in the game. In fact, the clothes had been taken away by an unmanned fighter with a mechanical arm. Forget it. Don't bother with these profiteers. Yang Bo could only comfort himself in this way. Yang Bo also pretended to look back at the sea, then turned his head and continued to walk towards the cave. Besides, the boss of the game department personally reported the latest findings to his father. The military attaches great importance to this matter, but will not make any specific response until the detailed analysis report of the clothes comes out. In an unknown star field, on an unknown planet. I thought I was the first to discover the planet, but I didn't expect to see the royal emblem of the Water Blue Empire. What does this mean? It's hard to say now, because everything needs to be investigated before we can know what happened. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, returned to stare at Yang Bo playing games after the report. Boss? These people in the game department are very concerned about the situation of this report. This discovery is the most significant discovery of our department so far. The entire video data has been submitted to the relevant departments. within 17 hours at most. We will know whether this dress is produced by the Water Blue Empire, because it has to be sent to the military's top-secret laboratory. It takes a long time. The game department is actually very far away from the planet where Yongbo controls the Bionic Man. The people in the game department don't know where this planet is. The game department is only responsible for various exploration situations on this planet, and then collects some useful things and sends them to the military's top-secret laboratory for research and analysis. Of course, these top-secret laboratories have a complete protection system, and some are unmanned laboratories. Since the Interstellar era, the safety level of various experiments has been getting higher and higher. But with the development of the times, experiments that seem safe now often have accidents. This is why many space laboratories in the Alliance have been abandoned, because some experiments have unexpected accidents. As for why these laboratories have not been destroyed, there are many reasons. Because the destruction of the laboratory also requires the program to run. Of course, we don't know what happened in some laboratories, so we have to seal them up and wait until we find out why they have become like this. Yongbo returned to the entrance of the cave, and many zombies appeared again. He picked up his pistol and called them one by one. Yongbo saw that the water in the cave was still quite large, and after looking at the game time today, he decided not to wait any longer. Yongbo started climbing the mountain again, and arrived at the exit of the mountain half an hour later. The cave looked particularly refreshing because of the water flow. The cave itself was in disrepair for many years, and there was a lot of dust on the ground, and some fallen stones. However, after being washed by water for so long, the ground looked very clean, and the lake water was now transparent and very clear. It felt a bit like walking in a quiet stream. Of course, the dark environment around it was actually a bit similar, because the quiet stream in the mountains was not very bright around it, and the space above the stream was blocked by trees and shrubs. Yongbo took out his cold weapon and knocked hard on the stone wall, as if he was looking at what material the stone wall was made of. In fact, Yongbo was using sound waves for passive detection. Soon Yongbo had a certain understanding of the degree of danger in this cave. We won't go to dangerous places. If you fool me, I will fool you too. Yongbo's sound wave detection of several places in this cave was always blank, so he decided to fool the military. Of course, after fooling around, as long as the task is displayed as completed, it will be fine. If the task is not completed, the worst case scenario is to turn back and search the dangerous area again. In other words, Yongbo wanted to be lazy, but it is hard to say whether he can be lazy successfully. This should be a mine, and there is also a large factory-like thing. Yongbo learned through detection that the main direction of the cave is actually a slanted, almost straight passage from the entrance at the foot of the mountain below the cave to the exit on the upper crater. However, there are a total of 11 branch tunnels on both sides of this passage. From the bottom up, the acoustic detection of the third, fourth, and sixth tunnel is interfered. That is, how deep it is and what is inside cannot be detected. The length, width, and size of other tunnels can be roughly detected, and the branch tunnels are only distributed in half of the main passage. It should be that the upper half has not been mined yet. Yongbo had a guess, which means that the project here was only halfway done. Yongbo walked halfway along the main tunnel and came to the 11th fork tunnel. I wonder what kind of ore vein this is. This tunnel is diagonal. There is a layer of ore vein between two rock layers. The height of the entire tunnel is about 3.5 meters, and the width is less than 1 meter. However, this interlayer is inclined. Yongbo entered the interlayer of the ore vein with a cold weapon in one hand and a pistol in the other. This interlayer is actually not long, only about less than 50 meters, and there are no zombies in it. It's just that the interlayer of the rocks on both sides is uneven, and in some places you can see that the rock layers are broken and cracked, and there are stones supporting them. These stones are obviously supported by miners. Yongbo quickly explored the innermost part of this tunnel, then picked up the cold weapon in his hand and knocked on the interlayer of the ore vein. This guy is something? Does this vein contain high radiation? The analysis data is out. This is a high-content crystalline uranium ore with high radiation. The Bionic Man has a lot of detection equipment, but it is not open to Yongbo. However, the game background can collect data through sensors and numerous spectral chromatography radiation, etc. Give him some tips to speed up the progress. Otherwise, there will be not enough game time today. The lieutenant colonel was a little impatient because this discovery was too incredible. So Yang Bo received a prompt in the game. Congratulations to the player for discovering an important clue. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Yang Bo did not know what this mineral was. After receiving this prompt, Yang Bo collected some minerals and returned to the main passage. Yang Bo went down along the main passage, counting 11, 10, 9, 8, and 7 from top to bottom. These tunnels all belong to the mine. As for what kind of ore is in them, Yang Bo is not sure. The longest mine has been mined for more than 1,200 meters. As for the abnormal 6th branch tunnel, Yang Bo did not enter it at all and skipped it directly. The 5th branch tunnel is almost diagonally opposite to the 6th branch tunnel, and the 5th branch tunnel looks bigger. Yang Bo walked into the 5th branch tunnel, which turned out to be a large space. The whole space is about 20 meters high. The space should have been very large originally, but part of it has collapsed. However, judging from the remaining traces, some large equipment should have been installed here, because it can be analyzed from the movement on the remaining stone wall that some equipment should be fixed. The game department nervously analyzed the video data collected by the bionic robot controlled by Yang Bo. Yang Bo also found a large piece of slag crystal at the scene. The diameter of this piece of slag crystal is more than 1 meter, and the height is half a meter. It can be seen that this piece of slag should be melted at high temperature. The bottom is silvery white, the middle is white, and the top is gray. There is a layer of impurities on the top. Yang Bo came to the slag crystal again and knocked it with a cold weapon. Then he collected some samples and put them in his backpack. The game department carefully analyzed this piece of slag crystal. Boss, after analysis, the scene should be a supporting factory for the production of the 2nd generation nuclear fusion engine. Some materials needed for the nuclear fusion engine were detected in this piece of residue, but the specifics still need further analysis in the laboratory. The people in the game department carefully analyzed and compared the data of this piece of debris and compared it with the pictures of the on-site environment. Continue to give this player prompts and let him continue to explore. The lieutenant colonel had many guesses in his mind. It was very likely that this was a spaceship of the Blue Water Empire. It crashed here accidentally and then attempted to repair the spaceship. But the specific situation still needed to be explored. But no matter what, the lieutenant colonel felt his nervous heart pounding, because this was probably another great achievement. The lieutenant colonel even felt that the current state of this planet was probably related to the things in this place. That is, it was related to the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo turned around and left after receiving the prompt in the game. He acted just to let the military obtain data on these things in front of him. After passing the 5th forked alley where unknown energy affected the sound wave detection, he walked a few meters down and saw that there were grooves on the stone walls on both sides of the main alley. Yang Bo guessed that there must have been access control or radiation isolation here before. There are many traces left in this main tunnel. It can be seen that a lot of equipment was installed in the past. Even on other branches, you can see traces of the installation equipment. However, due to the influence of time and the energy of this planet, many metal things are gone. However, traces of metal residues can still be seen. Yang Bo was unable to detect the 3rd and 4th branch tunnels clearly. However, Yang Bo had a plan long ago. There was still a distance of about 10 meters from the 3rd branch tunnel. Yang Bo picked up the cold weapon in his hand and knocked on a groove on the stone wall. The waste grooves seemed to be the place where metal tools were fixed. You can see that there are still many rust marks. It was Yang Bo's knocking that alarmed the zombies below. The roar of the zombies attracted Yang Bo. And then Yang Bo picked up the pistol, crossed the 3rd and 4th alleys, prepared to explore the 2nd and 1st alleys, and then went out to see if the mission could be completed. At this time, Yang Bo suddenly received a warning message. Warning, there is a huge danger ahead. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the soldiers sent by the military last time remotely controlled the bionic man in the 2nd branching alley, and they were inexplicably wiped out. No, there are high-tech defense equipment here. Yang Bo's remote photoelectric superpower suddenly felt an unknown energy wave scanning his bionic man. Yang Bo hurried back, because this unknown energy wave scan has a frequency and regular scan, which gives Yang Bo the feeling of an energy wave scan like a warning satellite. Then Yang Bo took out a shockwave bomb from his backpack and threw it behind him, and then threw out the flash bomb that was not used up last time. The huge explosion of the shockwave bomb made Yang Bo's ears buzz. Fortunately, the game activated the protection measures at this time. When the flash bomb flashed in the main channel, Yang Bo turned his back to the direction of the flash bomb explosion and closed his eyes. At the moment of the flash bomb explosion, Yang Bo's bionic man heard a crackling sound. Yang Bo looked back and saw fist-sized spiders. Hundreds of them. And the colors of these spiders changed rapidly. It was obvious that the sudden strong light of his flash bomb made these spiders unable to disguise themselves. Invisible bionic spiders? The people in the game department were stunned when they saw the spiders in the bionic man's field of vision. No wonder the people we sent out in front lost contact instantly. These invisible bionic spiders should be the famous bionic shadow spiders of the Blue Water Empire, which are said to be one of the best weapons against mechas. The people in the game department suddenly realized. Chapter 456 Discovery. Yang Bo only looked back at the spiders and knew that they were not easy to deal with, because the frequent changes in color on the spiders indicated that they could be camouflaged. This Blue Water Empire is something. Yang Bo ran away, muttering to himself. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that this kind of spider was specially developed by the Blue Water Empire to deal with mechas. So Yang Bo heard the sound of wind behind him as soon as he turned around. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man and fired his pistol directly at the back. You can hear the dull sound of pistol bullets hitting something, not the sound of hitting the stone wall. This thing is so difficult? Yang Bo knew from the sound of the wind that the bionic spider behind was rushing towards him. While Yang Bo was shooting, he threw the shockwave bomb that had been timed long ago to the back with his other hand. In less than 2 seconds, the shockwave bomb made a huge roar. Yang Bo calculated the time, and at the moment of the shockwave bomb explosion, he controlled the bionic man to jump up instantly, and the whole bionic man was hit forward by the huge shockwave. The shockwave bomb mainly relies on the instantaneous impact force to attack all targets. The damage of this thing does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Yang Bo's game interface has already shown that he is under attack. Of course, there is such a strong impact force that can send the bionic man flying a distance, which is caused by the narrow space of this passage. After landing, the character controlled by Yang Bo threw another shockwave bomb, and then ran away quickly. Yang Bo found that at the moment of the shockwave bomb explosion, the strange spiders behind him actually clung to the stone wall tightly, curling up their bodies to resist the impact of the shockwave bomb. This thing actually knows how to deal with shockwave bombs. Is it an early equipment with autonomous intelligent learning ability? Yang Bo knew that when the interstellar world began to develop, people liked to use intelligent devices very much. At that time, there were many intelligent bombs, intelligent mechas, and intelligent robots. At that time, intelligent devices had the ability to learn autonomously. But later, because of many things, the intelligent system in the current interstellar era was strictly restricted according to classification and autonomous learning. What Yang Bo knew was that intelligent devices in different fields have different intelligence levels. This is why even the most advanced warships in the universe need people to control them. Intelligent devices have been defined as auxiliary devices. They cannot make any decisions on behalf of people. Any decision needs to be made by people, or people authorize the intelligent system to make some decisions. Of course, these permissions are relatively low. This thing is quite powerful. The second shockwave bomb exploded, but Yang Bo found that the speed of those spiders was too fast. The difference between the two times was only 2 or 3 seconds. Those spiders were actually approaching him. Yang Bo found that if he didn't take any action, he would not be able to escape from this passage. So he gritted his teeth and used the flying ability directly. Yang Bo's operation made the people in the game department stare at him, because the flight plug-in equipped by the bionic man does not have a high autonomous flight ability like other aircraft. To put it bluntly, it is a bit like a parabola. Because it has the ability to fly, it is necessary to optimize the energy system of the flight system, which means that the weight of the bionic man and the energy consumption must be increased, and the computing power must be increased. So a strange scene happened. The bionic man controlled by Yang Bo was suddenly pushed out by a powerful thrust, and then Yang Bo's entire bionic man flew up in the passage. The people in the game department were already dazzled and could not see the picture sent back by Yang Bo's bionic man. So the people in the game department could only look at the data. Yang Bo, who was playing the game, watched the virtual screen flash quickly, and his hand left a residual image on the keyboard. Yang Bo controlled the hands and feet of the bionic man. When the bionic man was about to hit the stone wall, he directly pushed with his hands or feet to change the movement trajectory of the bionic man. As for the harsh alarms and warnings issued in the game, Yang Bo didn't care at all, and stared at the virtual game screen. It feels a bit like playing a cross-country machine, but the speed is several times faster. In just 10 seconds, the bionic man controlled by Yang Bo flew out of the hole of the extinct volcano, and the game screen stopped the alarm. Isn't this too perverted? The people in the game department were also stunned when they saw that Yang Bo's bionic man flew out of the exit without much damage. This guy's reaction speed is too fast. He can use his hands and feet to change the direction of the entire bionic man at high speed. Although the bionic man was also injured to a certain extent, it is acceptable to face such a result. This guy is facing a famous mecha killer. The bionic camouflage spider of the Water Blue Empire is known as a mecha killer. Many mechas cannot escape when encountering the bionic spider of the Water Blue Empire. I didn't expect this guy to escape by controlling a bionic man. We just saw at least 100 such bionic spiders. Right? There are more than 100 of them. It seems that these bionic spiders were left here by the people of the Blue Water Empire. The radar of the bionic man cannot detect these bionic spiders. It is said that the bionic spiders use very rare materials and very advanced technology, and even the radar of the mecha cannot detect them. The people in the game department talked about it, and even the lieutenant colonel in the game department was stunned, because Yang Bo's reaction to the operation just now was too abnormal. Is this data probably at the level of a master mecha master? Others reacted from shock and looked at the displayed data. Anyway, it exceeds the level of a master mecha master. Fortunately, we are now using space quantum communication technology. Otherwise the delay would definitely make the bionic man scrapped long ago. Boss. In fact, we can design his exclusive bionic man based on this player, so that he can do things faster and more conveniently. Someone saw Yang Bo's abnormal operation speed and immediately put forward his own ideas. Others also nodded. The lieutenant colonel nodded. Keep watching. We have done a great job this time. This may be an early bionic spider of the Blue Water Empire. Maybe we can find a way to deal with modern mecha killers. The other people in the game department nodded. But there is no good way now, because this bionic spider seems to have the ability to learn independently. Now unless warships are sent to bombard the mountain directly from a long distance, there is no good way for any close-range equipment to approach these bionic spiders. The last time, the military sent dozens of elite soldiers to remotely control the bionic people to explore here. The whole army was destroyed, and no one knew what happened. Now the mystery has finally been solved. To put it bluntly, the bionic man is a kind of robot of a machine. It is very powerful, but the robot is completely dependent on data. When the bionic man's radar cannot detect these bionic spiders, then these bionic men have no ability to fight back. As for sending mechas, it is even more impossible, because these bionic spiders are mecha killers themselves. It can be said that no matter how many mechas go there, they may be destroyed. It is still unknown what kind of combat mode this bionic spider has. After Yang Bo rushed out of the cave, he took a closer look at his bionic man's role and found that he had suffered some damage. But it was within an acceptable range. What the hell was that thing just now? Why can't my own sound wave detection detect that kind of spider? And the bionic man's radar can't detect it, and even can't see it. Yang Bo didn't expect that there was such a thing here. But I don't have any suitable equipment in my hand now. At this time, Yang Bo heard a voice and looked towards the sound. It turned out that a leaf was penetrated by something inexplicable. Not good. Yang Bo felt a chill on his back instantly, and then controlled the bionic man to jump into the lake instantly. The people in the game backstage also gasped when they saw the scene Yang Bo just saw. These mecha killers actually left the cave? What materials are these mecha killers made of? And what means did they use to make the bionic man's radar ineffective? Although the performance of the bionic man's radar is not very strong, it is not comparable to ordinary radars. Not to mention that this is the most advanced bionic man. The people in the game department certainly knew why the leaf was penetrated out of thin air. It must be the bionic spider. Bionic spiders have the ability to self-learn. I suspect that they have signal connections with each other. As long as other bionic spiders touch the air, other bionic spiders will correct it. How to deal with this thing? After Yang Bo jumped into the lake, he exposed the head of the bionic man. I don't believe that you spiders can be invisible. I feel that these bionic spiders should be made of some special materials that can absorb all energy waves. The main reason is that these bionic spiders are too small. Even if the energy waves of the radar are absorbed, it is easy to be ignored. Yang Bo knew that there was a bug in achieving the purpose of invisibility by absorbing the energy waves released by the opponent's radar. There will be a blank on the radar display because the energy waves of that piece are absorbed. However, due to the limitations of the Bionic Man's radar and calculation model, I can't see a very small blank on my side. Yang Bo knew that in this case, the Bionic Man's radar would have to be optimized, which was beyond his scope. Huh? This thing actually dares to go into the water? Yang Bo's Bionic Man didn't notice any movement. But Yang Bo has long-range photoelectric superpowers. Long-range photoelectric superpowers can sense abnormalities in the water. Yang Bo's perception underwater is much stronger than on land. Who makes him a swimming master? Yang Bo controlled the Bionic Man to swim to the other side of the lake while swimming behind the pole. I actually found the shortcomings of these bionic spiders. Although these guys can camouflage in the water, they move too slowly in the water. After Yang Bo swam a few meters, he turned back. At this time, Yang Bo had a cold weapon in his hand. Through Yang Bo's bionic vision, the people in the game department widened their eyes. This dead volcanic lake has not been disturbed for many years, and there are no creatures in it. So the bottom of the lake is very soft, similar to dust, which should be the stone powder blown down by the weathering of the rocks in the crater. Now these stone powders can be seen with very slight traces left by unknown things. This guy is so lucky. He actually discovered the shortcomings of the bionic spider so quickly. The people in the game department widened their eyes in disbelief. These traces are obviously the traces left by the bionic spider. The lieutenant colonel was also a little speechless. But he figured it out in an instant, although the bionic spider has a high degree of self-learning ability. It is a pity that the hardware cannot adapt to the surrounding environment. I guess their designers did not expect to fight underwater when designing this bionic spider, and to fight underwater in such clear water. The boss is right. If the mecha fell into this lake, the water would have been muddied long ago. If the mecha had never escaped from the cave just now, how did this guy who was playing the game just now think of throwing a flash bomb? Flash bombs are also a shortcoming of bionic spiders. The sudden flash of light from the flash bomb makes the bionic spider's camouflage ability unable to react in time. So we just saw the color of the bionic spider's body surface change rapidly. After all, the bionic spider is used to deal with mechas, who would carry flash bombs for a serious mecha. There is no reason for bionic people to carry flash bombs. All the flash bombs sold in the entire game were bought by this guy. The stock of flashbangs on the planet has been there for at least several decades. But I didn't expect that someone would use it now. It turns out that this bug is actually more useful. After all, mechas can't find places with water in the future. But mechas can carry flashbangs. And we can also think divergently, and carry flashbangs of various colors. With a variable frequency flashlight. I believe these bionic spiders will not have time to change their camouflage. This is a good idea. If dozens of mechas release light of various spectral colors at the same time, the camouflage of the bionic spiders will be directly destroyed. As long as the bionic spiders can be found, it will be easy. According to the hardware and software system of the mecha, the laser cannon is fatal to these bionic spiders. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, was a little surprised when he heard his men talking about it, because this meritorious service is too simple. The mecha killer equipment is a very tricky thing for the Alliance and the Federation. As one of the indispensable forces in modern interstellar warfare, mechas have many advantages, but also many disadvantages, especially when fighting for important targets on the ground. Mechas play a very important role. The mecha killers of the Blue Water Empire have caused considerable losses to the two countries. But so far, no way has been found to deal with the mecha killers. Unexpectedly, a guy in the game revealed a secret with a flash bomb. The head of the game department looked at Yang Bo in the game with even more enthusiasm, and wanted to see who was the player behind the control of this bionic man, and who was so lucky. So the head of the game department had a bold idea in his mind, and he must find this player as soon as possible. Chapter 457 Routine. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man with cold weapons, and everyone in the game department thought that Yang Bo was going to use cold weapons to deal with these bionic spiders. Then the next second Yang Bo took out a shockwave bomb from his back. This shockwave bomb exploded underwater. Yang Bo's game screen flashed a series of warning prompts. Those who have played the game of blowing up water tanks with firecrackers know that if the water tank is empty, the firecrackers cannot blow up the water tank. But if there is water in the water tank, the firecrackers can easily blow the water tank into pieces. I don't believe that something the size of a fist can be so powerful. The reason why Yang Bo did not use cold weapons was actually to confuse the bionic spiders. Because Yang Bo thought that these bionic spiders have the ability to learn and distinguish by themselves. So he rushed towards these bionic spiders with cold weapons. And these bionic spiders captured these images, and would choose a way to deal with them. Although Yang Bo didn't know how powerful this bionic spider was, how strong its learning ability was, and what methods it had. But since the military allowed him to explore it, it must be something incredible. Yang Bo believed that he had some self-knowledge in order to let Yang Bo control the bionic man to fight these incredible things at close range. This cave had been explored by the military countless times, but they didn't find any results. So they let him come. If there were any results, they wouldn't let him come at all. So Yang Bo was extremely vigilant about these fist-sized gadgets. Of course, Yang Bo also knew how many functions could be concentrated in a fist-sized gadget, no matter how powerful it was. The overall hardware was so small. So I didn't believe how strong the defense could be integrated. I could only say that this thing couldn't be detected. So it looked very powerful. So when the shockwave bomb exploded underwater, Yang Bo's own bionic man was hurt. But it was obvious that there was a vibration underwater. And then fist-sized things slowly appeared. Too awesome. This sudden change shocked the people in the game department. There is such a trick? This dog or used a cold weapon to deceive us all. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, directly cursed. There are no fools in the game department. These people who can sit here are all people favored by the lieutenant colonel. Hearing their boss say this, everyone suddenly realized that of course some people may see it, but they can't steal the limelight from their boss. It's not that people should have some sense of vision. People who don't have courage and sense of vision are not liked by others as subordinates. Boss, this old guy is definitely a vixen. When someone said this, he looked at one of his colleagues. Others also looked at this colleague with a little smile on his face. That colleague was the guy who asked his girlfriend to get Yang Bo's background. What are you looking at? I have confidence in my girlfriend. Besides, this guy is only good at data performance. And he may not be my opponent in actual combat. Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel said, there are indeed such people. After all, the other party just thinks they are playing games now. When they actually operate, they face many aspects of influence. Especially psychologically. There are many people in the Mecha Association. The data is very good in simulated battles. But there are many problems once they are actually operated. But we don't need this guy to actually operate anything. We just need him to continue to concentrate on playing games. Switch him to the virtual game. End this mission. And immediately pass the relevant information to the superior department. The lieutenant colonel looked at the bionic spiders in the bionic man's field of vision that gradually revealed their true colors. Now the bionic man's radar can detect the bionic spiders, which proves that Yang Bo's underwater shockwave bomb just now did destroy the bionic spiders. As for what happened specifically, we have to take these bionic spiders back and study them carefully to find out. Understood? The people in the game department heard this and immediately began to report their work. After receiving this news, the military carefully reviewed the relevant videos, and then quickly issued an order to send fighter jets to salvage these bionic spiders. Of course, when salvaging, water must be salvaged together, because it is not certain whether the bionic spiders have other abilities. Yang Bo looked at the bionic spiders that were blown out of their original form, and was also curious about how these things could avoid radar. However, just as Yang Bo wanted to observe the bionic spider carefully, he suddenly found that the remote superpower had changed a little. You actually switched to the virtual screen for me. Yang Bo was a little unhappy, because there were still zombies in the cave. And you know that these zombies can give forging skills. But we also managed to avoid several unknown dangerous places. Of course, Yang Bo was powerless now, so he could only complain in his heart. But then he thought that there were still several unknown dangerous places. After switching to the virtual game screen, Yang Bo saw these bionic spiders in the virtual game screen exposing themselves one after another. And the power of self-exposure was quite large. And then the lake began to boil. A prompt sounded in the game. The player has completed the exploration mission, eliminated the evil intelligent life, and the self-destruction program of the underground base in the cave has been activated. Please arrive at the beach within 30 minutes. Yang Bo was a little speechless about the game's fooling around. But he still swam ashore and ran quickly, because the pickup location was at the beach. Of course, all of this was virtual screen. Yang Bo had no way to deal with the game department's fooling around. Of course, Yang Bo also knew that it was obviously impossible for the game department to use more plots in the game screen, because the game department didn't expect such a thing to happen. They had to use some more fooling means. Forging +8. Forging +8. Swordsmanship +16. Repair spacecraft +16. Hacker +16. However, when Yang Bo ran for 20 minutes, a lot of skill information appeared in his mind. But now Yang Bo's remote optoelectronic superpowers can't touch the planet at all. The game signal was directly transferred from a space quantum communication satellite to a computer room on a planet. Did the military send people to eliminate the zombies? As for the skills I got, is it because I filled the water and put stone balls in the water? Yang Bo roughly knew why he was able to get the skills. When Yang Bo appeared at the resurrection point again, it was already an hour later. In this hour, Yang Bo intermittently obtained 70 to 80 skills, most of which were forging, occasionally mixed with swordsmanship, and other miscellaneous abilities. I don't know what is in that cave. In several unknown passages, Yang Bo saw the task completion reward and directly chose the second fragment of the super backpack. Maybe I will have to do a second mission in that cave? One mission can be done in 2 parts. So cool! Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and then downloaded the game. After downloading the game, Yang Bo searched online, but he did not find any information about the bionic spiders he saw in the game. Strictly speaking, there are many types of mechanical spiders, many functions, and many sizes. The largest ones are some engineering machinery, which can weigh thousands of tons. The slightly more advanced ones are spider-type mechas. Then, there are some spider-type smart bombs, including various models. As long as you enter the target information in this smart spider, these smart spiders can automatically find the target and then detonate themselves. Yang Bo had seen it last time. That is, at the evidence center. But it was not as perverted as what he saw this time. The radar of the most advanced bionic man can't detect these bionic spiders. Why do I feel that the scientific and technological development directions of the 3 countries of the Empire, the Federation and the Alliance, have different focuses? Since he couldn't find it, Yang Bo decided not to look for it. It should be some confidential things. So there is no relevant information on the internet. Yang Bo went to the basement again to look at the energy metal ore he had empowered, as well as the 2 gerbils he had already empowered. Because Yang Bo was not sure how long the energy would last after he empowered it. And if he killed the empowered gerbils, would he be able to gain the relevant abilities? What Yang Bo didn't know was that after he downloaded the game, the military had run into big trouble. After receiving the report from the game department, the military immediately dispatched fighters to salvage all the bionic spiders and transport them away. But didn't these bionic spiders appear in the cave? So the military dispatched an elite team to remotely control 20 bionic people and 2 self-propelled laser cannon robots, preparing to go into the cave to explore clearly. The 20 bionic people carried a lot of weapons. First, the fighters attacked the zombies coming out of the cave entrance. Lasers hit the zombies intensively. And after the zombies outside the cave were eliminated, the fighters began to land. And then the bionic people began to advance into the cave. The 20 bionic people formed a dense firepower network. And all the zombies they saw were beaten into sieves. The self-propelled laser cannon robot is a cylinder with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 1.5 meters with 4 legs underneath. There is a laser cannon on the cylindrical object. The 2 self-propelled laser cannon robots have been entered into the program, and they will immediately open fire as soon as they find the bionic spiders. And these 20 bionic people carried a lot of flash bombs. Before reaching the designated location, the 20 bionic people began to use flash bombs alternately. The flash bombs suddenly changed the environment in the cave. Under the fierce light of the flash bombs, the bionic spiders kept flashing and changing colors. But this time, they were locked by the self-propelled laser cannon and then hit. It took less than 15 minutes for the bionic people and the autonomous laser cannon to enter the innermost part of the passage where the bionic spiders came out. It turned out that there were energy stones used by spacecraft inside. The military only then knew why these bionic spiders could still operate. It turned out that they were charged with energy stones. The military dispatched this team to continue searching the entire cave. However, when searching the 4th branching tunnel, the remote-controlled bionic man and the self-propelled laser cannon robot suddenly lost contact, and there was no signal. How could this be possible? The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, was stunned when he received the feedback from his superiors. Even the other people in the game department were stunned when they saw the video data sent by the superiors. I didn't expect that there were unknown things in this cave. Everyone looked at each other. What should they do next? Should they let the guy explore again? This is really bad luck. The lieutenant colonel was a little speechless. These people in the military don't know how to hurry up. I don't know how long it will take for that guy to log in again after logging off the game. Some people in the game department said dissatisfiedly. Chapter 458 Plan. Boss, I personally think this is actually a good thing. But someone else in the game department spoke up. Everyone looked at this person. Some people were thinking. And then this person continued, this can highlight the incompetence of their other departments. We have made greater contributions. So shouldn't our credit be greater? The lieutenant colonel's eyes lit up when he heard this. Which was also an idea. So he said, go on. We will not do anything about this matter for the time being. And let other departments solve it first. This has two benefits. The person who spoke just now said immediately. The first is that we don't know when this game player will be online next time. If we accept the task now, we don't know how long it will take to complete it. The second is that if their other departments cannot complete it, it will highlight that the value of this task is higher. If we complete it, then the credit we have made will be greater. I have heard other departments talking about it a long time ago. We are sitting here and got the credit. Now other departments are also sitting in the office. Let them complete it. Other people in the game department nodded when they heard this, and said they had heard such words. It's mainly because of my status that these guys are jealous. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, laughed. The father of the head of the game department is the #1 warlord in the military. With such an identity, any achievement will definitely be magnified. No matter what society you are in, there is competition between each department. Perhaps your smiling colleague is thinking about how to eliminate you in the next promotion. Maybe you think your best colleague is telling your boss about your secrets. To put it nicely, the workplace is a battlefield. Never have too high expectations of your colleagues. The reason why nothing bad happened is because the benefits are not big enough. I thought the situation in this cave had been figured out. But I didn't expect it to go wrong again. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, spoke again. This also exposes the shortcomings in our work. We just need to pay more attention to it next time. As for the task you mentioned, we will not contact it for the time being because we have already handed it in. The only thing we have to do now is to find the guy who plays the game. The thinking, means of doing things and abilities shown by this guy are all excellent. Even if he is old and dying, I have a way to let him work for us. The key now is this guy's login information. It needs to be through the government department. I can only find the space quantum communication satellite belonging to the military. But the space quantum communication satellite of the government department cannot be queried. We in the military can't get too close to the government. So we can only use some unconventional means to get this guy's identity information. So everyone work hard. Our promotion and salary increase depends on this guy. The people in the game department nodded when they heard their boss say this. Originally, I thought this guy's operating skills were slightly weaker than other players. But seeing this guy turn on the flight mode in the narrow alley today, the data generated let me know that this guy's operating skills are also the strongest in the game. Yes, this guy is very secretive. I think he must be very famous in reality. Maybe he was famous once. But he is old now. Such operation data, even if it is discounted in reality due to other reasons, is still an incredible level. The key is this guy's thinking of making trouble. Just now, this guy deceived all of us by operating the bionic man with cold weapons in the volcanic lake, proving that this guy has a unique thinking and making decisions on the spot. The head of the game department nodded. So we have to find this guy earlier. I think there must be other people in the military who have noticed this guy. But fortunately, the government will not open the login information of these players unless it is a big event like Robert last time. Boss, I heard that Robert was an intelligence officer of the Ashes organization last time. Others in the game department knew Robert, who was the best mecha master in the mecha game when suppressing the rebellion on Pato Star. There are even rumors that this guy is a mecha master. After the military and government departments communicated, everyone decided to recruit Robert. However, when the military and government departments found out his identity information, they found that he went out to sea and disappeared. In the end, the Ashes organization was involved. It turned out that Robert was the most hidden member of the Ashes organization who was sent to the Alliance. He was the elite among the elite. That's right. Many people who were hiding in the Ashes organization were captured through this guy. But he has never been found. The Alliance is still trying to find him. And the Ashes have disappeared. But there is news that the Ashes are still active in places we can't see. In addition, only undeveloped planets like Mars can allow legal organizations to infiltrate so much, because other planets have long been divided up by major forces. At this time, a blind guy in the game department asked, "Boss, do you think the guy we are looking for now is someone like Robert?" The others in the game department were speechless. But then, they thought it was possible. After all, the elite of these illegal organizations thought it was just a game. He is a member of the illegal organization. As long as we find him first, we can find a way to make him serve us. The head of the game department, the lieutenant colonel, said confidently. Yang Bo observed all the subjects of the experiment at home, and then wrote down the observation records. There was nothing abnormal in the observed subjects. Then Yang Bo carefully thought about the extreme operation today. It was to control the bionic man in the game to fly in the alley in flight mode. It seems that my strength has increased again. Yang Bo now thinks back to that part carefully, and feels that he was very calm at that time. This time I did not use the photoelectric superpower to directly control remotely, but used manual control. That is to say, if I use the photoelectric superpower to control the bionic man, the data will definitely be better than now. I feel that this bionic man is a bit behind my ability. Should I find an opportunity to destroy the bionic man? Do 2 more tasks? And let the military department responsible for the game. These guys can't do without me. If I damage the bionic man, they will only give me a better bionic man. It seems that today's discovery is very important. Especially the mysterious bionic spider. Otherwise they would not give up halfway and kick me out. I just don't know if there is anything in those unknown places in the back alley. Yang Bo summarized today's game, and then roughly planned what he would do in his mind. It seems that I am working like a cow for the game department now. But as long as the opportunity is right, I will immediately take the bionic man and run away. The reason why Yang Bo did not run away with the bionic man now is that the bionic man has no chance to run away. And Yang Bo also hopes that the military will study more powerful bionic men. The key is to have a quantum communication module. What method should be used to allow the military to install a quantum communication module on the bionic man? I also need to make the quantum communication module I obtained well, so that I can control the bionic man to go anywhere. Yang Bo felt that his expectations were a bit too vague. For future plans, Yang Bo only has a general idea, because many things are beyond his control. As long as he grasps the main direction, Yang Bo believes that his current individual strength may have surpassed 99% of people. But in front of the power of interstellar technology, it is nothing. And Yang Bo also knows that this society not only has humans, but also cyborgs, mutants, and even interstellar creatures. Yang Bo felt that even if the 2 brothers Tainyo teamed up to attack him, he might not be able to defeat them. I don't know why the green demon star is like that, and what secrets are deep underground. It's a pity that I'm too far away there, and haven't reached the deepest part of the underground world at all. Yang Bo thought about things while returning to the villa to cook. After finishing his meal, Yang Bo was going to read some online news or go to the game forum, and then take a bath and go to sleep. However, sitting in the room where he was surfing the internet, Yang Bo suddenly remembered that a female player in the game gave him her social software account. The coquettish voice of this female player made Yang Bo miss the KTV on Earth. However, to be honest, the girls who can hang out in KTV are actually quite fierce. They may be older or younger than their older brothers in normal times. But once there is a dispute, they will say something like old lady or something. Who wants to trick me? Yang Bo thought this matter was even more interesting. The identity of the pirate leader is online. Congratulations to the female player on the opposite side for matching the pirate leader. Yang Bo was ready to dig a pit for someone again. No matter who wanted to trick him, as long as they were tainted with his identity, they would successfully fall into the mud pit. Yang Bo went out invisibly. There was still a violent storm outside, but it had no effect on Yang Bo, who was invisible and wearing armor. What ability do those bionic spiders use to make bionic people's radar undetectable? If I learn this ability, can't I avoid the warning satellites in the sky? I find that my current thinking is a bit wrong. I always want to do something illegal. Forget it. I do this to prevent trouble before it happens. If one day my identity is exposed, it will be convenient for me to escape. Yang Bo came to the mountain in the storm and found a cave, and then took out the communicator belonging to the pirate leader. The communicator is actually a smart device, which can be understood as a mobile phone on Earth. However, this smart device is more advanced than a mobile phone. Although the Alliance advocates personal privacy, fairness and freedom, Yang Bo does not believe a word of it. However, there is no problem in using this communicator to communicate with people on social software, because the communicator and social software have their own security systems. However, Yang Bo still asked Zhou Rui to make a fake identity for him, not from March Star, and to have an account on the social software. And the account should be registered for more than 10 years. There are many such resources within the Bounty Hunter Union. In fact, there are still many social software accounts and fake identities in the Alliance. What is the attitude of the Alliance towards citizens' identity information? As long as you don't break the law, maybe no one will check your identity for your whole life. Which is a bit like America on Earth. In America, as long as you are not suspected of breaking the law, few people will check your identity. Which is why there are more black households there. However, the country where Yang Bo lived in his previous life was different from the other side in terms of household registration system. It's the same in the Alliance. As long as you don't commit any illegal acts, no one will check your identity. Some people will sell their identity information, because some people's identity information is useless after they go abroad or immigrate. Of course, there are also people who go to the Federation to gamble or do other things. If something goes wrong, the person will be gone, and the identity information will be sold. Zhou Rui was also shocked when she received the message from Yang Bo. It gave Zhou Rui a headache. After all, she is now a congressman. Once people know that she has contacted the leader of the pirate group privately, the consequences will be disastrous. But Zhou Rui was reluctant to give up the line of the pirate leader, because the pirate leader was too powerful, and his intelligence network was more powerful than hers. As for the fake identity information that Yang Bo wanted, Zhou Rui got it done in 10 minutes. Yang Bo didn't say much to Zhou Rui, because Yang Bo wanted to see who wanted to test his bottom. As for whether there were real female players who came up and threw themselves at him, and then called him brother or something, based on Yang Bo's experience in his previous life, the probability of this was very low. The probability of you being killed by a plane falling from the sky in the room was higher than this. So whenever you meet a girl who takes the initiative to come up like this or that, you must be vigilant. Brothers have self-knowledge. As for Annie and Xia, it was different. Yang Bo successfully logged into the social software account with a fake identity information. It was found that this social software account used to forward some photos of beautiful scenery from all over the Alliance. Really professional. Yang Bo took a closer look at this social software account and found that it belonged to the kind of person that outsiders could not tell what the owner was like. After Yang Bo went online, he entered the social software account that the female player gave him. Yang Bo found that the other party's social software account was public. What a little beauty. Yang Bo looked at the other party's photo on the social software account and found that she was a beauty. And a delicate beauty. Because everyone has different aesthetics. Every woman in the Alliance can become what she wants. Chapter 459 Test. There are no ugly women in the Interstellar era. First of all, parents who can give birth to children on their own are all superpowers. And their genes are basically very good. As for the babies born from the factory, they will be strictly screened to remove some bad genes. Of course, it does not mean that a person's beauty or ugliness is related to genes. The key is that the Alliance allows people to use various high-tech means to change themselves. Not to mention simply changing beauty or ugliness. Even if a man changes from a woman to a man, no one will say anything, because the law allows it. Of course, there are also upper bodies of women and lower bodies of men. These are bills passed by the Alliance Parliament after many years of hard struggle by the Alliance citizens. In general, you have the final say over your own body. And your own body should be free, as long as the child raised by his parents reaches the prescribed guardianship period. It is his business to do what he wants. And the parents and anyone else have no right to object. It looks like he really wants to dig into my background. Yang Bo did not find anything related to games in the other party's social media account. What does this mean? There are many girls who play games. Yang Bo saw many girls who like to play games in internet cafes in his previous life. They are not girls who play games with others, but girls who really play games. The game of Doomsday Dungeon requires relatively high game skills. The players who appear in it are basically old players who like to play games. It is impossible for these people not to express it on their social media accounts. Of course, Yang Bo himself is an exception. Yang Bo's social media account is all about a certain female singer. Of course, that was done by Yang Bo in the past. After Yang Bo came to this world, he never posted any updates on social media. The social media of the beautiful girl in front of him posted updates almost every day. She posted updates at such a high frequency. But she didn't post anything about games. This is 90% certain that this beautiful girl has other ideas. Hee. Whether the other party is targeting me or not. This thing is fun. If it's really to hook up with a beautiful girl, it's still okay. If you have other thoughts, then let's have fun. If you want to fish, I'll take the initiative to bite the hook. But I'm the pirate leader. Will you be scared to death? I don't know what the identity of the fisherman is. Is it enough? If the identity of the fisherman is enough, maybe I can use this identity to threaten the other party. No. It's mental compensation. Yang Bo thought happily, and then changed the name of his social media account. Yang Bo was going to use the name San Yi, but he didn't expect that someone had already used it. Then Yang Bo was going to use Xiao San Yi, and it was used by someone else. Yang Bo was speechless. He entered several names in succession, but they were all taken by others. Finally, the software generated a name, Crazy Goat. Yang Bo was speechless. He originally wanted to take the name of San Yi, but he was given this name. But it didn't matter. Yang Bo changed his name to Crazy Goat. Then Yang Bo added the other party as a friend and noted that he got the account in the game. The other party's name was also strange. Called Lazy Little Son. Social media accounts are like this. Because there are so many people using them, it is extremely difficult to choose a good name. After Yang Bo sent a message to the other party, the owner of the social media account found it immediately and quickly sent a message to his boyfriend. Then someone in the military game department saw the message sent by his girlfriend. For a while, it felt very complicated. On the one hand, there is a channel to find out the true identity of the players in the game. The second is to let your girlfriend hook up with other men. How can this feel weird? Boss. But thinking of the boss's reward, he took the smart watch to the person in charge of the game department. Ahem. Carter, I think you can rest assured. Because your girlfriend is the closest to you. This crazy goat, as long as he dares to come to our planet, he will be taken down by me and will never see your girlfriend. The person in charge of the game project also felt very strange after reading the message. But he was more excited and couldn't show it. He coughed twice before comforting the good employee in front of him. Boss, I understand. Carter is the standard Western white man on Earth. He looks like he is in his 30s, with a very mature masculine temperament. A standard handsome guy. Now all you have to do is to get your girlfriend to get the other person's identity information by any means, or get the other person to come to our planet. You can buy your girlfriend what she wants first. I can pay you for anything she wants. But this matter cannot be known to anyone, because someone in our military has noticed that we have made too many contributions. And some people even know the existence of this guy in the game. After all, there are still many people who can see the game archives of our game department. The lieutenant colonel in charge of the game department explained a series of things. Thank you, boss. Carter felt a little uncomfortable, but he felt relieved when he thought of the boss's promise. Anyway, his girlfriend will never meet the guy in the game. And Carter has a deeper consideration. That is, a girlfriend is just a girlfriend. As long as he can get the boss's reward, he can change his girlfriend at most. As soon as possible. You must notify me as soon as there is news. I will give you 2 million credit points first. You must appease your girlfriend first, and don't let your girlfriend have any resistance. I will give you 2 days off first. Some lieutenant colonels in charge of departments are indeed a little anxious, because the lieutenant colonel prepared a big gift for the player in the game. The lieutenant colonel felt that as long as he gave this gift to this player, then this player would listen to him in the future, because no one could refuse the gift he prepared. Understood. Carter heard this and knew what to do. Yang Bo added the little beauty's social media account and started chatting. Ma'am, you are so beautiful. Yang Bo sent a message directly to the other party. Yang Bo found that this little beauty was a bit similar to a Western female star he saw on Earth. That is Avril Lavigne from Canada. She also had long light golden hair, charming eyes, fair skin, and a softer face than Avril Lavigne. Thank you for the compliment. Sir, what should I call you? The lazy little son replied. Didn't you call me brother? Yang Bo sent another message, which was a bit teasing. When the lazy little son saw the message sent by Yang Bo, he was so angry that his teeth itched. If it wasn't for his boyfriend asking him for help, how could he chat with such a person? Just when the lazy little son didn't want to pay attention to Yang Bo, Carter sent a message to his girlfriend, which was a picture of 2 luxury goods, asking Xiao Yang which one he liked. Xiao Yang was not a fool. Her boyfriend bought her such a good thing. It must be because of this shitty brother. So where is my brother? Do you want to come out for a cup of milk tea? Xiao Yang suppressed his uncomfortable mood and sent a voice message. At this time, Yang Bo had locked Xiao Yang's position with his remote photoelectric superpower, following the signal of the communication between him and Xiao Yang. Yang Bo directly connected to the quantum communication satellite of the planet where Xiao Yang was located through the quantum communication satellite of March Star, and then went to the ground base station through the quantum communication satellite, and successfully found the IP address that Xiao Yang was using now. Personal intelligent communication devices generally do not have the ability of quantum communication, because the quantum communication module is relatively large. So most of the time, personal intelligent communication devices still use ground-based stations. Of course, there are also advanced personal intelligent communication devices with quantum communication modules, which can be directly connected to satellites. However, no matter which method is used, Yang Bo's long-range photoelectric superpower can find the other party along the connection channel. Where is sister son? Brother has time to come and play with you. Yang Bo did not ask the other party how to address him, but directly called her sister son. Yang Bo was actually testing the other party's bottom line. If they really met once in the game, it would be impossible for him to let himself do this. The name of Sun's sister is too ugly. You can call me Jessica. Little Sun sent another message to Yang Bo with dissatisfaction. Jessica's sister. Yang Bo pouted while sending the message, because the name Jessica was too common. What should I call my brother? It feels a bit presumptuous to keep calling me brother. Jessica sent another message. How about calling me good brother? Yang Bo smiled and continued to test the other party's bottom line. I will ignore you if you do this again. This time Jessica really couldn't stand it. You can call me Shanyi. Yang Bo originally wanted the other party to call him Sanyi, but unfortunately his nickname now contained the 2 characters San Yang, so he changed one character. This name. Are you older this year? Jessica tried different ways to find out Yang Bo's identity information. Sister Jessica. Guess? Sorry. Sister Jessica. I have something to do. Let's talk next time. If you guess the answer correctly next time, I will give you a reward. Yang Bo was not sure whether the other party would use positioning to track him, so he didn't talk now. He would find a safe place to talk later. After sending the message, Yang Bo threw the communicator into the space box and put it away. Wait a few days to go out for a mission, and then contact the star field outside March Star. By the way, test the other party and see how anxious they are about me. Yang Bo cut off the contact this time, mainly for these 2 considerations. Faced with Yang Bo's sudden offline, Jessica quickly sent a message, but Yang Bo did not respond. After Yang Bo put away his things, he disappeared from the cave and returned to his villa in the storm. Back to the villa, Yang Bo came to the room where he was surfing the internet and found that the fat boss had actually sent him a message. People from the Ashes organization are here again? Yang Bo saw the fat boss sending him a message, asking him not to go out unless necessary. It was said that a group of people from an illegal organization had sneaked into March Star, and it was said that they were most likely from the Ashes organization. Chapter 460. Good idea. To be honest, Yang Bo was a little surprised to see this information. Why is the Ashes so stubborn? In fact, to put it bluntly, the Ashes' demise was due to his insignificant role. The most important reason was that he was too greedy. In theory, the Ashes was just an organization that sold information. But Yang Bo knew that the Ashes not only sold information, but also organized transactions, eating both Party A and Party B. It would be fine if such a middleman did not cause any trouble. Once something happened, both Party A and Party B would kill this black-hearted thing together. If it was simply selling information and then taking commissions, everyone could understand it. This is like a real estate agency that eats the information gap between Party A and Party B. One party eats the money of the buyer, and the other party eats the money of the seller, because only the agent understands the bottom line of the transaction between the 2 parties, and can take the opportunity to lower the price. Yang Bo didn't understand why the Ashes organization sent people when they had lost a lot of people on March Star? However, after reading the message, Yang Bo still sent a message to the fat boss, saying that he would not go anywhere. In Yang Bo's opinion, the Ashes organization would definitely not be able to find him. After all, he was a negligible existence in the eyes of outsiders. Is it coming for Wang Mushue? Yang Bo guessed in his mind, and turned his head and let it go. The reason why the Ashes organization came to March Star was that they were unwilling to accept it. As the largest organization in the gray area, it was wiped out in a very short time, and everyone shouted for it to be beaten. The people behind this organization suffered too much loss. So it is necessary to find out why the promotion organization collapsed in a short time. The Ashes organization still wants to stand up again. But before standing up again, it must figure out what the reason was the last time. The information we know now is Green Devil Star. But Green Devil Star is not only blocked by the military and the government, but also has established an autonomous government. It is extremely difficult for the Ashes organization to get to Green Devil Star now. At that time, the commander of the Green Devil Star fleet was Wang Mushue. Yang Bo himself thought that he was insignificant in this matter. But in the eyes of the Ashes organization, Yang Bo was easier to deal with than the commander of the 9th Fleet. Not only Yang Bo, but all those who survived and returned from Green Devil Star were the targets of the Ashes organization. The fat boss and Yang Bo both misjudged the situation this time. So when Yang Bo was sleeping at night, he sat up all of a sudden. Yang Bo's passive sound wave detection ability found that someone was destroying his door. And it was the door on the roof. Is this for me? Yang Bo was a little surprised. Yang Bo's doors are all purely mechanical, locked inside the house, without any intelligent system. Theoretically, as long as Yang Bo locks the door inside the house, then the only way to open the door outside is violent destruction. Yang Bo climbed up all of a sudden, and the whole person floated up all of a sudden, using the gravity superpower, and then came to the 2nd floor, and then to the 3rd floor to the terrace door. Yang Bo saw the door made of battleship armor, and there was a rustling sound coming from the door. Are you using insects to gnaw my door? Yang Bo used sound wave detection to find that a bug had already eaten 1/3 of this door. It can only be detected that this bug is about the size of a little finger. It looks like a slug on Earth. This thing secretes a liquid while using a circle of small teeth in its fleshy mouth to constantly polish its door. The length is about 2 centimeters. Of course, this kind of mollusk is thin when it is long and thick when it is short. The mouth in front of this little thing seems to have no eyes, and nothing else. It can actually dig a hole with a diameter of 1 centimeter on such a battleship armor. This little thing, with a small mouth around this 1 centimeter moving cross-section, while chewing, leaving some liquid on the metal behind, and then moving forward in circles. Yang Bo was really stunned. Although Yang Bo had seen many strange things on the Green Demon Star, this was the first time he saw such a strange thing. You know, this is a door made of battleship armor, and low-power laser cannons can't do anything about this kind of door. Of course, if it is attacked intensively and repeatedly, then this door can't withstand it. In fact, the main defense of the battleship is energy shield. But the battleship armor can also withstand energy attacks for a short time. Then Yang Bo stood quietly behind the door, as if nothing had happened. Because Yang Bo was very interested in the little thing that chewed his door. Yang Bo was going to wait for the little thing to chew through the door, and then get the little thing in his hands before going out to settle accounts with the people outside. No. If I make a noise, people will suspect me. Yang Bo immediately felt that it was unreliable to do it himself. Yang Bo found that the little thing was chewing slowly, mainly because his door was thick, about 10 centimeters thick. Little did he know that the people outside were also a little surprised to see that the door was so thick that the insects had not penetrated. Yang Bo thought about it for a while, and then immediately thought of a way. Yang Bo quickly came to the room where he was surfing the internet, picked up the communicator, and called Zhou Rui. Sister Rui, someone wants to invade my villa and is destroying the door on the roof. I just heard a rustling sound. Yang Bo said as soon as Zhou Rui answered the intercom. Who is so bold? I will call the police for you immediately. Zhou Rui said anxiously after hearing this. Sister Rui, listen to me first. Aren't you worried about the election now? I think now is the best time for you to make an appearance. Think about how famous you are on this planet if you personally lead people to catch criminals who break into private houses. Yang Bo just thought of this, so he said it quickly. But what name should I use? Zhou Rui was a little confused. After all, maintaining public order is the responsibility of the government and judicial organs. Volunteers. That is to say, you are very worried about the public order of March Star in front of you. So you organize people to patrol by yourself. Later, you can set up a volunteer association to receive charitable donations. Yang Bo didn't know whether Zhou Rui would accept his suggestion. In fact, there are many volunteers in the alliance, but most of them are engaged in charity. Zhou Rui also had some thoughts about Yang Bo's proposal, but she didn't think about it, because there are not many institutions with law enforcement power in the alliance. And if she enforces the law in this way, will there be some legal disputes? But this will cause some legal disputes. After all, we don't have the power to enforce the law? Zhou Rui said her thoughts. My sister, without legal disputes, where would the heat come from? Not only must there be legal disputes, but this matter must also be made a sensation. It would be best if you stay in jail for a few months. And when you come out, you can say that you went to jail to protect everyone. At this time, Yang Bo felt that the politicians in the alliance were sometimes too naive. When on Earth, people in ancient times would use imprisonment to generate traffic. And even at a certain time, everyone rushed to be beaten by the emperor at the palace gate. Whoever was beaten by the emperor at the palace gate was an honest official, and he would be famous all over the world. Zhou Rui's brain was a little down, and what Yang Bo said seemed to make sense. And you are still a member of parliament now. What do members of parliament do? Of course, you shout for our citizens. You are no longer shouting, but personally going to jail for the safety of our citizens. If you can serve a few months in prison, then you can strive to let this volunteer association obtain a small part of the law enforcement power. If anyone does not give your volunteer association the law enforcement power, then they are ignoring the lives of citizens and ignoring the threat to citizens' property. Yang Bo said hurriedly, because Yang Bo felt that the soft bug would open the door soon. I'll do it right away. Zhou Rui saw her father nodded and immediately agreed. Hurry up. Yang Bo asked Zhou Rui to hurry up so that he wouldn't be exposed. Yang Bo ended the call and recorded the call in the internet room. Zhou Rui ended the call and looked at her father in a daze. Yang Bo. This kid. I didn't realize he was so calculating before. Zhou Sen sighed when he saw Zhou Rui put down the intercom. Although what you did is illegal. On Yang Bo's private land. As long as Yang Bo issues a letter of understanding, any of your actions can be lightly sentenced. Yang Bo's intention is to let you win the sympathy of the people. After all, you set up this volunteer association for the safety of the general public. And often high-end residential areas do not have enough monitoring and warning equipment. Yang Bo's villa is an example. This will make some elites think that forming a volunteer association is a good idea. Go quickly. Remember not to let the people in the judicial department know. Those bastards only know how to grab the credit and then report to ask for taxes. Zhou Sen saw that Zhou Rui had not taken any action yet, and said quickly, I know. Since Zhou Rui wants to be a member of parliament, she must arrange her group of people properly. Zhou Rui quickly gathered people together. Now these people admire Zhou Rui very much. After all, they have suddenly transformed from members of illegal organizations to members of various governments. Most members of the Bounty Hunter Union like adventure. But some people are tired of the adventurous life and want to live a stable life. But usually there is no such a good opportunity to clean up. And this time Zhou Rui let everyone clean up. After notifying Zhou Rui, Yang Bo returned to the third floor and waited quietly at the door leading to the terrace. However, Yang Bo took another piece of battleship armor metal and put it on the door where the insects were biting. So when the bugs biting the door half an hour later had already bitten through the door, Yang Bo, the old man, added another piece behind the door. So the bugs continued to bite into the piece that Yang Bo added. So Yang Bo waited for the bugs to bite for a while, then instantly removed the battleship armor block, and put it and the bugs into a box of energy stones, instantly closed the box, and then ran away. Aha! Yang Bo only heard an extremely angry voice outside the door.